Synopsis. A young man awakens in a dangerous world filled with mutants, heroes, and villains. Gifted with extraordinary powers, he must navigate a treacherous path to survive. From escaping underground prisons to battling formidable foes like the Hulk and Abomination, his journey is one of growth and discovery. Along the way, he crosses paths with iconic figures like Spider-Woman, Iron Man, and the X-Men, forging alliances and facing moral dilemmas. As his abilities evolve, so does the threat he poses, and the world watches in awe and fear. Will he become a savior or a force of destruction? Chapter 1. In the blink of an eye, the scenery before him underwent a drastic change. The luxurious hotel surroundings turned into a dim prison cell. The things around him changed from a few delicate bodies to dirty, foul-smelling ones. Just as Alex was wondering what had happened. Clang! The sound of a metal rod striking metal startled Alex, and his body instinctively trembled. This body was extremely fearful of this sound, having developed a conditioned reflex. Moments later, a few tall, strong black men emerged from the light, passing some turbid, viscous liquid into each metal cell. When they reached Alex's cell, one of the black men said, "Huh, boss, this one's still alive. It got the resilience of a cockroach." The boss, a bald man covered in menacing tattoos, glanced coldly at Alex and then warned his subordinates. "Don't touch him for now. The trading time is coming up. If he dies, the organs won't be fresh, and the price will drop significantly." Yes, I understand." The subordinate quickly nodded and bowed, indicating his compliance, then gave Alex a vicious look. He subconsciously touched the wound on his palm and gritted his teeth. "Kid, you're lucky this time. Organ trafficking." As the group left, Alex immediately understood what was going on from their few words. Afterward, he felt an intense pain in his brain as a flood of broken memory fragments surged into his mind. The original owner of this body was also named Alex Locke, an ordinary college student. About a month ago, he suddenly awakened to a mutant ability and used it to escape unscathed from a burning building. Although he survived the disaster, there was no subsequent good fortune. A few days later, his parents discovered his mutant ability and, despising it, kicked him out of the house. He was then pursued by a mysterious organization and was accidentally abducted by gang members from Hell's Kitchen, ending up in this unknown underground prison. The black man was the one who captured him. During the resistance, Alex almost bit off a piece of the man's flesh. Because of this, the man took extra care of him. Looking at his scar-covered skin under his shirt, which was festering and still losing blood, Alex guessed the original owner had died because of this. However, this wasn't the most severe crisis at the moment. In a week, the gang would trade with other underground organizations, and this batch of goods would be slaughtered like livestock for their organs. Moreover, this world was the one he was familiar with, mutants, Stark Industries. Wasn't this the extremely dangerous Marvel universe? Even if he survived the upcoming crisis, how could he escape the universe-threatening snap afterward? Alex didn't want to gamble on a 50-50 chance. Also, was this the movie world or the comic world? If it was the movie world, there might be a chance to struggle, but if it was the comic world? Alex shivered instinctively. As for the original owner's superpower. If his superpower were strong, he wouldn't have been abducted by the underground gang. His ability is energy absorption, much like Sebastian Shaw's power. However, after the initial emotional awakening, the power's intensity decreased significantly. He couldn't even fully absorb the kinetic energy of a punch, let alone bullets or mutant abilities. What use is such a weak power? Alex felt despair. He had just transmigrated to this world and was already about to die. He had been living well in his previous life, so why did he suddenly appear here? Amid his intense unwillingness, a voice sounded in Alex's ear. "Congratulations, you have awakened the Multiversal character template system. You have obtained the character template, Gojo Satoru. You have awakened the skill, 6 Eyes LV1. Name, Alex. Template, Gojo Satoru. Energy absorption LV1, 78/100 can absorb most forms of energy, but absorption speed and storage capacity are low. 6 Eyes LV1, 1 out of 100 provides 360-degree long-distance vision, the ability to see energy flow, and remarkable dynamic vision, allowing precise energy manipulation. Template fusion rate, 1%. Increase fusion rate to unlock new skills. Energy points, 0. When the template fusion rate reaches 100%, you will receive a new character template. Alex immediately felt different. He could see a 360-degree view around him with extraordinary clarity, even seeing dust particles in the air. Additionally, there were blue lines intertwining in his vision, with the ends of the lines leading to the dim wall lamp behind him. Clearly, he was seeing electrical currents, which was an effect of six eyes allowing him to see energy. After experiencing this ability, Alex was overjoyed because the first character template he got was Gojo Satoru. Even though Gojo Satoru's reputation had slightly decreased after recent events, he was still one of the top-tier characters in the JUJUTSU Kaisen world. If he could obtain Gojo Satoru's abilities, even partially, he could easily escape from this prison. The most important thing was, Gojo Satoru's abilities were incredibly cool. After gaining the system, Alex immediately felt hopeful about his future. But the most pressing matter was to escape from the gang's prison. At this moment, he heard heavy footsteps approaching. The same black man from before, whom he vaguely remembered was named Jim, came over. Jim walked up to Alex's cell, gave him a vicious smile, and said in a low voice. "Yo cocksucker, I didn't expect you to be so resilient. I'll let you live another day, and tomorrow I'll give you a proper welcome." After saying this, he unzipped his pants and pissed into the bowl on the ground, filling it with a foul-smelling yellow liquid. Seeing Alex's indifferent expression, as if looking at a dead man, made him exceptionally angry. The wound on his palm throbbed with pain. However, remembering the boss's orders, he held back. He dared not disobey the boss, so he left with a parting threat. Alex quietly watched Jim's back for a moment before looking away. Seeing the yellow liquid and the murky gruel scattered on the ground, though the liquid hadn't splashed on him, he still moved back. He decided that he would properly welcome this guy tomorrow. Though he was hungry, Alex refused to drink the gruel contaminated with the yellow liquid. Instead, he started to explore his newly acquired abilities. He shifted to a position that blocked the dim wall lamp with his body and, under the cover of his coughing, discreetly shattered the glass covering the lamp. He hid the glass in his sleeve, then used his fingers to make contact with the lamp filament. Success or failure hinged on this. After obtaining six eyes, he felt he could control energy more precisely and sensed a change in his energy absorption ability. When his fingers touched the filament, he absorbed the electricity and heat with precise energy control from six eyes, while the energy points slowly increased. Energy points +1. Energy points +1. Energy points +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Time passed slowly as Alex used his body to shield the filament and continuously absorbed energy, channeling the acquired energy into the Gojo Satoru character panel. After a few hours, the system updated. Template fusion rate, 5%. New skill unlocked, limitless technique. Congratulations, your skill energy absorption has leveled up. Chapter 2. Limitless technique LV1, 1/100 interferes with matter at the atomic level, controls space, and objects approaching the user slow down more and more, never being able to touch the user. Energy absorption LV2, 1/300 can absorb most forms of energy, with a general speed and storage capacity. When the fusion rate reached 5%, energy absorption also upgraded to level 2, and Alex immediately felt changes in his body. Firstly, the speed of energy absorption increased, and his body could store more energy. Additionally, he gained a technique imprinted deep within his soul, the limitless technique. Alex instantly understood how to use the limitless technique. However, due to the low fusion rate, he could only maintain it for 5 minutes, far from the passive, constant state Gojo Satoru enjoyed. But his goal was merely to escape the prison, and with his current abilities, he had a chance of success. There were still a few hours until dawn. To be safe, he decided to continue absorbing energy to further increase the fusion rate and awaken new abilities. This would ensure nothing could go wrong. Just then, a strange man's voice came from the side. Alex turned to see a middle-aged man quietly saying to him, "Hey, kid over there, you're a mutant, right?" Seeing Alex look behind himself, he noticed that due to the energy absorption, the electricity was visibly being absorbed by his fingers, with a faint glow where they touched. Although dim, it was noticeable if you paid attention. Seeing Alex remain silent, the man immediately became arrogant. "You disgusting mutant scum, you must have a way to get out of here, right? After all, you mutants have all kinds of bizarre powers. It's no surprise you have the ability to escape. Listen up, kid, when you plan to escape, take me with you, or I'll tell the gang that you're a mutant. I'm sure they'd be very interested." Seeing Alex still silent, the middle-aged man grew a bit impatient but continued in a low voice for the sake of escape. "Damn mutant scum, did you hear me?" Hearing the man's threat, Alex remained unmoved, only a barely perceptible smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Due to government propaganda and a certain reason, ordinary people generally harbored malice towards mutants, considering them dirty scum. But they forgot that mutants had the power to easily tear them apart. Alex looked up, brushing aside his white hair to reveal his striking blue eyes, and flashed a brilliant smile. "Sir, don't worry, I'll let you out right away." The middle-aged man finally smiled in satisfaction. Smart choice. Stopping the electricity absorption, Alex walked over to the man, extending his hand through the iron bars. "Sir, please give me your hand. My ability is space jumping, and I'll get you out of here immediately." The middle-aged man instantly showed joy. As expected, this mutant was just a kid who would comply with a little threat. He had already decided that once he escaped, he would immediately call the police to capture this mutant scum. Reporting a mutant would earn him a nice reward, enough to live comfortably for a while. As for reporting the gang that had captured him, he wouldn't dare. They were ruthless criminals, and escaping from them was a priority, not provoking them further. He didn't consider Alex a threat. If his mutant ability was truly dangerous, how could he have been caught by ordinary gangsters? In his mind, Alex must have a power that could only be used once, followed by a long recovery period, no threat at all. If Alex hadn't been transmigrated, the man might have been right. But now, Alex was entirely different, awakened with a system. When their palms touched, an imperceptible electric current flowed into the man's body, rendering him immobile due to the intense stimulation. Level 2 energy absorption had reached this level of capability, but Alex's goal wasn't to electrocute the man to death. People who frequently electrocute others know that the smell of burning flesh is a giveaway, easily noticed by others. So, Alex used his stored energy to enhance his body, then grabbed the man's neck with his other hand and twisted sharply. With a faint crack, the man's neck snapped, and he died instantly. It was deep into the night, and the slight sound didn't attract any attention. Even if someone heard it, they'd likely think it was just someone cracking their joints. Alex positioned the man as if he were sleeping, then sat back by the lamp and continued absorbing energy, as if nothing had happened. The system notifications continued. Energy points +1. Energy points +1. Energy points +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Alex wasn't sure how much time had passed, but through the window, he could see the sky beginning to lighten. Meanwhile, he had been continuously absorbing energy, channeling it into his template, and he heard the system notification. Template fusion rate, 10%. You have unlocked a new skill, Cursed Technique Lapse, Blue. Cursed Technique Lapse, Blue LV1, 1/100 creates a powerful suction centered on blue, with output reaching negative infinity, resembling a small black hole. Alex's eyes lit up as various methods of using Cursed Technique Reversal, Blue emerged in his mind. At this moment, his system panel read. Name, Alex. Current template, Gojo Satoru. Energy absorption LV2, 67/300 can absorb most forms of energy, with a general speed and storage capacity. 6 Eyes LV1, 1/100 provides 360-degree long-distance vision, the ability to see energy flow, and incredible dynamic vision, enabling precise energy manipulation. Limitless Technique LV1, 1/100 interferes with matter at the atomic level, controls space, and objects approaching the user slow down more and more, never being able to touch the user. Cursed Technique Lapse, Blue LV1, 1/100 creates a powerful suction centered on blue, with output reaching negative infinity, resembling a small black hole. Template fusion rate, 10%. Increase the template fusion rate to unlock new skills. Energy points, 12. When the template fusion rate reaches 100%, you will obtain a new character template. After leveling up energy absorption to LV2, Alex felt a significant increase in the energy within his body. As his experience grew, the limit for storing energy within his body increased once more. He could now maintain the limitless technique continuously for at least 10 minutes and use Cursed Technique Lapse, Blue multiple times. Feeling confident in his newfound strength, Alex was no longer in a hurry to escape. He wanted to give the gang here a surprise and properly repay Jim. Just then, the cell door creaked open, and several familiar gang members with sinister looks entered the cell. Chapter 3. Today was the day of the gang's transaction. They took out the keys to the cells, opened each one, and dragged everyone out, preparing to transport them outside. Everyone understood what was about to happen, and despair set in. Some cried out in agony, some knelt and begged, and others hurled threats. The gang members remained indifferent to all these reactions. Those who cooperated were left alone, while those who didn't were beaten with electric batons. Soon, the gang members reached Alex's cell, and among them was the Jim. Seeing Alex looking at him, Jim gave him a sinister grin and made a throat-slitting gesture. But instead of seeing fear, Alex gave him a bright smile, which annoyed Jim greatly. "Cockroach, get out. Today's your lucky day." Jim sneered. Alex calmly replied, "Yes, today is indeed a good day." Hearing Alex talk back, Jim's face darkened. He walked up to Alex and whispered, "You probably don't know, but I've arranged with Dr. John for your organ removal surgery to be done without anesthesia. You'll die in pain and despair." Alex gave him a mysterious smile. "Maybe you won't get the chance to see that." Enraged by the continued provocation, Jim wondered where this bastard got his courage. He decided to teach him a lesson. Even if it meant getting reprimanded by the boss, as long as he didn't kill him, the punishment wouldn't be too severe. Jim twisted his fist and swung it fiercely at Alex's face. He had long been annoyed by that handsome face, and now, the calm expression on it made him even angrier. The gang members behind Jim didn't stop him. They watched with interest, eager to see the pretty boy scream in despair. But what happened next shocked them all. Jim's fist stopped inches from Alex's face, unable to move closer. At first, they thought Jim was just playing around and teased him. "Jim, stop fooling around. The transaction is about to start. If we waste time, the boss will have your skin. Yeah, hurry up and hit that rat. I can't wait to hear him scream in pain." "No, I'm not." Jim stared in terror at the man before him. His originally dark brown eyes had somehow turned into a deep, azure blue, and his once black hair had turned pure white overnight. Though the man was smiling at him, the cruel curve of his lips and the mocking glint in his eyes made it clear that all of this was his doing. What was happening? Jim suddenly realized, could this kid be a mutant? The gang members behind Jim sensed something was off from his reaction and began to scrutinize the situation more closely. They noticed the veins bulging on Jim's arm and his muscles twitching, indicating he was using all his strength. The closer Jim's hand got to the rat's face, the more it trembled, as if the space around it was severely distorted, bending light itself. Something was wrong. They all realized, could that pretty boy actually be a mutant? A creeping fear settled over them, especially when they saw the calm, indifferent smile on Alex's face. Instinctively, they all took a step back. Seeing Jim struggle to get closer to him, Alex gave him an encouraging smile, "Come on, you can do it. Just a bit more effort and you can touch me." But as soon as he spoke, the smile vanished from Alex's face. Jim, overwhelmed by the fear of the unknown, was trying to turn and run. There was no way Alex would let him escape. He still had a gift to deliver. The energy within Alex surged, rapidly enhancing his physical abilities. In a movement too fast for the human eye to follow, he grabbed Jim's head and slammed it into the ground with tremendous force. Bang! The sound of Jim's skull hitting the ground was chilling. He lost consciousness immediately from the impact. Alex didn't stop there. Using his enhanced strength, he stomped on Jim's limbs with brutal force. The crushing impact shattered flesh and bone, sending blood and tissue splattering and spreading across the ground. Jim woke up from the intense pain as his right arm was crushed under Alex's foot, letting out a piercing scream and struggling desperately. But how could he resist Alex? He could only watch with wide eyes as Alex crushed his limbs, turning him into a complete wreck. Ignoring Jim, Alex considered the gift delivered, and that was enough for him, regardless of whether Jim was satisfied or not. Seeing the terrifying man in the cell amid the bloodshed, the gang members snapped out of their shocked stupor under his icy gaze. One of them immediately reacted, shouting loudly, his ability must have significant limitations, otherwise how could Jim have caught him? "Shoot at him, we can surely kill him." The others quickly followed suit, "Right. Shoot at him." These gang members, clearly seasoned and well-trained from numerous battles, quickly regained their composure and began firing their rifles at Alex in panic. But what happened next filled them with despair. Bullets floated strangely in mid-air, distorting unnaturally, unable to approach the terrifying man even the slightest. It was as if the distance between them was not just a few inches but an insurmountable gap. The infinity. How is this possible? Why isn't it working? What kind of mutant ability does he have? If he possesses such power, why was he caught by Jim before? They could no longer maintain their composure, instinctively pulling their triggers and firing madly at Alex. But none of these bullets could get anywhere near Alex, who even had the leisure to help Jim fend off the bullets. Alex had no intention of letting this bastard die so easily, he wanted him to sink into despair and pain. Then, Alex turned his attention to the gang members who were shooting incessantly and the others who rushed to support them. With a smirk on his face, he made a mysterious gesture, relaxingly extending his hands forward, palms facing each other. Cursed technique lapse, blue. With a special flow of energy within him, a terrifying blue vortex swiftly formed in front of Alex. All bullets fired towards him were swallowed up by the vortex like a black hole. After all the energy was gathered. Boom! The terrifying blue vortex burst forth, flying towards the front at lightning speed, sucking in everything in its path, be it flesh and blood or steel and concrete, leaving no trace behind. Once everything settled down, all the gang members ahead had disappeared without a trace, not even a piece of flesh remained. Chapter 4. The scene before them rendered everyone in stunned silence, all the survivors staring in shock. What is this? Can mutants do something like this? He's a devil. A devil. The closest gang member, trembling, removed the severed limb that had fallen on his face and then screamed as he fled. However, before he could take a few steps, the gang leader shot him in the head. Why are you screaming? He can't possibly use that move again so quickly, the gang leader shouted. We'll shoot him together and wear him down. Jiro, bring the rocket launcher. Remember, we have to complete this deal, otherwise, Kingpin won't let us off. The gang leader's words quickly calmed the gang members. They turned their gaze towards Alex, gritted their teeth, and began shooting wildly. It seemed that the person named Kingpin was even more terrifying than Alex, who had just unleashed that horrifying blue vortex. As bullets rained down on him, Alex didn't dodge. The energy consumption of the limitless technique was calculated by time, not by the intensity of the attack. He moved forward as if he were strolling through a gentle breeze, a cruel smile on his face, charging at the gang members. Energy enhanced his body, and the various combat experiences from the Gojo Satoru template fortified Alex's mind. Facing a battlefield he'd never experienced before, he felt no nervousness or fear, instead, the curve of his smile grew more pronounced. With a powerful push of his right foot, the energy first transformed into cursed energy, then was fine-tuned by the 6 eyes to enhance his body. Boom! Flesh and blood crushed the ground as he charged head-on towards dozens of gang members. Hands, feet, every joint, and every part of his body became lethal weapons under Gojo Satoru's exquisite techniques, precisely controlled by the 6 eyes. The gang members couldn't track Alex's movements. Stray bullets that happened to hit him were blocked by the limitless technique. Gang members fell like cut grass, unable to rise again. Finally, Alex stood before the gang leader, smiling, hands in his pockets, slowly walking towards him. The gang leader's heart filled with terror as he looked at the mutant before him. This man had shattered all his perceptions of mutants. How could a mutant be this strong? If all mutants were this powerful, why were they hunted like vermin? I don't believe it. Your ability must have some flaw, the gang leader shouted at Alex, trying to drive away his fear with his voice. At this moment, a gang underling brought out a rocket launcher and handed it to the gang leader. Seeing the rocket launcher, the gang leader's eyes lit up, and all his previous fear dissipated. Snatching the rocket launcher from the underling's hand, he roared ferociously at Alex, "Die!" Amidst intense flames, the rocket propelled towards Alex and exploded violently before him. The gang leader trembled with laughter amidst the fire's glow. Damn mutant, die for me. However, as the explosion subsided, clear footsteps emerged from the smoke. A hand extended from the dust and seized the gang leader by the neck. Ugh! A deep, ocean-like azure light emanated first, followed by striking white short hair, and finally, dirty clothes and numerous wounds all over. In the terrified gaze of the gang leader and his underlings, Alex grinned ferociously. Blue! The blue vortex gathered in his hand again. Amidst the gang leader's screams, it swallowed him whole and then continued flying forward at great speed, smashing a massive crack in the prison walls. After completing everything, Alex ignored the people behind him. Using energy-transformed cursed power to strengthen his physique, he vanished from the spot, dashed out of the cage through the wall's breach, leaving behind only incapacitated gang members and the open prison gate for the innocent residents to find. After Alex left, silence blanketed the scene. Several seconds later, cheers erupted throughout the prison, and numerous innocents rushed towards the opening named Freedom. Several hours later, in an extraordinarily luxurious room in Hell's Kitchen, brilliant crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, illuminating the scene below. Seated in the midst of it all was a figure whose face seemed shrouded in shadows. Standing before him was a man in a peculiar tight-fitting suit, reporting. Target, the mission failed. If an ordinary person faced the man known as Kingpin, they would likely tremble uncontrollably, unable even to stand. Yet, the man continued calmly, almost like a machine. Yes, almost all members are dead. Most are unaccounted for, presumed dead. This seems to be because there was a mutant in this shipment, and all of this is his doing. The room fell silent again until a minute later when Kingpin opened his eyes and emotionlessly asked Bullseye. Can you kill him? As long as he's human, I can kill him. Then I want to see his body within a week. As you wish. At the same time, in a secluded corner of Hell's Kitchen, within an underground prison. A kindly-looking man entered the basement, followed by several surviving gang members and escapees from the prison. Upon reaching the prison, Coulson's kind demeanor faded as he looked at the twisted metal cells, shattered floors, and the massive breach blasted through the wall by an unknown attack. He turned to the others and asked. Do you say all of this was the work of a mutant? Immediately, the group nodded. A young innocent woman stepped forward, her face filled with admiration as she addressed Phil Coulson. Yes, he's a very handsome gentleman, with unforgettable silver hair, deep eyes like lakes, elegant manners, and incredible strength. He's nothing like those aggressive mutants, he's a true gentleman. Though the young woman's admiration added a touch of romanticism, she did reveal some information about the mysterious mutant. Coulson surveyed the bizarre scene once more, particularly lingering on the huge breach in the wall and the craters on the ground. He muttered to himself. A deep blue vortex? An unknown powerful mutant, definitely level 3, possibly level 4, and, even being an Omega level isn't out of the question. Just then, a low voice came through his earpiece. Agent Coulson, what's the situation? Director Fury, this mutant is exceptionally strong, definitely someone who could fit into your plans. Good. Spare no effort in tracking him down and bringing him into our fold. Chapter 5. Breaking out of the gang's prison, Alex used the original's memories to identify his surroundings. As expected, the prison was located in Hell's Kitchen. Confirming his location, Alex rushed in a specific direction. His mutant identity had been exposed when he awakened, leading to his capture by the authorities. The gang that had captured him wouldn't let him go either. Before killing the gang leader, Alex had learned that these gang members were likely under Kingpin's command. As the underground emperor of New York, Kingpin would never let him off for ruining his business. Facing pursuit from both sides, increasing his strength was Alex's top priority. The continuous use of the limitless technique and 2 uses of lapse, blue, had nearly depleted his energy. If he were to encounter the pursuit squads now, he would have no power to resist. Rounding a corner, Alex saw a transformer and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Electricity was the easiest energy source he could access, providing the support he needed in the early stages. The 6 eyes granted Alex extremely precise energy control. He used his energy absorption ability to slowly draw electricity from the transformer, matching his maximum absorption speed. Energy points +1. Energy points +1. Energy points +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. As his energy points steadily increased and his body filled with energy, Alex smiled in satisfaction. Feeling his energy nearly overflowing, Alex began practicing his newly acquired skills. The abilities granted by the system started at level 1 and needed continuous practice to improve. For example, Technique Blue, the power of Alex's current skill was far from the power Gojo Satoru could unleash. Only by practicing and leveling up the skill could it reach greater potency. With the system's support, Alex could potentially enhance his skills beyond the template's original capabilities, achieving unprecedented levels of power. Among his current abilities, the 6 eyes didn't directly enhance his strength. Energy absorption, on the other hand, was the fastest skill to level up with practice. The limitless technique's unique nature meant leveling it up would only reduce its consumption, requiring significant levels before it could transform. So, Alex immediately started practicing Technique Blue. This skill had immense attack potential, but at its current low level, it could only form a small black hole and was slow. While it could easily crush ordinary people, hitting mutants or other superpowered individuals would be challenging. With the Six Eyes' help, Alex formed a blue-black hole the size of a ping-pong ball and practiced maneuvering it. Meanwhile, the system provided prompts. Lapse technique, blue, experience +1. Lapse technique, blue, experience +1. Lapse technique, blue, experience +1. Level 1 skills are easy to upgrade. Alex hid in the power station, continuously absorbing electricity and practicing lapse technique, blue. After 3 hours, the system panel prompted. Lapse technique, blue, experience +1. Lapse technique, blue, experience +1. Congratulations, lapse technique, blue has leveled up. Lapse technique, blue, LV2, 1/300 generates a powerful suction force centered on blue, with output reaching negative infinity, akin to a small black hole. At the moment of the upgrade, Alex immediately sensed a surge of information about using lapse technique, blue, in his mind. Although the skill description hadn't changed much, its power had increased significantly. Just as Alex was about to test the changes in his upgraded skill, he suddenly heard the sound of a gun being cocked behind him. "Hey, you unlucky guy over there, hand over all your money, or you'll taste my bullets." Through the Six Eyes, Alex had already sensed the man approaching from behind and had activated the limitless technique. He turned around unhurriedly. A shabby middle-aged man was pointing a handgun at him, clearly intending to rob him, the American way. The middle-aged man had come around hoping to get lucky and was delighted to find a potential victim. He quickly stepped forward, cocked his gun, and demanded that Alex hand over all his money. Initially, the man planned to take the money and leave immediately. However, upon seeing Alex's appearance, he hesitated, then licked his lips and leered. "I've changed my mind. Not only are you going to hand over your money, but you're also going to face the wall and put your hands up." Hearing the shabby man's words, Alex could no longer tolerate it. He had initially intended to use this man to test his newly upgraded skills, but now he decided to end it quickly. Just as Alex was about to unleash technique, blue, a sudden, violent whistling sound came from the side. Then, a figure wearing a black and white tight suit, with a hood, and a graceful, well-proportioned body swung over from afar using spider webs, kicking the shabby middle-aged man into the air. During his flight, several spider webs caught up to him, wrapping him up and hanging him on a nearby streetlight. The hooded girl clung to the wall of a building, one side of her body naturally hanging down, and said to Alex, "Sir, are you all right? No need to thank me. I'm New York's friendly neighbor, Spider-Woman." Spider-Woman. Upon seeing this figure, Alex immediately recognized her. "Isn't this Gwen Stacy? Why isn't it Spider-Man? Could this world be some unknown parallel universe instead of the movie universe?" As Alex pondered this, Gwen, seeing that Alex did not respond, became a bit worried. Could he be injured? Upon closer inspection, she indeed found that this man was covered in various wounds, though most had healed, they still looked gruesome. She continued. "Sir, you're injured. Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" Alex had a favorable impression of Gwen. When watching Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse, he had developed a liking for this brave and strong Spider-Woman. No, I'm fine. But..." Seeing Alex refuse her help, Gwen wanted to say something more, but her spider sense kicked in. Danger. She instinctively tried to grab the man in front of her and take him to safety, but as she swung away on her webs, she suddenly realized she hadn't managed to grab him. What's going on? Then she heard the sound of walls breaking and a building collapsing. Oh, damn it. Seeing the enormous lizard completely destroy the power station, Gwen didn't think the man could have survived the lizard's attack. Due to her negligence, an innocent man had died. He looked so young, only a few years older than her. Chapter 6. Gwen angrily glared at the gigantic lizard monster. "Dr. Connors, this time, I will defeat you and bring you to justice." Spider-Gwen attacked Lizard. Although Lizard's strength could easily smash concrete pillars, he was helpless against the agile Spider-Woman and had to endure Gwen's attacks. However, even though Gwen's attacks kept hitting Lizard, they couldn't inflict significant damage. Lizard had tough skin and regenerative abilities. Despite Gwen's punches being strong enough to kill an ordinary person, they barely harmed him. Even minor injuries healed rapidly thanks to his regeneration. Though Gwen's anger boosted her strength, it also quickly drained her stamina. Soon, she was panting heavily. Being a new Spider-Woman, Gwen wasn't yet familiar with her powers and had little combat experience. As her stamina waned, her speed and strength declined, eventually putting her at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Lizard exploited a flaw in Gwen's defense, grabbing her leg and flinging her into a nearby wall, leaving a human-shaped dent with a loud crash. Having only recently acquired her extraordinary abilities, Gwen was stunned by the severe pain from the impact and struggled to recover. She tried to stand, but the terrifying green figure loomed over her, blocking the dim streetlights and casting a shadow. A piercing sound cut through the air as Lizard kicked Gwen again, sending her flying and leaving her completely powerless. Hearing heavy footsteps, Gwen tried to lift her head and stand but failed. She watched in despair as Lizard approached, fear of death enveloping her. Transformed into Lizard, Dr. Connors had lost all humanity. Gwen didn't believe he would spare her. Am I really going to die just after gaining these extraordinary powers? No, I don't want to die. But the excruciating pain throughout her body and her inability to move told her she had no strength left to resist. She was about to descend into the abyss of death like the man before her. Yo! At that moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. Gwen thought she was hallucinating, believing the man should be dead. But seeing Lizard pause confirmed she wasn't hearing things. The man wasn't dead. How could this be? Yet the following voice affirmed her improbable guess. Hey, didn't you hear me, ugly? Seeing Lizard turn and look at him, Alex's lips curled into a sinister smile. What? Planning to attack me? Lizard looked at Alex with some confusion. How was the ant from earlier suddenly alive again? Dr. Connors was highly intelligent, but as Lizard, he was a low-intelligence creature, more adept at instinctual destruction than thinking. After a brief pause, Lizard charged at Alex, intending to tear the ant before him to shreds. Witnessing this, Gwen didn't understand how the man had survived the previous attack, but she was certain he wasn't a match for Lizard. She quickly shouted a warning. Run! What happened next left her wide-eyed and incredulous. Lizard roared and charged at Alex. Although Lizard's body appeared bulky, he wasn't slow. His seemingly slow appearance was only in comparison to the agile Spider-Woman. In reality, his speed, agility, and reflexes were comparable to hers, but his massive frame slowed him down. However, this bulk also had its advantages, enhancing his strength. As Lizard charged, Alex felt like he was facing an oncoming truck. But it was just a truck. Alex extended one hand forward, causing the surrounding space to overlap and reach an infinite state, preventing anything from approaching him. The infinity. Under Gwen's watchful eyes, Lizard was about to collide with the seemingly fragile man. Given the man's thin frame, he would surely be crushed, right? She couldn't bear to watch what was about to happen. But as the man extended his hand to block, his slender arm appeared as fragile as a chopstick against the massive Lizard. Thud. Yet, that thin arm stopped Lizard in his tracks. What was happening? What had become of this world that she no longer recognized it? Gwen repeatedly questioned herself. Watching the massive Lizard attacking but unable to move an inch closer, Alex smiled brightly at him. Come on, keep trying. Maybe if you try a little harder, you'll actually reach me. Seeing the Lizard turn to face him, Alex's mouth curled into a sinister grin. You're so weak. The Lizard couldn't tolerate such provocation. He burst forth with even greater strength, his muscles bulging, and unleashed his strongest blow. But it still had no effect. Despite being just a few centimeters away, it was like there was a world between them, impossible to touch. After playing with the Lizard for a while, Alex grew impatient. He converted his energy into cursed energy, enveloping his entire body. He intended to end this battle. Even with Alex's current level of fusion with the template, enhancing his body with cursed energy alone wasn't enough to match the Lizard. But with the assistance of 6 eyes, the Lizard was nothing more than a big punching bag. The infinity remained active, preventing the Lizard from touching Alex in the slightest, while Alex could freely engage the Lizard. Empowered attacks enhanced by cursed energy struck the Lizard. In Gwen's astonished gaze, the seemingly frail man was ruthlessly beating down the Lizard, completely overpowering him. Drawing on the memories and combat instincts of Gojo Satoru in his mind, each of Alex's attacks was precise and devastating, causing considerable damage to the Lizard every time. Boom! His foot collided with the Lizard's chest, sending him flying, crashing through several walls before finally hitting the ground. However, he immediately got up again. Despite the significant damage caused by Alex's recent attack, the Lizard quickly recovered under his terrifying regeneration ability, rendering the attack ineffective. Gwen's hopeful eyes dimmed once again. Yes, she had been defeated by this terrifying regenerative ability. Even though the unexpected strength of the man had been astonishing, without being able to deal a fatal blow to the lizard, the terrifying regenerative ability would wear him down. She addressed the man. This lizard possesses extremely strong recovery abilities. If you can't defeat him in one go, he could wear you down to death. Your damage must be faster than his self-healing speed to defeat him. Alex ignored Spider-Woman's advice and instead stared at the increasingly enraged lizard. After the wounds on the lizard's body healed, he immediately charged at him. A sinister smile crept onto his lips as he mocked the large figure in front of him. Did you really think I couldn't handle you? He extended his palm, fingers slightly curling, then his voice turned cold and detached. Cursed technique lapse, blue. Chapter 7. The deep blue vortex of terror appeared once again, swallowing everything around it. In the moment of casting the technique, Alex immediately felt a difference as his energy rapidly transformed into pure cursed energy, consuming him. Originally capable of condensing a deep blue black hole the size of a pineapple, it had now grown to the size of a basketball. Of course, with increased power came significantly greater consumption than before. Nevertheless, despite the enormous consumption, the performance of the level 2 blue did not disappoint Alex. The deep blue black hole surged towards the lizard at more than twice its original speed. Instinctively sensing the danger, the lizard attempted to evade, but due to the close proximity and the incredible speed of the deep blue black hole, he was completely unable to dodge it. Watching from a distance, Gwen witnessed the following scene. The lizard's body contorted violently, with large amounts of flesh and blood moving towards the center of his body. Then, a terrifying deep blue black hole burst forth from the lizard's chest, devouring his flesh and blood relentlessly until there was nothing left. Even after completely devouring the lizard's body, the terrifying deep blue black hole showed no signs of stopping, continuing to engulf everything around it. The air, the ground, shattered walls, and even roadside lamps. What terrified her most was that the terrifying deep blue black hole suddenly flew towards her at lightning speed. Severely injured, she was unable to dodge and could only watch helplessly as death approached. Facing the lizard, her heart was filled with unwillingness, but facing the terrifying deep blue black hole, she was almost losing her ability to think. The horrifying deep blue black hole was unstoppable, devouring everything around it, even her thoughts had not escaped. Gwen's mind went blank. However, just as the terrifying attraction of the deep blue black hole began affecting her body with a few meters left to spare, the vortex suddenly disappeared without a trace. She recovered from holding her breath and began to breathe heavily. She had never been so close to death before. Never before had she felt so helpless. Could this truly be the incredible power that humans could wield? After releasing the blue, Alex looked satisfied as he gazed at the completely vanished lizard. The enhancement from the blue surpassed even his expectations. With this, when reaching approximately level 4 or even 5, he could achieve a level comparable to Gojo. Once all was settled, Alex looked ahead and saw Spider-Gwen, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Woman of New York, unconscious due to severe injuries. Observing through 6 eyes, he noted multiple fractures, minor organ ruptures, and bleeding. However, Spider-Gwen possessed innate healing factors, ensuring rapid recovery regardless of the severity of her injuries. Yet they were currently in Hell's Kitchen, and a major battle had just taken place, drawing attention from many directions. Although Alex wasn't a saint, he didn't wish to witness the demise of a character beloved by his former self. 6 eyes experience +1. 6 eyes experience +1. 6 eyes experience +1. With the system's prompts, Alex used 6 eyes to thoroughly examine Gwen's condition and skillfully realigned her displaced bones with his hands, facilitating quicker recovery. At that moment, Alex had a thought and gently removed Spider-Gwen's cowl and mask, revealing a delicate, pretty face with golden short hair. Indeed, it was Gwen Stacy. However, this version of Gwen appeared even more beautiful compared to her portrayal in movies or animations. Just then, Spider-Gwen in Alex's arms suddenly woke up. She looked at the handsome man holding her, initially confused, but upon regaining her senses, she swiftly leaped out of Alex's embrace and flipped several meters away. However, due to her unrecovered injuries, her movements caused slight deformation, and she accidentally fell to the ground, immediately struggling to get back up. You. Once Gwen steadied herself, she noticed the white mask in the man's hand and instinctively touched her face, realizing that her true identity had been exposed. Oh no, what should she do? Why was her identity as Spider-Woman discovered so soon after becoming one? Gwen felt perplexed and unsure how to proceed. To Alex's surprise, Gwen regained consciousness so quickly. Spider-Gwen's healing abilities were not to be underestimated. Holding the mask in his hand, Alex said to Gwen, "I never expected the friendly neighborhood Spider-Woman to be so young. Are you still in school?" Why did you take off my mask?" Gwen questioned. Alex tilted his head and then flashed a bright smile. "Is that not allowed?" "My apologies. If it bothers you, how about you hit me?" Gwen. Since witnessing Alex effortlessly defeat Lizard, she understood just how formidable the seemingly weak man before her truly was. How could she possibly match his immense power? "Why did you kill Lizard?" "He only turned cruel due to the mutation serum, but he was a good person at heart." Gwen confronted him. Facing Gwen's questioning, Alex wasn't surprised. She was, after all, a kind-hearted girl, which was one of the reasons he admired her. However, he preferred the people he liked to be kind-hearted, but he himself was not such a person. "Because he wanted to kill me. So he should have been prepared to be killed by me. It's that simple." Gwen wanted to say more but remained silent. From Alex's perspective, he had acted in self-defense, which was justified. But witnessing the death of a familiar elder figure before her left her at a loss for words. She decided not to say anything more and simply left with a parting remark, drifting away on a thread of webbing. "Maybe you weren't wrong, but I think I should go." Watching Gwen fly away, Alex called out, "Your mask." Spider-Gwen hesitated for a moment, then turned back, snatching the mask from Alex's hand before leaving. Although she really wanted to punch that annoying smile on his face, considering the gap in their strengths, she decided against it. The just Spider-Woman thought to herself. Watching Spider-Gwen vanish into the distance, Alex suddenly felt that transmigrating wasn't so bad after all. At least he could interact with the beloved characters from his past life, and now they weren't just heroes seen on screen, they were living, breathing individuals with their own joys and sorrows. Sensing the remaining energy within him, Alex grabbed a severed electrical wire and began absorbing its power. Energy absorption experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. 6 eyes experience +1. 6 eyes experience +1. 6 eyes experience +1. While absorbing energy, 6 eyes continued to activate, granting Alex precise control over the energy. And so, the experience of 6 eyes continued to increase. A few minutes later, a notification popped up from the system. 6 eyes experience +1. Congratulations, skill 6 eyes has leveled up. Chapter 8. 6 eyes LV2, 1/300 possesses 360-degree long-range vision, can see the flow of energy, and has remarkable dynamic vision, allowing for precise energy manipulation. After leveling up 6 eyes, the 360-degree long-range vision has been more than doubled, increasing from the original 200 meters to 500 meters. This means he can clearly observe within this range, capture small targets, see the specific flow of energy, and has strong dynamic capture abilities. If it's a matter of seeing things more vaguely, his vision can extend even further, though, like an ordinary person, he can see but not clearly distinguish. In addition, leveling up to LV2 has awakened another ability, X-ray vision. Now his 6 eyes can penetrate steel plates about 10 centimeters thick, observing internal conditions. Unlike the Byakugan, which presents a black and white view, he can see things in color, and with extreme clarity. This isn't even obtaining one of the most desired superpowers from his past life so easily, Alex felt a bit disinterested. Suddenly, Alex noticed several drones rapidly approaching from his expanded vision. Further away, he could see a fully armed unit advancing quickly, closely following the drones. This was definitely not a revenge act from Kingpin, nor was it the work of a gang, they wouldn't have such advanced equipment. This was the power of the military, likely a secret unit specialized in capturing mutants. In no time, the drones were close. Alex gave a sinister smile to the cameras on the drones, and then a blue-black vortex swallowed all of them. He then used cursed energy to strengthen his body and quickly left the area. From the original owner's memory, Alex knew that this unit had mutants who joined the military, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Even with the limitless technique, facing various strange abilities wouldn't be safe. He was currently in the fastest growth phase, and there was no need to clash with the military head-on. What he needed now was to continuously absorb energy, improve his template integration, and once he awakened the reverse curse technique, he would have little to no worries at all. In a hidden military base, numerous screens were arrayed on the walls. Suddenly, several screens went dark almost simultaneously, indicating that in a very short time, at least a few drones had been destroyed simultaneously. Noticing this, a middle-aged man with a stern face and sinister eyes, wearing a colonel's insignia, asked a soldier. "What happened?" The soldier immediately stood up and reported to the man. "Colonel Stryker, there was an anomaly during our operation to capture Subject 9527. It appears the target underwent a secondary awakening, manifesting additional mutant abilities." A gleam flashed in Stryker's eyes. He then approached the screens and said to the soldier, "Pull up the footage from the drones before they were destroyed." The soldier quickly displayed the footage from the drones on the largest screen. The drones were flying forward, and soon, a tall, thin, white-haired man appeared on the screen. As the drones hovered in the air, aiming at the white-haired man, he smiled at the camera. Suddenly, a basketball-sized blue-black vortex formed in his hand and rapidly approached the camera, causing the screen to go black, indicating the drone had been destroyed. The other drone recordings showed the same scenario. The unknown blue-black vortex moved at incredible speed, destroying all the drones in an instant. Colonel Stryker's expression grew stern. He remembered Subject 9527 because his abilities were similar to a particularly powerful mutant from decades ago. That mutant could absorb nuclear energy, a terrifying ability. However, Subject 9527's energy absorption had been so weak that he couldn't even fully absorb the kinetic energy from an ordinary punch, so Stryker had paid him little attention. Unexpectedly, he had now reappeared, having awakened additional abilities. After reviewing the footage several times, the last image froze on the blue-black vortex. This vortex's destructive power was evidently very high, capable of easily tearing through metal and destroying drones. Furthermore, 9527 displayed another ability, a wide-range sensory capacity. He had clearly been aware of the drone's approach from the beginning and had been waiting for them. The change in 9527's hair color to white and his blue pupils also piqued Stryker's curiosity. Replaying the footage again, it stopped on that sinister smile. Colonel Stryker displayed a cold smile before issuing his orders. "Capture 9527 with full force, he has significant research value. Deploy test subjects 1085 and 1086 to assist in the capture. Subject 1086's spatial attacks should be able to penetrate 9527's defenses." After giving his orders, he muttered to himself. "A challenge, is it? Then so be it." At 1407, Graymalkin Lane, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, in a hidden laboratory. Jean Grey handed a report to Professor X. "Professor, we've noticed unusual movements in Stryker's unit. They seem to be allocating most of their resources to capture a mutant identified as 9527. 9527? For the same reasons as Stryker, Professor X also had a deep impression of the mutant designated as 9527. This brought to mind his encounter with one of his most formidable adversaries, Sebastian Shaw, the Black King. In hindsight, if not for sheer luck, he and Eric might not have been able to kill him. However, Subject 9527, a young man named Alex Locke, had an extremely low power ceiling, making him one of the weakest among level 1 mutants, with abilities that were practically useless. This had led Professor X to overlook him and not immediately invite him to join Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. He hadn't expected to see Alex's name now on Stryker's target list. Professor X knew Stryker well enough to know that if Alex were worthless, he wouldn't expend so much effort to capture him. Concentrating such forces meant that something mysterious must have happened to Alex. He immediately used Cerebro to locate Alex, hoping to invite him to the school before Stryker could capture him. But why can't I sense Alex's consciousness? I could clearly detect him before. Even with the immense potential of Jean Grey, he could always sense her consciousness. Could it be? Professor X suddenly realized that the mysterious change in Alex might be the cause. It might be something that could block his mind from entering, even preventing him from sensing Alex. Could Alex have the potential of a level 5 mutant? Or, has he already become a level 5 mutant? Thinking this, Professor X quickly said to Jean Grey, "Find Alex at all costs. We must contact him before Stryker and Eric do, and persuade him to join the school. Alex might very well be an Omega-level mutant." Chapter 9. At the same time, a sleek and stylish city woman crossed the street, entered a narrow alley, and finally stepped into a room. Inside, a man wearing a strange helmet stood by the window, gazing deeply at the bustling street. "Eric, I've come across some new information. Both Stryker and Charles are searching for a mutant named Alex, but his mutant ability is only level 1 energy absorption. I suspect his mutant ability has undergone a secondary awakening, which is why he's caught their attention. Magneto did not turn around, he continued to observe everything in front of him, especially the ordinary people without mutant abilities. Energy absorption. Raven, contact Alex immediately. We need to reach him before they do. A mutant who draws the attention of both Charles and Stryker is definitely not ordinary. Recruit him into the Brotherhood of Mutants. Alex was unaware that his secondary awakened abilities had attracted the interest of several factions. At this moment, he had already left Hell's Kitchen. Thanks to a generous donation from a gang member, he had bought a new set of clothes and taken a shower at a hotel. Due to his continuous energy absorption and use of energy to strengthen his body, his injuries were healing at a rate far beyond that of an ordinary person, even without having mastered the reverse curse technique. Some of his old scars were fading, revealing smooth, fair skin. With a pair of round-framed sunglasses on his face, he looked completely renewed, no longer resembling the disheveled man from the underground prison, a handsome guy standing at 1.9 meters tall. Bidding farewell to the store manager, who kept throwing flirtatious glances his way, Alex walked out, leaving her with a look of regret. Due to the threat from the military and Kingpin, he did not want to stay in one place for too long. Opening the system panel, Alex checked the energy points section. Energy points, 3,425. After hours of continuous energy absorption, Alex had accumulated 3,000 energy points. He immediately invested all the energy points into the system, rapidly increasing the template fusion rate, which finally stopped at 23%. The system's prompt finally sounded again. Template fusion rate, 23%. You have awakened a new skill, Reverse Curse Technique. Reverse Curse Technique LV1, 1/100 converts the negative energy of cursed power into positive energy, possessing strong healing effects. He finally obtained the Reverse Curse Technique. With the Reverse Curse Technique, Alex's survival ability would significantly improve, granting him a stronger regenerative ability than even the lizard. Upon acquiring the Reverse Curse Technique, Alex learned from the information in his mind that, at this level, he could not use the Reverse Curse Technique on others, only himself. However, with the skill level's improvement, this limitation would eventually be resolved, and he might even gain the ability to resurrect the dead and restore the essence of things. At this moment, through his 6 eyes, Alex noticed a figure rapidly charging towards him. It was a giant of a man, over 2 meters tall, barreling through the crowd with no regard for the civilians around him. Many people were sent flying, and within moments, the area was filled with cries of pain, with some civilians even killed. In the distance, drones and a large contingent of military forces were gathering, steadily making their way towards the scene. The giant man came to a halt. His body was a mass of bulging muscles, his skin a deep gray, with thick veins pulsing beneath the surface, continuously pumping energy into his powerful frame. On his back was a small, gnome-like man, in stark contrast to the giant, frail and thin, his entire body not even as thick as the giant's arm. Alex did not flee. Based on his observation through the 6 eyes, he judged that the giant's speed was far superior to his own. Unless he mastered the advanced technique of his Limitless, which included teleportation, escape was impossible. Unfortunately, the current level of Limitless was still low, and he had not yet mastered it. The giant stopped 10 meters away from Alex, his bare feet digging into the ground, shattering it and dissipating his momentum. The shards of stone flew towards Alex but stopped mid-air, unable to get any closer. Seeing this, the giant nodded and said, "White hair, blue eyes, and this strange ability, you must be number 9527. 9527. The number was familiar to Alex. Wasn't that the number from the movie? Why was this giant referring to him as 9527? Noticing Alex's confusion, the giant did not bother to explain. 9527, don't resist. Come with me. Colonel Stryker wants to see you. Don't make futile resistance, or you won't like having your limbs broken and being dragged back. The giant spoke with an air of authority, clearly not seeing Alex as a threat, treating him like a prey to be easily hunted. With that, he lunged at Alex, but as he got within a few centimeters, he found himself unable to get any closer. Infinity. Seeing this strange phenomenon, the giant's face twisted into a grimace. Looks like you need a lesson before you join us. Let me set some ground rules. Alex lifted his round-framed sunglasses slightly, revealing his piercing blue eyes. Using his pinky finger, Alex nonchalantly cleaned his ear, then blew on the finger as if to clear away non-existent earwax. With a dazzling smile that held nothing but coldness in his eyes, he said to the giant, "Sure, if you roll over right now, I'll spare your life. That's the rule. Enraged by the disdain from his prey, the giant could no longer tolerate it. He swung his fist at Alex, but it had no effect. Lowering his sunglasses, Alex walked towards the giant. The giant suddenly felt an immense force pressing down on him, rendering his proud, massive body completely powerless against this terrifying strength. By then, the military had arrived and were firing frantically at Alex, but the bullets couldn't get anywhere near him. Amidst the hail of gunfire, Alex pressed the giant against a wall, which began to crumble under the pressure. "Ain't you going to beg for mercy?" Alex said calmly. The giant, finally realizing that this target was far beyond any opponent he'd faced before, felt fear ferment in his heart and overwhelm his thoughts. In desperation, he shouted, "Now, attack!" At the giant's command, Alex sensed a familiar ripple, the power of space. He noticed the gnome on the giant's back was the one releasing this spatial power. A nearly invisible spatial blade was flying rapidly toward Alex. The spatial blade was so fast that he couldn't dodge it. Squelch! The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed as the giant's sinister laughter filled the air. Alex was nearly sliced in half by the spatial blade. Swoosh! A stone suddenly hit him on the face as a few kids can be seen laughing to themselves after throwing it. The homeless man finally talked and said, "Ah, finally, stones." Chapter 10. Despite knowing that there was definitely something wrong with the giant carrying a gnome, the spatial blade's speed was too fast. Even with the dynamic vision of the 6 eyes, Alex couldn't fully track it. Though he tried his best to dodge, the blade still hit him. He immediately extended his hand and used the red technique to create an attraction force behind the giant. The enormous pull drew the giant backward, causing the already crumbling wall to shatter completely. The giant was thrown into the shop behind him, eliciting screams from the customers. Such an attack, without proper build-up, couldn't harm the giant. Even the gnome on his back was well protected and unscathed. The giant stood up, brushed off the dust, and ignored the surrounding civilians. He looked at Alex, whose chest and abdomen were bleeding, and laughed cruelly, "Foolish guy, how will you deal with spatial slashes?" He walked towards Alex, ready to fulfill his earlier promise of breaking Alex's limbs before delivering him to Colonel Stryker. Whether Alex died in the process or not wouldn't anger Stryker. Stryker hated mutants too much to be upset over the death of a mere tool. On a nearby rooftop, 2 groups were in a standoff. One group was from the X-Men, featuring Cyclops and Storm, while the other consisted of Juggernaut and Mystique from the Brotherhood of Mutants. They had encountered each other while searching for Alex and were now at odds. Cyclops had his hand on his glasses, ready to unleash his optic blasts at Juggernaut and Mystique. In a cold voice, he said, "Alex is a new mutant, and we won't let you brainwash him." Mystique, hiding behind Juggernaut to avoid the potential laser beams, retorted, "Mutants are a superior race. Humans are mere ants. Someone as exceptional as Alex should join the Brotherhood. We'll guide him on the right path." "The right path? You mean causing destruction like terrorists?" Cyclops countered. Just as the atmosphere grew more tense, Storm broke the stalemate. "Look, something's wrong with Alex." Everyone's attention shifted to Alex. Their mission was to recruit him, and if he got hurt, their efforts would be in vain. They saw Alex nearly injured by the spatial blade. What? While they had been arguing, their target was almost killed by Stryker's henchmen. Even if Alex hadn't met their expectations, the thought of him dying was unacceptable. Cyclops was ready to remove his glasses, Storm's hair began to float, and her pupils turned white, while Juggernaut prepared to charge. They needed to save Alex before the giant could kill him. Though the injuries were severe, there were mutants with healing abilities, and with technology, timely treatment could save him. However, the next scene stopped them in their tracks. They watched in shock as Alex, severely wounded, displayed yet another mutant ability. The giant sneered and walked slowly towards Alex, intending to break his limbs and deliver him to Colonel Stryker. Stryker imprisoned many mutants, including those with healing powers. As long as Alex was alive, they could heal him. If he died, so be it. Stryker wanted stronger mutants, and those beaten by his subordinates were worthless. The giant stopped abruptly after a few steps, pointing at Alex in shock. How is this possible? Why are your wounds healing?" Due to the distance and the dust from the collapsed wall, the giant hadn't seen Alex clearly. Now, standing closer, he saw the wound on Alex's waist healing rapidly. By the time he stopped, the last trace of the injury had vanished. He stared in disbelief at the white-haired man before him. Alex's terrifying spatial defense, his black hole-like attack ability, his impressive physique, and now his extraordinary healing ability. Was this even a mutant? Not even Magneto or Professor X were this powerful. Could it be, he is a rumored Omega-level mutant? The situation suddenly reversed. Under the excited gaze of Cyclops and other mutants, the fearful gaze of numerous soldiers, and the terrified gaze of the strong man, Alex grinned again and said, "I changed my mind. Even if you cry and apologize now, I won't spare your life. You." The strong man looked at Alex, not daring to move forward. His trump card was the spatial attack of the dwarf on his back, which was the only ability that could break through 9527's defense. And once that ability failed, he would no longer be a match for 9527. He immediately grabbed the dwarf on his shoulder with one hand, put him in front, and yelled at him. "Hurry up and release the spatial blade again, kill him for me, aim properly this time, and hit him head on." The spatial blade had clearly taken a great toll on the dwarf. After just releasing one, he was trembling all over, his face pale. But under the strong man's pressure, the dwarf still released the spatial blade towards Alex again. The spatial blade consumed a lot of energy but had equally immense power and incredible speed. This time, Alex was prepared but still got hit. His arm was slashed deeply, the wound down to the bone. If he hadn't dodged in time, his arm would have been severed from his body. Despite the severity of the injury, Alex remained calm. With the help of the reverse technique, his injury was healing at an extremely fast rate. The strong man witnessed Alex's wound healing process. Seeing the wound that could have been fatal heal in just a few seconds, his eyes lost all trace of battle intent. He immediately threw the dwarf he was holding at Alex and started to flee. He also commanded the surrounding soldiers, "Stop him for me." The strong man had no courage left to face Alex and chose to run away. Although failing the mission would result in severe punishment from Colonel Stryker, there was still a slim chance of survival. It was better than facing the monster before him. Watching the dwarf flying towards him, Alex used the six eyes technique to observe that he could no longer release the spatial blade. So, he stretched out his hands. Under the dwarf's desperate gaze, the terrifying pressure tore his body apart completely, blood splattering everywhere, unable to even make a sound. Not a single drop of blood touched Alex. The blood floating towards him hovered in the air, just like the surrounding bullets, unable to get close to him at all. Alex then looked in the direction of the strong man. Numerous fully armed soldiers were frantically shooting at him, and the strong man had run far away. If he didn't do anything, the strong man would definitely escape. So, he made a decision. He pointed his index finger in the direction of the strong man, aimed, and then calmly said, "Cursed Technique Reversal, Red." Chapter 11. The technique, Blue, can create immense gravitational force, with the limit being negative infinity. By reversing the technique, converting the negative cursed energy into positive energy, Alex not only can use it to heal himself but also can infuse the positive energy into previous techniques to achieve the opposite effect. The technique, Blue, can create negative infinite gravitational force. Therefore, the opposite effect would be positive infinite repulsive force, known as the technique reversal, Red. In theory, after acquiring the reverse technique, Alex could release Red. However, unlike Gojo Satoru, he didn't train from a young age to master the cursed energy, and his grasp of the technique was limited to the experience transmitted through the template. With only 23% template integration, the inherited experience was far from sufficient to release Red. Releasing the reverse technique, Red, at this moment relied entirely on Alex's control. But with the help of the six eyes, he believed he wouldn't fail. The negative cursed power within his body multiplied to become positive energy, then flowed according to the energy flow pattern of the technique, Blue. As Alex finished speaking, a small black and red singularity formed in front of his slender index finger. The cursed power continued to pour in, and under Alex's intense control, the singularity slowly expanded. Just as it was about to fully form, the structure of the singularity suddenly became unstable. Seeing that the technique was about to fail, Alex's mouth twisted into a grim smile. Then, using the absolute control over energy provided by the six eyes and his energy absorption ability, he forcibly stabilized the singularity. Crack! Black and red lightning erupted from the singularity, striking the ground and creating several meters deep, dozens of meters long fissures. The surrounding soldiers, struck by the lightning, were instantly torn apart by the twisted gravitational force, turning into a mess of flesh and blood. Even Alex, the caster, wasn't spared. The terrifying black and red gravitational lightning impacted his body, causing it to gradually disintegrate, only to quickly recover under the effect of the reverse technique. Just as Alex's energy was nearly depleted and he was about to give up, the black and red singularity in front of his index finger finally stabilized, forming a black and red singularity the size of a green bean. The strong man, who had run a kilometer away, suddenly felt a primal fear. He turned around and, with his strong vision, clearly saw the shocking scene in the distance. Everything around that terrifying man was collapsing, including his own body. Yet, despite this, his lips still curled into a cold smile. Among the floating and constantly disintegrating stones, amidst the bodies of numerous dead soldiers, with the blood flowing down his forehead dyeing his mysterious blue eyes red, Alex's face showed a genuine smile. Boom! The terrifying black and red singularity, accompanied by the unstable, splattering black and red lightning, shot rapidly in his direction. Its speed was so fast that even his supervision couldn't track it. By the time he reacted, the horrifying black and red singularity was already right in front of him. The strong man instinctively tried to block it with his hand, but under the immense repulsive force of the reverse technique, red, it was utterly futile. He could only watch as the black and red singularity pulverized his arm, grinding his bones to powder, then passed through his chest, continuing to fly backward. Boom! After passing through the strong man's chest, the black and red singularity flew another few dozen meters, finally stopping after creating a trench over a kilometer long. The strong man's body was completely shattered, and he was utterly dead. Time seemed to freeze for everyone except the heavily panting Alex, everything else was motionless. Everyone was stunned, staring at the terrifying white-haired man. Was this something a human could do? After a brief rest, Alex walked toward the still living, fully armed soldiers. Though one side was fully armed and the other was covered in blood, it was the fully armed soldiers who kept retreating. So, the nearby SHIELD agents who had just arrived, the X-Men watching from the side, the Brotherhood members, and the civilians who hadn't evacuated yet all witnessed this absurd scene. The white-haired, blood-soaked man threw his head back, spreading his arms, and laughed heartily, his wounds healing rapidly. With each step he took forward, the well-trained soldiers took a step back, repeating this pattern over and over. During this process, some soldiers even stepped on broken stones, tripping and falling, smashing their heads on the rocks, but they didn't dare make a sound, fearing to attract the man's attention. But no one would laugh at them, for no one dared to draw attention to themselves in front of that terrifying white-haired man. Until the white-haired man disappeared around the corner, everyone at the scene finally began to breathe again, gasping for air, even the mutants were no exception. At this moment, all members of various factions had only one thought. Report this incident and recruit Alex into their organization. He could already be confirmed as a newly emerged level 5 mutant, and no matter which faction he joined, it would disrupt the current balance. Inside a shop, a middle-aged man was gasping for breath, clutching his camera tightly. He had captured everything that had just happened. Eddie Brock believed that what had just occurred would undoubtedly be the hottest news of the year. Whether it was the terrifying attack in Manhattan, the heart of New York, resulting in numerous civilian casualties, the battle between mutants, or the terrifying abilities of the White Demon, it would all cause a seismic shift in the news world. Alex turned the corner and immediately used his remaining energy to lift the sewer cover and jumped in. Entering the sewer, he moved quickly forward, and blood continued to seep from the wounds on his body as he moved. The consumption of the reverse technique, red, was greater than he had imagined, especially since he forcefully released it, which exponentially increased the consumption. Just using it once had nearly exhausted his internal energy. If he hadn't used his remaining energy to heal some of his injuries, creating the illusion that he still had strength, facing numerous fully armed soldiers would have been truly dangerous. The level 2 energy absorption couldn't let him ignore firearms without the limitless technique. As Alex continued to move forward, the six eyes suddenly detected something. But because of his depleted energy, he couldn't immediately deploy the limitless technique. However, his body instinctively dodged, avoiding the subsequent attack. A dagger grazed Alex's body, piercing the concrete floor of the sewer. Turning around, Alex saw a man in a strange tight suit standing in front of him, with 4 daggers clutched between the fingers of each hand, clearly the source of the recent attack. Chapter 12. Looking at the strange tight suit on the man in front of him and the peculiar target mark on his forehead, Alex immediately recognized his identity, Bullseye. The dagger from earlier was clearly thrown by him. Alex quickly recalled Bullseye's identity. In many versions, he serves Kingpin. The reason for his sneak attack now must be under Kingpin's orders. If it were someone else, even another superhuman, they would be pierced by his skillfully thrown daggers. But Alex was different. Even with his energy nearly depleted, he could still use the six eyes to track the dagger's attack. But what gave Bullseye such confidence? Did he truly believe that he, even with his mastered skills, could assassinate him? Bullseye looked at the white-haired man in front of him. Very strong, beyond his expectations. He had aimed for the man's head, but even in his obviously weakened state, he dodged the thrown dagger. It should be noted that the daggers Bullseye used were partially made of adamantium, an extremely hard alloy that can cut almost anything. With the help of adamantium, his thrown daggers could nearly reach the speed of sound. The white-haired man dodged it, indicating he possessed other abilities besides spatial manipulation, perhaps a super physique or other means. If the man was still at his peak, Bullseye wouldn't even dare to get close. But now, it was completely different. It seems that releasing that terrifying attack drained you significantly, even your reaction speed has greatly diminished. If you were at your peak, I wouldn't be your opponent, but now. Hahaha, killing a powerful being with my own hands is truly delightful. Bullseye trembled with excitement. As a top assassin, what could be more exhilarating than killing a superpowered person? But what surprised him was that the man in front of him showed no panic, as if Bullseye's threat didn't exist. A sense of foreboding immediately arose in Bullseye. He quickly threw the adamantium daggers in his hands, but most were dodged by the man in front of him. However, one dagger did hit the man, which relaxed Bullseye a little. He no longer had that invincible barrier around him. Alex, using his remaining energy to strengthen his body and dodge attacks, quickly noticed the special material of the daggers through the six eyes. He understood that it was these incredibly hard daggers that allowed Bullseye to easily break through his defenses. Yet he remained unflustered. How could a mere assassin dare to challenge him? He asked calmly, "You were sent by Kingpin to assassinate me, right?" Bullseye didn't answer. Instead, he threw the daggers even faster and pulled out a gun to shoot at Alex, but all were detected by the six eyes and easily dodged. Even if Bullseye didn't answer, Alex still confirmed his guess by observing his body details with the six eyes. He continued, "If you tell me Kingpin's location, I'll spare your life. How about it?" Bullseye still didn't answer. Instead, he attacked even more rapidly and mocked, "You're struggling to protect yourself and you want to spare my life? Die." After speaking, Bullseye pulled out a rocket launcher from somewhere and fired it at Alex. LOL. When the rocket exploded in front of Alex, the massive fireball engulfed him, and Bullseye finally breathed a sigh of relief. He should be dead now. Even in his weakened state, that white-haired man was so difficult to deal with. Then he broke into an excited smile. Killing a powerful foe brought him immense pleasure. "You seem quite happy. Do you think it's over?" Suddenly, a voice from the flames froze the smile on his face. He heard the sound of a wall breaking, followed by the demon's voice again. "I'll give you one last chance. Tell me Kingpin's location, and I'll make your death quick." In disbelief, he looked toward Alex. As the smoke cleared, the man appeared before him, completely unscathed. A large number of shrapnel pieces floated in front of Alex, just like the bullets before, unable to get anywhere near him. Moreover, one of Alex's hands was embedded in the sewer wall, and the dim lights around them grew even dimmer, while the wounds on the white-haired man's body healed rapidly. Bullseye immediately realized he was absorbing electrical energy. You have another mutant ability." Realizing this, he immediately turned to flee with all his might. Damn it, he has another mutant ability that allows him to quickly recover energy. Who can stand against him now? Damn you, Kingpin. I'm not taking this job anymore. Let someone else go die. But the terrifying pull came from behind him. Despite his physical prowess, far exceeding that of an ordinary person, he couldn't resist. In Bullseye's despairing gaze, he floated in front of Alex, then his limbs were cruelly twisted by the horrific gravitational force, leaving him with no ability to fight back. In the instant the rocket launcher was fired, Alex immediately used the kinetic energy from the flying knives and sunlight to supplement his energy. He then activated his limitless technique, reinforced his body, and reached out his arm to penetrate the wall, grabbing the electrical cables within and absorbing the energy. A large amount of electrical energy was absorbed, reactivating both the reversed curse technique and the limitless technique, restoring him to peak condition. The adamantium knives were pushed out by his regenerating flesh, falling to the ground, and his wounds healed instantly. Seeing Bullseye flee, Alex smiled brightly, then extended his finger and playfully said, "Blue." After pulling Bullseye towards him and twisting his limbs into a pretzel shape, Alex asked again. So, have you reconsidered? Just tell me what I want to know, and I'll make your death quick and painless. Bullseye looked at the white-haired demon before him, those mocking azure eyes under the white lashes. For some reason, he saw a trace of eerie black and crimson in those beautiful eyes. Alex then tore Bullseye's twisted body apart completely, leaving only some adamantium bones, confirming that he didn't know Kingpin's location. P.S. Bullseye had coated some adamantium onto his bones. Kingpin was an extremely cautious man, changing his residence daily, and even his closest confidants did not know his exact itinerary for the next day. With his hands in his pockets, Alex walked slowly forward, the blood and shrapnel floating behind him quickly falling to the ground. Although it was a pity he couldn't learn Kingpin's precise location, it didn't matter. As the Six Eyes technique continued to upgrade, its observation range and X-ray vision capabilities would keep improving. Once his observation range covered the entire New York City, Kingpin would be nothing more than an insect to be crushed effortlessly. The cables from the sewer walls were pulled out by his gravitational control, floating around Alex, providing him with energy. Energy points +1. Energy points +1. Energy points +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Energy absorption LV2, 233/300 capable of absorbing most energy types, with average absorption speed and storage capacity. Energy absorption was about to reach LV3, making it his first skill to reach that level. What changes would occur once it reached LV3? Would there be some unknown transformation? Chapter 13. Besides energy absorption, Alex's Six Eyes was also rapidly gaining experience. These two skills were in a permanent state, consuming the least amount of energy and were the easiest to upgrade. While Alex continuously absorbed energy, practiced his skills, and strengthened himself, the outside world experienced earth-shattering changes. First, Tony Stark, who had been missing for 2 months, made a return and immediately announced the closure of the Weapons Development Division, causing Stark Industries stock to plummet and creating a huge uproar. Next, a terrifying green-skinned monster appeared at Culver University. The military attempted to capture it but was completely outmatched. The green-skinned monster wreaked havoc before leaving nonchalantly. However, these two events, which should have been the headlines of any newspaper, were overshadowed by another piece of news. This news redefined people's understanding of mutants. On that day, people were reminded of the fear of being dominated by mutants. The news was exclusively covered by Eddie Brock, a journalist from the Daily Globe. According to his account, he was on the scene and witnessed the battle between two powerful mutants. He saw the almost unbeatable mutant abilities and the overwhelming presence of the White Demon. The mutant with body-enhancing abilities was already incredibly strong. I believe he is not inferior to the green-skinned monster. However, in front of the White Demon, he had no power to resist. Eddie Brock wrote in his article. He detailed the concept of mutant levels and stated that the White Demon was definitely a level 5 mutant or an Omega level. In the conclusion of the news article, Eddie Brock wrote, "The terrifying singularity, even its scattered power is enough to tear everything apart. Nothing can withstand a direct hit from it. It's clear that the White Demon is not yet proficient with this ability, which means he has even greater potential for growth. Once he fully masters it, he will be more terrifying than Magneto." This report quickly fermented in society. Some citizens expressed, "Didn't the government say that mutants are not a threat? Why is there such a powerful mutant?" Others were filled with fear, if he continues to grow stronger, he could easily kill all humans. The government must capture him as soon as possible. There were even worshippers of the White Demon, he is a god. A miracle descended to earth. We should worship him as our Lord. There were also voices differing from these mainstream opinions. These came from oppressed mutants who used various hidden IPs to speak out on major social platforms. He is the savior of mutants, the leader of mutants. The government has been oppressing mutants indiscriminately, using them for inhumane experiments. The leader will guide us in our rebellion. That's right, we will follow him forever. In a hidden, luxurious room in Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin stared grimly at the newspaper in front of him, focusing on the terrifying singularity and the 1,000-meter-long ravine it had left behind. Wasn't he supposed to be just an ordinary mutant? Why is he so powerful? As time passed, his unease grew because Bullseye had not returned. Kingpin stayed awake for an entire day, sitting in his chair and waiting. As dawn broke and the sky lightened, he finally accepted that Bullseye had utterly failed and was probably dead. Sitting on the throne of the underground empire for decades, Kingpin had not felt this way in a long time, the feeling of powerlessness and fear. Even though he was an emperor, he was still just a mortal. How could he resist someone who seems to have the power of a god? High above in the sky, inside a massive aircraft carrier, Nick Fury stared unblinkingly at the information in front of him, while Agent Coulson stood cautiously nearby. The boss had been in this position for a long time. Suddenly, Nick Fury closed the file, looked up, and fixed his sharp gaze on Coulson. Agent Coulson, use all means to find him and recruit him. He will be a crucial pillar of the Avengers initiative. Yes, sir. The simulated breeze in the cabin lifted the corner of the file, revealing a few high-resolution photos. A blue black hole, a black and red singularity, a mysterious space defense, and finally, the white-haired man. After Coulson left, Nick Fury's voice echoed in the room once more, such a dangerous mutant must be under SHIELD surveillance. In a secluded office, faint screams could occasionally be heard from outside, agonized cries of mutants subjected to experiments in the lab. Colonel Stryker looked at the information in his hand, his face darkening. Damn it, damn it. Gather more forces and capture that damned mutant scum. In a remote part of New York, the two most powerful mutant factions gathered. If the government knew that the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants were secretly meeting, they would undoubtedly increase the threat level of the X-Men by several degrees. Magneto, wearing his distinctive helmet, and Professor X, seated in his wheelchair, faced each other across the meeting table. Magneto spoke first. Charles, if we can harness his power, in time we could kill all humans and create a peaceful world where only mutants exist. Hearing Magneto's words, Professor X shook his head, his expression serious as he replied. Eric, you are too aggressive. Humans and mutants can definitely coexist peacefully. Peace? Are you talking about the government's relentless persecution of mutants and their constant, brutal experiments? I will make them change. Hearing his old friend's words, Magneto looked at him in disappointment. You're too naive. Blood must be repaid with more blood. The members of the Brotherhood of Mutants behind Magneto looked at him with admiration, their leader who would lead them in rebellion. Your thinking is wrong. That is only a small fraction of people. You can't condemn all of humanity for the crimes of a few. The X-Men members behind Professor X mirrored his serious expression, believing only the compassionate Professor X could help mutants achieve a brighter future. With their discussion at an impasse, Magneto angrily stood up and walked towards the door, followed by many Brotherhood members. I will find him and lead him down the truly correct path. Eric, you know that I will stop you. Do your worst. Alex was unaware of these external events as he was busy planning his future. Unlocking the template required energy, and using skills required energy. Ultimately, he lacked energy. Relying solely on absorbing electrical energy was not sustainable and could draw official attention. Therefore, the most important task was to find a stable energy source. Regarding the Infinity Stones, he was currently too weak, and the risk of acquiring them was too high. So, for now, there was only one option. The arc reactor. Meanwhile, after absorbing electrical energy for a long time, the system sent another prompt. Congratulations, energy absorption has upgraded. Chapter 14. Energy absorption experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Congratulations, energy absorption has upgraded. Energy absorption LV3, 1/1000 capable of absorbing almost all types of energy, with significantly higher absorption speed and energy storage capacity. After the upgrade, Alex immediately noticed a significant change in his energy absorption abilities. First, the types of energy he could absorb had increased. He could now absorb nuclear energy, and even magical energy, which he couldn't absorb before. In addition, the speed of energy absorption had tripled. The energy storage capacity also increased threefold, allowing him to maintain the limitless technique for at least half an hour, perform the full-powered cursed technique lapse, blue more than 6 times, or use the minimum power of cursed technique reversal, red 3 times. From the character template, he learned that the minimum power of cursed technique reversal, red is at least twice the maximum power of cursed technique lapse, blue. This not only represents a more terrifying consumption of energy but also a more astonishing destructive power. However, Alex knew that his previous successful use of cursed technique reversal, red was a stroke of luck. He might not be able to pull it off again. Moreover, his previous cursed technique reversal, red was incomplete, with a lot of energy dissipating. Using it in such a manner twice would deplete his energy. So, until he gained more experience and mastery over curse technique reversal, read from the character template, it was best not to use it. The consumption wasn't the main issue, uncontrolled dispersal of energy hitting his brain would be bad. Currently, his reversed curse technique hasn't reached the level where he can regenerate even if he loses his brain. Besides the enhanced energy capacity, the increased energy absorption speed was a huge benefit to Alex. If his assumptions were correct, he could now withstand shots from small-caliber rifles and fully absorb the kinetic energy of the bullets. This meant that even without activating the limitless technique, Alex was no longer afraid of sneak attacks. Unfortunately, the levels of the limitless technique and the reversed curse technique were still too low. He wasn't sure what specific level they needed to reach to match Satoru Gojo's abilities. That level would allow the limitless technique to be maintained for long periods while the RCT constantly repaired his brain and autonomously filtered out threats. And if the skill levels were raised further, even poisons and space attacks that Satoru Gojo couldn't filter out would be defensible. As his skills continued to improve, Alex would surpass Satoru Gojo and reach a realm Gojo had never achieved. Imagining the future, Alex felt excited, even anticipating the day he could activate a character template with dimensional travel abilities and visit the world of JUJUTSU Kaisen. Using the same techniques to defeat the Satoru Gojo there would indeed be quite amusing. After continually absorbing electrical energy and fully replenishing his internal energy, Alex advanced his template fusion to 27% before leaving the sewer. The sewer exit was in a secluded alley. As Alex planned to buy a new set of clothes, he suddenly noticed a girl staring at him in shock nearby. The girl had green hair and looked dirty and helpless. However, through the 6 eyes, he could see the immense green energy hidden within her and the iron objects around her that seemed ready to move. Alex immediately recognized the girl, Polaris. Polaris, real name Lorna Dane, was Magneto's daughter. She had the power to control magnetism, and at her peak, she could manipulate the Earth's magnetic field, making her a powerful mutant not inferior to Magneto. Unexpectedly, he had run into her here. Alex found it a bit strange but quickly remembered that this universe was not one he knew but an unknown parallel universe. With Marvel's countless versions of universes, nothing was surprising. Alex had no intention of engaging with Polaris, but Polaris clearly wasn't going to let him go. She recognized the man before her, known by the media as the most powerful mutant of the current age, the world's greatest threat, the white-haired mutant. He was also called the savior and leader by mutants. Regardless of the title, it meant the man before her was extremely powerful, even more so than her father, Magneto. Seeing Alex leaving, she instinctively tried to use her powers to stop him, wrenching a metal pipe from the wall and sending it flying towards Alex, intending to block his path. But Polaris was stunned to see her controlled metal stop dead in its tracks as it approached Alex, unable to move an inch further. Instead of being disappointed, she felt even more thrilled. The stronger Alex was, the more likely he could lead mutants to liberation from human oppression. Just as she was about to smile and say something to Alex, her smile froze. Alex slowly turned his head, his azure eyes devoid of any emotion. Being stared at by those deathly blue eyes, Polaris immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, as if death itself had placed its scythe at her neck, ready to claim her soul at any moment. Then she heard a cold voice from ahead, "Isn't it good to continue living?" Hearing this deathly whisper, Polaris shivered violently, snapping out of her daze. She quickly spoke up. "I mean you no harm. I just want to follow you and fight against the human government together." But Alex gave no response. He continued to walk slowly towards Polaris, his unhurried steps exerting immense pressure on her, as if an unstoppable force was pushing her into a deathly abyss. Feeling the fatal threat, she instinctively used her powers, hurling a mass of metal at Alex. But all the metal fell before Alex, unable to move an inch closer. It was then that she understood the true weight of the white-haired mutant. He was unlike any mutant she had known, embodying a terrifying power of a different dimension. Even when Polaris used all her strength to stop Alex, to halt the approach of death, it had no effect. She was eventually cornered by Alex, the overwhelming pressure pinning her against the wall, making her unable to move. Alex used energy to strengthen his body, ignoring Polaris in front of him. He deeply embedded his fingers into the largest metal pipe and then threw it forward. The pipe, given immense kinetic energy by his seemingly slender arm, embedded deeply into the hard wall, right next to Polaris's ear. "Lady, this is a warning. Next time, you won't be so lucky." He then lightly moved his finger, and the surrounding metal, ignoring Polaris's control, embedded into the walls around her, encasing her. Yawning, Alex walked away slowly, just as he had come, his long legs carrying him leisurely away. Summoning her courage, Polaris shouted. You are so strong. You could do so much, you could save the mutants. Why don't you take action? After a moment, just as she thought she was being ignored, she heard a nonchalant voice. They're suffering, what does it have to do with me? The white-haired mutant turned, revealing a handsome profile and deep azure eyes, smiling slightly. Don't try to bind me with morality because I have none. Chapter 15. Ignoring Polaris, Alex put on his sunglasses and walked onto the street. As soon as he stepped onto the street, he noticed people pointing at him and heard the discussions around him. White hair, wearing sunglasses, could he be that mutant? A companion shook their head and said, probably just some imitator. How could a random passerby be the white-haired mutant? Alex was a bit puzzled. White-haired mutant. Then he saw the big screen on the side of the street and watched for a moment, instantly understanding. He was famous. On the big screen, a man in his 30s was speaking confidently. I was hiding in a nearby shop, just 10 meters away from the white-haired mutant, and witnessed his battle with another mutant. I am sure he is definitely stronger than Magneto and is currently the most powerful mutant in the world. Alex's forehead immediately showed a few black lines. What was up with this damn reporter? Although he was definitely going to become the strongest mutant in the future, he was only in the early stages right now. He was not currently the most powerful mutant. Not to mention that his limitless technique couldn't resist mental attacks at this time, just the Phoenix host itself was much stronger than him. How was he supposed to develop quietly with people calling him the strongest mutant now? He glanced at the name tag below the man, which read, Eddie Brock. Alex felt the name was familiar. Thinking carefully, he finally remembered. Wasn't this Venom's host? Alex then ignored Eddie Brock and looked towards the tallest building in the Manhattan area. It was one of the most famous buildings in the Marvel world, Stark Tower. To obtain the arc reactor, he needed to get in touch with Tony Stark. Heading directly to Stark Tower was definitely the quickest way. Tony Stark had just returned and was about to have a conflict with Obadiah Stane. Saving him during the conflict should be worth an arc reactor, right? Of course, if Tony Stark was still unwilling to hand over the arc reactor, there was always the one on him. Pulling up the hood of his white hoodie, Alex slowly walked towards Stark Tower. Around him, the light dimmed slightly. Various energies invisible to ordinary people continuously flowed into his body under the precise control of his level 2 6 eyes and the effects of level 3 energy absorption. Although slower than direct contact with energy, it was sustainable. This greatly enhanced his combat endurance and increased the efficiency of energy collection. The system's notification sounded continuously. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. 6 eyes experience +1. 6 eyes experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Stark Tower, located in Manhattan's Upper East Side, is the tallest building in the area. Its duck-billed top is highly noticeable and suits Tony Stark's flamboyant personality. When Alex arrived at Stark Tower, it was already late. He walked towards the entrance, but a few security guards stopped him. The guards asked, "Sir, hello, please show your ID." Of course, Alex didn't have any ID. Even though he knew the guards wouldn't let him through, he replied honestly. "I have urgent business with Tony Stark. Please inform him." As expected, the guards were stunned for a moment, then exchanged glances. They wanted to laugh, but their top-notch professional training prevented them from doing so. One of the guards, barely holding back a smile, said, "Sir, it's not April Fool's Day today. This isn't funny." Knowing this would happen, Alex felt a bit annoyed. He rubbed his smooth white hair and continued. "Guys, this isn't a joke." Seeing that Alex didn't want to leave and continued to pester them, the guards' expressions gradually turned serious. They clearly took him as a troublemaker. Just as Alex was about to display some of his special abilities to convince the guards, a few cars pulled up. A figure stepped out first, followed by several men in black suits with a cold demeanor. They noticed the confrontation at the entrance but didn't care, rushing straight into the building. Obviously, they had more important matters to attend to. Alex immediately recognized the leading woman. With her golden hair and black dress, who else could it be but Pepper Potts? It looks like it's time for me to be a hero to a hero. Alex rubbed his chin with 2 fingers, contemplating. He then looked at the security guard slowly closing in on him and took off his round-framed sunglasses from his prominent nose. The guards immediately halted. They stared at his exquisite, glowing blue eyes, recalling the recent, most talked about news in their minds. The white-haired mutant. In their last moments of consciousness, they saw the man before them smirk and heard him say softly. "Sorry, gentlemen, but please, rest, for a while." Pepper Potts led a group of agents briskly into the building. After Agent Coulson used a mini-explosive to break the lock, they continued towards Section 16. The interior of Section 16 was dimly lit, filled with numerous mechanical devices, and several iron chains hung from the ceiling. A huge, rough metal armor stood in a corner. Looking at the iron armor, Coulson said to Pepper. "Looks like you were right. He is building armor." They pressed on, with Pepper's attention caught by screens filled with complex data. She stopped in front of several chains, just as she was about to proceed further. Suddenly, two huge eyes, glowing with pale light, lit up from the darkness. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the nighttime peace. Pepper ran out, chased by the massive iron armor behind her. Several agents instinctively fired at the ironmonger, but they were quickly crushed by its terrifying metal fists. In the blink of an eye, only Coulson and Pepper remained alive from the team sent to capture Obadiah Stane. Pepper squeezed through a narrow door, with the massive ironmonger getting stuck in the solid concrete walls, allowing her to escape. As she ran past the circular arc reactor, planning to flee Stark Tower, something caught her eye. Countless terrifying white currents flowed from the arc reactor, emitting a piercing chirping sound, enveloping a handsome white-haired man. Despite being surrounded by such terrifying currents, the white-haired man remained unharmed. Instead, he spread his arms, his exquisite blue eyes filled with delight. "More, give me more." Witnessing the incredible scene before her, Pepper instinctively stopped, momentarily forgetting to run. Chapter 16. After dealing with several diligent security guards, Alex slowly walked into Stark Tower, intending to witness the birth of the supervillain Ironmonger. Just then, a massive arc drew his attention. Through his 6 eyes, he saw terrifying energy leaping before him, like a beautiful cake waiting to be tasted. He immediately put Ironmonger out of his mind. What was Ironmonger compared to energy? Using the fine control of his 6 eyes, he siphoned off a large amount of energy from the giant arc reactor and began absorbing it gradually. Energy points +1. Energy points +1. Energy points +1. For the first time since his energy absorption had reached level 3, Alex was operating at overload, frantically absorbing energy. He invested all the energy points into his character template, with the fusion degree jumping every few minutes. Template fusion degree, 28%. Template fusion degree, 29%. Template fusion degree, 30%. When the fusion degree reached 30%, a flood of memories surged into Alex's mind. It was an advanced technique for manipulating cursed energy, Black Flash. In the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, when a physical strike and a cursed energy impact hit almost simultaneously, with a margin of error within 0.0001 seconds, a spatial distortion occurs. The attack's power at that moment is 2.5 times the usual. This is a scalable technique that increases in power as the user's strength grows. Due to the nearly impossible conditions required, no sorcerer can use Black Flash with 100% certainty. Thus, this powerful technique can only be performed through luck. However, Alex was different. With the extraordinary abilities of 6 eyes and energy absorption from different worlds, his control over energy would far exceed that of Satoru Gojo. In the future, he could potentially execute Black Flash with 100% certainty. At that point, by enhancing his body with energy absorption and cursed energy manipulation, Alex could even engage in hand-to-hand combat with the Hulk. As Alex continued to absorb energy, he suddenly heard a cry of surprise from behind. Turning around, he saw Pepper Potts, who had just escaped with her life. But, for some reason, when he turned to look at Pepper, she let out a piercing scream, her legs trembling as she stumbled and dashed out of Stark Tower. Standing there, Alex was puzzled. He slowly restrained the crazed and joyful smile on his face and stopped absorbing electrical energy, allowing the room around him, ravaged by the energy, to have a break. He deeply questioned himself. Do I really look that scary? Pepper Potts escaped from Stark Tower and immediately looked back. Seeing that the terrifying white-haired mutant wasn't following, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had initially thought that most of the news reports were exaggerated. However, upon seeing the white-haired mutant, she realized that those reports were not only accurate but that reality was even more terrifying than the news. The white-haired mutant was too horrifying. Thinking about that crazed smile and the white-haired figure amidst the terrifying electric currents, Pepper shivered again. Pepper. Just then, she heard Tony's voice in her ear. Before Tony could say anything else, she immediately said, "Tony, the white-haired mutant is here too." Tony Stark was full of confusion. Wasn't it supposed to be Obadiah? Why was it suddenly the white-haired mutant? However, there was no time for him to think further because Pepper let out a scream, clearly in danger. Tony Stark increased his thrust power again, his speed rising, and within seconds, he saw Ironmonger aiming a weapon at Pepper. Without any hesitation, he braved the hail of bullets and rammed Ironmonger, smashing through several walls until they landed on a road. Boom! The two continued to fight on the road, with Tony Stark completely on the defensive. Even after leading Ironmonger to high altitude and using the high-altitude freezing phenomenon to make him fall, he couldn't take Ironmonger down. In the end, as Tony Stark was about to instruct Pepper to open all circuits to trigger the arc reactor explosion, he heard the sound of clear footsteps nearby. Oh my, such a powerful energy source, it would be a shame if it were destroyed. The sudden voice made both Tony Stark and Ironmonger look towards the source of the sound. Before the person spoke, their detection systems hadn't registered any presence. They first saw a flash of white hair, then the sparkling azure eyes shining in the night sky, and a handsome face with a mischievous smile. Then, they heard the mysterious white-haired man say to Tony Stark, "I'll kill Obadiah for you. How about you give me an arc reactor?" Tony Stark immediately commanded Jarvis, check his background." Jarvis responded instantly, "He should be Alex, an Omega-level mutant who appeared in Manhattan a few days ago and fought another mutant." Simultaneously, Jarvis displayed Alex's detailed information and various abilities on the projection in front of Tony Stark. Seeing the terrifying blue-black holes and the eerie red-black singularities, Tony Stark was bewildered. Had such massive changes occurred in the outside world while he was modifying the Mark II? After reviewing the information, Tony Stark didn't hesitate and directly said to Alex, "Deal." Obadiah witnessed the entire exchange between Alex and Tony Stark. Although he couldn't believe a human could possess such astonishing power, he didn't want any more complications. So, he said to Alex, "White-haired mutant, help me kill Tony, and I'll pay you $100 million and give you 3 arc reactors." He looked at Alex confidently, waiting for the white-haired mutant to succumb to the money. But to his surprise, the white-haired mutant sneered and said mockingly, Do you even know how to make an arc reactor?" Obadiah fell silent immediately. He indeed didn't know how to make an arc reactor. He had intended to deceive the mutant and then kill him once it was over, not even planning to give the promised $100 million. Seeing his plan exposed, Obadiah sighed and then said nonchalantly, "Brat, it's best not to pretend to be too smart." Suddenly, Obadiah controlled the Ironmonger to use all its power and rapidly attack Alex. He intended to kill the sudden mutant immediately. How could a human possess such powerful abilities as shown in the video? Dense ammunition and the massive iron fist of Ironmonger almost arrived simultaneously. Just as Tony Stark and Obadiah thought Alex was doomed, they witnessed a shocking scene. Neither the dense ammunition nor the giant fist of Ironmonger could advance an inch past Alex. Then, they saw the mysterious mutant named Alex swing his seemingly slender arm towards the much larger Ironmonger. Boom! Terrifying black lightning exploded at the point where the fist met Ironmonger. The massive Ironmonger was sent flying by a single punch from a human, crashing through layers of walls and shattering large metal objects, eventually landing on the distant road, embedded in a wall on the side. Chapter 17. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark subconsciously swallowed. The footage in the reports wasn't AI-generated or fictional. The information recorded was actually true. And compared to reality, it was somewhat toned down. At least the reports didn't say that the white mutant's power was so astonishing that he could send Ironmonger flying with a single punch. As the designer of the Iron Man suit, Tony could roughly gauge Ironmonger's weight based on its size. To send Ironmonger flying with one punch was something even the Mark III couldn't do. This wasn't a power any human should possess. Looking at the white mutant's seemingly slender arm, Tony Stark felt his ignorance for the first time. After sending Ironmonger flying with one punch, Alex flexed his hand. He hadn't expected his first attack to successfully use Black Flash. This confirmed his theory, with the added ability of energy absorption, he had greater control over energy than Gojo Satoru. In the future, he might be able to achieve a 100% success rate with Black Flash. This meant his attacks would always be 2.5 times stronger than their original power. This was an incredibly terrifying boost. Ignoring the stunned Tony Stark beside him, Alex slowly walked toward the road. He passed through the gap in the wall, following the path created by Ironmonger's body, and slowly approached the road. As he got closer, Ironmonger clearly noticed his approach. Dense ammunition and missiles were fired at him, but they were all blocked by the limitless curse technique, unable to advance. When he reached the side of the road, the onlookers had already realized what was happening and no longer approached. The road was now empty, with only Alex slowly walking and Ironmonger continuously firing. Fearless onlookers hid at a distance, watching curiously. Some even took out their phones to record the scene. When Alex slowly appeared, someone immediately recognized him. The white-haired mutant. Why is he here? Is he fighting that iron giant? That steel monster was just sent flying by him. How did he do it? The crowd immediately burst into a series of questions. Coincidentally, in a Chevrolet parked nearby, a middle-aged man's face was overflowing with excitement. He quickly took out professional filming equipment and started recording Alex. Yes, this man was none other than the future Venom, Eddie Brock. At this moment, Eddie Brock was extremely excited, continuously praising Lady Luck in his heart for allowing him to once again encounter the White Mutant in action. The previous news had already made him a hot topic at the Daily Globe. If he could capture another battle scene of the White Mutant, he would likely get a promotion, a raise, and reach the peak of his career. Through his camera, he watched as the White Mutant slowly approached the Iron Giant. The real show was about to begin. Obadiah stared at the screen in shock as the system continuously issued warnings. Alert, alert, body damage 36%, body damage 36%. Just that single punch almost completely destroyed Ironmonger's chest armor. How was this possible? The metal used to assemble Ironmonger was 10 centimeters thick titanium alloy. Such thick titanium alloy could withstand high-yield missiles without being penetrated, yet now it was almost destroyed by a single punch from a human. Was he really human? Obadiah was filled with regret. The reports from the Daily Globe were indeed true. Had he known this earlier, he would never have confronted the White Mutant, even if it meant promising $1 billion, even $20 billion. But it was too late now. He had no choice but to put all his efforts into killing the White Mutant. The White Mutant's bizarre defensive ability couldn't possibly hold up. By keeping his distance and continuously using ammunition, he could definitely kill him. As Obadiah prepared to put his plan into action, he suddenly realized that the White Mutant had disappeared from sight. When the system alerted him again, he saw the White Mutant appear right in front of him, staring at him coldly with an icy gaze. His right hand was clenched, with an unknown azure energy radiating from it. It was the same attack that had sent him flying earlier. He desperately tried to dodge, but the distance was too close, and Ironmonger was too cumbersome to evade the White Demon's next strike. If this attack hit, the chest armor of Ironmonger would shatter, and he, in the cockpit, would not survive. No. No. Don't. He watched in despair as the fist approached, feeling as though he was staring at his own death. Under his desperate gaze, the fist radiating blue energy made contact with Ironmonger, sending it flying again. However, unlike last time, there was no explosion of black lightning, and Ironmonger was only knocked back a few meters before coming to a stop. Obadiah immediately had Ironmonger get back up and check the damage level. Alert, alert, body damage 38%, body damage 38%. That punch had only caused an additional 2% damage to the suit. Realizing something, Obadiah burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that terrifying black lightning from earlier isn't something you can use at will, is it? Maybe that initial attack consumed a lot of your energy, and now you can't use it again. Knowing that the White Mutant wasn't as invincible as he had feared, Obadiah's terror vanished. He continued to wildly shoot at Alex. Come on, let's see how long you can last under this barrage. Nearby, Tony Stark also walked over through the gap, having witnessed everything that had just happened. Damn, the black lightning attack can't be used consecutively. If Obadiah keeps wearing him down, he might actually win. Tony felt a growing sense of dread. His arc reactor was down to only 2% energy, not enough to sustain the Mark III in battle. If Obadiah won, Tony would be helpless and likely meet his end. Damn it. The onlookers also saw what was happening. They watched as the White Mutant's punch only knocked the Iron Giant back slightly, without causing significant damage, and the giant quickly got back up to continue shooting at the White Demon. They quickly drew conclusions. The White Mutant can fight humans, but against technology, he's outmatched. Right, that iron giant must be the work of the military. The military is taking on the white mutant, and he's about to be killed by it. Among the crowd, a small number of hidden mutants watched the scene with despair. Are mutants really no match for the government? Are we destined to be oppressed forever? Everyone thought the white mutant was about to lose, but then something unexpected for them happened. Chapter 18. Under everyone's gaze, Alex ignored their thoughts. He shook his hand, flexed his fingers, and said with a bit of regret, as expected, the skill level is too low to reliably release Black Flash. The chances of success are extremely low. However, Alex had anticipated this, so he didn't mind. He shifted his gaze from his hand to Ironmonger in front of him, casually digging in his ear, and said nonchalantly, "It's been long enough. Time to end this fight. Otherwise, what if Tony Stark isn't satisfied with my service?" Alex then extended his hand forward, his expression both pleased and ruthless. Cursed technique lapse, blue. The moment Alex extended his hand, Obadiah sensed something was wrong and launched all his weapons at once. The resulting explosions could have destroyed an entire street, but a blue hole absorbed everything without a reaction. The missiles, which Obadiah had pinned his hopes on, were neutralized so effortlessly. No, this can't be happening. Under Obadiah's incredulous gaze, Alex grinned and pushed the blue hole towards him. With the missiles rendered useless, Obadiah immediately tried to escape, his jet devices running at full power to get him 10 meters away. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he noticed that Ironmonger had stopped. Despite pushing the jet devices to their limits, he was slowly being pulled backward. Behind him was that terrifying blue hole that seemed ready to devour everything. No. Obadiah forcibly overclocked his jet devices beyond their limits. Despite the devices glowing red and beginning to melt, they couldn't stop him from moving towards the blue hole, and his speed only increased. In the end, under Tony Stark's conflicted gaze, Agent Coulson's solemn watch, and the astonished eyes of all the civilians, the once mighty Ironmonger was swallowed by the terrifying blue-black hole. The 10-centimeter thick titanium alloy couldn't withstand the immense gravity. First, the feet, then the torso, and finally the head twisted and were sucked into the blue-black hole, disappearing completely. And the creator of all this, the person they had underestimated, yawned and walked out of the dust raised by the explosions. The white hoodie he wore wasn't even dirty, though his hair was a bit messy. The white mutant once again demonstrated with overwhelming pressure and absolute dominance that he was the strongest. After dealing with Ironmonger, Alex walked slowly toward Tony Stark. With a slight movement of his hand, a peculiar white glowing object, drawn by gravity, flew into his palm, the arc reactor, the energy source of Ironmonger. As Alex grasped the arc reactor, he immediately felt the immense energy within. His 6 eyes and energy absorption abilities worked at full capacity. After replenishing his own energy to its storage limit, the remaining energy was absorbed by his system and funneled into the Gojo Satoru template. Even though the difficulty of increasing the template fusion rate had risen now that it was at 30%, the fusion rate continued to increase steadily, not much slower than before. According to previous patterns, when the fusion rate reached 40%, he would gain a new skill. He was looking forward to it. What would the new skill be? Would it be Cursed Technique Reversal, Red? Its minimum power was twice the maximum power of Technique Reversal, Azure. As Alex approached Tony Stark, the system simultaneously gave an alert. Template fusion rate, 31%. At this moment, Tony Stark looked extremely disheveled, his iron helmet long gone, and even one of his iron gauntlets was missing. The arc reactor on his chest was flickering, clearly on the verge of running out of energy. Seeing Alex approaching, Phil Coulson instinctively took a step back, a subconscious reaction of humans when facing a powerful predator. What's more, Alex was far more terrifying than any predator. However, Tony Stark showed no signs of fear. He approached Alex, curiously observing him, his eyes full of wonder. "How did you do that just now? Some kind of mysterious future technology? Is that strange defense some kind of spatial technology?" Beside him, Coulson also displayed a curious expression, hoping to gain more intelligence on the White Demon. Hearing Tony Stark's question, Alex smiled and explained, "It's my ability." Upon hearing Alex's response, Tony Stark muttered to himself, "A mutant, huh? That's incredible." Alex neither confirmed nor denied it. Except for energy absorption, all his abilities came from the system panel, having nothing to do with being a mutant. However, Alex didn't deny it. In the Marvel Universe, many powers specifically targeted mutants. If anyone tried to use such powers against him in the future, he would give them a big surprise. Suddenly, Tony Stark felt a sharp pain in his chest and noticed that the arc reactor's energy was completely depleted. He immediately looked at the arc reactor in Alex's hand and said, "Can you give me that arc reactor? I need it to keep the shrapnel in my chest from reaching my heart." Alex didn't want one of his favorite heroes from his previous life to die, so he tossed the arc reactor to Tony Stark. "You now owe me 2 arc reactors." "What?" "That arc reactor was mine to begin with. But now it belongs to me." Fine. Considering the man in front of him saved his life, giving him an extra arc reactor didn't seem too much. It definitely wasn't because the white mutant was too powerful. Absolutely not. Agent Coulson quietly noted that the white mutant needed arc reactors, which might be related to his abilities. Then he took out his credentials and said to Alex. "Sir, hello, I'm Agent Coulson of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. I'd like to discuss a few matters with you." Alex glanced at Agent Coulson's sparse hair until Coulson felt deeply offended, then retracted his gaze. It seems your job is very stressful." "Oh, yes." Coulson instinctively responded, then quickly remembered his primary purpose and continued, "Would you be interested in joining us and becoming an Avenger?" Alex wasn't surprised by Coulson's invitation. Nick Fury was currently preparing the Avengers Initiative, so it was normal for them to be interested in his powers. Alex was about to refuse but then remembered the Tesseract stored at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base and the Mind Stone that would arrive soon. He smiled slightly and said, "Of course, I'd love to." Seeing the frivolous smile on the white-haired man's face, Coulson felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Chapter 19. "Sure enough," Alex continued, "but our relationship isn't one of hierarchy, it's a partnership. You'll need to compensate me, and I'll assist you with missions." Alex emphasized the word compensate and decided that once his energy absorption reached a level sufficient to handle the power of the Infinity Stones, he would head to S.H.I.E.L.D. to get hold of the Space Stone. After all, this was a compensation, right? Of course, if Loki happened to deliver takeout at that time, it would be even better. As for whether S.H.I.E.L.D. would be reluctant, Alex didn't consider that at all. He believed they would be willing to pay him. They weren't foolish. Coulson listened to Alex's words in silence for a moment, then reached for the communicator at his ear and said, "This isn't something I can decide. I need to consult my superiors." Alex nodded. Coulson immediately contacted Nick Fury, said a few things, then turned to Alex and said, "If you're willing to fully join us, we can help lift the military's warrant against you." Alex was momentarily stunned, realizing this was a deal. He flashed a brilliant smile, then approached Coulson and said slowly, "Agent Coulson, or Director Nick Fury, do you think I care about some kind of warrant?" Coulson continued his exchange with Nick Fury, then took the communicator away from his ear and turned the volume up. A deep voice came from the communicator. "Mr. Alex, I admit your abilities are formidable, even stronger than Magneto and Professor X, but Colonel Stryker has too many mutants under his command, including those who can neutralize mutant powers. If you encounter such a situation, you'd have no choice. Join us, and we'll negotiate with Colonel Stryker to lift your warrant. How about it?" Nick Fury sat in his office, confidence on his face as he revealed Colonel Stryker's secret weapons against mutants. Confident Alex wouldn't refuse. After a brief wait, however, laughter suddenly erupted from the communicator, growing louder until it became unapologetic mockery. "Haha, Nick Fury, do you really think I care about any of this? Or perhaps you misunderstood earlier, we're just in an equal partnership. If you're not interested, that's fine. After all, even by force, he could acquire the Infinity Stones. Working with S.H.I.E.L.D. was just more convenient, that's all." Nick Fury fell silent. The situation was unfolding beyond his expectations. He hadn't anticipated that Alex wouldn't mind the means to neutralize mutant abilities. Could it be that he had a way to deal with such means? No, impossible. He didn't even know the specifics of those means. How could he have a countermeasure? Nick Fury immediately breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to rescue Alex just as Colonel Stryker was about to capture him. Then, he would fully integrate Alex into S.H.I.E.L.D. Surely, by then, Alex would have thoroughly considered everything. So he said directly, "All right, I agree. From now on, we are in a partnership. If you change your mind later, we still welcome you, but the terms may change by then." Alex naturally understood Nick Fury's meaning and grinned, "Don't worry, Director Nick. That day won't come. What effect did mutant abilities have on him anyway? And negotiating with Stryker to lift the warrant? No way. He was going to take down Stryker. Afterward, Agent Coulson bid farewell to Alex and Stark. His mission was complete, and he had even recruited the Omega-level mutant. There was no reason for him to stay any longer. Once Coulson left, Tony Stark reunited with Pepper Potts and led Alex to the top floor of Stark Tower, where he picked up 2 brand new arc reactors from the desk and handed them to Alex. "This is your compensation, white-haired boy." Alex looked at Stark. He hadn't expected Stark to give him a nickname so soon after meeting him. But he didn't mind, in fact, he found it amusing. Before he transmigrated, Stark had long been deceased, though planning a comeback. Would the revived Stark still be the same Iron Man? It remained a regret for Alex. Seeing Iron Man alive now felt like stepping into a fantasy come true. Alex casually picked up a messenger bag from the table, placed 1 arc reactor inside, and then absorbed energy at full power with the other arc reactor in his hand. Seeing Alex pick up the bag, clearly intending to claim it as his own, Tony Stark couldn't help but quip, "You sure ain't shy." Alex responded, "Well, I did save your life, didn't I, Mr. Big Shot?" "Mr. Big Shot?" Tony Stark immediately asked, but as Alex lightly waved his fingers, Tony felt himself being pulled backward by a tremendous force, only to find himself landing in Pepper's arms. In the distance, Alex, already lounging on an office chair without any regard for being a guest, said to Tony, "You just had a close call with death. Why aren't you over there making out with your girlfriend instead of standing around?" Tony Stark was speechless. He looked at Pepper, who gazed back at him with tender affection. Through this crisis, they had finally realized their feelings for each other. The scene before him left Alex somewhat displeased. He didn't want to endure this public display of affection. So, he used Blue to send the couple away, staying on the top floor alone to absorb energy. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. As the template fusion degree continued to increase, the difficulty of further enhancement also rose. Upon reaching 35%, the energy points required for a 1% increase went up again. However, with the arc reactor continuously supplying energy, the fusion degree finally reached 39% after several hours. At this moment, Alex suddenly took off his black blindfold and looked into the distance. After a moment, he grinned, removed the blindfold, and tossed it aside. He then said to Jarvis, "Jarvis, tell Tony I'll be gone for a bit. When I get back, I have something important to discuss with him. I'm sure he's noticed something off with his body." Without waiting for Jarvis's response, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window. With a slight exertion of his fingers, the sturdy glass shattered instantly. Alex spread his arms and leaned forward, naturally falling downward. As he neared the ground, he used Blue to adhere himself to the wall, lightly pushing off and creating numerous cracks in the wall, then leaped towards a direction with a smile. There, he would find a sufficiently sturdy target, perfect for experimenting with his newly acquired skill. Chapter 20. In the seaside villa's laboratory, Tony Stark saw through the camera as Alex easily shattered the special bulletproof glass and then jumped down. He couldn't help but mutter, "What a monster. That glass is designed to withstand RPG rockets," and he broke it effortlessly with just 5 fingers without using any other powers. But where is he going now? Jarvis, scan the direction he went and see if there's anything noteworthy. Jarvis immediately hacked into numerous surveillance cameras, and after a moment, projected some footage in front of Tony Stark. Seeing the footage, Tony Stark instinctively cursed, "What is that creature? Is Alex going after that?" Jarvis, assemble the Mark IV. "I can't miss out on this." "But sir, the Mark IV hasn't gone through final adjustments." Jarvis started to say but was cut off by Tony Stark, "No need for adjustments. My design won't fail." New York, Upper Manhattan, Harlem. A terrifying monster appeared in Harlem, rampaging and killing every living thing in its sight. This bustling district had turned into a wasteland, filled with the sounds of gunfire and screams, making it a hell on earth, echoing with wails and despair. Heavily armed elite troops were scattered throughout Harlem, firing frantically at the terrifying monster, but neither bullets nor missiles could harm it. The elite troops, like the civilians, were powerless against the creature. On a nearby high-rise, Alex sat on the edge with his legs dangling, with his hands behind his head leisurely, watching the tragic scene below with a smile. He was patiently waiting for the main character to appear. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air approached rapidly. Alex didn't turn around, his 6 eyes had already detected Tony Stark's presence. Tony Stark, seeing the hellish scene before him, wore a grim expression under his helmet. "What is this?" Alex replied nonchalantly, A drama of a weak mortal suddenly gaining the power they always dreamed of, then losing themselves and going on a mad rampage. And what are you doing here? Tony Stark understood that the young man before him had the power to stop all this but remained unmoved, observing the chaos like a detached spectator. Tony Stark's tone had a hint of anger, but Alex remained indifferent, shifting into a more comfortable position. Waiting for the main character to appear. What about you? Shouldn't you be preparing for tomorrow's press conference? Tony Stark didn't answer but asked in a serious tone, are you really just going to sit here and watch that monster wreak havoc and kill people everywhere? What else? Even if I don't stop it, it's not my responsibility, is it? Tony Stark fell silent. Alex was right, he had no obligation to save others. Without another word, Tony piloted the Mark IV towards the Abomination, firing his palm repulsors wildly, but to no avail. Look here, you big brute, I've got a gift for you. Jarvis, full power. The chest of his armor glowed with a brilliant white light, and a thick energy beam struck the Abomination. Tony Stark sighed in relief, hoping this would take him down. Suddenly, a massive chunk of a building was hurled at Tony, sending him flying and severely denting his armor's chest plate. The Abomination, unscathed by the energy beam, spat towards the direction where Tony was flung and shouted, Hulk, come out and face me. From the rooftop, Alex used his power to pull the airborne Tony back to safety, avoiding further harm. He teased, Tony, why are you flying back here? Tony Stark didn't respond. He struggled to remove his helmet, gasping for air. He had almost seen death just now. He realized why Alex hadn't intervened. Such terrifying power and defense were beyond even the white-haired demon's capability. At that moment, a heavy thud sounded in the distance. Tony Stark saw Alex stand up, stretch, and say, the protagonist has arrived, so this villain needs to make an entrance. With that, Alex leaped off the building, vanishing from Tony's sight. Tony wondered why Alex called himself the villain. Wasn't that monster the real villain? Banner had jumped from a plane, creating a deep crater upon landing. A massive green hand emerged, followed by the green monster, the Hulk. Hulk was here. Hulk ripped a car in half, using the pieces as weapons as he charged at the Abomination. Boom! Bang! Clash! The two titans clashed fiercely, nearly leveling Harlem in their battle. However, due to the inhibitor injection Banner had taken earlier, the Hulk couldn't exert his full strength and began to falter. Just as the Abomination pinned the Hulk down and started pummeling him, a voice filled with sarcasm suddenly rang out. Come on, Abomination, you should have aimed that punch directly at Hulk's eye. And Hulk, you need to hit Abomination's weak spots, understand? The two combatants instinctively paused and turned to see a young white-haired man perched on the last intact streetlight, munching on a bag of chips he'd seemingly acquired from nowhere and critiquing their fight. Seeing the pair stop, Alex, annoyed, urged, what are you staring at? Keep fighting, my chips aren't finished yet. Go, go, go. Recognizing the white-haired man as the white-haired mutant, an Omega-level mutant who had recently made headlines, Abomination wasn't impressed. He had just gained immense power and didn't consider the so-called white-haired mutant a threat. Could he be stronger than Abomination? Probably just another piece of metal like that Iron Man he'd easily defeated. Picking up a massive stone, Abomination hurled it at the white-haired man on the streetlight with tremendous force, creating a sonic boom as the projectile sped towards him. He turned away, not bothering to see the outcome of his attack, and prepared to resume his assault on the Hulk. Suddenly, a sigh came from behind him, followed by a voice saying, Hey, bad boy, why would you hit the referee? That's illegal, don't you know? Abomination felt a terrifying force hit his back, with black and red lightning filling the surrounding space. He was flung uncontrollably, smashing through several solid walls before finally crashing into the concrete ground. As he stopped, he felt warm liquid running down his back. When he reached back, he realized his skin, tougher than titanium, had shattered, and yellow pus-like blood was pouring from a fist-shaped wound. Since gaining his powers, this was the first time he'd been hurt. Through the path he'd created by crashing through walls, he saw a pair of azure glowing eyes looking at him from afar, gazing down as if he were an ant. At the same time, Alex heard a notification in his mind. Energy point +1. Template fusion, 40%. New skill unlocked, cursed technique reversal, red. Perfect timing. Alex's lips curled into a familiar smile. Chapter 21. Cursed technique reversal, red, 1/100 generates repulsive force centered around red, with minimum power twice that of blue, and maximum output approaching a destructive scale. A flood of information about curse technique reversal, red surged through Alex's mind, and in an instant, he mastered its usage perfectly. Now, he could execute curse technique reversal, red flawlessly, without the excessive consumption that plagued his previous attempt. And most importantly, there was no longer a risk of his own abilities killing him. With this realization, a more satisfied smile spread across Alex's face. He watched as Abomination charged straight towards him, but instead of immediately using curse technique reversal, red, he hesitated. After all, aside from experimenting with curse technique reversal, red, Alex also aimed to practice his black flashes and enhance their success rate. Alex deactivated the limitless curse technique, channeling all his energy absorption in curse manipulation to enhance his body. As Abomination charged at him, every muscle in Alex's body surged with power. Boom! Familiar black lightning erupted once again, striking Abomination who was charging straight at Alex, sending him flying back even faster. Alex looked at his right hand. Despite the dual enhancement of energy absorption and curse manipulation on his body, his physical capabilities were still inferior to Abomination's. If not for employing Black Flash once again this time, it would likely have been Alex who was sent flying. Reverse Cursed Technique Experience +1. RCT activated, the slightly shattered bones and visible flesh wounds on Alex's right hand began to heal at a speed faster than Abomination's. On the top floor of a skyscraper, Tony Stark watched the scene unfold before him. Seeing the white-haired man completely overpowering the monster, he muttered under his breath. Fuck. Who's the real monster here? Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted towards Alex. Watch out. At that exact moment, Alex heard a piercing sound cutting through the air, followed by the sensation of a massive shadow looming over him. A colossal fist came hurtling towards Alex's head. Having sensed the impending attack with his 6 eyes just as Hulk was preparing to strike, Alex remained calm. He didn't panic or even pay attention, instead, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully and quietly contemplated. After using Black Flash, I enter a special state that allows me to unleash 120% of my strength. So, this is the zone state. Since his last use of Black Flash, Alex had started to notice this phenomenon. With 2 consecutive uses of Black Flash this time, its effects were even more profound. Every cell in his body pulsated with energy, his mind focused like never before, perceiving details that had previously eluded him. Boom! Hulk's fist broke the sound barrier, creating a visible sonic boom, as it aimed for Alex's head. However, despite the terrifying punch, it stopped just 10 centimeters away from Alex. Hulk followed through with a flurry of punches, swinging his fist with afterimages, but none of them had any effect whatsoever. Even though Hulk's strength appeared to completely overwhelm Alex on the surface, everyone watching felt as though Hulk was just a child throwing a tantrum against the adult Alex. No matter how much he cried and protested, faced with Alex, the adult, he couldn't land a single blow. If Hulk's attack seemed ineffective, it wasn't entirely so. The dust kicked up by the sonic boom caught Alex's attention, pulling him out of his contemplation. He turned to face Hulk, his expression filled with utmost delight. With a step forward, Alex immediately repelled Hulk, who staggered back, his continuous assault interrupted. As Hulk regained his balance, Alex's azure eyes appeared before him. They locked gazes, and then a seemingly small palm struck Hulk's forehead, accompanied by terrifying black lightning that drove him deep into the concrete pavement. With Hulk temporarily suppressed, Alex's smile grew wider. He swiftly kicked backward, and once again, the horrifying black lightning erupted. After shattering a tank and smashing through a wall, Abomination finally came to a halt. Without looking back or acknowledging Abomination, who was once again sent flying, Alex continued his assault on Hulk as he tried to rise to his feet. Boom! 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 The black lightning contained immense power, with each attack causing the ground to sink several meters. After 3 punches, a crater several tens of meters in diameter had formed around. After 3 consecutive black flashes struck, Hulk's head was bleeding, his consciousness fading. If Alex were to land another punch, he could directly suppress Hulk and release Banner. However, when the 4th punch came down, the terrifying black lightning did not appear, it was just a normal punch. Hulk originally used both arms to block Alex's frenzied attacks, feeling somewhat aggrieved at this moment. In their previous clashes of strength, he always came out with absolute superiority. Even against the pale yellow giant just now, he should have had no difficulty resisting. But who exactly was this person now appearing? Clearly looking very weak, why did he possess such astonishing power? Initially, poor Hulk was ready to step back and let Banner face the terrifying white-haired bastard before him. But suddenly, he realized that the terrifying fist that just moments ago seemed so formidable landed on him, yet caused no damage. Hulk immediately reacted, leaping out of the deep crater and roaring loudly at the white-haired devil in front of him. Based on intuition, Hulk judged that the white-haired monster could no longer easily use the terrifying black lightning that had just been displayed. It was Hulk's turn to strike. Filled with confidence, Hulk. And behind Alex, Abomination also arrived, witnessing the scene completely. The fact that the white-haired man's previous black lightning attacks couldn't be used consecutively was indeed reported in the Daily Globe. At that time, the white-haired man could only use black lightning once, but this time he managed to use it 7 times in a row, which was beyond expectations. However, even for the mutant, using black lightning 7 times in a row should have almost depleted his strength. As long as he and Hulk continued to attack the white-haired demon together, they would definitely be able to break through that damn spatial defense and kill the white-haired bastard. At the next moment, Abomination and Hulk simultaneously threw punches at Alex, the two former enemies temporarily joining forces in the face of the white-haired demon's unmatched pressure. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark immediately ordered Jarvis to speed up and transfer all Iron Man armors over, ready to rescue Alex at any time. Tony Stark believed that even though Alex was extremely powerful, facing the combined attack of 2 monsters, he was still not a match. In the distance, Nick Fury, who was observing via satellite, had a serious expression. He also did not have high hopes for Alex. The terrifying black lightning just now represented astonishing consumption. Using it 7 times in a row absolutely drained Alex of a large amount of energy. However, both Hulk and Abomination had extremely strong recovery abilities, with their stamina almost endless. Moreover, the injuries Alex inflicted on them earlier were rapidly healing. With this in mind, as long as they continued to attack Alex and drain his stamina, they would eventually break through Alex's defense. Damn it, how can they save Alex now? Nick Fury didn't want to lose a crucial member of the future Avengers. But he despairingly realized that he had no means to rescue Alex in this situation. Could it be that the white-haired mutant was really going to fall here and now? Chapter 22. But the one most worried about Alex's demise wasn't Tony Stark or Nick Fury, but Eddie Brock, who was hiding in another high-rise, filming the scene below with his camera. Seeing the white-haired mutant in crisis, Eddie Brock, despite his lack of strength, even wanted to jump down and rescue him. Damn it, damn it. How can the white-haired mutant fall like this? All of Eddie Brock's current achievements were built on the white-haired mutant. If he fell from his pedestal and died, Brock's reports would lose their value, his prospects for promotion and salary increases would disappear, and even his current status would be at risk. No, come on, white-haired mutant, you are the strongest. Thus, the future Venom, Eddie Brock, became the white-haired mutant's #1 fan. In the battlefield center, Hulk and Abomination were relentlessly punching at Alex. The shockwaves from their punches shattered the surrounding concrete ground. But at the center of the battle, where everyone worried for Alex, he showed no sign of anxiety. He rubbed his chin with his finger again and looked up at the sky. To hit 7 consecutive black flashes must have broken the record for consecutive black flashes in the JUJUTSU KAISEN world. Then he stretched lazily and looked around at the 2 grimacing green-skinned giants, smiling brightly. It's time to end this. Hearing Alex's words, Abomination laughed loudly. Yes, it's time to end this. Once I break through your shell, I'll crush every bone in your body. Is that so? Alex smiled kindly at Abomination. That sounds great. Then Abomination saw the white-haired mutant stretch out his index finger towards him. A bad premonition immediately arose in him, and the contents of the first report slowly resurfaced in his mind. Recalling the terrifying black-red singularity attack, Abomination immediately wanted to flee, to avoid this attack. According to previous reports, this black-red singularity required some time to charge and stabilize before it could be successfully released. Given this, with his speed, he should be able to dodge the terrifying singularity attack. However, under his utterly horrified gaze, the terrifying black-red singularity formed in the blink of an eye, quietly poised at the white-haired demon's fingertip, ready to be unleashed. Why is it so fast? He cried out in despair and confusion. Within Alex, cursed energy was transformed into positive energy through the reverse curse technique, flowing systematically within him, finally converging at his fingertip to form the black-red singularity. With the template fusion rate at 40% and the acquisition of the cursed technique, red, the once extremely difficult-to-use black-red singularity was now effortless. Alex's smile gradually turned cold as he calmly said, cursed technique reversal, red. The black-red singularity exploded, repelling everything. At this moment, the cursed technique reversal, red, had no excess energy consumption, fully merging into its infinitely enhancing repulsive force. Boom! Abomination tried his best to dodge, but he couldn't escape the six eyes lock-on. The terrifying black-red singularity struck his chest, and faced with the power of such a destructive technique, he had no ability to resist and was sent flying straight back. Where Abomination flew, it was as if a hurricane had passed through, destroying everything in its path and reducing it all to dust. In the distance, a Mark armor suit was flying by, directly in Abomination's trajectory. When the two collided, the titanium alloy suit immediately shattered, splitting apart in an instant. Finally, when Abomination hit a wall, his incredibly tough body could no longer hold up, and the terrifying black-red singularity burst through his chest, spraying blood everywhere. Even after piercing through Abomination's tough body, the black-red singularity continued forward with astonishing power, destroying everything in its path until it left a massive damage almost a kilometer long, leaving a deep scar in the once thriving New York. Hulk stared blankly at the scene before him, looking at the nearly dead Abomination a kilometer away, groaning in pain. The opponent who had just suppressed him was defeated like this. Then Hulk saw that terrifying white-haired demon turn and smile at him, extending his slender, seemingly harmless index finger towards him, just like he had towards Abomination. No. For the first time, Hulk tasted the fear of being dominated. He let out a desperate roar, and then his body immediately shrank, his green skin gradually fading, finally turning into an unconscious middle-aged man. Alex watched this scene and clicked his tongue. Boring. Then he took out the high-tech phone Tony had given him and, while walking towards the distant Abomination, he called Nick Fury. Nick Fury, do you want to collect mutated monsters? They're pretty strong, should be very valuable for research. Nick Fury had watched the entire battle through satellite surveillance. He saw the white-haired demon easily defeat Abomination, who had remained unscathed against a barrage of bullets and fully armed modern forces, leaving him nearly lifeless. He saw Hulk, who had left the military helpless, scared back by a single brilliant smile from the white-haired man. He saw the white-haired demon, nonchalantly walking through the aftermath of his deeds. Is this what an Omega-level mutant is? Or is it just this white-haired man? He instinctively took the call, and hearing Alex's words, repeated several times with increasing impatience, he finally snapped out of his shock and quickly responded. Yes. Yes. How much do you want? $100 million each. I think they're worth it. Deal. On top of a tall building, Tony Stark stared blankly at the destroyed Mark armor, utterly shocked. His prized Mark armor, into which he had poured so much effort, was destroyed so easily. Is the gap between him and Alex really that vast? He looked towards the battlefield, seeing the young man in the center of a massive trench almost a kilometer long, casually dragging the body of the monster that had given him so much trouble. In the direction he was walking, another equally terrifying giant monster had reverted to the form of a middle-aged human man, now asleep. That white-haired young man seemed to sense his gaze, looking back at him from a distance and giving a brilliant smile. On the top of another building, about 2 kilometers away from Alex, Eddie Brock used his newly purchased camera to capture the entire scene. Thinking of the white-haired man who had effortlessly crushed the two terrifying monsters, he was thrilled. This is the true form of the white-haired demon. Indeed, the white-haired mutant is the strongest. Meanwhile, Alex, who had used the limitless curse technique for a long time, heard a prompt from the system. Limitless cursed technique experience +1. Congratulations, limitless cursed technique upgraded. Chapter 23. Limitless curse technique LV2, 1/300 interferes with atomic level matter, governs space. The closer objects are to the user, the slower they move, never being able to touch the user. A vast amount of information surged into Alex's mind, greatly increasing his proficiency with the limitless curse technique. If the original limitless curse technique had a maximum effective range of about 5 centimeters from the body, the LV2 version doubled this distance to 10 centimeters. Moreover, because the limitless curse technique is the foundation for the techniques curse technique reversal, red and curse technique lapse, blue, their power also received a significant boost. Not only did the release speed increase, but the power also saw a substantial enhancement. If Alex were to use curse technique reversal, red on Abomination now, it would likely penetrate his chest and abdomen directly, rather than blasting him thousands of meters away before doing so. After negotiating the price for Abomination and Hulk with Nick Fury, Alex waited in place. During the half hour he waited, no armed personnel dared to approach him. They only monitored from afar, even the fearless General Ross kept his distance. Through the process of capturing Hulk, Ross had realized the gap between himself and Hulk. Now, facing the even stronger Alex, he wouldn't waste his troops recklessly. Hidden mutants around the area were immensely excited, fixating on the white-haired figure at the center of the battlefield ruins. To them, he was their god. The god of mutants. For so long, mutants had been oppressed, subjected to various inhumane experiments in secrecy. Now, they finally stood tall. Merely by standing there, hundreds of fully armed soldiers dared not approach, not even launching missiles, knowing such attacks would be futile and only provoke the white mutant to kill them all. S.H.I.E.L.D. moved quickly, and soon a Quinjet flew in from a distance, with several familiar agents on board, led by Agent Coulson. Behind him stood a man holding a bow and arrow, who appeared to be Hawkeye. Hawkeye looked curiously at the white-haired man in front of him, then glanced around, finally stopping at the massive trench 1,000 meters long. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't have imagined the terrifying power contained within this seemingly frail white-haired man. Alex ignored Hawkeye and directly addressed Coulson. "Over there are Hulk and Abomination. Take them away, and remember to use adamantium or vibranium to imprison them, otherwise, it's almost impossible to keep them contained." Coulson watched Alex speak casually, as if selling two ordinary items rather than the formidable Hulk and Abomination, and couldn't help but smile wryly. The white mutant was truly terrifying. His appearance undoubtedly disrupted the balance between mutants and ordinary humans. If viewed solely from Earth's perspective, neither he nor Fury would want someone as overwhelmingly powerful as Alex to exist. However, considering the entire universe, Alex's presence was indispensable. After all, they knew that there were more advanced civilizations out there, and Earth was just a remote corner of the universe, constantly at risk of annihilation. After finishing his explanation, Alex told Coulson, "Agent Coulson, remember to transfer $200 million to my account. I'll be leaving now." Not waiting for Coulson's response, a blue curse energy enveloped Alex's body. With a powerful push from his legs, he leapt to a nearby skyscraper, then used the wall to propel himself further, vanishing in an instant. Alex wasn't worried about S.H.I.E.L.D. withholding his payment. These agents were smart, and Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was even smarter. They wouldn't make such a foolish choice. As Alex departed, Coulson touched the earpiece to report to Nick Fury. After a moment, he glanced at Hawkeye. "Agent Barton, what do you think of him?" Hawkeye continued staring in the direction Alex had gone. The wall where Alex had launched himself was covered in dense, menacing cracks. After a moment of silence following Coulson's question, he said, "It's hard to imagine that a human can possess such power. His strength is so terrifying it feels unreal. I question the purpose of my decades of training. If I were to fight him, I'd probably be killed instantly without any chance to resist. My attack style relies mainly on specialized arrows, but the white mutant's speed is beyond my ability to track. Hitting him with an arrow would be nearly impossible, and even if I could, that defense of his." Hawkeye trailed off, but Coulson understood what he was implying, that terrifying defense was impenetrable. Only an attack within the same spatial dimension could break through it, and with current technology, apart from mutants with similar abilities, where could they find a spatial attack? Coulson patted Hawkeye's shoulder and reassured him, "Don't be discouraged, Agent Barton, you're already very strong. After all, there's only one white mutant in the world." Yes, only one white mutant. Reaching the rooftop, Tony was already waiting. Seeing Alex return, Tony curiously circled around him, beams of light shooting from his iron eyes to scan him continuously. "How did you do it? Facing those two monsters, how did you manage to win so easily? Are you really human?" Tony Stark finally couldn't resist asking the question. Alex smiled at Tony and said, "Tony, the world is vast and equally fascinating. Even I am not the strongest. There are many on Earth who surpass me. The Phoenix, the Sorcerer Supreme, and others. You need to broaden your perspective." "Really?" Tony questioned, but seeing the smile on Alex's face, his expression grew serious. He finally realized that the world wasn't as simple as he had imagined. If even Alex wasn't the strongest, what kind of power did others possess? The Phoenix, the Sorcerer Supreme. Who were these people, and what kind of formidable abilities did they have? Wait, a sorcerer? Are you saying there are sorcerers on Earth, those who can cast spells? Of course. Tony was shocked again, then he recalled Alex's previous words, "You said you aren't their match now, but will you win in the future? Or will you lose?" "Nah, I'd win. Just like Satoru Gojo, Alex had the same confidence. However, with the system on his side, Alex was destined to have a different outcome than Gojo. Alex, would not be cut in half. Meanwhile, Coulson, transporting Dr. Banner and Abomination back to the helicarrier, received new orders from Nick Fury through his earpiece. A strange crater has appeared in New Mexico, with a hammer resting in the center that no one can lift. Agent Coulson, you are tasked with investigating this hammer. After this mission, you will definitely get some time off. Coulson, touching his thinning hair, hung up and sighed, Director Fury, you've already said that many times already. Chapter 24. Recently, two major events have occurred. The first significant event was the unveiling of the Iron Man incident, concluding with Tony Stark's declaration, I am Iron Man. This announcement marked the beginning of the superhero era. This epical event was monumental, but another event rivaled its importance, possibly even surpassing it. This major event also involved the white-haired mutant, the terrifying Omega-level mutant. The rising star of journalism, Eddie Brock, wrote in his latest report. Recently, an unprecedented terror attack occurred in Harlem. Two monstrous creatures rampaged through the district, wreaking havoc and ignoring the attacks of fully armed military forces, slaughtering civilians indiscriminately. In this dire crisis, the white-haired mutant emerged. He effortlessly used his terrifying black-red singularity to defeat the two monsters. However, the white-haired demon lives up to his name. The black-red singularity he unleashed not only defeated a giant monster in an instant but also destroyed numerous buildings, killed hundreds of civilians, and created a colossal trench a kilometer long with the residual shockwave. His threat level far exceeds that of the two monsters combined. Moreover, from analyzing the video footage I previously recorded, the white-haired mutant's power is steadily and rapidly increasing. When he first used the black-red singularity, it was visibly unstable. According to experts' analysis, he was likely severely drained at that time, which is why he spared the military forces besieging him. But now, when he released the black-red singularity again, its release speed was significantly faster, it was noticeably more stable, and its attack power far exceeded that of the first time. As you know, Omega mutants possess unlimited potential, and the white-haired mutant's existence vividly demonstrates the terrifying potential of an Omega-level mutant. I boldly speculate that the white-haired mutant's current power is still far from his limit. As time goes on, he will grow stronger and stronger, potentially reaching a point where he can ignore nuclear weapons. Once again, I ask the military and the government, how will you deal with the white-haired mutant? Taxpayers' money shouldn't support incompetence. The military and government need to provide a reasonable response plan. In a hidden base, Magneto set down the newspaper, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Mystique, standing nearby, was very curious. Since formulating his plan to destroy humanity and facing repeated setbacks, Eric hadn't genuinely smiled in a long time. So she glanced at the newspaper on the table, guessing that the reason for his smile lay within its pages. After roughly scanning through the newspaper, Mystique couldn't hide her shock. Even for an Omega-level mutant, the white-haired mutant's growth rate was astonishingly rapid. Magneto, noticing the shock on Mystique's face, adjusted his psychic helmet and smiled at her. Raven, it seems that without our guidance, new power is still moving in the right direction. Our strength is growing ever stronger. At the same time, in a hidden laboratory at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Professor X put down the newspaper and rubbed his temples. After a moment, he spoke to Jean Grey beside him. Jean, we need to try to reach out to him. He's gradually falling into darkness. If left unchecked, his power could cause irreparable damage. Jean nodded in agreement, but Professor X didn't notice the red gleam in her eyes that wouldn't fade away. In a luxurious mansion in Los Angeles, the two main subjects of global attention were basking in the sun on the balcony, each attended by a beautiful woman. Fans would recognize these women as two recently popular Hollywood stars. However, in this scene, the usual protagonists were reduced to mere extras without a single line. By the way, Alex, before you went to Harlem, you mentioned you had something important to tell me. What was it? Tony Stark suddenly asked Alex. Alex, wearing floral shorts, sipping fine wine, and enjoying the company of a blonde woman, stretched lazily before replying, your body is having problems, isn't it? Tony Stark's expression stiffened, and he forced a smile, what are you talking about? I'm perfectly fine. Alex gave a mysterious smile and didn't argue further. He said to Tony Stark, just make sure you supply me with an unlimited number of arc reactors when I need them, and I'll solve your body's problem. Tony Stark was taken aback, that's it? Seeing Alex nod, Tony immediately agreed, "All right, I agree." Alex swallowed the cherry the blonde woman was about to feed him, and with a soft murmur, he said, "Your current predicament should be palladium poisoning, which is why you've been drinking chlorophyll to alleviate the symptoms. If you continue using the palladium-based arc reactor, you will surely die in the near future." The two shapely blonde women instinctively stopped what they were doing, staring at Tony Stark in shock. The world's richest man, Playboy Tony Stark, was going to die. Seeing Tony instinctively place the chlorophyll drink on the table and cover his chest to hide the issue, Alex teased, "Don't worry. The new element you need is hidden in your home, within the architectural model your father left you. Search carefully, with your intelligence, you will surely find it. Goodbye. Next time we meet, I'll have another piece of important news for you when I collect the arc reactor." Then, to the shock of Tony Stark and the two blonde women, Alex vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Tony was momentarily stunned, then he smiled wryly, "That guy, he's gotten even stronger." At the same time, footsteps echoed from outside. In Tony Stark's annoyed gaze, Nick Fury entered, followed by several black-suited agents carrying a silver case. Moments later, with Nick Fury watching in astonishment, Tony Stark reclined on his sun chair and mocked, "Are you talking about the new element? I've already found it." High up in the sky, Alex floated in midair, blood seeping from his mouth. His internal injuries were rapidly healing thanks to the RCT. He muttered helplessly, "Even with LV3 of the cursed technique lapse blue, I still can't use teleportation consecutively. Even with LV3 energy absorption, enduring the pressure from consecutive teleportations causes injury. It seems I'll have to wait until blue reaches LV4, or until energy absorption reaches LV4, to use teleportation infinitely." Just yesterday, by minimizing energy output and constantly practicing blue, it had finally reached LV3. Congratulations, Cursed Technique Lapse Blue has leveled up. Cursed Technique Lapse Blue LV3, 1/1000 creates a powerful suction force, making the distance between multiple objects negative infinity, forming a small black hole. Upon leveling up, Alex's mind was flooded with advanced uses of Cursed Technique Lapse Blue. By compressing the distance between the starting point and the destination through powerful gravity, a teleportation-like effect is achieved. So just now, with a single step, he had instantly traveled tens of kilometers. Chapter 25. Once his internal injuries were fully healed, Alex flew toward New York. For him, this distance was no longer a big deal. Two arc reactors floated around Alex under the influence of his limitless technique, releasing vast amounts of energy that continually replenished him. There was even surplus energy for his system to absorb, improving his template fusion. His primary goal in heading to New York was to eliminate Kingpin, the underground king who had caused him considerable trouble when he first arrived in this world. Initially, Alex hadn't hunted down Kingpin because he couldn't confirm his whereabouts. Now, however, with his Six Eyes technique about to reach LV3 and his newfound teleportation ability, his mobility was significantly enhanced. He could search the entire Hell's Kitchen in a short time, leaving Kingpin with nowhere to hide. On his way to New York, Alex continuously activated his Six Eyes, scanning the surroundings. The experience points for the Six Eyes were steadily increasing. Six Eyes experience +1. Six Eyes experience +1. Six Eyes experience +1. Upon reaching the skies above New York, the system's notifications kept chiming, and the Six Eyes finally upgraded to LV3. Six Eyes experience +1. Congratulations, your Six Eyes skill has leveled up. Six Eyes LV3, 1/1000 grants 360-degree long-distance vision, the ability to see energy flows, incredible dynamic vision, enabling fine energy manipulation to maximize efficiency and minimize unnecessary energy loss. A warm current flowed from Alex's mind into his eyes. His already impressive range of vision expanded rapidly, from 500 meters to 2,000 meters, a fourfold increase compared to LV2. Within this 2,000-meter radius, everything was clearly visible. His X-ray vision also significantly enhanced, allowing him to see through several thick walls and view the scenery behind them. Moreover, upon reaching LV3, Six Eyes gained a new effect, reducing unnecessary energy consumption. This improvement substantially extended Alex's already impressive combat duration. After assimilating all the new information, Alex grinned and took another step, arriving above Hell's Kitchen. The hide-and-seek game was about to begin. In a hidden military base, the satellite radar suddenly emitted an alarm. In the highest commander's office, a well-trained soldier reported nervously, "General, the satellite radar detected an unknown flying object speeding towards New York at a top speed of Mach 5. What? The general was shocked. The fastest aircraft today could only reach speeds of around Mach 3, yet this unknown flying object was traveling at Mach 5. How was that possible? Pull up the satellite feed and lock onto the unknown object. I want to see what it is." Since Tony Stark had announced himself as Iron Man, strange incidents had been occurring more frequently. Various masked individuals were appearing everywhere. Even the emergence of an unknown flying object traveling at Mach 5 wouldn't be overly surprising to the general at this point. The soldier quickly operated the satellite, adjusting the camera to focus on the unknown flying object over Hell's Kitchen. As the image on the screen became clear, they stared in stunned silence at what they saw. Even the general, who had encountered countless emergencies throughout his career, was dumbfounded by the scene before him. A white-haired figure stood in mid-air above Hell's Kitchen, hands in pockets, looking down at everything below. This figure was well known to everyone present. Since the publication of those 3 reports, the military and government had been under immense pressure. Over the past few days, all top military officials had been studying the information on the white-haired mutant, attempting to find his weaknesses. However, after days of sleepless research, the high-ranking military officers were despairingly aware that the white-haired mutant had no weaknesses. Superhuman physique, energy absorption, blue-black holes, red-black singularities, terrifying spatial defense. He was an absolutely perfect mutant. In the end, the exhausted high-ranking officials discovered that the white-haired mutant seemed to lack resistance to mental attacks. They immediately dispatched envoys to negotiate with Professor X, attempting to use the students at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters to coerce him into killing Alex. But then they heard from Professor X, "The white-haired demon's mind is like a void. I can't sense anything, nor can I attack him." The group didn't believe it at first, but when another mutant with psychic abilities who had encountered the white-haired mutant reported the same thing, they finally accepted it. Even Professor X couldn't do anything about the white-haired mutant's mind. This reality left the entire military at a loss. If even mental attacks were perfectly resisted, did that mean the white-haired mutant had no weaknesses? How could there be such a perfect mutant? Because of this, top military officials held an emergency meeting 2 days ago. During the meeting, Colonel Stryker emphasized the danger posed by the white-haired mutant. He discussed the mutant's constantly growing powers and the potential for him to become impervious to nuclear weapons in the future. If that happened, facing the godlike white-haired mutant, the government and military would have no power to resist, and the former would establish a new government. This statement galvanized the military and government leaders into deciding to use high-yield nuclear weapons to eliminate the white-haired mutant, nipping the crisis in the bud. But now, what was happening? Why had the white-haired demon's speed suddenly increased so dramatically, reaching nearly Mach 5, faster than the fastest fighter jets? How could nuclear weapons possibly hit him now? What were they supposed to do now? The meticulously crafted plans of the military leaders seemed like a joke. At that moment, they saw the white-haired mutant on the screen suddenly look upward, as if he could see through thousands of meters to the surveillance satellite in space, and smirk disdainfully. They instinctively took several steps back, and the general almost tripped, because it felt like the white-haired mutant was looking directly at them through the camera, his face close up on the screen. The next moment, the white-haired mutant ignored them and took another step, disappearing from where he stood. Cold sweat poured from the general's forehead as he muttered repeatedly, "No, no, the plan can't be stopped. We need to deploy higher-yield nuclear weapons and launch a devastating attack on the white-haired mutant, even if it means destroying a city. In just a few days, that monster has become so terrifying. How powerful will he become if he continues to grow? Are they really going to let him become a god on Earth?" Above Hell's Kitchen, Alex looked up at the sky, sensing that he was being watched. This was an instinctual feeling granted by his newly upgraded 6 eyes at level 3. However, Alex didn't care. It was likely the military tracking his movements using surveillance satellites. He gave a friendly smile in the direction he sensed the surveillance, then took a step and vanished. Kingpin was waiting for him. Chapter 26. Alex's teleportation, an advanced form of his technique, Cursed Technique Lapse, Blue, is based on manipulating powerful gravitational forces to move instantaneously. However, it's not true space jumping, but rather the illusion of it created by his incredible speed. During this process, Alex's body moves rapidly until he reaches his marked destination. This intense acceleration is so powerful that even with his curse energy manipulation and energy absorption enhancing his body, he still suffers injuries. A normal person trying this would be crushed by the pressure instantly. Now, Alex is hovering 500 meters above the ground. At this height, there's nothing obstructing his view, and with his six eyes ability, he can see everything on the ground with perfect clarity, even into basements. Choosing this vantage point, Alex begins to teleport around Hell's Kitchen, searching for Kingpin's location. By controlling the repulsive force of his cursed technique reversal, red, he mimics the start of a run in midair. With a grin, his body wrapped in blue curse energy, he vanishes and reappears a kilometer away, repeating this every 30 seconds. In an alley within Hell's Kitchen, Spider-Woman deals with a robbery before swinging out to continue her crime patrol. As she swings, she catches a glimpse of something, white hair and faintly visible blue eyes hovering in the air. That mutant? Why is he in Hell's Kitchen? Just as Gwen plans to confirm whether it's really him, she sees the mutant suddenly vanish. Gwen quickly uses her web to reach the top of a nearby building, searching for any sign of him. With her enhanced vision, she spots him reappearing every 30 seconds. He's awakened a new ability. Gwen mutters in shock, mixed with deep envy. Becoming Spider-Woman brought her great joy, giving her extraordinary powers. But soon after, she encountered that mutant, who wasn't that strong at first, but rapidly grew in power at an unimaginable pace, leaving her far behind. Her powers, though simple and violent, don't have the elegance or overwhelming force of his abilities, the blue black holes, the red black singularities. Both in strength and spectacle, he far outshines her, leaving Gwen feeling disheartened and deeply curious about the white-haired mutant. Why is he so strong? What is he doing now? As Alex continues his teleportation, each 30-second interval gives him time to heal from the teleportation-induced injuries and fully scan his surroundings. As time passes, Alex covers most of Hell's Kitchen, but he starts feeling uneasy. Could Kingpin not be in Hell's Kitchen? But after his next teleportation, Alex's face lights up with a smile. He steps out again, appearing in front of a luxurious private club. The club is situated in the best part of Hell's Kitchen, where the streets are cleaner, and the area is safer, attracting wealthy patrons. The entrance is grand, with well-dressed gentlemen coming and going, making Alex's casual attire stand out. As Alex approaches, two suited security guards step forward, gesturing for him to stop. "Sir, this is an exclusive private club. You need an invitation and proper attire to enter." One of the guards leans in closer to Alex and quietly sneers, "Get out of here, pretty boy. This place isn't for you." Alex stops, noticing the undisguised mockery in the guard's eyes. He's amused that the guard doesn't recognize him, despite his face being plastered all over newspapers and the news. But Alex doesn't bother to explain. Instead, he smiles brightly and says calmly, "Could you inform them that I'm here to see Kingpin?" The guard freezes before bursting into laughter. "Ha! Who do you think you are? Dye your hair white and wear sunglasses, and you think you're the white-haired mutant?" The other guard joins in, mocking, "Looks like we need to teach this guy a lesson to wake him up." Nearby, a lavishly dressed woman clings to an elderly man and laughs at Alex. "Honey, look at this kid. He wants to get into a private club. Doesn't he know this place is for people like you?" She turns to the guards, "Hurry up and throw him out. We don't want him polluting our space." The old man glares at Alex and sternly orders the guards, "Get rid of him now." The guards, eager to please, bow their heads and promise, "Don't worry, sir. We'll handle him right away." As they swing their fists at Alex's face, he doesn't move, smiling at the absurdity of the scene. Suddenly, the entire area falls silent. The guard's fists stop 10 centimeters from Alex's face, unable to move forward, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. The guards' faces turn pale, and the woman and old man realize the terrifying truth. He really is the white-haired mutant. Not just an imitator. The woman screams in fear, realizing her mistake, and tries to flee, leaving the trembling old man behind. The old man collapses, a wet stain spreading from his pants, the stench of fear filling the air. Alex extends his hand toward the fleeing woman and gently clenches it. She's yanked back by a massive gravitational force, her bones cracking as she's slowly crushed into a pulp. Retracting his hand, Alex smiles at the stunned guards, repeating, "I'm here for Kingpin." The guards immediately dash inside, shouting, "We'll notify him right away. Please wait here." But as they near the door, thinking they're safe, they hear the demon's voice behind them, "Never mind, I'll go in myself." A powerful repulsive force sends the guards flying into the club, crashing into several unlucky patrons and painting the scene with blood. Alex steps into the club, then pops his head back out, "Oh, I almost forgot about you. The old man's relief is short-lived as he's twisted into a mangled heap by a terrifying gravitational force, blood pooling around his broken body. With that, Alex finally enters the club, smiling at the armed gang members waiting inside. Hello, I'm here for Kingpin. Chapter 27. As Alex enters the club, the armed gang members hesitate, unable to pull the trigger. It's as if the one who's heavily armed is not them, but the young man smiling before them. They all know the terrifying power of the white-haired mutant, whether from the 3 news stories that shook the world or from the recent incident where he smashed into the club, killing a few unfortunate souls and leaving the bodies of 2 security guards in shattered pieces. The power of the white-haired mutant is undeniable. Seeing the gang members frozen in place, Alex sighs and lowers his head slightly, his face cast in shadow, revealing only the cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Looks like I'll have to find him myself. Unable to bear the pressure any longer, one of the gang members squeezes the trigger, firing wildly at Alex. The sudden gunfire startles the others, and in their tense state, they instinctively join in, shooting at Alex. Bullets fly towards Alex like a storm, but they stop 10 centimeters away from him, unable to penetrate the invisible barrier surrounding him. Witnessing this eerie phenomenon, one gang member recognizes it as the white-haired mutant's signature ability. We can't beat him. I don't want to die. Overcome with fear, he drops his rifle and tries to flee. Following the first fleeing member, the others quickly do the same. Knowing from the news how terrifying the white-haired mutant is, they understand that in his eyes, they are no different from insects, easily crushed regardless of their numbers. Watching the gang members scatter in all directions, Alex grins. A massive repulsive force explodes from his body, sending the floating bullets back at an even greater speed than before. The bullets, traveling faster than the speed of sound, hit the fleeing gang members with deadly accuracy. In an instant, most of them are killed, while the few remaining lie on the glowing floor, writhing in agony. Alex, unable to stand the sound of their screams, raises a hand and softly murmurs. Cursed technique lapse, blue. A blue black hole materializes, pulling in everything around it. With the technique now at level 3, the black hole has grown several times larger, from the size of a basketball to a meter in diameter, its gravitational pull far stronger. It sucks in all the gang members, dead or incapacitated, and the screams are abruptly silenced. Disgusted by the blood-soaked scene before him, Alex allows the black hole to spin rapidly around him, sucking in everything nearby. In the blink of an eye, the luxurious club vanishes, leaving behind only a massive, circular crater. At the center of the crater, Alex stands on the still intact glowing floor, his back straight, right hand in his pocket, and left hand brushing through his smooth white hair. His eyes, a piercing blue, gaze upwards with cold indifference. In the distance, the lucky survivors tremble uncontrollably as they hear the white-haired mutant, standing amid the rubble, say with a satisfied smile, "This is much better. I guess I'm just too kind, I can't stand to see humans suffering." The surviving guests are left speechless, thinking, does he even realize what he's saying? Alex continues onward. According to his 6 eyes, Kingpin has already fled some distance, but with Alex's speed, catching up won't be a problem. He takes a step, his figure disappearing from the spot, and reappears hundreds of meters away, now on a street. Using his curse technique reversal, read to create a repulsive force equal to gravity, he walks through the air, each step taking him dozens of meters forward. Soon, he spots a fast-moving armored car in the distance. His 6 eyes glow brightly, allowing him to see clearly even under the harsh sunlight. Alex points his finger like a gun towards the armored car and says softly, "Bang." Inside the armored car, Kingpin sits in the back, his face a mask of determination. Even though the car's special armor can withstand rocket attacks, it offers him no sense of security. Facing an opponent like a god, only his years of steely resolve keep him from falling apart. Still, he knows the odds of escape are slim, but he has to try. They don't have no chance, after all. Kingpin looks back with a deep gaze. Let's hope the device we spent billions on works, or else. The armored car speeds up, boosters extending from the rear, pushing it forward even faster. Just as Alex is about to take Kingpin out, a sharp electrical sound rings in his ears. Suddenly, his energy becomes chaotic and uncontrollable, causing him to fall from the sky. What's happening? As he plummets, Alex quickly regains control of his energy with the precise manipulation of his 6 eyes and prepares to stand in midair again. But then, he notices 2 figures rushing towards him from different directions. "Ha ha ha, white-haired mutant, without your mutant abilities, you're just an ordinary man." Killing you will be my achievement, shouts one of the attackers, known as Prowler. Meanwhile, another figure swings in on webs, shouting urgently, watch out. Realizing what's happening, Alex smiles mischievously, choosing not to use his repulsive force to stay airborne and instead allowing himself to fall naturally. At the same time, he notices the armored car in the distance has also stopped and seems to be turning back. Time for a surprise. Spider-Woman rushes towards Alex, and just as she's about to reach him, she notices Prowler, clad in a black suit, pressing a button behind the white-haired mutant. The sharp electrical sound echoes again, and Alex, who had been floating like a god, suddenly stops, the black-red singularity he was about to launch disappearing, and he begins to plummet. It's clear that the sound has done something to the white-haired mutant, leaving him vulnerable. Spider-Woman watches as Prowler, with his sharp claws, charges at the helpless mutant, his voice filled with cruel intent. She accelerates, and just as Prowler is about to land a fatal blow, she kicks him aside, then cradles Alex, breathing heavily with relief. Thank goodness, I almost didn't make it. Feeling the soft warmth of her embrace, Alex also sighs in relief internally, thinking, I almost missed out on the fun. Chapter 28. Gwen gently lays Alex on the ground, concerned, and asks, what happened? Why did you suddenly fall from the sky? Alex, with impeccable acting and precise control over his body using his 6 eyes, shows no flaws in his expression or movements, saying, no, why have my powers suddenly disappeared? From a distance, Prowler hears Alex's desperate words and bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect this, did you? We've acquired a mutant suppression device secretly developed by the military. Your mutant abilities will be suppressed for at least an hour. During that hour, you're no different from an ordinary person, a single bullet can kill you. And I will be the one to kill you. As soon as Prowler finishes speaking, he charges towards Alex at high speed, but Gwen intercepts him. Seeing Spider-Woman blocking his way, Prowler's expression turns cold. You again, Spider-Woman. This time, I'll kill you and the white-haired demon together. The two engage in battle, with neither gaining the upper hand in the short term, but this balance won't last. In the distance, several figures are rushing toward them, more of Kingpin's henchmen. Alex recognizes a few familiar faces among them, Tombstone, a supervillain with impenetrable skin. Scorpion, wearing high-tech battle armor similar to Prowler's, and Dr. Octopus, a female version with 4 high-tech mechanical arms welded to her back. Gwen also spots the approaching supervillains. She kicks Prowler away, ties him to a lamppost with webbing, and then grabs Alex, swinging away to escape. How long until you can recover? Gwen asks, trying to shake off the pursuing supervillains, but she can't put much distance between them due to the constant gunfire from suddenly appearing gang members. Alex responds with a playful smile, I don't know, maybe it'll take a while, or it could happen at any moment. Gwen is frustrated by Alex's nonchalant attitude and considers dropping him, but she remembers that this bastard once saved her. Her kind nature keeps her from doing so. Can you be serious? If they catch up, you're dead, she scolds. Alex replies innocently, I'm telling the truth. The mutant suppression device can only suppress Alex's mutant abilities. Except for energy absorption, all his other abilities are still intact and usable. Moreover, his energy absorption is recovering rapidly and should be fully restored within 5 minutes, far less than the hour Prowler claimed. So Alex wasn't lying to Gwen, he could regain his abilities at any moment. Gwen, unaware that she's being toyed with by the mischievous bastard, focuses on the approaching villains. Suddenly, Prowler, freed from the webbing with his allies' help, catches up. He throws a knife, cutting Gwen's webbing and causing both Alex and her to fall to the ground, surrounded by the supervillains. Gwen feels the pressure but remains optimistic, saying, oh, this is bad. I have no idea what to do. Alex, still in her arms, cheers her on, believe in yourself, you can do it. And if not, I'm still here. Before Gwen can respond, Prowler mocks, brat, without your mutant abilities, you can barely protect yourself, let alone others. You can't protect anything. Scorpion, covered in exoskeleton armor, looks at Alex and sneers, so, this is the white-haired mutant. Not so impressive. Little spider, white-haired kid, it's time for you to die. Scorpion's mechanical limbs extend as he charges towards Alex and Gwen. His tail needle lifts and strikes down towards Gwen, intending to kill both her and Alex. Gwen narrowly avoids the tail's strike but is then hit by Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms, sending both her and Alex flying apart. Alex lands smoothly with his ordinary physical abilities and immediately looks to the sky. With his 6 eyes, he sees a helicopter hovering 10 kilometers away. At that distance, even his level 3 6 eyes can only make out a vague shadow. If not for his intuition telling him that he's being watched from afar, he might not have noticed. Growing impatient, Alex realizes that the helicopter has been there for a long time and is unlikely to come closer. Meanwhile, Gwen, overwhelmed by the combined attacks of several supervillains, is losing ground and can no longer protect Alex. Prowler, seizing the opportunity, approaches Alex with a menacing grin. The arrogant white-haired bastard is about to die here. This will surely be the 4th news story to shock the world. Seeing Alex still ignoring him and instead looking into the distance, Prowler feels a surge of anger at being dismissed. Such arrogance, but it will make your screams all the more satisfying. Prowler lunges at Alex, but before he can get close, Gwen appears again, standing between them. Maybe you won't get the chance to kill him. Noticing Gwen's injuries, Prowler smiles cruelly. No, you're both going to die here. A purple light glows under Prowler's feet as his already impressive speed increases further. He rushes towards Alex and Gwen. Gwen tries to pull Alex to safety, but her previous injuries suddenly flare up, causing her to freeze momentarily. In that brief pause, Prowler reaches her, his sharp claws aiming for her abdomen. Die. The claws are too close for even Spider-Woman's agility to dodge. She can only watch as the claws approach, about to pierce her abdomen and kill both her and Alex. But then, Gwen suddenly feels a blur in front of her and sees a tall figure appear, blocking her. A deep, irritated voice comes from the man in front of her. Looks like it's not coming any closer. How boring. What a waste of time. Gwen then sees the white-haired mutant extend his hand forward, and Prowler's body freezes in midair. With a casual wave of his arm, a powerful repulsive force blasts everything in front of him away, including Prowler, who is crushed into a bloody pulp. Gwen stares in shock at the fan-shaped swath of destruction stretching dozens of meters in front of them, swallowing hard. She then hears Alex muttering to himself, "Tsk tisk, they're trying to escape. That won't do. I need to wrap this up quickly." Chapter 29. In the distance, Scorpion, Dr. Octopus, and Tombstone stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Hadn't his mutant powers been suppressed? How could he have recovered when the 1 hour hadn't even passed? Tombstone, whose superpower made him impervious to weapons, couldn't stop trembling. He stared at the massive, fan-shaped crater ahead, at the unrecognizable remains of the Prowler, and then at his own right arm, which had been obliterated by the residual force of the attack. Ah! It took him a moment to process what had happened before he screamed in agony. Blood spurted from the stump of his missing arm, and the once indestructible body provided no comfort now. Instinctively, he tried to flee, but as he took a step, he realized one of his legs was also missing. He immediately lost balance and collapsed to the ground. Dr. Octopus and Scorpion, who were further away, hadn't suffered much harm, only minor cuts from scattered debris. However, they were paralyzed with fear, unable to move as they stared at the scene before them. Tombstone, who was barely touched yet gravely injured by the mere shockwave. Despite their antagonistic relationships, they respected Tombstone's strength. His invulnerable body made him a formidable opponent, one even they struggled to handle. But now, just from the residual impact, he was left in such a state. Where was his vaunted superpower? His indestructible body? Realizing the gravity of the situation, they understood they stood no chance against Whitehair with his mutant powers restored. They needed to escape, immediately. But just as Dr. Octopus and Scorpion turned to flee, they froze again, too terrified to move. Gwen watched the scene unfold, even though she'd read about such power in the Daily Bugle. Experiencing it firsthand made her feel the true awe-inspiring force of it. Was this the White Mutant's true power? What had he been through recently to grow so powerful? Before she could ask, she suddenly noticed the White Mutant standing before her, his hand resting on her head. His deep, magnetic voice reached her ears. "Thank you, little spider. I'll take it from here." With that, the White Mutant vanished, reappearing instantly in front of the fleeing Dr. Octopus and Scorpion, greeting them with a bright smile. "Leaving already? You haven't given me your farewell gift yet." Before they could respond, Alex reached out toward Scorpion. A powerful force pulled Scorpion toward him, his face twisted in despair. Determined to make one last stand, Scorpion lashed out with his sharp limbs and venomous tail at the White Mutant, hoping to make him pay a price. Even if he was fated to die, he wanted to inflict some damage on the White Mutant. Perhaps, with him just having regained his powers, he might not control them perfectly. That could be his chance. His venomous stinger and limbs could still offer a glimmer of hope, if they could hit their mark. But all Scorpion saw was a flash of blue light. The next thing he knew, the white mutant held a massive stinger, lunging it toward his head. Glancing down at his own body, he saw his tail and legs severed and scattered around, embedded in the ground. The largest stinger, the one the white mutant now held, was aimed directly at his head. Before he could utter a word, the stinger pierced his skull, and blood sprayed out, only to hang suspended 10 centimeters in front of Alex, frozen in place. With Scorpion dealt with, Alex turned his attention to Dr. Octopus, who had managed to get several hundred meters away during the brief encounter. Although this distance would be a challenge for a sniper, for someone with 6 eyes like him, it was nothing. He flipped a coin into the air, and it hovered in front of his finger. Black and red lightning arced from his fingertip, propelling the coin at several times the speed of sound. Before the coin could melt from air friction, it struck Dr. Octopus in the back, splitting her in two at the waist. The coin continued its path for several hundred meters before finally disintegrating in midair. Alex took another step, appearing beside the crawling Tombstone. As Tombstone shakily looked up, he saw a shadow descending upon him before his consciousness was snuffed out. Crushing Tombstone's skull underfoot, Alex turned and smiled brightly at Gwen, then took a step, reappearing tens of meters in the air, and began striding through the sky toward a distant armored vehicle. Inside the armored car, Kingpin sat with a dark expression. The mutant suppression device he had spent billions on had only held the white demon at bay for a few minutes. Was the white mutant too powerful? Or had he been deceived? Damn it! Damn it all! Suddenly, he saw a young man with white hair standing in front of the armored car, smiling brightly at him. The next moment, the expensive armored vehicle collided with the white mutant, coming to an abrupt halt. Under the tremendous kinetic force, the front half of the vehicle crumpled, instantly crushing the driver. Blood splattered across Kingpin's face as he let out a single scream before being squashed, followed by the grating sound of tearing metal. Crack! With a powerful pull, the white mutant tore the armored vehicle in half, exposing Kingpin to his gaze. Panicked, Kingpin grabbed his gun and fired at Alex, but the bullets, like the driver's blood, froze in midair, unable to reach him. Seeing this, Kingpin regained some composure and spoke in a low tone, "I was wrong before. I'm willing to give you all my assets in exchange for my life." But the white mutant remained silent, continuing his slow approach. Each step felt like it crushed Kingpin's heart, making it skip a beat. Growing more desperate, Kingpin added quickly, "If I die, all those assets will be frozen, and you won't get a cent. That's billions of dollars in assets." The footsteps stopped as Alex finally reached Kingpin, but instead of responding, he raised his hand. Before Kingpin could say another word, a terrifying force emanated from that hand, plunging him into eternal darkness. Blood and unidentified pieces of flesh hovered briefly around Alex before a powerful repulsive force flung them outward, staining the surrounding area. With a grin, Alex muttered, "If you'd had the obelisk, an infinity stone, the casket of ancient winters, Gungnir, the eternal flame, or the eye of Agamotto, I might have interrogated you to prolong your life. But mortal wealth means nothing to me." Then he took another step and vanished, speeding toward the distant helicopter. Chapter 30. On a distant helicopter, several scientists in white lab coats were frantically recording the valuable data they had just observed. These data points were crucial weapons against the white demon in the future and couldn't be lost. The lead researcher dialed a communication line, which was quickly answered by an eager, raspy voice on the other end. "How did it go?" The researcher couldn't hide his excitement as he replied, "Colonel Stryker, it worked. The mutant suppression device is effective against the white mutant. Although it only suppresses him for a few minutes, with improvements, this time can be significantly extended. Soon, we'll be able to turn the white mutant into an ordinary human for a long period." "Good, good, good." Stryker was overjoyed, a rare stiff smile forming on his usually stoic face. "It seems we won't need to resort to the nuclear plan after all. The mutant suppression device alone will be enough to handle him. Transmit all the data immediately and start developing the suppression device right away." "Yes, sir." But suddenly, the researcher was interrupted by a commotion on the other end of the line. "What's happening?" Stryker demanded, but what he heard next made his blood run cold. "Quick, quick, activate the mutant suppression device. We need time to escape. Colonel Stryker, the white mutant, he is coming after us." "What?" Stryker was stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. The white mutant had detected their helicopter from 10 kilometers away. What did that mean? It meant the white mutant's sensory abilities were far beyond what Stryker had imagined, capable of perceiving things at least 10 kilometers away. This also meant the nuclear plan was almost entirely doomed to fail because, with his speed, the white mutant could easily evade any nuclear strike once he detected it from a distance. Damn it! When did that filth awaken such sensory abilities? Did his powers have no limits? Stay calm and transmit the data. With the suppression device, escaping shouldn't be difficult. Stryker tried to reassure the scientists, urging them to quickly send over the data on the white mutant. His main priority was still the data. Once he had it, the scientists would no longer be valuable. Still, he believed what he said, the researchers should be able to escape if they could temporarily suppress the stain's powers. But then, he heard a desperate scream through the earpiece. He stopped 5 kilometers away. At this distance, the current version of the suppression device won't affect him at all. No, he's attacking us with those strange black and red singularities. Ah! The communication cut off abruptly after a final, agonized scream. Stryker fell silent. It seemed the filth had discovered the suppression device's existence and was now using his black and red singularities to eliminate the researchers from a distance. This also meant that in the future, the white mutant would be wary of such devices. However, it also confirmed that he was still vulnerable to the suppression device. If his abilities were successfully suppressed, he would no longer be a threat. As the words, "Data transmission complete," flashed across the screen before him, Stryker's face twisted into a sinister grin. Meanwhile, Alex was closing in on the helicopter with lightning speed, using the cursed technique, blue to teleport. Before long, the helicopter reappeared within his sight. He didn't approach it directly, suspecting that the helicopter might also be equipped with a mutant suppression device. Although he had memorized the energy flow in his body when his powers were suppressed, and could reassert control over it the moment it happened, he still chose not to get too close to the helicopter. He preferred to create a perceived weakness for his enemies to exploit, anticipating their reactions with grim satisfaction. Alex halted mid-air, about 5 kilometers away from the helicopter, the maximum effective range of the suppression device, according to his 6 eyes observations. He extended his hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, pointing them at the helicopter. Cursed energy surged, and a black and red singularity quickly formed before him. With a slight raise of his fingers, the terrifying singularity shot forward, leaving a visible black and red trail in the sky. The cursed technique reversal, red ripped through the atmosphere, creating a sonic boom that echoed across New York. Nearly everyone simultaneously looked up to see a dazzling black streak, like a meteor of death, streaking toward a helpless helicopter. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of those who could see, the helicopter was instantly shattered by the black meteor, bursting into a tiny ball of flame. The meteor continued its path, tearing through the air, slicing through clouds, and eventually crashing into the wilderness outside the city, raising a massive cloud of dust. When the dust finally settled, it left behind a huge, round crater. It's the white mutant. It's the white mutant. The crowd immediately recognized the most powerful mutant currently dominating the headlines, throwing the entire city into chaos. The white mutant can fly now. Does that mean there's no limit to the powers of an Omega mutant? It looks like he's become even stronger. Where's the government? Where's the military? Didn't they say they had a perfect plan to deal with the white mutant? In a spacious warehouse in New York, where the black meteor and the airborne white mutant could be clearly seen, Polaris stood in stunned silence. The sight before her instantly brought back memories of her previous encounter with the man. Those cold, indifferent eyes exuded an unparalleled sense of oppression. Even though her abilities were among the strongest of mutants, she knew she stood no chance against the white demon. His merciless words were etched deeply in her memory, making her realize that mutants would never rise by relying on others, they could only depend on themselves. As Polaris's companions gasped in awe around her, saying things like, "Look, that's the white mutant's mutant ability," and, "Wow, how cool. This is the strongest mutant right now," some even declared, "We need to work hard so we can fight alongside the great leader in future battles against humans. Under his leadership, mutants will finally achieve freedom." Polaris hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the harsh truth to her comrades. In the face of the white mutant, even though they were all mutants, all the same kind. To him, they were no different from ordinary humans, mere ants. That man stood in the sky, overlooking everything below. At the same time, Alex, standing high in the air, heard the system prompt. Cursed technique reversal, red experience +1. Congratulations, your skill cursed technique reversal, red has leveled up. Chapter 31. Cursed Technique Reversal, Red LV2, 1/300 generates repulsive force centered on red. Minimum power is twice that of blue, with maximum output reaching unknown levels. A flood of information surged into Alex's mind, rapidly increasing his experience in using the Cursed Technique Reversal, Red. Alex activated Red again, and a black and red singularity formed above his index finger, growing from the size of a pea to a ping-pong ball, with its repulsive force amplified several times over. Looking at the black and red singularity on his fingertip, Alex couldn't help but reminisce about the Hulk and Abomination. Of all the battles he had experienced, they had provided the most satisfying feeling of resistance, something he still remembered fondly. Wait a minute, from what I overheard between Coulson and Nick Fury, there's a strange crater in New Mexico with a hammer no one can lift at its center. Doesn't that mean the god of thunder has already been banished by Odin and is now on Earth? I imagine that once he regains his power, he should provide quite the challenge, and the destroyer armor controlled by Loki will be even tougher. They'll make great targets. A barely noticeable smile curved at the corner of Alex's lips. New fun awaits. He found Spider-Woman again, though she was no longer in the same spot but rather perched on a tall building. Although Alex wouldn't have been in danger without her help, he still felt grateful to Spider-Woman for her assistance. Without it, he wouldn't have been able to hide the fact that the mutant suppression device didn't affect him, which would have taken away a lot of the fun. Thanks for your help. Next time we meet, I'll give you a gift to show my gratitude. Gwen's curiosity was piqued by Alex's words. She wondered what kind of gift the powerful white mutant might give. Then she heard the charming mutant himself give a mysterious smile and say, "Keep looking forward to it, I'm sure you'll love it." Gwen wanted to say something more, but before she could, the Alex took a step forward and vanished from her sight. By the time his figure disappeared, she realized she'd forgotten to ask him why he was getting stronger so quickly. Oh well, I'll ask next time. I'm definitely looking forward to it. Humming a tune, Gwen leaped from the building, swinging away on her webs. Alex didn't rush straight to New Mexico. Instead, he headed to a high-end restaurant to enjoy a meal. At level 3, he still couldn't use energy to replace food, but by level 4, he likely would be able to. However, even if he could sustain himself with energy alone, he wouldn't refuse a good meal. After all, eating is one of life's great pleasures. With his current appetite, it cost tens of thousands of dollars to fill up at a high-end restaurant, but such an amount was nothing to him now. As his power grew, acquiring wealth became increasingly easy. Leaving the restaurant, Alex was about to head to New Mexico to seek out the Thor for some fun when he suddenly noticed several familiar figures blocking his path. These people looked a little different from their movie counterparts, but their distinct features and the fact that they were together made them recognizable. Standing before Alex, blocking his way, were members of the X-Men, including the kind old man in a wheelchair, Professor X, who had incredibly powerful telepathic abilities. Behind him, pushing the wheelchair, was Cyclops with his distinctive visor, alongside Phoenix with her red hair and Storm with her silver hair. X-Men. What do you want with me? Alex asked curiously. Apart from having the same enemy, Stryker, he had no real connection with the X-Men. Professor X looked at the white-haired young man before him, his expression serious. In his perception, the young man in front of him was a void, as if he didn't exist at all. He couldn't sense the young man's consciousness, as if a tiny ant was standing on the back of an elephant, unable to see the elephant because it was a vast, endless land. In the moment he saw the white mutant, Professor X realized that this young man was a far more terrifying existence than Jean. Even when facing Jean, he could sense her mental presence, but with the mutant before him, his abilities were completely ineffective. Hearing Alex's question, Professor X softened his expression into a kind smile and said slowly, "My child, I'd like to invite you to join Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. The children at this school are mutants, just like you. If you join, you will no longer be alone. Besides, you are currently in great danger. The government and military have already devised a plan against you. Even though your mutant abilities are strong, you can't face them all on your own. Join us, and the X-Men will negotiate with the government and military to have your wanted status removed." Around him, Cyclops and the others looked at Alex with confident expressions. They were certain that if the white mutant wasn't foolish, he would definitely agree to join Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. First, they were all mutants themselves and understood the feeling of being hated by others after awakening to their mutant abilities, the loneliness of being abandoned by the world. Mutants yearn for their own kind. Second, the white mutant was currently wanted by the government and military. Although he was very powerful, facing the full might of the military and government, and dealing with various mutants with unknown abilities, even he would stand no chance. In his previous encounter with the task force sent by Stryker, the white mutant had barely escaped with his life. Surely, he understood this well. As long as they could bring the white mutant to Xavier's school, the professor would educate him, changing his violent nature. Then, the X-Men would gain an incredibly powerful ally. Cyclops and the others eagerly anticipated that day. But what Alex said next shattered their assumptions and made them realize they never really understood him at all. "Sorry, but I don't feel lonely, and I'm not interested in joining Xavier's school for gifted youngsters." Cyclops looked at the white mutant in disbelief, shocked that he would say such a thing. As someone who had been called a monster by his classmates after awakening his mutant abilities, this was something Cyclops couldn't comprehend. "If you don't stay with other mutants, won't people call you a monster? Won't they hate you? And what about the military's attempts to capture you? Even you can't face an attack from countless mutants with unknown abilities, right?" He then saw the white mutant's lips curve into a smile that grew wider and more brazen. "Ha ha ha. They insult me. Kill them. They hunt me. Kill them. They condemn me. Still, kill them. I believe that as the death toll rises, they'll gradually realize their mistakes, change their opinions, and eventually come to the conclusion, the white mutant is a righteous and kind-hearted law-abiding citizen." Ha ha ha. Chapter 32. You. Cyclops stared at Alex in shock, unable to believe the words that just came out of the white mutant's mouth. You. You really are a demon. Jean Grey and Storm were equally stunned as they looked at the young man in front of them. The reckless smile on his face and his cold, piercing blue eyes sent chills down their spines. This time, they finally understood what the professor had said: if the white mutant wasn't stopped, the consequences would be irreversible. Even though they knew he was gradually falling down the wrong path, hearing his unrestrained words still shocked Professor X deeply, filling him with a sense of dread that reached into his very soul. He couldn't let Alex continue on this path, or in the near future, he would become a walking catastrophe. Thinking of what could happen in the future, Professor X's face turned serious as he spoke in a deep voice. "Alex, you've already started down the wrong path. You can't continue to fall any further. You have the power to overthrow the world. That power should be used in the right way, not just for slaughter. Killing doesn't solve problems, it only makes them more complicated and more intense, leading to a situation that's even harder to reverse." Cyclops, Storm, and Jean Grey all nodded in agreement. They strongly believed in Professor X's philosophy. Peace maintained by violence is unstable. Only by using peaceful methods can mutants and humans coexist, ensuring lasting peace. They had always fought for this ideal, constantly thwarting the evil plans of the Brotherhood of Mutants and forming the X-Men to combat crime, changing the stereotypes that ordinary people had about mutants. Of course, pulling the white mutant back from the wrong path was also part of this goal and had even become the most important mission for the X-Men recently. Hearing Professor X's words, Alex showed a thoughtful expression. "You're right. Peace maintained by violence really can't last." Seeing Alex's reaction, Professor X and the others felt some relief, thinking that perhaps Alex had just lacked guidance and had thus strayed down the wrong path. Now that he had heard the professor's counsel, he would surely see the light. But suddenly, the white mutant's familiar cold smile reappeared, sending a wave of bad premonitions through Professor X and the others. Isn't there another possibility? That the violence wasn't strong enough, wasn't brutal enough. That the power was far from sufficient. If I'm strong enough, my mere existence will suppress all dissent. Just by standing there, no one will dare say a word against me. Then, and only then, will it be enough. That's when there will be true peace. Professor X's face changed drastically. Cyclops was ready to take off his glasses at any moment, and Storm's hair began to rise as the clear sky suddenly transformed, filled with lightning and raging winds. Among them, Alex was most focused on Jean Grey. A flash of red glinted in her eyes. However, the Phoenix was still sealed by Professor X, and the current Jean Grey was far from a match for Alex. The ordinary people around them screamed and ran away, leaving only Alex and the X-Men to face off in the middle of the street. Facing 2 Omega-level mutants, 1 Alpha mutant, and an Omega-level telepath, Alex smiled slightly and took a step forward. His blue eyes glowed with light as an immense repulsive force radiated from his body, spreading rapidly and destroying everything around him. Terrifying cracks spread from Alex's feet, covering an area of several dozen meters, with only a small area where the X-Men stood remaining intact. Storm immediately summoned a fierce wind to combine with Jean Grey's telekinesis, trying to resist the overwhelming repulsive force, but they could only keep retreating. Seeing this, Cyclops quickly removed his special glasses, and two thick beams of laser energy shot from his eyes, charging straight toward the unstoppable Gojo incarnate. But when the laser beams reached within 10 centimeters of Alex, they suddenly slowed down, crawling forward at a snail's pace. Alex watched with curiosity as the laser beams slowly approached him. It seemed that his Infinity couldn't completely block laser attacks yet, at least not at its current level 2 stage. However, as his level increased, the Infinity would surely be able to easily block laser attacks, toxic attacks, and even spatial attacks. But for now, the laser attack still needed to be dealt with. Under Cyclops' shocked gaze, Alex raised a hand, placing it in the path of the advancing laser. As soon as the laser touched his flesh, it stopped piercing through and began to fade away visibly. What? Cyclops was stunned by what he was seeing, even doubting whether his mutant power was malfunctioning. How can he block my lasers with his bare flesh? The knowledgeable Professor X quickly identified the issue. No, he's not just blocking your lasers, he's absorbing the energy within them. What? Hearing Professor X's explanation, Jean Grey and Storm were even more shocked. Professor, didn't you say his energy absorption ability could only absorb a small amount of energy? Why can he absorb Scott's lasers now? Professor X's expression grew even more serious as he explained. His mutant abilities seem to grow stronger over time, and he also seems to gain new abilities as time passes. And this growth doesn't seem to have any limits, the speed is even increasing. Hearing the professor's analysis, Jean Grey and the others could hardly believe it, but if this was the case, it would explain everything about the white mutant. Looking at Alex, the usually fearless X-Men showed a trace of fear. Could such a terrifying mutant power really exist? Not even an Omega-level mutant should be capable of this. At that moment, their thoughts aligned. No matter the cost, they had to stop Alex and pull him back onto the right path. Because they had finally realized that if he completely lost control, the consequences would not just be a disaster, it could mean the destruction of the world. In a red sea of consciousness, a figure with red hair and red eyes watched the outside world through Jean Grey's vision, stunned as she stared at the white-haired figure and listened to Professor X's shocking analysis. The Dark Phoenix couldn't believe what she was seeing. Under Professor X's constant guidance, she had wondered if she was too extreme and even hated her own overwhelming power. But now, all she could think was, what am I compared to him? Chapter 33. With his body reinforced by cursed energy, Alex absorbed the energy from the laser beams, and his reverse curse technique healed his constantly damaged hand. With this series of enhancements, Alex was able to block the laser beams, which could easily pierce through steel, using only his flesh and blood. In his ears, the system's notifications kept chiming. Energy points +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Limitless technique experience +1. Compared to the experience required to reach level 3, which was harder to gain, the experience for the limitless technique, still at level 2, was rapidly increasing. In a short time, it was on the verge of leveling up. Alex blocked the laser with his hand, then took another step forward. The terrifying pressure suddenly surged, and the powerful repulsive force from the reversal, red, spread over hundreds of meters, crushing and collapsing buildings in its path. Everything dissipated under his footsteps. Faced with the sudden surge in repulsive force, even Storm and Jean Grey, working together, couldn't withstand it. The X-Men were instantly blown away, and despite Jean Grey's telekinesis cushioning their fall, they were still battered and bruised by the scattered debris. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of shoes hitting the ground echoed, but the terrifying white-haired mutant didn't stop moving. Even though they quickly re-established their defenses, the overwhelming pressure rapidly reached the critical point where Jean Grey and Storm could barely hold on. Under such immense pressure, it seemed that the defenses they had painstakingly set up would be destroyed by the repulsive force at any moment, and they would be crushed to dust by the unstoppable power. Cyclops struggled to get up from where he had fallen, enduring the pain coursing through his body. He summoned all his strength and released laser beams from his eyes, targeting the white-haired man in front of him. Storm did the same, using the wind to lift herself into the air as she continuously summoned powerful lightning bolts to strike Alex. But, facing a more powerful attack than before, the white-haired Omega mutant, who had previously blocked the lasers with his hand, now didn't even bother. Instead, he grinned at them. Because just now, Alex had heard the system's notification in his ears. Limitless Technique Experience +1. Congratulations, Limitless Technique has leveled up. Limitless Technique, Level 3, 1/1000 interfere with atomic level matter, control space, and any object approaching the user will slow down, never able to touch the user. The blinding lightning and scorching laser beams, just as they were about to hit Alex, suddenly came to a halt. The laser, which had been slowly advancing before, could no longer move forward. Instead, it was being repelled at a faster pace. As the Limitless Technique leveled up, a flood of information surged into Alex's mind. The range of the Limitless Technique expanded rapidly, from 10 centimeters to 20, 30, until it finally stopped at 50 centimeters from his body. Compared to Level 2, the range of the Limitless Technique had increased fivefold, and now it could easily block the laser attacks that had previously been unstoppable. At this point, the X-Men could no longer pose any threat to him whatsoever. Seeing this, Cyclops exclaimed in disbelief. What just happened? Why did my laser suddenly stop working? Just moments ago, his laser had been a threat to the white-haired mutant, but now, just seconds later, it was completely ineffective. Professor X provided an explanation. His defensive abilities have suddenly improved dramatically. He can now completely ignore your laser attacks. As I suspected, I was right. His power continues to increase over time. Realizing this, Professor X understood that they were no match for the white-haired demon. If they wanted to bring him back onto the right path, they would need a long-term plan. So he immediately spoke up. Alex, stop. We mean you no harm. But Alex's footsteps continued, showing no sign of stopping. Under the immense pressure, Jean Grey, who was mainly maintaining the defense, was trembling all over, with blood flowing from numerous wounds on her body. It seemed like she could no longer hold back the attack. Her pupils were turning an increasingly vivid shade of red, like flames, as if they could erupt at any moment. Seeing this, Professor X became even more anxious. If Jean lost control now, her battle with the white-haired mutant could destroy all of New York. While trying to calm Jean, Professor X frantically pleaded with the Alex. Alex, we don't mean any harm. If we've offended you, we'll leave right away. But the white-haired mutant's footsteps didn't stop. Even Storm and Cyclops noticed the problem with Jean Grey, and seeing the relentless advance of Alex and the professor's struggle to keep Jean in check, despair began to show on their faces. They didn't know who would win between Jean and the white-haired mutant, but they were certain that they were doomed, and so was New York. Who would have thought that trying to recruit the white-haired mutant to the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters would lead to such a catastrophe? Now they all regretted it, but the disaster was about to happen, and there was no way to stop it. They didn't believe that the white-haired mutant, given his usual reckless behavior, would suddenly show mercy and spare them. But just as they were about to despair, waiting for Jean Grey to completely lose control and clash with the white-haired mutant, they suddenly noticed that the latter had stopped in his tracks just as Jean was reaching her limit. The terrifying pressure vanished instantly, and Alex, having stopped his attack, was now staring coldly at them. The fear of death enveloped them, making it hard to breathe. The oppressive atmosphere stretched on, with the silence lasting for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, the X-Men saw Alex move, and they immediately prepared for another devastating attack. But to their surprise, Alex, who had just been intent on killing them, took a step and disappeared without a trace. What? The terrifying crisis was suddenly over, leaving them bewildered. Just moments ago, the white-haired mutant wanted to kill them, and now he suddenly disappeared. Storm, doubtful, said. Could it be that he was really moved by the professor? Professor X, sweating profusely, finally managed to pull Jean back from the brink of losing control. Hearing Storm's words, he nodded and said, "It's possible, but the chances are slim. I'm more inclined to believe in a second possibility, that the white-haired mutant has some sort of danger-sensing ability, or perhaps even the power to foresee the future. He must have sensed Jean's impending loss of control and decided to leave." Hearing the professor's analysis, and thinking back on the details, Storm and Cyclops realized that the professor's explanation made more sense. Has he awakened another mutant ability, or did he always have it, only revealing it now? Cyclops had never seen a mutant with so many abilities before. Chapter 34. Storm, standing nearby, remarked, "It's terrifying. If Alex's power keeps increasing without a limit, won't there come a time when no one can stop him?" Hearing Storm's question, Professor X fell into a long silence. He didn't know how to answer her and could only say slowly, "That's precisely why we must guide him onto the right path." Cyclops suddenly asked, "So how do we bring him onto the right path?" With that question, everyone fell into silence. High above the ground, Alex walked through the air, covering hundreds of meters with each step. During the confrontation with the X-Men earlier, Alex had stopped his attack and chosen to leave for two reasons. First, Jean Grey possessed the Phoenix Force, one of the most feared entities in the Marvel Multiverse, representing all life and emotion. As one of the oldest powers, the full Phoenix Force could disassemble, transform, reassemble, create, and destroy anything at will, even bend causality and timelines. It could traverse any dimension, universe, or plane without restriction. The complete Phoenix Force is an entity have reached nigh omnipotence. Even though Jean Grey only harbored a tiny fragment of this power, it was still enough to make her an extremely powerful Omega mutant. Because Alex wasn't sure if his limitless technique could block the Phoenix's ability to disassemble matter, or if his reverse curse technique's regeneration could outpace the Phoenix's disintegration, he decided not to take the risk. Second, a conflict between the X-Men and Colonel Stryker was inevitable. Previously, Alex had asked Tony Stark to find Stryker, but knowing that he was being targeted by Alex, Stryker had intentionally hidden himself. Even Tony Stark couldn't find his whereabouts. Alex then asked S.H.I.E.L.D. for help, but they had the same result. So, he planned to use the X-Men to draw Stryker out. The latter, who had a deep hatred for mutants, would definitely make a move against the X-Men. The bait was set, and now it was just a matter of waiting for the fish to bite. In a remote small town in New Mexico, inside a diner, all the customers were staring at a strange group of patrons. One of them had just broken a glass, and though the others at the table quickly apologized, it still drew the attention of the other diners. However, at that moment, the doorbell of the diner chimed, and a tall figure walked in, immediately drawing everyone's attention away from the rude man. "Hey man, are you cosplaying the White Mutant?" A chubby boy near the entrance turned at the sound of the doorbell and immediately saw the newcomer, a handsome man with white hair and sunglasses. He recognized the outfit right away. It was the signature look of the Omega Mutant, the White Mutant. Because of his impressive powers and iconic look, he was immensely popular worldwide, inspiring many young people to cosplay as him. This chubby boy was no exception, though his short, stout figure could never quite capture the White Mutant's infinite aura, so he had given up trying. Seeing this striking man walk into the diner, the boy was full of admiration. If it weren't for the fact that he knew the White Mutant was currently in New York, he might have believed this man was the real deal. As Alex stepped inside, he noticed the chubby boy's admiring gaze and heard him ask if he was cosplaying the White Mutant, while showering him with compliments about how accurate his look was. Alex was momentarily taken aback, then realized what the boy meant. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he said, "Thanks, buddy. Your hair looks cool too." Receiving praise from someone cosplaying as his idol, the boy's face lit up with excitement. He looked at his reflection in the nearby glass, thinking he looked incredibly stylish. "I knew it. Tom and the others were just jealous of how awesome I look." Alex. Ignoring the boy's self-absorbed remarks, Alex walked over to the strange group, sitting down at the table with Thor and his companions, who were staring at him curiously. Thanks to the first Thor movie and some help from S.H.I.E.L.D., Alex had quickly located this small town. After resting for a day in a hotel, he found Thor and the others at this diner, which had appeared in the movie, and decided to join them. As he sat down, noticing the confused looks from Thor and his friends, Alex grinned brightly. "Hey everyone, nice to meet you. I'm Alex, though others prefer to call me the White Mutant, or White Hair, but just call me White if you want. Can I get to know you all?" Hearing Alex introduce himself, everyone except Thor burst into laughter. Thor's future girlfriend, Jane Foster, chuckled, "You're the White Mutant. What a coincidence. We've got a Norse god of thunder right here." Turning to Thor, she added with a teasing smile, "Isn't that right, Thor?" Thor, who had been dismissed by everyone as just another crazy person after losing his powers, suddenly felt a deep connection with this weak human who recognized him. "That's right, I am Thor, the son of Odin. You've got a good eye. When I reclaim Mjolnir and return to Asgard, I'll be sure to reward you handsomely." Alex's smile widened even more. "Thank you, Prince Thor." Seeing the man calling himself the White Mutant chatting so cheerfully with Thor, the others at the table couldn't help but laugh. One Thor was already troublesome enough, and now there was another crazy person. At that moment, Thor recalled Alex's introduction and, noticing the reactions of the people around him, curiously asked, "Are you famous? Why is everyone looking at you?" Before Alex could respond, Jane Foster answered for him, "He's pretending to be a very famous character." After Jane explained the concept of cosplay, Thor finally understood, and with a hearty laugh, he said to Alex, that white mutant must be pretty weak. You should cosplay as me, the mighty Thor, that would be much cooler. With Thor repeatedly patting him on the back, Alex remained silent, though his smile grew deeper and more enigmatic. Chapter 35. At that moment, a chubby middle-aged man behind the restaurant counter turned to his companion and said, "You missed quite a show. They say a satellite crashed in the desert. We were watching it with excitement when some investigators showed up." Jane Foster, curious, asked the middle-aged man, "Excuse me, did you say a satellite fell in the desert?" "Yes," the man replied. Professor Eric Selvig, sitting at the other end of the table, also looked intrigued. "What does this satellite look like?" The middle-aged man continued, "I don't know much about satellites, but I know it's heavy. No one can lift it." Hearing this, Thor immediately stood up, walked over to the man, and grabbed his shoulder, asking urgently, "Where is it?" The man, startled by Thor's abruptness, still answered, 50 miles west from here." As Thor left the diner, the man kindly warned, "Don't bother, though. The military's already there." But Thor paid no attention and strode out of the restaurant. Jane Foster and her companions followed, leaving Alex alone. However, he didn't rush to follow them. Instead, he ordered an egg tart and ate it slowly. When he finally walked out of the diner, he saw Jane Foster offering Thor a ride from a nearby pet store. "Do you want to hitch a ride?" As Thor got into the passenger seat, they suddenly heard a familiar, smooth voice from the side, "Mind if I join you?" Jane and Thor turned to see the white-haired young man from the diner, gently tapping on the car window with his knuckle and flashing them a bright smile. "Oh, sure, but we're heading into something really dangerous." "Are you sure you want to come along?" Jane responded. "Yes." Alex replied with a mysterious grin, "I wouldn't miss the chance to meet the legendary Thor." On the way to their destination, Jane said to Thor, "I've never done anything like this before. How about you?" Thor gave her a knowing smile, "Many times." Before he could continue, the white-haired man in the back seat chimed in, I've done this plenty of times too. It's no big deal." Thor, curious, asked Alex, "Oh, Alex, what have you done?" "I've single-handedly taken down a gang stronghold, escaped from military and mutant forces, destroyed massive mechs, and fought 2 terrifying monsters. Just recently, I had a showdown with the X-Men on the streets of New York, nearly destroying the entire city." Thor listened in stunned silence, impressed by Alex's stories but recalling that Alex was cosplaying the so-called white mutant. Could these really be that person's achievements? Jane Foster chuckled, "You two are hilarious, one thinks he's the white mutant, and the other thinks he's Thor." Before she could finish, Thor quickly interrupted, "I am Thor, not someone who thinks he's Thor. Once I regain my powers, you'll see everything." Seeing the seriousness on Thor's face, Jane recalled their first meeting when he had fallen from the sky. If he really was Thor, stripped of his godly power by Odin and exiled to Earth, it would explain a lot. But just as she started to believe Thor, Alex from the back seat nodded and said, "Exactly, I believe Thor is the real deal, and I'm the white mutant. Jane, you should believe us." Hearing this, Jane shook her head, her brief moment of belief quickly fading. "I must be crazy, doing this with you too. But they stole my life's work, and I have to get it back." Hearing this, and noticing the determination in Jane's voice, Thor smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry. Once I retrieve Mjolnir, I'll make sure they return everything." Alex also nodded solemnly, "Exactly. When we get there, we'll make sure they hand over everything." Jane gave a faint smile, not entirely convinced. As they neared their destination, the trio parked their vehicle in a hidden spot and hiked up a small hill. Using binoculars, they observed the makeshift military base set up below. By now, the sky had darkened completely, and the only light came from the base's floodlights. After a brief observation, Thor handed his coat to Jane to keep her warm, then prepared to charge down the hill. Jane stopped him, her expression serious, "You think you can just walk in there, take our stuff, and walk out?" Thor replied with a confident smile, "No, I'm going to fly out." Before Jane could respond, Thor dashed toward the military base. Boom! Suddenly, thunder rumbled across the sky, and bright lightning illuminated the world for an instant. Under the light of the lightning, Thor battled his way through the agents, starting to resemble the god of thunder. Watching Thor fight the agents, Jane became increasingly worried. A playful, magnetic voice came from beside her, "Relax, even if Thor can't regain his power, I'm here. I'll take care of everything." Jane's worried expression froze. While she was beginning to entertain the possibility that Thor might really be the god of thunder, she had absolutely no belief that Alex was truly the White Mutant. Not only was the White Mutant currently in New York and couldn't possibly be in New Mexico, but her impression of that mutant was of a cold, ruthless figure, nothing like the mischievous, smiling Alex before her. As they watched Thor fight off agent after agent and finally reach Mjolnir, he confidently grasped the hammer's handle, ready to lift it. But nothing happened. He tried again, still nothing. After several more attempts, using all his strength, he still couldn't lift the hammer. Finally, Thor collapsed to the ground in despair, letting out a cry of anguish. Seeing this, Jane turned and started walking back toward the vehicle, likely to find help. But a tall, white-haired figure suddenly blocked her path. Despite the mischievous smile still on his face, there was something different about Alex now. The smile that once seemed playful now felt cold and chilling, making him appear like a stranger. With a now cold and stern expression, the White Mutant said to her, "I told you, I'm still here." Chapter 36. Under Jane Foster's shocked gaze, Alex stood up, hands in his pockets, and casually walked towards the base ahead. He moved unhurriedly, as if the heavily guarded military base was nothing more than a leisurely resort. Due to Thor's earlier intrusion, the agents were on high alert and immediately noticed Alex's approach. Some agents moved to intercept him, but as they got closer and saw his appearance, they instinctively stopped. "White hair, blue eyes, he's the White Mutant," one agent exclaimed in horror. Unlike civilians, these SHIELD agents were well aware of the White Mutant's terrifying reputation. Unlike the X-Men, who sought peace between mutants and humans, or the Brotherhood of Mutants, who aimed to dominate the world, the White Mutant was a powerful mutant with no clear goals, driven only by his whims. This unpredictability made him the most unstable and dangerous element. Another agent, confused, asked, "Isn't the White Mutant supposed to be in New York? Could he be a copycat?" This doubt spread among the agents, but as the white-haired figure drew closer, their uncertainty vanished. Alex took a step forward, and the immense pressure from his "red" erupted, sending the surrounding agents flying. Alarms blared, and urgent communications echoed through the agents' radios. "White Mutant is attacking. White Mutant is attacking." Unlike Thor's earlier assault, the agents quickly mobilized, readying their weapons to confront the intruder. From his high vantage point, Hawkeye, who had been monitoring Thor's attack, heard the alerts through his earpiece. The casualness vanished from his expression as he stared gravely at the figure approaching the base. There, a figure with hands still in his pockets was steadily advancing. As he moved, a massive repulsive force enveloped the area, sending makeshift buildings and well-trained agents flying out of the zone. Hawkeye focused intently on the White Demon, his right hand pulling back his bowstring, uncertain whether to release the arrow. As if sensing his gaze, the White Demon suddenly looked up at him, his eyes devoid of any emotion, a look of complete indifference. It was this chilling gaze that made Hawkeye lower his bow. He knew that shooting his explosive arrow would not harm the White Mutant in the slightest but would likely cost him his life. A single casual attack from the White Mutant would be lethal to him. As a well-trained, skilled agent, Hawkeye wasn't afraid of death, but he wouldn't throw his life away pointlessly. In a control room filled with surveillance screens, the repeated alarms echoed from the loudspeakers. "Alert, White Mutant attacking. Alert, White Mutant attacking." A bald man with glasses, hearing the alarm, had a flash of insight in his eyes. He quickly moved to a hidden corner and sent a message to an unknown IP before resuming his command: "Do not provoke the White Mutant. We are no match for him. Avoid any unnecessary sacrifices. Agent Coulson, you've had close contact with the White Mutant before. We're counting on you." In an interrogation room, Agent Coulson was questioning Thor when the alarms blared through his earpiece. Hearing the news that Alex was attacking, he immediately thought of the hammer located at the site. If anything could attract the White Mutant, it must be that hammer. Without hesitation, Coulson left the interrogation room and rushed outside. Meanwhile, Thor, left alone in the interrogation room, also heard the repeated alarms. The White Mutant, that's who Alex has been cosplaying as, right? Why is he here, he thought. Suddenly, he recalled his conversations with Alex and how nonchalant he had been about storming a military base. Thor began to piece things together. No way. Is he really that so-called White Mutant? Was everything he said true? Coulson, now outside, saw that large parts of the temporary structures had been destroyed by the terrifying repulsive force. It was raining heavily, turning the ground into a swamp. Most of the agents were scattered across the ground, drenched and in disarray. Amidst the chaos, a figure hovered in the air, untouched by the rain, which was deflected by an invisible force field several meters around him. He walked through the air, untouched by mud or dirt, as if he didn't belong to this world. Seeing the invisible force field already wreaking havoc on the temporary structures, KAISEN shouted, "Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex. This is KAISEN. We met at Stark Tower. Please stop, we welcome your visit." Hearing KAISEN's voice, Alex withdrew his repulsive force and stepped down to stand beside KAISEN. Seeing Alex appear and cease his attack, KAISEN breathed a deep sigh of relief and said, "Mr. Alex, you didn't need to make such an entrance. You're welcome here." Alex grinned slightly, thinking, if I didn't have power, your attitude would probably be different. He smiled and said, "I was just saying hello, no harm intended." Looking at the numerous downed agents and the half-destroyed base, KAISEN couldn't help but silently remark, "This is what you call saying hello." However, he knew that for the white mutant, this level of destruction was indeed a sign of restraint. KAISEN then asked, "What brings you here?" As Alex walked further into the base, he replied, "You've captured my friend. I'm here to get him back." KAISEN immediately thought of the man who claimed to be Thor. Cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Luckily, they hadn't harmed him, or the situation would be truly uncontrollable. As Alex entered the base, he headed straight for the site where Mjolnir was located. When he arrived at the crater, he noticed someone trying to lift the hammer. But it was clear that he wasn't worthy. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge it. Seeing this, Alex immediately recognized the man in the strange armor. With a playful smile and under KAISEN's puzzled gaze, Alex said, "Loki, you can't lift it because you're not worthy." Loki turned around at the sound of the voice and was surprised to see that a mere human had noticed him while he was invisible. Nevertheless, Loki quickly adopted a haughty expression, looking down on Alex despite standing below him. Spreading his arms wide, Loki arrogantly declared, "Mighty One of Midgard, you have the honor of meeting the King of Asgard." Alex looked at the proud Loki, then at the current state of his character template, which had reached 56% fusion and unlocked numerous powerful abilities. A mischievous smile spread across his face. It seemed it was time to teach this naughty prince a lesson. Chapter 37. Looking at Loki in front of him, Alex walked toward him without the slightest intention of showing respect. Seeing this, Loki frowned deeply. He didn't expect a mere Midgardian to be so rude, daring to offend the King of Asgard. He immediately summoned a dagger, intending to teach this insolent Midgardian a lesson, to make him understand the proper respect and hierarchy. Loki lunged at Alex with a mocking smile. "Pathetic Midgardian, it seems I need to teach you how to kneel before a king." Just as the dagger was about to strike Alex, Loki smirked, confident that his attack had gone unnoticed. The Midgardian hadn't even reacted, not even attempting to dodge despite the dagger being less than a meter away. This made Loki feel a twinge of boredom. But suddenly, as the dagger neared its target, Loki's expression froze. He stared in disbelief as the dagger came to an abrupt halt, unable to move even a fraction of an inch forward. What kind of power is this? Loki wondered aloud. Before he could say more, a powerful repulsive force emanated from Alex, far stronger than being struck by Thor's hammer. Loki was instantly flung backward by the overwhelming force. His body smashed through the surrounding glass walls, shattered metal supports, and finally broke through the base's outermost metal fence before coming to a stop. "Oh, my back!" Loki groaned, his entire body racked with pain, struggling to believe that what had just happened was real. Is this really a Midgardian? When did they become so powerful, he thought. But before he could catch his breath, an equally powerful attraction pulled him back toward the white-haired mortal. The terrifying pull disregarded any resistance. Even when Loki tried to anchor himself by stabbing his dagger into the ground, it did nothing to slow his movement. In no time, he was dragged back to the glass-walled room, back to where Mjolnir lay, and back to face the terrifying human once more. Grabbing Loki again, Alex grinned, as if he'd thought of something amusing. He tightly grasped one of Loki's legs, using his curse energy and energy manipulation to push his body to its limits. Alex swung Loki back and forth, slamming him into the ground repeatedly until, after dozens of hits, he finally stopped. When it was over, Loki was left dazed, questioning his entire existence. Alex casually remarked, "No wonder Hulk likes smashing things. It really does feel good." KAISEN, who had wisely kept his distance during the scuffle, approached once everything had calmed down. Noticing the strange man with horns on his head, he asked Alex curiously, "Mr. Alex, who is he?" Still savoring the satisfaction of his recent actions, Alex responded nonchalantly, Loki, son of Odin, second prince of Asgard, and a mischievous child who's a few thousand years old. Loki? Isn't that a figure from mythology? KAISEN asked, incredulous. To the primitive people from the past, beings who mastered advanced technology and magic would seem godlike. But in reality, they're just aliens, who are superior to them. Alex explained. Looking at Loki, who had been thoroughly defeated by Alex, KAISEN nodded deeply. What kind of god is this weak, he thought. After the agents took Loki to an interrogation room, Alex didn't concern himself further. He knew Loki would inevitably escape, and these agents stood no chance of containing the god of mischief. But this was exactly what Alex wanted. If Loki didn't escape, the destroyer armor wouldn't come to Earth, and the Mind Stone would never make its appearance. Turning his attention to Mjolnir, Alex reached out and gripped its handle, attempting to lift it. But it was clear that he was not deemed worthy. And at this point, Alex's strength was nowhere near Odin's level, so he couldn't simply brute force through the enchantment Odin had placed on the hammer. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, Thor was shocked to see his brother being brought in. He was sure that his cunning brother would never be caught by mere agents, so someone else must have captured him. He directly asked, Loki, who defeated you and brought you here? Loki, snapping out of his daze from the recent thrashing, looked over at Thor, who was also imprisoned, and replied through gritted teeth, a damn white-haired Midgardian. He humiliated me, and I will make him pay for it. As soon as he finished speaking, Loki disappeared in a flash of magic light. Hearing Loki's words, Thor immediately thought of Alex and his white hair. The same idea crossed his mind again, could he really be the white-haired mutant they say? At that moment, the door to the room opened, and in walked a familiar figure with white hair and round sunglasses. But this time, the usually hidden blue eyes beneath the glasses were visible, filled with an arrogance and emptiness that even Thor had never possessed. Thor heard the familiar yet unfamiliar white-haired demon speak, "You look so pathetic, Thor." After releasing Thor, Alex settled into a 5-star hotel, waiting for the arrival of the destroyer. During this time, he continuously absorbed energy from 2 arc reactors, steadily increasing his template fusion. After several days, the system's notifications rang continuously in Alex's ears. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. After long periods of absorption, the 2 arc reactors had dimmed significantly compared to their original state. They would need to be replaced by Tony Stark soon. After absorbing for a few more minutes, Alex heard a slightly different system prompt in his ear. Energy point +1. Template fusion, 60%. You have unlocked a new skill, Hollow Purple. Hollow Purple LV1, 1/100 combines the lapse, blue, and the reversal, red, to create an imaginary mass, releasing an energy wave that can slice through space. A flood of information poured into Alex's mind, much more dense and complex than the skills he had acquired before, filled with intricate knowledge of curse energy manipulation. Once he had digested all the information, Alex had fully mastered the use of Hollow Purple and could release it with 100% success rate. At that moment, a bright white light suddenly lit up the distant sky, stretching from Earth to the heavens. Alex grinned, looking in the direction of the light. The timing was perfect, that light should be the Warriors 3 using the Bifrost to search for Thor. The destroyer should be arriving soon, too. He wondered if the destroyer armor, made of URU metal, could withstand the power of Hollow Purple. Leaping out of the hotel window, Alex walked through the air, flying at high speed toward the location of the white light. Chapter 38. In the distance, the small frontier town had fallen into chaos. A terrifying, towering mechanical monstrosity was wreaking havoc, leaving a trail of destruction. Agents who had attempted to stop it, as well as several civilians, lay dead. At that moment, Thor was busy evacuating the nearby townsfolk along with Jane Foster and Dr. Eric Selvig. Meanwhile, the Warriors 3 and Lady Sif were charging toward the descending destroyer armor. They knew they weren't a match for the destroyer armor, which Odin had painstakingly crafted with immense effort. However, they were confident in their own strength, believing they could buy enough time for the evacuation. Just as Loki had charged at Alex a few days ago, the burly, bearded Fandral, aided by his companions, bravely charged at the destroyer armor. But as he got close and before he could attack, the destroyer armor landed a punch squarely on his face, sending him flying onto a car, unable to rise again. Boom! When the destroyer armor prepared to unleash a laser beam from its head to kill Fandral, Lady Sif, the only female among the Warriors 3, leaped down from a rooftop and drove her spear through the neck of the destroyer armor. As they breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was over, they saw the destroyer armor light up again, unscathed, and it unleashed another energy beam, forcing them to retreat. Swoosh! In no time, the Warriors 3 were overwhelmed by the destroyer armor, and they finally realized the vast gap in power between them and the mechanical behemoth. No. Seeing his wounded comrades and the ongoing destruction caused by the destroyer armor, Thor finally understood his responsibility. He stepped forward, moving towards the destroyer armor with the resolve to sacrifice his life to save others. This was what a true king should do. Just as Thor prepared to meet his end, the sound of clear footsteps echoed from afar, starkly contrasting with the desolate small town. Thud. 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 Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, only to see a young man with white hair and sunglasses, walking leisurely with his hands in his pockets. He seemed completely oblivious to the carnage around him, and the terrifying destroyer armor standing amidst the flames. As he casually strolled forward, chewing gum, he looked as though he was out for a casual walk. He passed by Jane Foster and the others, greeting them with a nonchalant, "Hello, Jane, Professor Eric, we meet again." Upon seeing Alex, a glimmer of hope flashed in Jane Foster's eyes. She urgently said to him, "Alex, please help Thor. He's about to die." But before Alex could respond, Lady Sif shook her head and said, "Mortal, give up. Let Thor die honorably. You can't stop the destroyer armor." Alex completely ignored her, nodding to Jane with his usual laid-back tone, "Then you'll owe me a favor. When you're sick, come to me first for treatment." Although Alex had come specifically for the destroyer armor, the opportunity to have Jane Foster owe him a favor was too good to pass up. When she eventually became possessed by the reality stone, his reversal technique might be strong enough to extract it from her body. It was like getting a package delivered. Although she didn't quite understand what Alex meant, Jane Foster agreed immediately in her desperation to save Thor. "Okay, I promise. I'll come to you first when I get sick." Satisfied, Alex smiled and then walked toward the destroyer armor. Suddenly, Lady Sif stepped in front of him, blocking his path. She looked at him sternly and said, "Go back. You cannot defeat the destroyer armor. Don't ruin Thor's moment of glory." Alex couldn't help but scoff at her words. "Glory? You mean getting slaughtered?" Facing Alex's ridicule, Lady Sif warned him, "For an Asgardian warrior, dying on the battlefield and being remembered is the highest honor. I ask you to leave immediately." The Warriors 3 had never been particularly friendly to anyone from Earth. They looked down on the primitive Midgardians. The only reason they hadn't attacked Alex immediately was because he was an acquaintance of Thor. Seeing that Sif still blocked his path, Alex, now out of patience, flashed a bright smile. Boom! Just as Sif thought he would back down, Alex waved his right hand, and with a powerful repulsion force, Sif was sent flying, crashing through several buildings before embedding into the ground, unconscious. The remaining members of the Warriors 3, and Jane Foster and her group, froze in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. The Warriors 3 were utterly stunned, since when were mortals so powerful? Alex had taken down Sif in an instant. Once they snapped out of their shock, they were filled with rage, charging towards Alex. How dare a mere Midgardian attack the strongest female warrior of them? It was unforgivable. But in the blink of an eye, under the stunned gaze of Jane Foster and the others, the remaining Warriors 3 were also sent flying, crashing through numerous buildings before collapsing unconscious on the ground. Even though she now knew Alex was indeed the white-haired mutant, Jane Foster still couldn't believe it. Could he really be this strong? Stronger than the gods of legend? Meanwhile, Dr. Eric Selvig and Darcy, who had yet to learn Alex's true identity, were dumbfounded, holding their breath in disbelief. Was he really the white-haired mutant and not just cosplaying? Was he really this powerful? After dealing with the four Asgardian fools, Alex took a single step, appearing as if he had teleported, standing before Thor, facing the destroyer armor. Thor, initially relieved to see Alex, soon grew somber. He said, "Alex, don't be reckless. This is the destroyer armor, forged entirely from URU metal by my father to combat the Celestials. It's incredibly powerful, and you can't defeat it. You must leave now. Loki's target is me. If he kills me, he'll leave." Before Thor could continue, the destroyer armor's body began to glow intensely, unleashing a far more powerful energy beam aimed directly at Alex. In Asgard, Loki, controlling the destroyer armor, grinned with joy. The man before him was the same one who had humiliated him days ago. Now was the perfect time for revenge. Even though this man was strong, there was no way he could stand against the destroyer armor. Loki commanded the armor to attack with full force. Earlier, for reasons unknown even to himself, Loki had used only a fraction of the destroyer armor's power against Thor and the others. But now, facing the mortal who had once shamed him, he unleashed the full might of the armor. Whoosh! The searing energy beam shot towards Alex at lightning speed. Thor, unable to bear the thought of witnessing what was about to happen, turned away. Even though Alex was incredibly powerful, there was no way he could stand against the destroyer armor. He would soon be disintegrated by the energy beam, leaving nothing behind, not even a body. But in the next moment, Thor's expression turned to one of utter astonishment. Loki, who was controlling the destroyer armor from Asgard, was equally shocked. On the destroyer armor's display, he saw a fist hurtling through the laser beam, smashing into the armor's chest. In the next instant, terrifying black and red lightning erupted between the two. Chapter 39. Black lightning exploded between Alex and the destroyer armor, the impact from their clash destroying the surrounding area for tens of meters. Soon after, a massive steel figure was sent flying from the cloud of dust. Even though Alex managed to punch the destroyer armor away, he wasn't unharmed. The energy beams released by the destroyer armor were far more powerful than those of Cyclops' eye beams. Not even his current infinity could fully withstand them. A large burn mark appeared on Alex's chest, scorched by the laser. However, it quickly healed under the effects of the reverse curse technique. Looking ahead excitedly, Alex saw the destroyer armor slowly rise from a distance of several hundred meters, its entire body unscathed. Despite this being just their first exchange, Alex had already fallen to a disadvantage, something that had never happened since his arrival in this world. But instead of being discouraged, his enthusiasm only grew. In the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, Black Flash not only amplifies the power of an attack by 2.5 times but also puts the user into a zone state. In this state, the user can enhance their strength, speed, cursed energy, and reflexes to 120% of their usual capacity, showcasing incredible abilities. Upon using Black Flash, Alex immediately entered this state. He felt an unprecedented sense of ease, with energy and physical speed at their peak. The destroyer armor, now far away, fired another laser beam from its head, aiming directly at Alex. Using the curse technique Lapse, Blue, Alex swiftly dodged the attack and appeared in front of the destroyer armor once again. This time, without interference from the laser, he struck the armor directly in his uninjured state. With the LV-36I's precise energy control and LV-3 energy absorption's mastery over energy, Alex's success rate in executing Black Flash had greatly improved. Black and red lightning exploded again as the destroyer armor was sent flying once more. However, before it could be thrown too far, a terrifying azure blue-black hole began to pull it back. The immense gravitational force from the cursed technique Lapse, Blue dragged the destroyer armor into the azure black hole. But unlike before, the black hole couldn't damage the destroyer armor. After the initial shock of being suddenly pulled by gravity, the destroyer armor quickly adapted to the immense force and regained its stability. However, Alex wasn't disappointed. He wasn't surprised that the destroyer armor could resist the attack from the Lapse, Blue. If it couldn't withstand this attack, how could Odin have worn the destroyer armor to fight against the Celestials? The smile on Alex's face grew even more joyful as the energy within him became incredibly active. His entire body was surrounded by cursed energy converted from his own, with azure cursed energy on the surface of his body appearing to boil. He extended his index finger, pointing towards the destroyer armor that was resisting the gravitational pull of cursed technique Lapse, Blue, and a sincere, joyful smile spread across his face. Cursed technique Reversal, Red. Cursed energy rapidly flowed to the tip of his finger, forming a black and red singularity the size of a ping-pong ball at an astonishing speed. As soon as Alex's words fell, the black and red singularity tore through the air, causing a terrifying sonic boom. It vanished in front of Alex's finger and instantly struck the destroyer armor's head. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred, sending the destroyer armor flying once again. The immense repulsion force from cursed technique Reversal, Red was far stronger than the attack from Black Flash. As it sent the destroyer armor flying, it continued to destroy the ground along its path, creating a huge chasm until the destroyer armor was finally stopped after being blasted thousands of meters away. The shockwave from the explosion reached a distant town, causing the entire ground to shake as if a high-magnitude earthquake had struck. At this moment, Jane Foster and the Warriors 3 had gathered around Thor, watching the distant battle in stunned silence. Even Thor at his full power couldn't achieve something like this. Sif murmured to herself, the scene before her shattering her previous understanding. She realized that even Midgardians could possess such incredible power. After unleashing cursed technique reversal, Red, Alex didn't relax. Through his 6 eyes, he observed the destroyer armor amidst the billowing dust. It was still intact, though the armor on its chest was slightly damaged, but it was visibly regenerating. Alex couldn't help but grumble, how did it not show this kind of power when fighting Thor in the movie? It seemed Loki's love for Thor was deep, and all their usual squabbles were just an expression of his brotherly tantrum. As Alex was mentally complaining, the destroyer armor charged at him once more. Seeing this, Alex became even more excited. This was a brand new experience, unlike anything he had felt while fighting Hulk or Abomination. The two clashed again, with black lightning erupting sporadically, and terrifying energy beams leaving dense scars on the ground. During the battle, Alex's various skills were rapidly gaining experience, with system notifications constantly appearing. Energy point +1. 6 eyes experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Limitless cursed technique experience +1. Cursed technique lapse, blue experience +1. Cursed technique reversal, red experience +1. After being hit by another energy beam, Alex's arm was pierced through, and the intense heat of the beam evaporated a large amount of blood. But the next moment, his arm began to visibly heal, and the terrifying energy beam that had been blocked by his body suddenly could no longer harm him at all. Finally, amidst the intense battle, Alex's energy absorption skill, which was already close to leveling up, advanced once again. Energy absorption experience +1. Congratulations, your skill energy absorption has leveled up. Energy absorption LV4, January 5000 capable of absorbing nearly all types of energy with extremely high absorption speed and energy storage capacity. As energy absorption leveled up, Alex's body immediately underwent a transformation. His bones and muscle fibers were altered to better store energy, increasing his energy storage limit by several times. Even his mind was greatly enhanced, allowing him to control energy with greater speed and precision. The energy beam that was previously almost unstoppable now felt like a gentle breeze to him, as his energy absorption rate far exceeded the output of the destroyer armor. And with Loki controlling the destroyer armor from such vast distance, this was the extent of its power. Against Alex, who now possessed LV4 energy absorption, it could no longer harm him at all. Although his other skills also saw varying degrees of enhancement after energy absorption leveled up, Alex decided not to use them. He was eager to engage in close combat with the destroyer armor. Ignoring the scorching energy beams, Alex tore off his tattered shirt, revealing his perfectly sculpted muscles. With energy absorption LV4 fully enhancing his body, coupled with cursed energy manipulation and the powerful martial arts granted by the system, as well as the 6 eyes' precise control over energy and his body, Alex threw a punch amidst the scattered energy beams. Boom! The terrifying power of his punch, amplified by the fearsome black flash to 2.5 times its original strength, instantly sent the destroyer armor crashing to the ground. As it hit the ground, the residual force spread, creating huge cracks and causing the ground to rapidly collapse, eventually forming a massive circular crater hundreds of meters in diameter. Chapter 40. With its main attack method, the energy beam, rendered ineffective, the destroyer armor was no longer a match for Alex. Every time it attacked, Alex would absorb the energy from the destroyer's attacks, strengthening himself. Throughout the battle, his stamina never waned, and he remained at his peak. After reaching level 4, energy absorption had undeniably undergone a qualitative leap. Alex could now absorb nearly all types of energy, even those within a certain range without direct contact. For instance, right now. Facing an oncoming energy beam, Alex lightly clenched his right hand. As the beam approached, it twisted and quickly transformed into a glowing spear, which he then thrust into the destroyer's body, causing a massive explosion. However, this type of attack was merely a basic use of energy and couldn't compare to using a skill. The same amount of energy could unleash far greater power when channeled through a skill. Once again, Alex unleashed a black flash, sending the destroyer flying. It could no longer easily withstand Alex's assaults, and the faceplate of the armor started showing signs of damage, though it rapidly began to repair itself. After several more minutes of battle, Alex finally fully adapted to the level 4 energy absorption. His body instantly vanished from his spot and reappeared before the destroyer armor, gently placing his palm on its chest. In the next moment, Black Flash was unleashed at close range, and a powerful repulsion force exploded against the destroyer's chest plate. This attack finally pierced through its armor, inflicting severe damage. As Alex watched the destroyer armor continue to repair itself, he couldn't help but admire the incredible craftsmanship of Odin in creating such an armor. The destroyer armor, controlled by Loki, was clearly not using its full power. One could only imagine how formidable it would be if Odin himself wore it or controlled it. However, Alex was now bored with the fight. The destroyer armor could no longer pose any threat to him. He removed his sunglasses and casually tossed them aside. His left hand's fingers straightened and spread apart, while his right hand formed a loose grip. Staring at the destroyer armor, Alex's excitement reached its peak. Cursed technique lapse, blue. A half-human-sized azure black hole first formed to his left. Cursed technique reversal, red. Another half-human-sized black and red singularity formed to his right. Due to the forceful activation, it appeared somewhat unstable, with black lightning constantly leaking out and destroying everything around it. But these black lightning bolts were absorbed by Alex's energy absorption before they could harm him in any way. Finally, Alex made a snapping gesture toward the destroyer armor and uttered the name of the powerful technique that required the fusion of two mighty techniques to be unleashed. Hollow technique, purple. The azure black hole and the black and red singularity overlapped under the absolute control of Alex's level 4 energy absorption, and with the guidance of his knowledge on how to use purple, a deep purple imaginary mass formed completely. It then surged toward the destroyer armor, surrounded by purple lightning. The dazzling purple light overshadowed everything around, dimming all else. The entire world seemed to revolve around a giant purple mass rapidly moving forward, annihilating everything in its path. In an instant, the terrifying illusionary mass passed through the destroyer armor and continued forward, tearing apart the desert, piercing through a mountain peak, and disappearing into the distance. As everything calmed down, Thor and the others stood in shock, staring at the massive, dozens of meters wide trench that started from where the white-haired man stood and extended beyond the horizon. Even the distant towering mountains could not withstand it, they were completely penetrated. The once indestructible destroyer armor, having faced an attack strong enough to pierce space itself head-on, was nowhere to be found, not even a single piece of URU metal remained. In Asgard, seeing the final image transmitted from the destroyer armor, Loki's body went limp. What kind of monster was this? In a lavish room, under a layer of transparent glass, Odin, who was in a deep slumber, suddenly opened his single eye, which reflected deep horror. In a mysterious temple somewhere, a kindly-faced bald woman set down her tea, turned toward a certain direction, and softly said, "Has he grown to this level already?" As expected of a mysterious being that exists in the multiverse without a counterpart. In a hidden military base, the scene in the desert was captured by surveillance satellites and projected onto a massive screen hanging on the wall. Colonel Stryker pointed to the enormous trench that seemed to split the desert in two and shouted, "The white-haired mutant has grown to this extent. If we don't initiate the extermination plan now, the next time his power increases, there will be no chance to kill him. He will rule over all of America." Upon hearing this, a general immediately voiced his agreement. "I agree." Soon, other high-ranking military officials nodded as well. "Agree. Agree." Within moments, everyone had agreed to initiate the plan to exterminate the white-haired demon. Seeing this, Colonel Stryker finally smiled and addressed the gathered generals. "Generals, the mutant suppression device and sentinels equipped with spatial cutting capabilities are fully prepared and ready to deploy at any time." Minutes later, supersonic helicopters took off from the nearest military base to Alex's location, heading towards him at high speed. At the end of the massive trench, Alex wore a bright smile as he looked at the aftermath left by the Hollow Technique Purple. At level 1, Hollow Technique Purple shouldn't have had such tremendous power. He had used the level 4 energy absorption to forcefully unleash a more powerful purple, which resulted in such immense destruction. However, even for him, this level of attack was a significant burden, causing him to breathe heavily as his internal energy was nearly depleted. But under the effect of level 4 energy absorption, whether it was solar energy or ambient temperature, or even the energy from the arc reactors, it was all rapidly absorbed, causing his internal energy to recover swiftly. Within moments, his energy was nearly fully restored, while the two arc reactors floating beside him had completely dimmed, their energy fully drained. Looking at the completely depleted arc reactors, Alex thought to himself, "It seems like I'll need to find Stark and get some new arc reactors, and it's probably time to prepare to obtain the Space Stone as well. Level 4 energy absorption should be able to handle the Space Stone." A moment later, after fully restoring his energy, Alex checked his gains from the battle. First and foremost, 2 of his skills had leveled up again. Gimme them stones. Chapter 41. Congratulations, your skill, Reverse Curse Technique, has leveled up. Reverse Curse Technique LV2, 107/300 converts the negative energy of cursed energy into positive energy, with extremely potent healing effects. Congratulations, your skill, Technique Reversal, Red, has leveled up. Technique Reversal, Red LV3, 19/1000 generates repulsive force centered on red. The minimum power is twice that of blue, and its maximum output is unknown. After the intense battle, both RCT and Red leveled up. Because Alex possessed Infinity and his previous opponents couldn't inflict serious damage on his body, RCT had been slow to level up. However, during the battle with the Destroyer armor, Alex had to use RCT repeatedly to heal the damage caused by the energy beams. This allowed the skill, which had already accumulated some experience, to finally level up, making significant progress towards level 3. At level 2, RCT's healing effect on the body had greatly improved, significantly speeding up recovery. With the healing speed of RCT combined with the natural recovery from energy absorption, Alex's regeneration rate now rivaled that of Wolverine. However, at this stage, the RCT still couldn't be used on others. It seemed that once it reached level 3, it might become possible. Thinking of this, Alex decided to practice the RCT more. After all, when Jane Foster arrived to deliver the Reality Stone, he would need the RCT to extract it. Moreover, Alex was eager to see what effects a high-level RCT could achieve. In the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, the greatest accomplishment with the RCT belonged to Shoko Yeri, who could use it to heal others. So, what kind of abilities would Alex possess if his RCT surpassed that of Shoko Yeri and reached an even higher level? Immortality? Resurrection? Restoring matter to its original state? Or perhaps some other even more miraculous effects? As for Reversal Technique, Red, its power had increased once again. With his palm facing up, Alex summoned Cursed Energy, and a basketball-sized black and red singularity appeared, floating steadily above his hand. He tossed the black and red singularity forward, and with a violent wind and a powerful tremor in the ground, a new trench, several meters wide, was created in the center of the already massive trench ahead. The power of Red had multiplied several times again. Looking at the trench left by Red, Alex smiled in satisfaction. Besides the skill upgrades, there were other gains as well. The laser beams fired by the Destroyer armor contained extremely high energy. After absorbing this energy, Alex gained a large number of energy points. When he invested all the energy points into his character template, its fusion rate increased from 60% to 67%. If the Destroyer armor weren't so cumbersome to carry around, difficult to control, and prone to attracting trouble from Odin, Alex would have considered using it to continuously absorb energy. However, even with energy absorption at level 4, the arc reactors had not been rendered obsolete. Alex calculated that, at his current rate of energy absorption, he would need about 5 arc reactors running simultaneously to meet his daily energy needs. It seemed that obtaining the Infinity Stones needed to be prioritized. Swoosh! Just as Alex was about to leave, a piercing roar suddenly came from a distance. Upon hearing this strange sound, Alex felt a sudden halt in his energy flow, but under the control of his 6 eyes, it quickly returned to normal. His previously calm expression became joyous again. The seeds he had planted earlier were finally bearing fruit. A massive missile was descending from the sky. Alex stood his ground, unmoving. A mere nuke was nothing to him. A kind-hearted person had delivered some energy for him again. Boom! In the next moment, a blinding light exploded, like the sun falling to earth, and endless light and heat engulfed everything around. In a distant town, Thor and the others suddenly saw a mushroom cloud rising in the distance, and the massive shockwave was about to reach the town. In this critical moment, Thor finally regained his power, summoned Mjolnir, and carried Jane Foster and several mortals to a safer distance, escaping the attack. The warriors 3 followed closely behind, and once they reached a safe area, they all looked back at the scene from afar. Even Thor was amazed by the explosion caused by humanity's most powerful weapon. Why was Alex suddenly attacked with such a powerful weapon? Jane Foster explained. Alex is known as the White Mutant outside, and he's being officially hunted. I heard that the authorities had already drawn up plans against him. It seems this nuke must be their doing. There's no way Alex could survive being hit directly by a nuclear bomb. Thor stepped forward, saying, I'm going to save him. Even if Alex is dead, I must retrieve his body. But just as Thor took a step forward, he suddenly stopped and looked at the rapidly shrinking, searing flames ahead, murmuring, oh, it looks like I won't need to intervene after all. In a distant military base, through surveillance satellites, many generals could clearly see the situation in the desert. After witnessing the white mutant being directly hit by the nuke, they immediately began to cheer. At the center of a nuclear explosion, even that stain can't possibly survive. The world's greatest threat has finally been eliminated. That mutant will become history. Contact the media. We need to broadcast the news of the white mutant's death far and wide. Let the world know that the military has killed the plague. While others were celebrating the successful elimination of Alex, only Colonel Stryker kept a close eye on the image of the mushroom cloud. Having dealt with mutants for a long time, and with a mutant son of his own, he knew that mutants could have unpredictable abilities. Especially a powerful mutant like the white mutant, Stryker wouldn't be surprised if he emerged from the heart of a nuclear explosion unscathed. Suddenly, the mushroom cloud in the image started to change. The flames and shockwaves, which had been rapidly expanding outward, visibly began to shrink, as if being sucked into a black hole, with all light and heat unable to escape. The other generals saw this as well, and their smiles froze, staring in disbelief at what was unfolding before them. What's happening? The energy from the nuclear explosion is being rapidly absorbed by something in the central area. Wasn't his mutant ability supposed to be suppressed by the mutant suppression device? How is he still able to use it? Oh, God, is he even a mutant? Moments later, all the energy from the nuclear explosion was completely absorbed. The blast area was left with nothing but a large cloud of dust, even the melted ground had cooled down. Then, a blurry figure slowly walked out from the center of the explosion, stepping into a clear area visible to the surveillance satellites. He looked up and raised a middle finger to the sky. Chapter 42. Witnessing the scene, all the generals fell silent. Their worst fear had materialized. The white-haired mutant had indeed grown strong enough to withstand a nuclear blast in such a short time. If this were the case, what means could still harm him on Earth? One of the generals suddenly recalled something and questioned Colonel Stryker. Colonel Stryker, why didn't the mutant suppression device work on the white-haired mutant? The other generals noticed this problem as well. Indeed, if the mutant suppression device had been effective, then even the hated mutant, without his mutant abilities, would be just an ordinary person, incapable of surviving a nuclear explosion. At this moment, with the scum still able to use his mutant abilities, it was clear that the mutant suppression device had failed to deliver its intended effect. All the generals turned their questioning gazes towards Colonel Stryker. Facing their scrutiny, Colonel Stryker paused for a moment before explaining. This time, the mutant suppression device works through sound waves. If the sound is deliberately blocked, the device's effect would be greatly diminished. It seems that he used this method to become immune to the device. However, gentlemen, there's no need to worry. We have a contingency plan. We've created a suppression device specifically targeting him, based on his detailed information. This suppression device is dozens of times stronger than the standard mutant suppression device. And the new device operates through electromagnetic waves, making it nearly impossible to block. However, due to the limited range of this device, it wasn't used immediately. But I've already installed it in every Sentinel robot. These Sentinel robots not only carry the suppression device tailored for him but also replicate his spatial attack abilities. They will undoubtedly be able to kill him. Upon hearing Colonel Stryker's arrangements, the generals showed him looks of approval, finally feeling relieved and regaining confidence in their plan to eliminate the white-haired menace. Emerging from the center of the nuclear explosion, Alex burped, having absorbed all the energy from the nuclear blast. Even he was nearly overwhelmed, his body filled to the brim with energy. If not for the ability to continuously convert the energy into energy points and channel them into the character template, Alex wouldn't have been able to contain all the energy from a high-yield nuclear explosion. Even so, he felt an urge to release all the energy within him, unable to contain the overwhelming power. Just then, using the Six Eyes Farsight ability, Alex noticed dozens of strange-looking robots approaching, providing him with a perfect outlet for his raging power. As soon as the robots appeared, Alex recognized them as the Sentinel robots designed to exterminate mutants. Sentinel robots can detect any form of mutant ability and instantly adapt and modify themselves to acquire different types of mutant abilities, effectively countering their targets. However, at this point in time, these Sentinel robots should be far from their final stage, unable to freely alter their X genes to gain different mutant abilities. Alex guessed that they could probably only load 2 or 3 mutant abilities simultaneously, and one of them was definitely a spatial attack ability targeting him. Yet, what once could breach his spatial defenses, could it still do so now that his limitless curse technique had advanced to level 3? In a distant military base, surveillance satellites transmitted images of the desert to the command center. The generals and Colonel Stryker watched the screens nervously, knowing that if this mission failed again, they would have no other means to restrain Alex. Suddenly, they saw him make a move. Rather than fleeing, he charged straight towards the dozens of Sentinel robots. This action excited the generals and Colonel Stryker. Their greatest fear was Alex simply escaping or attacking the Sentinel robots from a distance. The suppression device and spatial attacks were both effective only at close range. If Alex had fled or attacked from afar, the Sentinel robots would have been powerless. As soon as Alex entered the range of the device, Colonel Stryker immediately ordered, "Activate the suppression device." At the same time, Alex heard a buzzing sound from the Sentinel robots ahead, and then felt his energy momentarily freeze before quickly recovering. He immediately realized that this was the effect of the mutant suppression device, but unfortunately for them, it had no effect on him. Activating the cursed technique lapse, blue, a massive gravitational force connected him to the distant space. In a single step, he crossed 100 meters and appeared before a Sentinel robot. Placing his palm on the robot's head, a black and red singularity erupted from his palm, spreading terrifying repulsive forces forward, first destroying the Sentinel robot under his hand, and then continuing forward, destroying over a dozen other Sentinel robots before finally stopping. The command center fell silent once again, with Colonel Stryker staring in disbelief at the white-haired mutant who had shrugged off the suppression device. Alex had destroyed over a dozen Sentinel robots with a single strike, making Stryker doubt for the first time whether he could truly hunt the white-haired menace. Why had Alex completely ignored the suppression device? That device had been specifically designed based on his abilities, a tailor-made suppression device. The experimenters had assured him that this suppression device could suppress him for several hours. But now? Not even a second, with no effect at all. A strong sense of unease engulfed Colonel Stryker, and he could only keep reassuring himself, it's okay, we still have the spatial attack. That scum can't withstand a spatial attack, the Sentinel robots will definitely kill him. Following his orders, the Sentinel robots immediately unleashed spatial attacks toward Alex, forming a dense web of spatial blades aimed at ensnaring him, leaving no room for escape. Faced with the approaching spatial blades, Alex remained calm. The attacks that once threatened him could no longer harm him. The speed of the spatial blades, which used to be extremely fast to his old self, was now easily traceable with his level 3/6 eyes. If he wanted, Alex could easily dodge them. But he didn't do so. After dodging the majority of the spatial blades, he approached one and attempted to block the attack using his infinity. The spatial blades that once could easily penetrate his level 1 limitless curse technique drastically slowed down and crept forward like a snail once they entered the range of his infinity. Faced with his level 3 limitless, the spatial blades could no longer breach his defenses. Watching the spatial blades inch forward within his technique, Alex concluded that once he reached level 4, he could likely become completely immune to spatial attacks. After his experiment, Alex extended his index finger and aimed at the spatial blades ahead. A small blue-black hole, the size of a ping-pong ball, and a similarly sized black and red singularity fused in front of him, forming a purple lightning imaginary ball that then surged forward. The purple ball instantly obliterated the spatial blades, continuing its path and destroying all Sentinel robots in its way until it disappeared into the distance. Chapter 43. In just an instant, the majority of the Sentinel robots were easily destroyed by the white-haired mutant. The Sentinels couldn't inflict any damage on the white-haired mutant, even the space-based attacks, which Colonel Stryker had high hopes for, were completely ineffective, let alone the other weapons they carried. In the projected footage, the white-haired mutant continued his slaughter of the Sentinels, moving like a ghost through the hail of bullets. Neither the space blades nor any other weapons mounted on the Sentinels could touch him in the slightest. The white-haired mutant was simply too fast. Even the most advanced targeting technology couldn't lock onto him, rendering most of the ammunition useless, merely wasted in vain. Moreover, the generals present observed more details. The white-haired mutant wasn't deliberately dodging attacks, nor was he using that strange space defense ability. Now, he could withstand a barrage of bullets without a scratch, only using a mysterious purple sphere to nullify the space blades. His physical strength has grown to such an extent, and he has also mastered a new and powerful mutant ability, one that can even pierce through space. If he can continuously unleash that purple sphere attack, he could potentially wipe out an entire city in just a few minutes. Don't forget that the white-haired mutant has an energy absorption ability. If he has enough energy to absorb, he could definitely do it. No, cancel the plan against the white-haired mutant. Not even a nuclear bomb can harm him anymore. He's grown to a level where we can't confront him directly. Agreed. Agreed. The generals all expressed their agreement. Suddenly, one of the generals thought of something. Quick, stop communicating with the media. If they find out that our plan has failed, they will definitely publicize it. The military's credibility will plummet. But a communications officer responded with a pained expression, General, we've already notified all the media. Seeing the communications officer, the general's face turned pale. For the first time, he wished the soldiers weren't so efficient. The other generals also heard the communications officer's words and realized what was about to happen. Those relentless media will definitely find out about what happened in New Mexico and that our plan against the white-haired mutant has failed. Pressure the media, forbid them from publishing anything about the white-haired mutant. We can't suppress all the news, those journalists are crazy. As one general made the suggestion, another immediately refuted it. The meeting room fell silent again. The situation had reached its worst-case scenario, and the generals began to regret launching an attack on the white-haired mutant. Colonel Stryker, standing to the side, remained silent, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his skin, drawing blood. He kept silently screaming a name in his mind. Clearly, he would not give up on his plans against Alex. Moreover, if he was willing to bear all the risks, these generals would definitely offer their support in secret. Now that the Sentinels had collected more information on the white-haired mutant, once the Sentinels were further perfected, he was sure the white-haired mutant would no longer be able to cope. All the ammunition that approached Alex was completely drained of energy, leaving him unscathed and instead providing him with a continuous influx of energy. Most of the Sentinels' attacks had no effect on him, with the only threat being the space blades. However, with his enhanced vision, Alex could perfectly track them, and combined with the purple technique that could nullify the space blades, the Sentinels, which would have been terrifying to most mutants, were nothing more than helpless targets in Alex's eyes. Finally, with a swing of the black flash, accompanied by the burst of black and red lightning, the last intact Sentinel was shattered into pieces by the overwhelming force. With that, all the Sentinels were completely wiped out. He channeled the excess energy in his body back into the system, and the fusion with the character template increased again, now shockingly reaching 72%. The energy required to increase the template fusion by 1% grew exponentially with each 10% increment. After reaching 70%, the energy needed to increase by just 1% was astronomical. If he were to rely solely on absorbing nearby electricity like before, even if Alex absorbed power continuously for months, it would barely increase the fusion by 1%. Even after absorbing nearly all the energy from a nuclear explosion, it only boosted his fusion by 6%. At this rate, even draining all the energy from an arc reactor wouldn't provide much of an increase to the system's fusion. However, Alex's next target was no longer the arc reactor. His aim was the 6 Infinity Stones, especially the Power Stone. Moreover, there were other sources of energy he could plunder, whether it be absorbing an entire planet's energy like the Celestials or tapping into artifacts like the Eternal Flame, all containing vast amounts of power for Alex to absorb. So, he had no fear of running out of energy to unlock the template fusion. In addition to this, Alex had other considerations. Since his innate abilities could be upgraded, what if he could also enhance portal creation like his teleportation? After all, just by initially mastering them, he could teleport to any place he had visited before. In the movies, Spider-Man's friend Ned could even open a portal directly next to a specific target. So, what level could an upgraded portal ability reach? Could it cross time and space? Traverse dimensions at will? Or even open gateways to other worlds? Alex was excited by this thought. If the Marvel Universe existed, then other worlds must exist too. If he upgraded a portal ability to a certain level and could open a gateway to another world, and if that world happened to be the one from JUJUTSU KAISEN, then, using techniques even stronger than Gojo Satoru's to defeat him would undoubtedly be an extremely satisfying experience. Especially if he could say that classic line in front of Gojo Satoru, I alone am the honored one. Just imagining it made his brain tingle with excitement. After everything ended, Thor and the others began to approach. When they reached the edge of the battlefield, they saw the following scene: dust and smoke filled the air, covering the entire world, with countless massive craters resembling meteor impacts scattered across the land, and the remnants of ammunition and missiles littering the sandy ground. At the center, at the edge of the Earth scar left by the terrifying purple sphere and in the middle of the crater created by the nuclear explosion, floated the white-haired mutant, familiar yet unfamiliar to Thor. He seemed to be savoring the battle or perhaps thinking of something that brought him joy. At that moment, he covered his forehead with his right hand, looked up at the sky, and a smile slowly spread across his face, growing into laughter, and eventually into unrestrained, maniacal laughter. Chapter 44. Thor and his group immediately stopped in their tracks, not daring to move forward. Sif, one of the warriors 3, whispered, "He's dangerous." The others nodded in agreement, fully endorsing her statement. As Alex landed and approached the ground, Thor spoke up, "I plan to leave now. There are matters in Asgard that need my attention." Alex nodded and replied with a smile, "Make sure to thank Loki for me and remind him to deliver that package to Earth soon." Alex knew exactly what Thor would face upon his return, an invasion of frost giants, and his own destruction of the Bifrost to prevent Loki from annihilating Jotunheim, leaving him unable to return to Earth immediately. This would also mean that Loki would soon fall into the cosmic abyss, meet Thanos, and receive the Mind Stone scepter, setting the stage for the Chitauri invasion of Earth, an event that Alex had been eagerly anticipating. Though Thor didn't fully understand what Alex meant, he nodded, "I will." After bidding farewell to Jane Foster and promising to return, Thor left with the Warriors 3 in the colorful beam of the Bifrost. Once the rainbow light of the Bifrost had completely faded, Alex turned to Jane Foster and said, "Don't forget to come to me for treatment." With that, he took a step forward and vanished from Jane Foster's view. His next destination was to find Tony Stark, obtain a new arc reactor, and then prepare a little gift for the military. They had sent him a mushroom cloud, it was only fair he returned the favor with a bit of peace, right? Leaving New Mexico, Alex flew rapidly towards Tony Stark's seaside mansion. With his energy level upgraded to level 4, he could now use teleportation continuously without fearing injury. Moreover, with the reverse curse technique reaching level 2, not only had his healing speed significantly increased, but he could also continually heal brain damage caused by long periods of intense thinking, allowing him to maintain the infinity for extended periods. At level 3, his infinity could now automatically distinguish threats, non-threatening objects would not be affected, while threatening ones would be repelled. As evening arrived, Tony Stark's beachfront mansion was brightly lit. The party hosted by the world's richest man, Tony Stark, was as extravagant as expected. Numerous scantily clad women showcased themselves at the party, trying to catch the host's attention. The combination of lights, women, and alcohol filled the beachfront mansion with a thick atmosphere of testosterone. For any man, this mansion was paradise. At the center of the party, Tony Stark was clearly drunk. He had just relieved himself in his Iron Man suit, argued with pepper pots, and was now using the suit's weapons to shoot at drinks thrown into the air by the invited ladies as entertainment. Just then, a voice cut through the lively atmosphere of the party. Colonel Rhodes, dressed in another Iron Man suit, stepped out and shouted, "I'll only say this once, everyone out." The party immediately fell silent, the lively atmosphere dissipating as everyone turned to look at Rhodes. As Rhodes anticipated the guests leaving, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. The guests' reactions were too extreme, as if they were about to die. But he wasn't going to kill them. Suddenly, Rhodes realized their gazes weren't directed at him but at someone behind him. His body involuntarily trembled in fear, realizing that someone terrifying was behind him. Before Rhodes could turn around, a slender, well-defined hand landed on his shoulder. The hand carried immense power, forcing him to his knee despite the armor, cracking the floor beneath from the sheer pressure. Finally, he heard a voice like a demon's whisper from behind. "Colonel Rhodes, why stop the party? You wouldn't want to make me angry, would you?" Rhodes instantly felt his body stiffen as he slowly turned his head, only to see a white-haired, blue-eyed, handsome man smiling at him with malevolent intent in that dazzling grin. Rhodes quickly changed his tune, "I also think the party shouldn't stop." The white-haired man smiled in satisfaction and walked towards Tony Stark. He called out to the partygoers, "Don't stop. Keep the music playing and keep dancing." The women, already intoxicated, quickly shrugged off their fear of the white-haired man and cheered loudly. The lights continued to flash, and the cheers grew louder. Amidst the fun were blasts from Iron Man suits, blue black holes, and black-red singularities. Of course, all of these were under Alex's control, causing no actual damage to the surroundings. This night was undeniably one of blissful celebration. When Alex awoke the next morning, he got dressed and stepped over the many naked bodies sprawled on the floor and bed, heading towards the mansion's living room. Even with the reverse curse technique, handling so many eager women had left Alex feeling a bit worn out. Entering the living room, he found Tony Stark already waiting, watching footage of the New Mexico nuclear blast and the white-haired man who had emerged unscathed. Hearing footsteps, Tony turned and saw Alex, yawning as he entered. Stark's face was filled with astonishment. Seeing this, Alex teased, "What's the matter? Don't look at me like that, my sexual orientation is quite normal." But Tony had no time for jokes. Still reeling from shock, he asked the question that had been nagging him. Did you really survive a direct hit from a nuclear bomb and walk out unscathed? Looking at the footage in front of Tony, Alex grinned. Of course, it was easy. Easy? How did you do it? Tony, don't be so surprised. Besides me, there are many who could do it, like the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj. The Sorcerer Supreme? Who's that? Just as Tony was about to ask more, a circle of sparks appeared in front of them. A round portal, crackling with energy, slowly formed, and from it stepped a calm-faced, bald woman. Chapter 45. When the bald woman stepped through the portal, even though her appearance differed from her movie counterpart, Alex immediately recognized her identity, the Sorcerer Supreme. The moment he saw her, Alex's entire body tensed up. He channeled all his energy and cursed power to reinforce his body, focusing his mind with extreme concentration. His Six Eyes ability activated to its limit, putting him in his peak state. Facing a being as powerful as gods like Odin, even Alex couldn't afford to relax. Tony, looking at the bald woman and carefully observing the portal behind her, felt as though the world had grown increasingly strange ever since he publicly declared himself as Iron Man. First, there was Alex, then the appearance of Thor in New Mexico along with the legendary Asgard. And now, a bald woman dressed in yellow opened a portal and entered his home. Feigning the need to grab a drink, Tony hid behind Alex, pouring 2 glasses of wine. He handed one to Alex and kept the other for himself, while asking the bald woman in front of him, "So, who are you? And how did you create that glowing circle? Is it some sort of mutant ability, advanced technology, or another form of superpower?" The Ancient One, who had initially focused her attention on Alex, finally shifted her gaze to Tony. Smiling mysteriously, she replied in a calm and gentle tone, "This is magic." "Alright, magic." Tony accepted her explanation without hesitation. After all, if the mythical Asgard was real, then magic wasn't much of a stretch. "So, what brings you here, sorcerer?" he asked. Actually, the correct term would be master of the mystic arts, the Ancient One corrected him first, before returning her gaze to Alex. "I'm here to see this gentleman." Seeing that the Sorcerer Supreme was referring to him, Alex couldn't just stand by idly. He flashed a bright, genuine, and friendly smile, asking, "Honored Sorcerer Supreme, what brings you to me?" Tony was shocked by Alex's demeanor. The usually malevolent smile he wore was now so bright that it was unsettling to witness. The next moment, Tony caught onto the title Alex had used, Sorcerer Supreme. Could this bald woman really be another being capable of withstanding a nuclear blast like Alex? Facing 2 such monsters, Tony felt uneasy. It seemed he needed to prioritize designing a suit capable of dealing with the Sorcerer Supreme as well as the white-haired mutant. Standing across from Alex, the Sorcerer Supreme returned his smile with a radiant one of her own. "I want you to become the next Sorcerer Supreme. I'm willing to teach you everything I know, as long as you agree to protect Earth until the next Sorcerer Supreme appears." Alex was taken aback. He hadn't expected the Ancient One to ask him to become the Sorcerer Supreme. Was she planning to retire early? The thought crossed his mind, but without any hesitation, Alex immediately declined, "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of becoming the Sorcerer Supreme." He had no interest in protecting Earth. He'd rather spend his time absorbing energy and unlocking more character templates until he surpassed even the Sorcerer Supreme, becoming a force she could never hope to match. The Sorcerer Supreme wasn't surprised by his response. She had anticipated it and was only testing the waters. Her true purpose wasn't this. She retrieved a peculiar ring with 2 holes and controlled it to float towards Alex. "You seem to have the ability to enhance your power. If you can master portal creation, one day, you might be able to traverse dimensions freely," she said. Looking at the sling ring in his hand, Alex was surprised. He hadn't expected to receive such an artifact so easily. He asked the Sorcerer Supreme, "What's the cost for this?" The Sorcerer Supreme shook her head, "You don't have to pay any price, but I suggest you explore parallel universes soon. After all, the world is vast, and you should see it." Alex's smile widened. Although her words were polite, he could easily decipher the subtext. She was essentially saying, "I'm not asking much, just leave this universe alone and go wreak havoc in other parallel universes instead." This aligned perfectly with his own plans. There were many things he wanted to witness, like the Annihilation Wave, the zombie universe, the Infinity War, and so on. The greatest allure of the Marvel Multiverse was the endless possibilities within its infinite parallel universes. He couldn't be bound by just one. Seeing Alex accept the sling ring, the Sorcerer Supreme knew her mission was accomplished and prepared to leave. However, Alex stopped her. "Sorcerer Supreme, what do you think about Tony becoming the Sorcerer Supreme?" With his intellect, he could easily handle the role. Tony Stark was caught off guard when Alex suddenly brought him into the conversation, suggesting he become the Sorcerer Supreme. He was momentarily at a loss and pointed to himself. "Me?" Alex nudged Tony towards the Sorcerer Supreme, saying, "Don't you think the collision of science and magic could create something truly spectacular?" Tony pondered for a moment before nodding. Relying solely on technology, it would be difficult to deal with beings as terrifying as Alex. Climbing the tech tree took time, and obtaining stronger power immediately was a challenge. Perhaps merging magic with technology could be a new path forward. Meanwhile, the Sorcerer Supreme observed Tony Stark, the man known to the world as a genius and a playboy. But her gaze seemed to pierce through him, looking at the future lying beneath the river of time. After a moment, the Sorcerer Supreme smiled. "This gentleman will make an excellent Sorcerer Supreme." Alex grinned, knowing the Sorcerer Supreme had agreed. With Alex's suggestion, Tony and the Sorcerer Supreme left together to Camartage to learn magic. Alex was confident that Tony could master magic, given that in another universe, he had already taken on the role of Sorcerer Supreme. And the fact that the Sorcerer Supreme hadn't rejected the idea meant Tony likely had the talent for it. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, Alex flew swiftly towards Washington, D.C. Inside the bag were 10 arc reactors, enough to last him for a while. By the time these arc reactors were depleted, he expected to have already obtained the Infinity Stones. With his energy absorption at level 4, Alex's speed had reached over 10 Mach. Flying from the Black's Bleach in San Diego to Washington only took him a little over 10 minutes. His destination was the White House, the political center of the United States. He intended to return the favor to the military for their gift. But as he neared the White House, he noticed it was already in chaos. I'll also post another one later, DW. Chapter 46. In front of the White House, two groups were locked in a standoff, each holding banners and shouting out their beliefs. One group was shouting, "The government is incompetent. You're wasting taxpayer money. The plan to eliminate the white-haired mutant must be reenacted. The white-haired mutant is the greatest threat to humanity. No to the Mutant Liberation Act." The opposing group retorted, "Liberate the mutants. Mutants are no different from humans, they are part of humanity too. Stop the pointless sacrifices. We can't possibly defeat the white-haired mutant. The white-haired mutant can now withstand a nuclear blast, and he'll only get stronger. He is an angel descended from heaven, a god among us. Continuing to oppose the white-haired mutant is the true path to extinction." To Alex's surprise, most of the people in the pro-mutant group had dyed their hair white and were wearing white coats similar to the one Alex had been reported wearing the first time he appeared. Some of the people imitating him bore a striking resemblance, with similar hairstyles, heights, and builds, even wearing blue contact lenses to mimic his eyes. If not for his 6 eyes sensing slight differences, Alex might have thought some unknown force had created clones of him. Moreover, through his 6 eyes, Alex could tell that many mutants had mingled with the pro-mutant crowd. In his energy vision, he even spotted Mystique among those resembling him, with other X-Men members positioned further on the outskirts. What's going on? Isn't Mystique a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants? Why is she with the X-Men now? Did Professor X manage to persuade her again? The more Alex thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Mystique wasn't like Magneto, who harbored deep hatred for humans. She was just disappointed in humanity, believing their promises were untrustworthy, which is why she had joined the Brotherhood of Mutants. But perhaps now, with the government fearful of his retribution and planning to enact the Mutant Liberation Act, she had rejoined the X-Men. But what's with all these imitators? Alex didn't think his public image was particularly good, yet here he was, with so many supporters. He walked up to one of the women cosplaying as him and asked, "Why are you all cosplaying as the white-haired mutant and supporting the Mutant Liberation Act?" The woman turned around, her eyes lighting up. The man before her was the closest she'd seen to the real white-haired mutant, even his aura was nearly identical. The thought that this might be the real deal never even crossed her mind. Since Alex was handsome and the question was a bit odd, she answered, "Because the white-haired mutant is cool." Her companions, noticing what was happening, also surrounded Alex, their faces lighting up as they looked at him. Hearing his question, they began rubbing their soft, white skin against him as they answered. "The white-haired mutant is so cool, and he's incredibly charismatic." "Yeah, totally. What the hell?" Alex felt a headache coming on. This was typical fangirl behavior. Discreetly using his limitless technique to push away the fangirls trying to get too close, he continued to ask. Is there any other reason? A pimply-faced young man, enviously watching Alex surrounded by attractive women, chimed in. Of course, there's another reason. The white-haired mutant can now survive a nuclear blast. There's no way humans can destroy him anymore. If nothing changes, he'll rule the world someday. Given his personality, he's bound to eliminate anyone who opposed or attacked him. By supporting the white-haired mutant now, we might just survive when the purges come. Alex was speechless. Since when did he plan to rule the world? He didn't have the time or interest for that. But he didn't bother to explain. He just nodded, smiled slightly, and kept walking forward. Ignoring the girls behind him asking for his contact information, he moved through the crowd toward the White House entrance. As he advanced, the chattering girls fell silent, the surrounding noise of arguments faded, and in seconds, the bustling crowd was enveloped in silence. The limitless technique spread out, pushing away the dense crowd, leaving no one able to get close. Some of those pushed away turned to shout in anger, but before they could speak, they were thrown back by a terrifying force, crashing into other protesters. More and more people noticed the unique white-haired man, and soon, he was no longer in an obscure corner but at the center of attention, drawing countless eyes. The girls who had first talked to Alex began trembling, unsure if they were excited or scared. The girl Alex had questioned was especially stunned, too overwhelmed to say anything more than a mumble. He really is the white-haired mutant. He really is the white-haired mutant. At the boundary between the two groups, the leaders of each side stopped their debates, watching the scene unfold. Whether they were supporters hoping to survive the future purges by backing the white-haired mutant, or opponents wanting to kill the demon and eliminate the threat, none of them dared to make a sound now. Like the man who claimed to admire dragons but was terrified when one appeared, they had spoken freely before the white-haired mutant appeared. But now, faced with him in the flesh, they had no courage left and feared attracting even a bit of his attention. One of the opposition leaders even wet himself, a dark stain spreading down his pants until an unknown liquid dripped to the ground. Luckily for them, the white-haired mutant ignored everyone. Instead, he walked up to the front of the White House, where fully armed soldiers and dozens of sentinel robots were gathered. He slowly floated into the air, standing in the void, smiling mockingly as he looked down on everything before him, looking down on the political center of the country, and on both his supporters and opponents. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly tapped his forehead and smiled apologetically. Sorry, I forgot something. Give me a moment. In the next instant, he vanished, reappearing in front of the opposition leader. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present and the frantic shouts of the approaching X-Men, Alex reached out toward the trembling opposition leader. A terrifying force, accompanied by black lightning, exploded, destroying everything in front of him. The opposition leader's body was the first to disintegrate into dust, followed by everything behind him. All the opposition voices, all differing opinions, slowly faded into red mist. Just as Alex had once told Professor X, different opinions only exist when power is not absolute. Having resolved everything, Alex used his repelling force to clear the blood splattered around him, staining a large area red and leaving the faces of his supporters and the arriving X-Men covered in crimson. Alex ignored the terrified screams and the X-Men's loud questions behind him. He paid no attention to the lingering blood and returned to his original position, floating in the air. In the hellish background, he grinned wickedly and said, "Sorry for the wait, Mr. President." Chapter 47. Under the terrifying force, not a single piece of flesh remained from the mortal body. A vast mist of blood lingered in front of the White House, exuding a pungent stench that refused to dissipate. The previous supporters, upon witnessing the scene, screamed in terror, with some even fainting from fear. In this grim setting, the white-haired mutant stood in the air, ignoring the soldiers in front of him as he made a declaration to the president inside the White House. He has arrived. The soldiers ahead stood in formation, staring seriously at the white-haired mutant floating like a god in the air before them. Though fully armed, they felt no sense of security and had no thought of defeating the white-haired mutant. Whether it was the terrifying force that obliterated everything with a single strike or the countless previous victories, all indicated that the white-haired mutant was not someone they could contend with. Some soldiers trembled slightly, although they had been to war and seen hell on earth, they had never seen anything like this. The white-haired mutant, standing in the air amidst a mist of blood, was enveloped by a breeze mixed with the thick scent of blood, carrying the purest malice, ready to engulf them all. If this continued, even these well-trained soldiers would likely flee. They were human too, and they feared death, especially when faced with an invincible enemy and an unwinnable battle. Inside the White House, the president was also informed of the arrival of the white-haired mutant. He immediately realized what was happening. The white-haired mutant was here. He must be here to retaliate for the military's attack on him a while ago. Damn it, what should I do? The president hadn't fled because, according to intelligence, the white-haired mutant had a flight speed of over 10 Mach, long-range attack capabilities, and wide-range sensory abilities. The moment the white-haired mutant appeared, he had already locked onto him. If he dared to flee, death would be the only outcome. Suddenly, the president thought of something and immediately instructed his panicked assistant. Notify the X-Men and tell them to stop the white-haired mutant. If I'm killed by him, the Mutant Liberation Act will never be passed. Even without the president's warning, the X-Men would never allow the white-haired mutant to act unchecked. But when they wanted to intervene, it was already too late. Black lightning erupted, blood mist spread, and the area turned into a living hell in an instant. Professor X saw the distant scene, and his heart sank. This time, the white-haired mutant had killed hundreds of civilians. Even with the best possible handling afterward, the Mutant Liberation Act would likely never be passed. Staring at the white-haired mutant, who was taunting the White House, the president, the entire US government, and the officials, Professor X's face grew serious as he spoke gravely into the minds of the X-Men. We cannot let Alex kill the president, or the divide between mutants and humans will never be bridged, only deepen into permanent opposition. Hearing Professor X's words, the X-Men rushed toward Alex. Storm flew into the air and questioned the white-haired mutant. Why are you doing this? Don't you realize that this will only worsen the relationship between mutants and humans? The white-haired mutant paid her no mind. Cyclops arrived soon after and also questioned Alex. Why, as a fellow mutant, are you hindering the passage of the Mutant Liberation Act? Alex ignored him as well. Mystique emerged from the crowd, reverting to her true form. She shouted at the white-haired mutant in hatred. You've destroyed decades of effort. You've ruined the future of countless mutants. Your crimes are unforgivable. But, Alex remained silent, looking forward with indifference, unconcerned with her anger or the future of mutants, standing high above in the sky. Cyclops could no longer tolerate the white-haired mutant's arrogance. He removed his glasses, unleashing a searing beam from his eyes that shot outward with such great force. Simultaneously, Storm activated her powers, causing the wind to howl and the sky to darken. Violent lightning bolts struck down, targeting the white-haired mutant. Yet, even in the face of these attacks, the white-haired mutant remained unmoved, letting the attacks hit him. Seeing this, excitement flashed across Cyclops' face. He hadn't expected the white-haired mutant to be so arrogant, completely ignoring their attacks. This drastically improved their slim chances of success. Facing a seemingly invincible opponent, they finally had some hope. He immediately increased the output of his laser beam, trying to seriously wound the white-haired mutant in one strike. Storm did the same. But, unlike them, Professor X's expression grew more solemn instead of relaxed as he watched from afar. Because he remembered the white-haired mutant's ability to continuously grow stronger, a power almost identical to that of a terrifying enemy from the past. Could it be? The next moment, as the laser beam and lightning struck the white-haired mutant, to everyone's shock, he remained unscathed. Whether it was the violent lightning or the scorching laser, they visibly dimmed as they approached the white-haired mutant, eventually being absorbed into his body. All this energy was being absorbed by the white-haired mutant. From afar, Professor X confirmed his suspicion. The white-haired mutant's energy absorption ability had also evolved, now rivaling, or perhaps even surpassing, that of Sebastian Shaw. Alex ignored the attacks from behind. Although the energy from the power banks was minimal, it shouldn't go to waste. He took a step forward, and a violent force rapidly spread from his body. First, the grass, then the fountain, the floor, the earth, and finally, the fully armed soldiers. The next moment, with a deafening roar, dust and grass debris intertwined with the blood mist, dissipating into the whirlwind stirred by the terrifying force. No. Seeing this, Cyclops grew emotional. His power intensified several times due to his emotional outburst, but even the thicker laser beam could only continue to supply energy to Alex without harming him in the slightest. The X-Men faced the white-haired mutant like ordinary humans faced them, weak and powerless. This was a fundamental difference. At that moment, Alex suddenly sensed a powerful energy rising behind him, an energy that embodied both destruction and life, clearly damaged yet still grand. He felt that this power bypassed his energy absorption ability and began to disintegrate his body. Although the disintegration was slow and posed no real threat, it still piqued his interest. He finally turned around slowly, looked at the distant phoenix with her gradually reddening eyes, and smiled brightly. I gave you a chance. Chapter 48. Professor X looked seriously at the scene before him. Even the combined attacks of Cyclops and Storm had lost their effect on the white-haired mutant, instead continuously supplying him with energy. Now, only one person among them could stop the white-haired mutant. Entering Jean Grey's consciousness through telepathy, Professor X said to her, "Jean, unleash your power. Do not fear it. Use your strength to defeat him." Jean Grey's eyes gradually turned a deep crimson as her body slowly levitated. The Phoenix Force, originating from the primal cosmos, began to awaken within her, capable of disintegrating everything. Flames, symbolizing life and emotion, burned fiercely from her body. The surrounding matter, affected by the Phoenix Force, quickly dissipated. The immense power of the Phoenix Force could disintegrate any substance. Even the mighty white-haired mutant was no exception, his body began to disintegrate as well. This time, Alex, who had previously ignored everything, could no longer turn a blind eye. He looked toward Jean Grey. Seeing this, the X-Men felt a surge of confidence. Just as they had once done with Apocalypse, the white hair would turn to ashes before Jean's power. Alex turned to see Jean Grey, in whom the Phoenix Force was gradually awakening. It was clear that level 4 energy absorption was not enough to resist the Phoenix Force's disintegration ability. His body was slowly dissolving, and the rate of dissolution continued to accelerate over time. However, Alex was not worried. He flashed a radiant smile at Jean Grey, then pointed a finger at her, instantly forming a terrifying red that flew straight at her. Whoosh! Boom! The black and red singularity tore through everything in its path, heading directly for Jean Grey. Faced with such a powerful attack, Jean Grey could no longer ignore Alex, focusing all her power on the oncoming singularity. The reversal, red, with destructive power, began to rapidly disintegrate, dissipating completely before it even reached her. The X-Men's confidence surged, but in the next moment, their smiles froze. Just as the singularity disappeared, the white-haired mutant vanished from his original spot and reappeared right in front of Jean. He then struck with a powerful punch. Boom! A black and red lightning burst between the two of them, with Jean's telekinetic force clashing against the black flash. The ground shattered immediately, and the immense shockwaves caused the ground to sink quickly, forming a massive crater. The power was so terrifying that even Professor X, standing far away, was affected. But in the next moment, a figure sped through the area, moving everyone to safety. Whoosh! Quicksilver had arrived, bringing along the other X-Men and placing Professor X, Storm, and Cyclops in a safe spot before removing his goggles to watch the battle in awe. Holy shit! One black flash was intercepted, but Alex wasn't surprised. If the Phoenix Force couldn't block the black flash, it wouldn't be the Phoenix Force. The reason he used the black flash was to enter that zone state. Once in the zone, his energy, cursed energy, and physical coordination all reached their peak, performing at 120% of their original capacity. With the zone-boosted black flash striking Jean Grey's telekinetic shield, the Phoenix Force in its nascent state could no longer withstand the augmented black flash. Crash! The sound of glass shattering filled the air as the telekinetic shield cracked. Alex transformed his fist into a palm, generating another red in his hand. The reversal, red instantly shattered the telekinetic shield and surged toward Jean Grey. Faced with the close-range attack of the black and red singularity, Jean Grey couldn't fully disintegrate it in time, and it seemed she would be struck. At that moment, Wolverine, using Cyclops' laser and Storm's wind for acceleration, swiftly positioned himself between Jean and the singularity. He attempted to shield Jean Grey from the damage caused by the singularity. Boom! However, even with his adamantium skeleton, Wolverine was unable to withstand the reduced but still potent red. He was instantly blasted away, colliding with Jean Grey and, with the sound of bones breaking, smashed through several buildings, vanishing into the ruins. No! Cyclops roared in anguish. Why had they gone from the brink of victory to such dire straits in an instant? Even with Wolverine acting as a shield, how could Jean Grey, without her telekinetic shield, survive such a devastating attack? With his heart torn apart, Cyclops unleashed a massive laser beam far more powerful than usual, but it was in vain. The laser beam was completely absorbed upon approaching the white-haired mutant. Looking at the numerous X-Men in front of him, Alex's face grew increasingly joyous. He then extended his hand, pointing forward as he recalled a move from an anime he had loved in his past life. Shinra Tensei. The reversal, red, was pushed to its limits. Accompanied by the unstable black and red lightning, an unprecedented terrifying repulsion force spread rapidly from Alex, obliterating everything in its path. In the blink of an eye, thousands of meters ahead were reduced to ruins. Even Alex himself felt some pressure from this attack. A large portion of his energy was consumed, and 5 arc reactors flew out of his backpack, circling him as they slowly hovered, rapidly replenishing his energy. Without paying any attention to the fate of the X-Men, Alex calmly walked toward his target. Casually dealing with dozens of first-generation Sentinel robots, he strolled toward the White House with his hands in his pockets, unhurried. As he advanced, he sensed multiple different gazes watching him. Flashing a bright smile toward the familiar direction of the surveillance satellites, he continued his march. The White House, heavily damaged from the battle, was mostly in ruins. Even the poor president was trapped under the rubble. Seeing Alex approaching, the terrified president immediately began to plead for mercy. "No, don't kill me. I couldn't stop the plan to attack you." Alex did not respond. Instead, he walked up to the president, who was buried under the rubble, and stared into his eyes. "Tell me where the other military leaders are." The president immediately realized Alex's intent and hurriedly explained. "I don't know. After you walked out of the nuclear explosion unharmed, they went into hiding. Even I don't know where they are." "How disappointing." Alex grumbled, then continued, "But you should at least know what they look like and any other information, right?" "Yes, yes." Desperate to save his own life, the president quickly provided Alex with the information on all the generals. Within moments, Alex had gathered all the details he needed. Seeing the white-haired mutant smile, the president mustered the courage to ask cautiously. "Will you let me go now?" The white-haired mutant did not respond, simply giving him a smile before stepping away, disappearing into the ruins of the White House. As the white-haired mutant vanished, the president finally let out a sigh of relief. "I made it out alive." But before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying purple spherical construct, accompanied by blinding lightning, descended from the sky. In an instant, the White House was completely obliterated, leaving behind only a deep, bottomless circular crater. Chapter 49. The falling hollow purple pierced through space, obliterating the entire White House. The political center of the United States, a national symbol with a history of hundreds of years, vanished in an instant, leaving nothing behind but a bottomless pit. As soon as the event occurred, all military leaders received the news. Hidden away in various secret military bases, they watched the footage captured by surveillance satellites. From the moment Alex, the white-haired mutant, appeared, to the lingering blood mist surrounding the White House, the fierce battle against the X-Men, the terrifying shockwaves, and the destructive force that wiped out everything within several kilometers, everything was recorded. Finally, they saw Alex mockingly flipping off the sky before effortlessly dismantling dozens of Sentinel robots, entering the White House, killing the president, and using a devastating purple ball attack to obliterate the historic White House. The military leaders were furious. This was a blatant challenge to the entire United States. But more than that, they were afraid. Alex had already proven he could survive a nuclear blast unscathed. They no longer had any means to kill him. Especially now that Alex had begun his revenge, acquiring their personal information from the now deceased, powerless president. Given Alex's extraordinary tracking abilities, he would undoubtedly hunt them down and kill them one by one. "No, we must restart the plan against Alex. We are in a fight to the death, he won't spare us," one general said with a face full of fear during an emergency meeting. Another general, equally terrified, recalled the unprecedented disaster at the White House and the surveillance satellite footage of Alex, who seemed to be looking down on them from above. His soul trembled as he spoke. "We need to fully support Colonel Stryker's research. He has deep insights into mutants, particularly in developing Sentinel robots that can possess multiple mutant abilities. The future potential to counter that monster is enormous. But the previous battles have proven that Sentinel robots are no match for Alex," another general responded, clearly troubled and lacking confidence. The first general quickly retorted, "No, the current Sentinel robots are only in their initial stages. The ultimate plan for the Sentinels is for them to replicate and store mutant abilities, sharing them among all Sentinel units. They can use different mutant abilities to target specific threats." Yet other generals remained skeptical, but Alex's strength has surpassed anything that sheer numbers can overcome. His mutant abilities are so versatile, ranging from long range to close combat, offense to defense, that he has reached the pinnacle of what mutants can achieve. Even if the Sentinel robots could collect all the mutant abilities in the world, and even if there were thousands of them, they wouldn't be able to harm Alex. His repulsive force attack alone could wipe them out effortlessly. No. The first general countered. The Sentinel project has one final concept: the Sentinels should be able to enhance the limits of any mutant ability. If we can elevate the upper limit of spatial attacks, we could break through Alex's impenetrable defenses. If we can boost the upper limit of an indestructible body, we won't fear Alex's attacks. And we have discovered a particularly unique ability, one that erases all nearby mutant abilities. Although this ability might not affect Alex now, if we enhance it to its full potential, it could certainly be used against him. But this is just a theory. With our current technology, it's nearly impossible to achieve, another general argued. The general advocating for Colonel Stryker gave a confident smile and clapped his hands. Two people entered the meeting room. One was a tattoo-covered man who looked like a street thug, and the other had an odd appearance with eerie green skin and an oversized head. Most of the generals recognized the first man as Ivan Vanko, a terrorist who had recently attacked Tony Stark at a race. However, none of them knew the second person. Seeing the confused looks from the other generals, the general supporting Colonel Stryker grinned confidently. "Trust me, Dr. Stern and Dr. Vanko will not disappoint you." Outside, Colonel Stryker ordered the end of the illusion control on the generals and smirked sinisterly. "Alex, just you wait." At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, in a hidden laboratory, Jean Grey was using her newly mastered Phoenix Force to heal Cyclops. During the battle with Alex, Jean had been easily defeated by him and was nearly killed after being hit by the red. But in that critical moment, she managed to tap into part of the Phoenix Force and survived. Quicksilver had rescued everyone afterward, but even with his speed, he couldn't get them out unscathed. Besides Wolverine, who remained unharmed due to his adamantium skeleton and healing factor, the others suffered various degrees of injury. Cyclops had lost over half of his body to the terrifying repulsive force. If not for Jean's immediate use of the Phoenix Force to heal him, Cyclops would have already died. The others had also suffered broken limbs and more, but they too recovered quickly thanks to the Phoenix Force. Jean had just finished using her matter-restructuring abilities to restore Professor X's lower body, ensuring the X-Men were now fully healed. But despite this, none of them felt any relief. The atmosphere in the lab was heavy with tension, the shadow of Alex hanging over them like a dark cloud, suffocating their spirits. Suddenly, Cyclops punched the nearby wall in frustration. As his fist collided with the wall, red blood began to trickle down its surface. Banshee is dead, Darwin is dead, countless civilians are dead, and the Mutant Liberation Act will never be passed. All our efforts were for nothing, our dreams are nothing but a joke in the face of Alex. We have to kill him, we must kill him. This time, not even Professor X intervened. Their hearts were filled with hatred toward Alex. He was not only their enemy but also the greatest obstacle to peace between mutants and humans. But then they fell into silence once more. How could they possibly kill someone as powerful as Alex? All eyes turned to Jean Grey. Now that she had mastered part of the Phoenix Force, she had a strong chance of fully controlling it, and potentially even obtaining more fragments of the Phoenix Force. She was their only hope. Chapter 50. High in the sky, aboard a massive aircraft carrier, Nick Fury watched the footage from the surveillance satellites, his gaze deep and contemplative. Coulson stood beside him, reporting the intelligence about the disappearance of the White House. Alex first killed hundreds of dissenters, then dozens of soldiers. During the battle with the X-Men, he killed almost 1,000 of civilians before finally destroying the White House. This mutant is absolutely unfit to be an Avenger. Any plans we had involving him are now cancelled. He has no regard for the law and acts on his whims. He is the greatest threat to Earth at present. After hearing Coulson's report, Nick Fury concluded. Coulson was well aware of the problem, but S.H.I.E.L.D. currently had no way of dealing with the white-haired mutant. Just as Nick Fury was about to take out his pager to call Captain Marvel, he heard Coulson say. "Aren't there still the legendary Eternals on Earth, who are supposed to be protecting humanity? If before they did nothing, this time, with the white-haired mutant killing thousands, the Eternals who are committed to protecting humanity will definitely not sit idly by. We could use them to deal with the white-haired mutant." The existence of the Eternals had always been recorded in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database. Nick Fury was wary of these superhumans with powerful abilities because he didn't trust that the Eternals were purely protecting humanity. They surely had other hidden agendas. But if it meant pitting the Eternals against the white-haired mutant, it would be a win-win situation for S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury cast an appreciative glance at Coulson and instructed him, find a way to inform the Eternals about what the white-haired mutant has done, draw their attention, and lure them into attacking that bastard. At the same time, in another office on the aircraft carrier, Alexander Pierce was fixated on the screen showing the unrestrained and powerful mutant, his eyes gleaming with opportunity. He saw this as a chance. Hydra and the unrestrained white-haired mutant were a perfect match. He secretly sent out a message, attempting to contact and recruit the white-haired mutant. After turning the White House into history, wiping it off the map, Alex moved into Tony Stark's luxurious seaside mansion, continually practicing his skills. Now that he had caused such a commotion, his relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. was undoubtedly shattered. He could no longer learn the exact location of the Tesseract, leaving him unable to forcibly seize it for now. For the time being, he could only wait for Loki to deliver it. At the moment, Tony was off studying with the Sorcerer Supreme, with no clear idea when he'd return, leaving the seaside villa vacant, so Alex made himself at home there. During this time, he didn't remain idle. While continuously absorbing energy from the arc reactor, he also practiced the limitless technique and attempted to master portal creation. However, his talent in magic was clearly not as exceptional as Doctor Strange's. Even with the assistance of the six eyes and energy absorption, he still struggled to master the portal creation. Though he could now produce sparks, he was close to fully mastering it. As for the limitless technique, the reason he focused on practicing this skill was that he discovered its advanced form might allow him to control space, even creating a personal pocket dimension. Alex currently needed a backpack to carry 10 arc reactors, so a pocket dimension would be extremely useful. Not only because having a pocket dimension would be convenient, but also because it currently lacked style. Being a dashing and elegant white-haired mutant while carrying a backpack into battle seriously undermined his appearance. It was not elegant, not at all. The limitless technique continued to unfold, controlling 5 arc reactors to slowly move around Alex as the system repeatedly notified him of progress. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. Limitless technique experience +1. Limitless technique experience +1. Limitless technique experience +1. Finally, after continuous practice, the system delivered a different notification. Limitless technique experience +1. Congratulations, your limitless technique has leveled up. Limitless technique LV4, March 5000 interferes with matter at the atomic level, command space. The closer an object gets to the user, the slower it moves, never reaching the user. Now grants partial control over space. A flood of memories filled his mind, and under the amplification of the six eyes, Alex absorbed them all, simultaneously using the reverse curse technique to repair the brain damage caused by overexertion. After a moment, having fully absorbed the memories, Alex immediately noticed the change in the limitless technique. The system's description had changed, adding the note about partial control over space. As for the skill's effects. Firstly, the effective range of the limitless technique had expanded from the original 50 centimeters to around 5 meters, an increase by a factor of 10. Moreover, the limitless technique now provided more control over space within this 5-meter radius. Beyond its original capabilities, Alex could now manipulate space in various ways, including instant teleportation, creating space, spatial slashes, spatial folding, and more. His mastery of the limitless technique had now completely surpassed Gojo Satoru, reaching a new level. After fully assimilating the memories provided by the system, Alex immediately used the limitless technique to create a pocket dimension and placed the 10 arc reactors inside. Because he created this pocket dimension, he could access it at any time and draw energy from the arc reactors within. In addition, Alex had gained new insights, likely due to the level up of the limitless technique, which had deepened his understanding of space. What was once obscure about portal magic was now crystal clear to him. He realized that he had now mastered the creation of portals. Without hesitation, Alex put on the sling ring and flicked his fingers. As sparks flew, a stable portal slowly formed before him. At the same time, a new skill appeared on the system panel. Portal LV1, 1/100 consumes magic power to open a portal to any place previously visited. Magic power can be substituted with energy. After successfully mastering portal creation, the system finally recorded it as a skill. This way, Alex could level up this skill, continuously increasing its capabilities. At LV1, he could travel to any place he had visited before. At LV2, he could discard the sling ring, using only his innate abilities without relying on external objects to open portals. At LV3, he could travel to any location within his current dimension or universe. At LV4, he could move between dimensions, achieving dimensional leaps. When the portal creation skill reached LV5 or higher, he could probably pierce through the world's barriers, traveling to other worlds, a prospect Alex was immensely excited about. He imagined trading blows with Superman, exchanging energy blasts with Goku, telling Homelander he's the real hero, and activating the limitless technique in front of Gojo Satoru. Various thrilling worlds were waiting for him. Just then, the Six Eyes detected something. Several black-clad agents were quickly approaching the seaside villa. Alex's face broke into an even more delighted smile. More fun was on the way. Chapter 51. Several agents quickly approached the seaside villa, and Alex recognized the leader among them, a familiar face from the Marvel movies, the elite agent known as Agent Rumlow, aka Crossbones. There was no doubt that these agents belonged to Hydra, but Alex wondered what they wanted from him this time. As Crossbones led the agents closer to the villa, his heartbeat quickened, even his well-trained nerves couldn't suppress the tension. After all, they were approaching the villa of White Hair, the man who had defied the world, scorned the military, and slaughtered thousands yet remained unscathed. His superiors had once told him that if White Hair wanted, he could easily destroy or rule the world, fulfilling Hydra's long-held dream. So, despite the likelihood of this mission being a one-way trip, he had to try. If they could recruit White Hair, nothing could stop Hydra from conquering the world. They moved in lightly, bringing only essential equipment and no firearms, knowing that what could be deadly to ordinary people was mere child's play to White Hair. The villa's door was wide open, and as they entered, they found White Hair casually sitting in a chair, lazily watching them. White Hair lazily yawned and then looked at them with amusement, speaking calmly, "Hydra. Oh no, it's S.H.I.E.L.D. What do you want with me?" Crossbones was shocked. He hadn't expected White Hair to know not only his identity but also the connection between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra's infiltration hadn't been exposed yet, had it? Using all his training to stay calm, Crossbones respectfully addressed Alex, "Mr. White Hair, I am here to invite you to join Hydra." Seeing the agents struggling to maintain their composure, their heart rates betraying their fear, Alex smiled. "I want the Tesseract and the obelisk. Give them to me, and I might consider joining Hydra." Crossbones' face showed concern. These two items were beyond his authority, so he replied, "I need to consult my superiors." He then contacted Alexander Pierce, "Sir, Mr. Alex is willing to join us, but he wants the Tesseract and the obelisk." "The Tesseract and the obelisk?" Alexander Pierce's face darkened upon hearing the demand. Since World War II, Hydra had been using the Tesseract's boundless energy to create powerful weapons that had greatly impacted the war. Though now under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s control, it was still essentially in Hydra's hands. There was no way they would give up the Tesseract to White Hair, as it was a critical asset to Hydra. Just as Pierce was about to refuse, he remembered the obelisk, an item that could turn anyone who touched it to stone unless they belonged to a special group. It was of little practical use to Hydra, unlike the Tesseract. It might be better to give the obelisk to White Hair. If he could touch it without harm, Hydra would gain a powerful ally, even if he didn't join them. And if he turned to stone like others, the world would be rid of an unpredictable threat, making Hydra's path to world domination easier. So Pierce quickly told Crossbones, "Tell White Hair that we can give him the obelisk now, but the Tesseract will have to wait until Hydra controls the world." Pierce had no intention of giving up the Tesseract. He only intended to buy time. Crossbones relayed Pierce's message to Alex, who smiled even more warmly. Of course. He never really intended to cooperate with Hydra. Getting a new energy source like the obelisk was an unexpected bonus. How could he refuse? As Crossbones felt a wave of relief, thinking the plan to recruit White Hair had succeeded, his expression froze. The man in front of him suddenly vanished and reappeared right before him, leaving Crossbones unable to move anything but his mouth. He demanded, "Mr. Alex, what are you doing? We're allies now, aren't we?" But the smile on Alex's face had turned into a menacing grin. "We are allies, but even allies must respect each other. You entered my home without permission, and that deserves some consequences." "But this is Tony Stark's seaside villa, isn't it?" Crossbones asked, confused. "If I say it's mine, then it's mine," Alex replied with a matter-of-fact tone. Crossbones wanted to protest, but his words were cut off as a glowing sphere of energy formed in Alex's hand and slowly floated toward him. In a matter of seconds, the searing energy entered Crossbones' mouth, igniting a firestorm inside him. His body began to glow and crumple from the inside out, until he was reduced to ashes. The entire scene took place in mere moments. The other Hydra agents only realized what had happened after it was over. Just as they turned to flee, countless spatial slashes engulfed everything within a 5-meter radius around Alex, reducing them all to blood mist, not even leaving a trace behind. Using his control over gravity, Alex pulled the only intact communicator to his hand and spoke to Pierce. "Sir, remember to send another team with the obelisk. Don't be late, you wouldn't want to see me angry, would you?" Pierce gripped his communicator, his face livid with anger, but he didn't dare to show it. Then, Alex's indifferent, lazy voice came through the communicator. "Oh, and Pierce. Next time, remember to knock." Ending the communication, Alex turned his gaze outside the villa, where a man wearing high-tech battle armor hovered in the air, looking down at him. The man's eyes glowed with cosmic energy, ready for a blast to be unleashed. Alex's smile widened, things were about to get even more interesting. Chapter 52. Times Square, one of the most bustling streets in the world. The giant screens that should be displaying ads for various fashion products, leading global fashion trends, are now mostly replaced by news completely unrelated to fashion. Eddie Brock, a rising star in the journalism world, stands before the camera with a serious expression. Now, the white-haired mutant has grown strong enough to withstand a nuclear blast. Human technology can no longer affect him. What's worse is that the white-haired mutant acts on his whims, completely free by the rules of society. Just a few days ago, he used a terrifying purple sphere to destroy the White House, and afterward, during a battle with the X-Men in the center of Washington, he unleashed a mutant power almost equivalent to a nuclear bomb. The terrifying repulsive force destroyed several kilometers of area, causing tens of thousands of casualties. This is the most terrifying terrorist attack since 9/11, and it's hundreds or even thousands of times worse than 9/11. However, what's shocking is that despite the white-haired mutant's reckless nature, he did not kill his supporting protesters. Because of this, many people worldwide have begun to support him, and some even formed organizations that worship the white-haired mutant. It terrifies me to think that humanity might actually entrust its future to this mutant. Could it be that humans are truly destined to become slaves to mutants? What does the future hold for humanity? In Times Square, a handsome man stands motionless, staring at the screens that continuously broadcast news about the white-haired mutant. In just a few moments, he learns all about the white-haired mutant, the strongest mutant in the world, a reckless slaughterer, the destroyer of the White House, feared by the military, the man who has changed the world order, and who is highly likely to earn the title of humanity's extinction. Mass slaughter of humans is something the Eternals, who are tasked with protecting humanity, cannot tolerate. Even though the white-haired mutant is not a deviant, he is still listed as an enemy of the Eternals. As the strongest warrior among the Earth-bound Eternals, Ikaris takes one last look at the large screen in front of him. The white-haired mutant is standing in mid-air above the crater left by the nuclear explosion, laughing wildly, flipping off the sky. This mutant cannot be allowed to live, or countless humans will die because of him. And aren't mutants the descendants of the deviants? All the more reason he must die. Holding a strange device given to him by a SHIELD agent, Ikaris recalls the location where the white-haired mutant was last seen and rockets towards the coast of San Diego, California, at incredible speed. Ikaris moves swiftly, and it isn't long before he reaches Tony Stark's beachside villa. As soon as he arrives, he witnesses the white-haired mutant killing several humans. And it seems that the white-haired mutant has noticed him, turning to look at him with a cruel, delighted smile. Indeed, the white-haired mutant must die, or the Eternals will never fulfill their duty. He arrogantly declares judgment. "Mutant, you deserve to die." Even though the world reports the terror of the white-haired mutant, Ikaris still does not believe that he could be stronger than himself. After all, he is the most powerful warrior among the Eternals, fearless of any challenge, let alone a mere descendant of the deviants, a mutant. At the same time, aboard the helicarrier, Nick Fury and Coulson closely observe the scene captured by surveillance satellites. Ikaris and the white-haired mutant have already made contact, and if all goes as expected, a conflict is inevitable. Nick Fury suddenly asks Coulson. "Coulson, do you think Ikaris can defeat Alex?" Coulson responds. "If he relies only on himself, it's almost impossible for him to win since he can't break through Alex's spatial defense. But with the spatial disruption device created by Dr. Reed Richards, he might be able to hurt the white-haired mutant and has a decent chance of winning." Despite Coulson's answer, Nick Fury remains unconvinced. Although Dr. Reed Richards' spatial disruption device should work, he doesn't believe the white-haired mutant will fail. Who knows what other abilities the white-haired mutant is hiding or how much he has evolved recently. When Ikaris first appeared, Alex recognized him immediately. One of Marvel's cheap version of Superman, after all. This Ikaris from the Eternals possesses most of Superman's powers, cosmic energy that shoot from his eyes, super strength, super speed, super defense, flight, and so on. But all of these abilities are weaker than Superman's, and he lacks the biofield and the ability to grow stronger under a yellow sun. Even so, he is still powerful, the strongest warrior among the Earthbound Eternals. When Alex first saw Ikaris, he was quite pleased. After all, he had a new target to test the full power of his recently upgraded Limitless Curse technique. Those ordinary agents could never fully unleash the power of the level 4 Limitless Curse technique. But after hearing Ikaris' arrogant words, Alex was annoyed. Who does this little nobody think he is, to talk to me like that? Without hesitation, Alex instantly vanished from his spot and appeared right in front of Ikaris. Ikaris was clearly not expecting Alex to be so fast and was immediately punched in the face. Accompanied by the rumble of black-red lightning, his handsome face distorted as a spray of blood bloomed on it. He was instantly sent flying, breaking the sound barrier as he crashed into the ocean, creating a massive splash dozens of meters high. Sinking into the water, the earlier arrogance and disdain vanished from Ikaris, replaced by a single thought. Who am I, where am I, and what just happened? With the strong physique of the Eternals, even taking a direct hit from Alex's black flash didn't render him powerless. He immediately bursts out of the water, hovering above the ground, staring seriously at the white-haired mutant before him. The white-haired mutant is much stronger than he imagined. However, Ikaris activates the spatial disruption device, simultaneously firing cosmic beams from his eyes, launching a sudden attack on the white-haired mutant. The white-haired mutant won't expect his spatial defense to fail. Under his cosmic beams, the white-haired mutant will be severely injured. The spatial disruption device distorts the surrounding space, and indeed, the cosmic beams are not blocked, heading straight for the white-haired mutant. Just as Ikaris is about to smile in victory, seeing the white-haired mutant about to be pierced by his cosmic beams, he suddenly realizes the white-haired mutant is looking at him with a mocking expression. The cosmic beams flying toward the white-haired mutant aren't harming him at all, instead, he is absorbing them completely. Chapter 53. Ikaris didn't know that the white-haired mutant had the mutant ability to absorb energy. Seeing that the attack he had pinned his hopes on not only had no effect on the white-haired mutant but also enhanced his energy, Ikaris immediately realized that things were not as simple as he thought. The arrogance and haughtiness he had shown earlier vanished completely, and he began to fully tap into his eternal abilities, continuously interacting with the surrounding cosmic energy to strengthen his physique. Although his arrogance was gone, he still didn't believe he would lose. With a serious expression, he said to the white-haired mutant, "You're strong, but you still have to die." Alex, looking at the cheap copy of Superman in front of him, could see through his 6 eyes the golden energy core within Ikaris' body. The Eternals had energy cores implanted within them, which served as their life source and provided them with nearly infinite energy. Although this wasn't the truly infinite energy of something like the Infinity Stones, it was still not to be underestimated. What made it even more valuable was the stability and ease of absorption of this energy core, something the Infinity Stones couldn't offer. Even with Alex's level 4 energy absorption, he couldn't easily absorb energy from the Infinity Stones. But with the energy core of an Eternal, it would be simple. If he could obtain the energy core from Ikaris, it would last him a long time, allowing him to forego using the arc reactor and instead rely on the core until he could effortlessly absorb energy from the Infinity Stones. However, killing Ikaris wouldn't be easy. The Eternals were created by Erishem, the Judge, a celestial, and their bones and muscles were made of extremely special materials, giving them terrifying strength and defense. As one of the most outstanding among the Eternals, Ikaris possessed even greater strength and defensive abilities. The most important thing was that Alex knew Ikaris had incredibly impressive flight speed, far exceeding Alex's current maximum flying speed. If Ikaris wanted to escape, Alex wouldn't be able to catch him. Moreover, Ikaris' armor, also created by the Celestials, had extremely high defensive capabilities, which, combined with the Eternals' natural physical defense, surpassed even the Hulk's defense. So, killing Ikaris was going to be tough. However, with the recent upgrade and evolution of his limitless technique, Alex felt confident in giving it a shot. After using Black Flash, Alex entered the zone state, becoming more adept at controlling his powers. With the combination of level 3 6 eyes and level 4 energy absorption, he could use Black Flash with 100% accuracy. Ignoring Ikaris' words, Alex once again disappeared from his original spot and reappeared in front of Ikaris. This time, Ikaris didn't underestimate him and reacted immediately. However, despite knowing that Alex had energy absorption abilities, Ikaris' arrogance led him to confront Alex head-on instead of avoiding him. Their fists clashed, accompanied by terrifying black and red lightning. The shockwaves from their collision spread out in all directions, with Tony's villa unable to withstand the impact and instantly turning to rubble. Even the underground lab wasn't spared. The sea below them suddenly sank, forming a circular void, with massive waves rushing outward, creating towering waves dozens of meters high. As Alex and Ikaris fought, they continued to destroy the surrounding terrain. The more they fought, the more surprised Ikaris became. Alex's energy absorption seemed limitless, continually absorbing the kinetic energy of his attacks and strengthening his own body like a black hole, threatening to completely swallow him. As the battle dragged on, Ikaris' confidence gradually eroded, and the arrogance he initially had was gone. He looked at the white-haired mutant ahead with a grave expression. He couldn't cause any harm to the white-haired mutant, as any energy he used would be absorbed and turned into nourishment for him. However, the white-haired mutant's attacks couldn't hurt him either. Although the white-haired mutant's speed was fast compared to ordinary people, it was still too slow compared to him, allowing Ikaris to dodge easily. Even when hit directly by that powerful black and red singularity, as long as it didn't hit his head, he wouldn't suffer serious injuries, and any damage he took would quickly heal due to his powerful eternal physiology. This gave Ikaris peace of mind. The white-haired mutant was only troublesome because of his energy absorption. With the right allies, they could easily kill him. He didn't believe the white-haired mutant could withstand Cersei's matter manipulation. This wasn't just an ordinary energy attack, it was a molecular restructuring. With that in mind, Ikaris wanted to leave and find reinforcements. He was arrogant, but not foolish. After one last clash with the white-haired mutant, he turned to leave. At that moment, as his guard dropped, he suddenly realized that the white-haired mutant had disappeared from the spot again, just like when they first met. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Ikaris, with his striking blue eyes hungrily locked onto him, like a predator about to kill its prey. After battling Ikaris for so long, Alex had finally found an opening. The farther Ikaris was from the spatial interference device, the weaker its effect became. With his 6 eyes constantly adapting and the weakening of the spatial interference, Alex could now use his limitless technique more effectively. A black hole surrounded by blue and red lightning formed in his hand, eventually merging into a purple imaginary mass the size of a basketball. The limitless technique was running at full power, and Alex abandoned the original sub-technique of blue, teleportation, in favor of using continuous spatial jumps for movement. While short-term continuous spatial jumps put immense strain on the body, they also provided unprecedented speed. In an instant, Alex appeared in front of Ikaris, with the terrifying imaginary mass piercing through space and tearing through the turbulent spatial rift caused by the spatial interference device, striking Ikaris' body. The specially crafted eternal physiology, designed meticulously by the Celestials, was like paper in front of the purple imaginary mass, with no difference at all. First, the indestructible eternal armor, then the skin that could withstand a nuclear explosion unscathed, followed by the powerful muscles that gave the Eternals their immense strength, and finally, the hardest bones. Ikaris' proud physique was instantly pierced, with even the seawater behind him turning to nothing. As Ikaris barely managed to avoid a fatal blow, letting the purple imaginary mass only pierce his abdomen, he suddenly saw a figure appear beside him. It was the white-haired mutant. At the same time, he heard the whisper of a demon in his ear, echoing the words he had just said, but with a slight twist. "You're weak, but you still have to die." The spatial interference device was destroyed by the previous attack, allowing Alex to use spatial jumps freely around Ikaris. His short-distance spatial jump was faster than Ikaris' speed. As Ikaris was distracted by the excruciating pain, Alex used cursed energy manipulation and energy absorption to fully enhance himself. With his bones clearly defined, his hand slammed into Ikaris' face. Amid the eruption of black and red lightning and countless deadly spatial slashes, mixed with the blood of the Eternals, who were once revered as gods, the two of them plummeted into the ocean like a meteor. Before the vacuum in the seawater created by the imaginary mass had fully recovered, the impact of their collision once again pushed the seawater aside, sending 100-meter-high waves into the sky. Chapter 54. Boom! The shockwave from the impact of their fall rippled outward, shaking the seabed's rock plates and causing the surrounding waters to tremble. The massive waves generated by this violent tremor engulfed the coastal areas, creating a man-made tsunami. A huge crater formed in the seabed rock where the two had fallen, now filled with seawater. But at the crater's center, a 10-meter diameter spherical area remained dry, as if an invisible barrier was preventing the seawater from entering. Within this 10-meter area, Alex pressed Ikaris' head into the rock. With the power of the reversal, red, energy absorption, and enhanced physical strength through cursed energy manipulation, Alex held Ikari's down. Even with a body stronger than the Hulk's, Ikari's could not break free. Countless spatial slashes tore through the Eternal's armor and shredded Ikari's superhuman body, stripping him of all his pride. Roaring in pain, Ikari's was pinned to the ground, unable to move like a mere insect. Alex looked at Ikari's, whose body was continuously disintegrating and regenerating. He pondered silently. Even with his newly obtained level 4 limitless technique, the Ikari's SE spatial slashes was still too weak, not solid enough. Against ordinary beings, it was fine, but against something as inhuman as an Eternal, though he could break through their defenses, the attack strength was Ikari's as reduced. It would still take quite some time to kill Ikari's with spatial slashes alone. Seeing Ikari's still struggling, Alex smiled. In Ikari's anxious gaze, Alex changed his stance, pressing his foot down on Ikari's head and making a gesture as if he were holding something with both hands. With his left hand naturally open and his right hand crossed over it, in the 10-meter diameter sphere under the sea, a deep blue black hole and a terrifying black and red singularity began to form, then collided. As purple, lightning-like energy flashed, an imaginary mass formed slowly before Alex. Seeing this purple sphere that could easily pierce his defense again, Ikari's sphere of death reached its peak. He struggled mightily, firing golden cosmic energy beams from his eyes in a desperate attempt to counterattack, but all that energy was absorbed by Alex, turning into his own power. When the struggle failed, Ikari's tried to threaten Alex, shouting, "Human, let me go. I bear the great mission given by Erishem, the celestial judge. If you kill me, you will be destroyed by the mighty celestials." While controlling the formation of hollow purple, Alex mockingly replied. To maintain the population growth for harvesting humans as fuel for the celestial in Earth's core, then destroy the planet? Ikari's was shocked, "How do you know that?" Alex did not answer, as the terrifying purple sphere was nearly complete. Ikari's sphere soared again, and his mind flashed with the image of another Eternal, Circe. No, he had to return, he had to preserve his memories with Circe. He struggled with all his might again. But it was too late. The purple imaginary mass was complete, and with a flick of Alex's fingers, the terrifying sphere shot towards Ikari's head. In Ikari's terrified eyes, the sphere obliterated his head entirely, then continued downward, erasing everything in its path and creating a massive crater at the seabed. Ikari's head was entirely annihilated by purple, a wound even an Eternal could not recover from. His life ended. The strongest Eternal on Earth was killed under the ocean by the white-haired mutant. Using gravity to control Ikari's lifeless body, Alex floated it before him. A thumb-sized purple sphere formed in front of his index finger, which he used to slice through Ikari's body carefully. Slowly, a golden energy core emerged, still radiating immense power even after millions of years of use. Excitement spread across Alex's face as he placed the energy core into his pocket dimension. Feeling the constant flow of cosmic energy from the pocket dimension, he smiled brightly. Loki and Jane Foster's package hadn't arrived yet, but Ikari's delivered a gift first. What a considerate person. Casually discarding Ikari's body into the bottomless crater, Alex flew off towards the distance. He remembered Tony had another oceanfront villa nearby. On the helicarrier, Nick Fury and KAISEN were silent. They had seen everything that happened through the surveillance satellite feed. The white-haired mutant emerged from the ocean unscathed, with no sign of Ikari's in sight. The outcome was clear. As the strongest warrior of the Eternals, who had been active since the dawn of human civilization, Ikari's was defeated and killed by the white-haired mutant. Even more shocking was that the surveillance satellite clearly showed the white-haired mutant emerging from the water without a scratch, only a corner of his clothes slightly wet. This meant the power gap between him and Ikari's was enormous, to the point of being overwhelming. Nick Fury replayed the battle footage multiple times, finally pausing at the moment when the white-haired mutant burst out of the water. What happened to the white-haired mutant that allowed him to defeat Ikari's so overwhelmingly? Nick Fury couldn't stop asking himself this question, unable to comprehend. After a few moments, Nick Fury regained his composure, but a sense of helplessness washed over him, even though he rarely felt that way. Dealing with Ikari's would have been difficult enough, let alone the white-haired mutant. But as the world's top agent, Nick Fury quickly adjusted his emotions and said to the equally stunned KAISEN. Inform the Eternals that Ikari's has been killed by the white-haired mutant. Also, provide them with detailed information on the white-haired mutant, along with footage of his battle with Ikari's. Even though the Eternals' strength has significantly declined with the loss of Ikari's, their abilities are unique. They might be able to pose a threat to the white-haired mutant, or even, by a slim chance, kill him. Additionally, send a message to Dr. Reed Richards, requesting that he research more powerful spatial disruption devices and equipment to counteract the white-haired mutant's energy absorption ability. Except for the funds necessary for base operations, allocate all other resources to Dr. Reed Richards for his research. If that bastard has no weaknesses, we'll create some for him. Chapter 55. In the director's office of a certain museum, several Eternals clad in strange battle armor had gathered. After a long period apart, they reunited, but this reunion was destined to be incomplete, as their strongest warrior, Ikaris, had fallen. The atmosphere in the room was exceptionally heavy, with each Eternal's face reflecting sorrow. Although over the ages their ideologies had diverged, and after the destruction of the deviants, they had scattered to live the lives they wanted, they still cherished each other. They were each other's only companions. Now, besides the few of them on Earth, there were no other Eternals left. Every companion was incredibly precious. Yet, one of them had died, and it was none other than the strongest, Ikaris, killed by the descendant of their enemies, the deviants, the mutant known as white-haired mutant. This was something they could not tolerate. Among them, Circe, the eternal woman with the power to transform matter, was the most heartbroken because Ikaris had been her companion for thousands of years. Now, with her beloved partner dead, even her gentle nature was consumed by endless hatred. Ikaris is dead, killed by an Omega-level mutant called Whitehair. We must avenge him. Circe said angrily to the other Eternals. At that moment, she wanted nothing more than to kill Whitehair and avenge Ikaris. But a small remaining shred of rationality told her she couldn't recklessly rush for revenge. If even Ikaris had been killed by Whitehair, then she was certainly no match. Another member, a short figure resembling a girl of around 10 years old with powerful illusionary abilities, Sprite, spoke passionately, then what are we waiting for? Let's go and kill this mutant right now. Over the past thousands of years, Sprite had harbored a secret crush on Ikaris. Now, hearing of his death, her anger was no less than Circe's. But clearly, she wasn't as wise as Circe and couldn't judge the power gap between her and Alex. Another member, Gilgamesh, who had the most fiery temper, clenched his fists. His ability allowed him to channel cosmic energy into his hands, enhancing his punches. In direct combat, his strength was even greater than Ikaris's. He nodded in agreement with Sprite's words, if we all attack together, no matter how powerful Whitehair is, we will surely kill him. At this moment, Jack, the leader of the Eternals, stopped them. As the leader of all the Eternals on Earth, she was as wise as Circe. Upon receiving the news of Ikaris's death at the hands of Whitehair, she was deeply pained, but she also realized the power of Whitehair. Even though she was the leader, Ikaris was the strongest Eternal warrior on Earth. Even if they all fought together, they could only match Ikaris's strength at best. But now, with Ikaris dead at the hands of that mutant, it meant that Whitehair had the ability to kill them all. This was unbelievable. Even though they had wiped out the deviants, as descendants of the deviants, there existed a mutant with such incredible power. But no matter how unbelievable it was, with the facts laid out before them, they had to believe it. As for killing Whitehair, we need to plan carefully. Before the other Eternals could question her, Jack pointed to a large screen showing the battle between Alex and Ikaris. You saw it too. Whitehair's strength is enough to face Ikaris head-on without losing ground. None of us can do that. If we want to kill him, there is currently only one way. Circe must get close to Whitehair and use her matter transformation ability to bypass his energy absorption and kill him. But according to the intelligence from S.H.I.E.L.D., it seems Whitehair possesses some kind of foresight ability, likely aware of all our capabilities and weaknesses, so he will definitely avoid direct contact with Circe. Therefore, relying solely on our current strength, it's almost impossible to control Whitehair. So, we need to wait, plan, and leverage other forces to catch him off guard and kill him. All this information is from S.H.I.E.L.D., who wants to profit from our conflict with Alex. Ikaris went to find Whitehair due to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s deliberate guidance, so they must pay a price and cannot stay out of it. We will plan with S.H.I.E.L.D. on how to kill Whitehair. As for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions, we will deal with them after we have killed the mutant. As the leader of the Eternals, Jack's words carried significant weight, and her analysis was spot on, immediately gaining the agreement of all the Eternals. They would temporarily collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D. until Whitehair was killed. After killing Ikaris and obtaining the energy core, Alex quickly accelerated the accumulation of energy points, and the fusion with the template proceeded steadily. He continued to practice several of his skills, especially the portal ability, which he had high hopes for. The portal was originally a spell cube that required borrowing magic power from a dimensional demon to use, but Alex had his own energy, so he could open portals by himself without borrowing magic. After finding another one of Tony's seaside villas, Alex stayed inside, constantly opening portals to increase his experience points with the portal ability. The system's notifications kept ringing in his ear. Energy points +1. 6 eyes experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. Portal experience +1. Portal experience +1. Portal experience +1. Compared to his other skills, which had reached at least level 3, the level 1 portal ability gained experience more easily. It wasn't long before the portal experience reached the limit of level 1. Then, with another system notification, the portal finally leveled up. Portal experience +1. Congratulations, your skill, Portal, has leveled up. Portal level 2, 1/300 consumes magic power to open a portal to any place you have previously visited. Energy can be used as a substitute for magic. A vast amount of experience flooded Alex's mind, rapidly improving his mastery of the portal ability. Within moments, he reached the point where he could use the portal without a sling ring. Removing the sling ring from his finger and placing it into his pocket space, Alex felt immensely comfortable. After all, carrying such a heavy and hard ring on his finger wasn't a pleasant experience. With a slight movement of his finger in the air, a portal appeared in front of Alex, not only without the need for the sling ring but also much faster than when it was at level 1. This greatly pleased Alex. The reason he reached this point so quickly was all thanks to his unparalleled talent and hard work. Opening the system panel, Alex observed the information. Besides the portal leveling up to level 2, there was another skill that was about to level up as well. Chapter 56. While absorbing energy, Alex had to use the 6 eyes for precise manipulation of the energy, so the experience points for 6 eyes were also steadily increasing. Even though the rate of increase was slower than energy absorption, it had now reached the limit of level 3. 6 eyes LV3, 903/1000 possesses 360-degree long-distance vision, capable of seeing energy flow, with incredible dynamic vision that allows the user to perform precise energy manipulation. Judging by the pattern of upgrades, the effects of the skill would be technically enhanced as it leveled up. When the skill upgraded from LV3 to LV4, a significant transformation would occur. What specific effect would the 6 eyes have at LV4? Fully activating 6 eyes, Alex carefully observed the surroundings and continually pushed the limits of energy manipulation to increase the experience points for 6 eyes. 6 eyes experience +1. 6 eyes experience +1. 6 eyes experience +1. Finally, after several hours, the system delivered a different notification. 6 eyes experience +1. Congratulations, your skill 6 eyes has leveled up. 6 eyes LV4, January 5000 possesses 360-degree long-distance vision, capable of seeing energy flow, with incredible dynamic vision, X-ray vision, and the ability to perform extremely precise energy manipulation. The original absolute vision range of 2 kilometers rapidly expanded, doubling, tripling, until it stopped at 5 times the original range. Now, Alex's vision range had astonishingly expanded to 10 kilometers. Moreover, in addition to the expansion of the vision range, the X-ray ability had been greatly enhanced. Within 10 kilometers, Alex could observe everything, and nothing could block his X-ray vision. Of course, this might not include some strange materials or perhaps the magic formations of camouflage that his vision might not penetrate. Aside from this, the most important upgrade was that 6 eyes significantly improved his energy control, ensuring no energy was wasted when using skills. Additionally, the energy vision of 6 eyes was also enhanced, allowing him to observe more subtle energy flows, such as human body heat, wind energy movement, solar energy, and even the protective magical arrays centered on camouflage, the New York Sanctum, and the London Sanctum that covers the entire Earth. Observing the sky-encompassing formation with no visible boundaries, Alex realized that this formation isolated the Earth's dimension from the prying eyes of the interdimensional gods, protecting Earth from external interference. Retracting his gaze, Alex once again focused on the system panel. After continuously absorbing energy for a while, the template fusion rate had increased significantly and now stood at template fusion rate, 78%. Just 2 more percentage points to reach 80%, which should unlock a new skill. Now that nearly all of Gojo Satoru's skills have been unlocked, reaching 80% template fusion should unlock domain expansion, infinite void. As the highest technique in the Jujutsu Kaisen world, in a domain expansion, all abilities gain a guaranteed hit effect. Gojo Satoru's domain expansion, infinite void has its own unique ability. It drags opponents into the inner side of the infinity, forcing their brain to perform countless repetitions of perception and transmission in order to stay alive, generating a vast amount of useless information and causing the brain to lose function, leaving the opponent standing still, waiting to die. Of course, that's just Gojo Satoru's infinite void. Who knows what additional abilities it might gain as the level increases. Alex was quite looking forward to this. Just then, a portal opened beside Alex, and a figure stepped out. It was Tony, but not dressed as his usual playboy self, he was wearing a yellow monk's robe. Through the 6 eyes, Alex could clearly see the flow of energy within Tony. Over this period, it was obvious he had made great progress at Camartage. However, Tony was still Tony. Despite the guidance of the Sorcerer Supreme, his nature hadn't changed much. When he saw Alex, he exaggeratedly complained. "My God, when I arrived at my seaside villa, why was there only a vast expanse of water, with the coastline completely altered? Alex, can you tell me what happened?" Listening to Tony's grievances, Alex responded nonchalantly. "Maybe a meteor just happened to land on your villa." Tony was momentarily choked by Alex's reply. Yes, this was typical of Alex's usual style. But it was just a seaside villa worth several $100 million, and Tony wasn't too concerned. As he walked towards the underground lab, he said to Alex. "Alex, please don't disturb me for a while, I have something very important to do." Oh my God, the interaction between magic and technology is just too fascinating. As Tony eagerly headed to the basement to craft a new magical suit, Alex used gravity to pull him back, and under Tony's confused gaze, Alex slowly said. "Did you forget? I have something important to tell you. Don't you want to know the truth about your parents' death?" After revealing to Tony that his parents didn't die in a car accident but were killed by the Winter Soldier, Alex left the seaside villa. He had no intention of living with another man. And since he had disclosed this information to Tony, plus the broker fee for introducing the Sorcerer Supreme, Alex demanded the shares that originally belonged to Obadiah. Now, Alex was the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, right after Tony, and a newly minted billionaire. Arriving at another villa he had purchased earlier, Alex relaxed in a state of supreme contentment, playing with several Hollywood actresses. Lying in the living room while enjoying their massage services, he turned on the giant TV hanging in the living room, curious to see what kind of entertainment the Marvel world had to offer. Suddenly, a news report caught his attention. A familiar figure appeared on the screen. It was Eddie Brock, a rising star in journalism. He was currently at a banquet, where chaos reigned, ear-piercing screams and panicked crowds filled the luxurious hall, and Eddie was speaking frantically into the camera. It was evident this live broadcast was an impromptu decision, with no preparation whatsoever. Eddie Brock's clothing even bore stains. But even in the middle of a terrorist attack, this fearless journalist demonstrated exceptional professionalism. "Hello everyone, I'm reporter Eddie Brock, currently at the scene of a banquet. Just moments ago, a mysterious man wielding a strange scepter attacked this banquet, killing numerous innocent people." Seeing the familiar banquet scene that had appeared in the movies, and the long-haired man in a suit holding a strange scepter in the distance, Alex pushed the actress beside him away. Using gravity, he pulled his scattered clothes over, and without a care for the actress's complaints, he dressed and headed for the door. The delivery had arrived, and he needed to pick it up. At that moment, several meteors suddenly streaked across the sky, leaving beautiful trails and landing in unknown locations. Some unidentified alien creatures were also eager to join in the upcoming dramatic events. Chapter 57. Eddie Brock was originally a journalist on the verge of being fired, but his luck changed when he accidentally captured footage of the white-haired mutant. From the initial street battles involving mutants, to later events such as the killing of Ironmonger, the humiliation of Abomination and the Hulk, the standoff with the X-Men on the streets, surviving a nuclear blast, and finally the destruction of the White House. Eddie managed to capture all of these moments either by coincidence or intentionally. As he continued to report on these events, his fame grew alongside the notoriety of the white-haired mutant. Now, Eddie is a rising star in the journalism world, especially at the Daily Globe. Today, while attending a certain banquet, he noticed a strange-looking figure killing several people. Recognizing this as another big news opportunity, Eddie immediately ordered his team to start filming and requested to broadcast live for the Daily Globe. Thus, in the midst of the crime scene, an impromptu live broadcast began. As expected, the live stream's viewership began to skyrocket. While Eddie was excitedly watching the numbers climb, he suddenly noticed the cameraman looking behind him with a terrified expression. Realizing something was wrong, Eddie quickly turned around, but just as he saw the man holding the strange staff, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Trembling, Eddie looked down and saw the strange staff piercing through his chest, with blood gushing out. The pain in his chest intensified as the staff was pulled out, causing blood to splatter everywhere. With his lungs damaged and blood loss worsening, Eddie's vision began to blur, and as his consciousness faded, he glimpsed the mysterious man use a laser to kill the cameraman. The man's clothes then began to mystically morph into a bizarre-looking armor as he slowly walked outside. Just before his consciousness completely faded, Eddie noticed a wriggling mass of black substance nearby that quickly merged into his body. Meanwhile, after killing several insignificant humans amidst the screams of well-dressed gentlemen and ladies, Loki leisurely walked towards the exit. His illusion-clad suit gradually transformed into his original battle armor. Watching the panicked Midgardians flee in terror, Loki felt immense satisfaction. This is how it should be, this is how Midgardians are meant to behave. With the end of his staff striking the ground, Loki conjured several illusionary images to surround the humans in the square. Walking slowly forward, he loudly commanded, "Kneel before me." The entire scene fell silent, the previous screams and chaos vanished under Loki's command. Seeing the humans frozen in fear, Loki's irritation grew, and he shouted again, "I said, kneel." Finally, many of the humans knelt down. Loki smiled with satisfaction as he walked among the crowd, enjoying their worship, and continued, "Isn't this simple? You were born to do this. You crave subjugation. Deep down, your nature is to be ruled, and you will eventually submit to your master." Suddenly, an old man with a head of white hair stood up, fearlessly facing Loki, and slowly said, "But not to a man like you." Loki sneered and answered with Buz's arrogant grin, "Oh, but there are no men like me." The old man replied, "I've seen men like you before." Loki was immediately angered by the audacity of the weak human before him. Wielding his staff, he pointed it at the defiant man and arrogantly declared to the other humans, "Look at this old fool. He is your example." The top of Loki's staff glowed brightly, sending a beam of energy toward the old man, intending to kill him. But just as it was about to strike, a strong man wearing a suit with the stars and stripes suddenly appeared in front of the old man, raising a shield adorned with a star to intercept the energy beam. Swoosh! The staff's energy beam was reflected by the vibranium shield, hitting Loki and knocking him down. Captain America calmly said, "I remember someone else who thought they were above everyone else, and they got taken down." Recognizing the man before him as Captain America, Loki mockingly replied, "A man out of his time." At that moment, the Black Widow, piloting a combat aircraft, opened fire with machine guns and called out to Loki, "Loki, put down your weapon and surrender." Swoosh! But her command was met with another energy beam from Loki's staff, which nearly struck the aircraft. Seeing this, Captain America launched an attack on Loki. However, against Loki, a frost giant with immense strength, Captain America was clearly outmatched. As the shield was knocked from his grasp, Captain America found himself at a complete disadvantage. With a desire for revenge after being humiliated by the white-haired mutant earlier, Loki no longer had any intention of toying with Captain America. Finding an opening, Loki quickly used his staff to break Captain America's legs, then stepped on his chest and pointed the staff at his head. "I told you, you are a relic of the past." Captain America struggled with all his might but could not prevent the staff from drawing closer. Just as the tip of the staff began to cut into his forehead, Captain America suddenly felt a surge of incredible strength coursing through his body. He shoved the staff away and kicked Loki off of him. Then, he noticed a thick, white substance covering his entire body, and a great sense of power rising within him. As the white substance fully enveloped Captain America, he heard a voice in his mind. "Hello, Steve. My name is Serum." Looking at his now white suit, Captain America wanted to ask a question, but Serum seemed to understand and immediately said, "Steve, I think we should deal with the enemy first, then we can discuss our situation, don't you agree?" Feeling his body as if it had undergone the transformation of the super soldier Serum all over again, Captain America smiled and said to Loki, "You're right. I can go all day with this." Recognizing the white substance as a symbiote, Loki, with his vast experience, identified it immediately. "A Clintar, interesting. But if you think this will help you defeat me, you're mistaken." Loki slammed his staff down, piercing a silver symbiote, and used his staff to control it, erasing its original consciousness. The silver symbiote enveloped Loki as well, enhancing the already formidable frost giant's body further. A sharp dagger formed from Loki's arm as he held the staff in one hand and the dagger in the other, challenging Captain America. Round 2. Chapter 58. The two clashed once more, but with the symbiotes involved, their fighting styles had drastically changed. The most significant change was with Captain America. Unlike Loki, who already possessed immense supernatural strength, Captain America's strength, even after the enhancement from the super soldier serum, was still at the peak of human capability and couldn't match Loki, a non-human monster, in direct combat. Now, with the symbiote's fusion, his physical abilities finally surpassed human limitations. The symbiote on his body morphed into ropes, pulling the shield from the side, while white goo spread across the shield, turning it white as well. Captain America, who mastered nearly all combat techniques, was far more skilled in close combat than Loki. Previously, the only reason he couldn't match Loki was due to Loki's interference with illusions and their physical disparity, which no amount of skill could overcome. Now, with the symbiote's enhancement, he could at least hold Loki off for a while. However, Loki, too, had undergone a symbiote enhancement. Due to the symbiote's ability to replicate its host's powers, the symbiote on Loki's body quickly replicated Loki's abilities, greatly enhancing both his physical strength and magic. Captain America couldn't hold out for long against this new version of Loki and was on the verge of defeat. Boom! A distant wall was suddenly smashed open by a black figure that then rushed towards Loki. Unlike the symbiotes fused with their hosts like Loki and Captain America, this figure was fully dominated by the symbiote, with its entire body covered in thick symbiote goo. This allowed the symbiote to fully exert its power. It was Eddie Brock, who had been near death after Loki pierced his chest. In this parallel universe, he still bonded with Venom. Upon seeing Loki, the one who had nearly killed him, Eddie Brock roared at Loki. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." The three engaged in a chaotic battle. With the symbiotes enhancing their bodies, they fought like three mini-Hulks, destroying everything around them. The ground shattered, and the surrounding buildings, like flimsy paper, were easily torn apart by the three. As one figure crashed down from the sky, landing with a heavy thud, the battle shifted in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s favor. Captain America looked curiously at Black Widow, who was now covered in a red and gold symbiote. "How did you end up like this?" "Same as you," Black Widow replied, before charging at Loki once more. Facing the attacks of three symbiote hosts, Loki began to falter and eventually was overwhelmed. Even the symbiote on him was forcibly removed. As Loki looked at the three before him, he raised his hands and said with a mischievous grin. All right, I surrender." Captain America and Black Widow immediately stopped, but Venom was still eager to attack, only to be held back by the other two. Just as Captain America and Black Widow were about to bind both Venom and Loki, they suddenly heard slow, deliberate footsteps approaching from behind. A man with white hair and blue eyes slowly approached, a bright smile on his face as he looked at the three symbiote-clad figures. "Gentlemen, could you hand over that staff to me?" The once noisy scene fell silent instantly. Everyone present recognized the newcomer as none other than the most powerful mutant, Alex. Why was he here? As the white-haired man approached, everyone became tense. They all understood the terror that Alex represented. Even clad in their symbiote battle suits, they didn't believe they could defeat Alex. Captain America and Black Widow stared at the white-haired mutant with grave expressions, frantically trying to think of a way out of their current predicament. But soon they were forced to acknowledge the harsh reality: under the overwhelming pressure of absolute power, they had no viable options. They could still fight Loki and win, but against Alex, they didn't even want to entertain the thought of fighting. He was simply on a whole different level. At that moment, Venom suddenly let out a fierce roar and charged at Alex. "Eddie, this guy's brain smells delicious, I want to eat it." As Venom rushed toward Alex, Eddie Brock's voice could be heard from within the symbiote, filled with despair and fear. No, don't. He's the white-haired mutant." But the newly bonded Venom clearly didn't know who Alex was, nor did he understand what that name meant on Earth, so he bravely charged forward. Seeing the massive figure hurtling towards him, Alex's smile widened. He raised his index finger, pointing it at Venom, as a black and red singularity formed at his fingertip. Cursed technique reversal, red. Just as Venom was about to reach Alex, the terrifying black and red singularity exploded, like a meteor striking Venom's body. Thanks to his upgraded 6 eyes, Alex could concentrate all of the power of the red on Venom's body. The immense repulsive force shattered Venom, pulverizing its bones and flesh into dust as it crashed through walls, disappearing into the distance. After casually dealing with Venom, Alex calmly walked over to the Mind Staff lying on the ground. His first Infinity Stone was within reach. Picking up the Mind Scepter, he gripped the top of it tightly and applied force. Tiny black and red lightning flickered in his palm, but the powerful repulsion did not damage the Mind Scepter in the slightest. Seeing this, Alex frowned slightly. Then, a small, thumb-sized black hole collided with the black and red singularity in his palm, forming a small purple imaginary mass. This time, the scepter could no longer withstand the force that could slice through space. It was obliterated into nothingness, leaving only a dazzling yellow gem resting in Alex's palm. Upon direct contact with the Mind Stone, an enormous amount of pure energy surged into Alex's body. At the same time, countless illusions began to form, but as soon as these illusions attempted to influence Alex, they were instantly blocked by his system. Even the Infinity Stones couldn't affect Alex's soul. Alex nodded in satisfaction. Just as he suspected, even the Mind Stone couldn't influence his mind. This meant that, apart from the pure power it contained, the Mind Stone was the easiest for him to absorb among the 6 Infinity Stones. The system's notification sounds kept ringing, and the system panel was flooded with messages of increased energy points. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. In just a few moments, Alex had gained an immense amount of energy points. He immediately poured these points into the template fusion rate, which once again increased. Template fusion rate, 79%. Chapter 59. The template fusion degree reached 79%, just a little more, and it would reach 80%, unlocking new abilities. However, at this moment, the energy absorption could not sustain the massive energy of the Mind Stone for long. After just a short time, Alex's body felt extremely fatigued. So, he could only store the Mind Stone in his pocket dimension and wait for his body to recover before absorbing it further. Now that his energy absorption had reached level 4, he was only slightly stronger than the Black King. It wasn't unexpected that he couldn't fully harness the power of the Infinity Stones yet. However, once the energy absorption reached level 5, he expected to handle the energy of the Infinity Stones completely, maybe even several at once. The current experience for energy absorption was Energy Absorption LV4, 2987/5000. Since this skill needed to be used constantly, its upgrade speed was extremely fast. It would likely reach level 5 soon, significantly accelerating the speed of template fusion improvement. Based on the efficiency of absorbing Ikari's energy core, it should reach 1% tomorrow. After storing the Mind Stone back in the pocket dimension, Alex looked at Captain America and the others. Thinking about the Mind Stone he had just acquired, he immediately had a new idea. Thor, Loki, Hydra, Captain America. Hulk merged with the symbiote. A Thor who awakened his powers early. And Black Widow brawling with the Hulk. Along with the Sorcerer Supreme Iron Man. Alex couldn't wait to see the Battle of New York tomorrow. He wondered what the Chitauri army would think when they faced such enemies. Thinking as he acted, Captain America and the others suddenly had a bad feeling about the white-haired mutant before them. But before they could resist, the power of the Mind Stone acted upon them, completely twisting their thoughts. Sir. Including Loki, everyone respectfully bowed to Alex. Looking at the group before him, Alex's lips curled into a smile. He said to them, "Return to the helicarrier. Let's give Nick Fury a big gift." "Yes, sir." Due to Alex's influence, the relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark was not as close at this time, so Tony Stark had not arrived yet. The group boarded the aircraft and headed toward the helicarrier. During the flight, Alex studied the symbiotes on them. Loki was merged with Riot, Captain America with another one called Serum, and Black Widow with Scream. For some reason, these symbiotes all descended simultaneously and landed near the party. Alex took a part of each symbiote and used the Mind Stone to erase their original wills, mixing them together, and thus a new symbiote was born. However, because it had no independent will, it was more like a piece of equipment, something that could change form at will. The symbiote spread over his body, swallowing his clothes and transforming into new ones. Sensing the slight increase in power, Alex smiled. It was barely noticeable. The aircraft soon arrived at the helicarrier. Upon landing, Captain America opened the door, where Nick Fury was already waiting. Nick Fury smiled at Captain America and said, "Welcome back, Captain. Now, where is Loki?" With a serious face, Captain America said to Nick Fury, "He's on the plane, but hey, Fury, I've got a gift for you." Hearing this, Nick Fury's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew Captain America would never say something like that. There was only one possibility: Captain America, like Hawkeye, had been controlled. He immediately pressed the pager he carried, calling for Captain Marvel. Simultaneously, a white-haired figure emerged from the plane. Alex looked at the grim-faced Nick Fury, glancing at the pager he had secretly pressed. Although Alex could have stopped him, he didn't, and his smile grew even more delighted. Calling Captain Marvel. Seeing the shock in Nick Fury's eyes, Alex said slowly, "But she won't be able to save you, right, my loyal subordinate, Nick Fury?" Hearing Alex's words, Nick Fury immediately realized what was happening. He quickly ordered the surrounding agents, "Fire. Attack the white-haired mutant." But the surrounding agents ignored his orders and instead aimed their guns at him. Seeing this, Nick Fury's heart sank. Then, he looked at the white-haired mutant and said viciously, "You've controlled them. You possess mind control powers. No, you've obtained that scepter and can wield its power even better than Loki." As the most elite of agents, Nick Fury quickly analyzed the situation. But knowing so much only made him more desperate. Seeing Alex's non-committal response, Nick Fury's face darkened further, and he growled at him, "You think you've won, but you've offended too many forces. Soon, you'll die a miserable death." Ignoring the defeated man's rant, Alex spoke kindly to Nick Fury, "Don't worry, my loyal subordinate. That won't happen, and you'll help me ensure it doesn't, won't you?" With those words, and a flash of yellow light from the Mind Stone, Nick Fury's bulging eyes gradually calmed. He looked at Alex as if he were gazing at a god and bowed respectfully, saying, "Yes, sir. I will dedicate my entire life and energy to you." Having controlled Nick Fury and the surrounding agents, Alex smiled in satisfaction. If S.H.I.E.L.D. could be HYDRA, why couldn't it be Alex S.H.I.E.L.D.? Thus, Alex S.H.I.E.L.D. was largely established. Afterward, led by Nick Fury, the group advanced deeper into the helicarrier, controlling every agent they encountered along the way. Finally, they arrived at a laboratory, where only one person was present, the Hulk, Dr. Bruce Banner. Dr. Banner first addressed the entering Nick Fury, "Sir, I need more time to locate the Tesseract's whereabouts." But he suddenly froze, unable to speak further, because he saw, behind Nick Fury, a white-haired man who should never have been there, smiling at him. Although that smile was warm and sunny, it sent chills down his spine. He had too deep an impression of this man, to the point of recently having constant nightmares about the demonic horrors associated with him. Then, he heard the white-haired mutant, who followed Nick Fury into the room, say kindly and calmly, "Dr. Banner, I'm sorry to trouble you, but I have some clothes that need your touch." Several grotesque symbiotes immediately surfaced on Captain America and the others, writhing ominously behind the white-haired mutant, radiating menace and malice. "Dr. Banner, Hulk, come out quickly." Chapter 60. Using the Mind Stone, Alex controls Dr. Banner, forcing him to transform into the Hulk and allowing various symbiotes to bond with him. Although the symbiotes cannot inherit the Hulk's ability to grow stronger with anger, even a brief bonding enhances the symbiote's power significantly. Before long, Alex has taken control of all the agents aboard the helicarrier, altering their minds and commanding them to acknowledge him as their master. Whether it was Hydra or the remnants of S.H.I.E.L.D., they all now serve as Alex's personal organization, the Alex S.H.I.E.L.D. With complete control over S.H.I.E.L.D. and Loki, Alex is fully capable of preventing the Chitauri army from invading Earth. However, he has no intention of stopping them. The Chitauri army will serve as perfect targets to test the effectiveness of his newly acquired ability, Infinite Void. Additionally, he wants to evaluate the strength of the heroes now bonded with symbiotes. Time flies by, and soon the dark night gives way to the scorching sun, once again enveloping the world in its warmth. After establishing the Alex S.H.I.E.L.D. on the helicarrier, Alex doesn't linger. He uses a portal to return to his villa, where he chooses to spend time with fiery actresses instead of the brute Hulk. After initially enjoying the services of Agent Hill and several actresses, Alex redirects all his focus to absorbing energy and enhancing his template fusion. Through a night of hard work, his template fusion finally advances. Energy point +1. Template fusion, 80%. You have unlocked a new skill, Infinite Void. Infinite Void LV1, 1/100 drag your opponent into an infinite inner space, forcing their brain to repeat countless perceptions and transmissions in order to survive. This generates a massive amount of irrelevant information, causing the brain to shut down, leaving them standing helplessly. Only those touched by the host are unaffected. The vast amount of information flowing into his brain far surpasses anything he has encountered before. Yet, Alex effortlessly processes and absorbs it all, thanks to his upgraded 6 Eyes ability, now at LV4. After fully digesting the information, Alex is ready to deploy the domain expansion at will. Moreover, due to his energy absorption skill, unlike in the world of JUJUTSU KAISEN, where domain expansion is a rare occurrence, he can now repeat the expansion multiple times a day, given sufficient energy. Alex then refocuses on his system panel. Upon reaching 80% template fusion, he unlocked the Infinite Void. This appears to be Gojo Satoru's ultimate ability, and when he reaches 100% template fusion, he should unlock a new character template. Who could this new character be? Alex has a strong intuition that when he hits 100% fusion, beyond just acquiring a new character template, there will be another significant breakthrough waiting for him. Closing the system panel, Alex dismisses the hot actresses nearby. He waves his hand, opens a portal, and returns to the helicarrier. Since he already controls Loki, Black Widow immediately approaches him to report. The portal is ready, and the spacecraft is set. We can begin our counterattack against the Chitauri army anytime. Alex nods in approval and proceeds to the helicarrier's command center, where everyone is already in position. Glancing at the symbiote-bonded heroes and assessing their physical strength through his 6 eyes, Alex smiles in satisfaction. When the portal opens, board the spacecraft and infiltrate the Chitauri mothership. Destroy everything in your path. Yes, sir, all the symbiote-bonded heroes respond in unison. Alex's gaze lingers on Dr. Banner, now bonded with the Riot symbiote. Riot, which previously bonded with Loki, has even absorbed the Frost Giant's constitution. Alex is eager to see how the Frost Giant Hulk will perform in the upcoming battle. Before opening the portal, Alex contacts Tony Stark by phone. Amid the chaotic noises in the background, he curiously asks, "Tony, where are you right now?" Tony replies, "I'm in Kamartaj. Sorry, the signal here is terrible. Let me find a better spot." The sound of sparks flying is heard, then Tony's voice becomes clearer, "I'm discussing my new magic-powered armor with the Sorcerer Supreme. The prototype is ready, we just need to test it." Hearing this, Alex smiles mysteriously, "Well, there's a perfect testing opportunity right now. We're about to launch an attack on one of the major cosmic forces, the Chitauri. Want to join?" Tony responds, confused, "What the?" Ignoring Tony's shock, Alex continues, "If you're interested, head back to Stark Tower. That will be our first battlefield." "Wait, Stark Tower." Tony tries to say more, but Alex has already ended the call. He turns to Loki and orders, "Tell Dr. Selvig to open the portal." Simultaneously, Alex waves his hand, opening a portal to allow Captain America, Dr. Banner, and the others to pass through, with Alex being the last to step through. The portal transports Alex and his team to the top of Stark Tower, where Dr. Selvig activates the device. With a loud hum, the Tesseract's immense power is unleashed, a brilliant blue beam shooting into the sky, piercing through the clouds, and gradually opening a massive portal above. As Alex looks up at the slowly expanding portal, he smirks coldly. "This is my planet. And these Chitauri fools dare to invade? It's time to show them what real power looks like, ha ha ha." Meanwhile, the scene draws the attention of the entire city of New York. In the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, Beast Hank McCoy stares at his instruments, which register energy levels beyond the limit of any known Omega-level mutant. He quickly turns to Professor X and says, "Professor, there's an enormous energy surge coming from Stark Tower. It seems like a portal to somewhere has been opened." Professor X places his fingers on his temples, using his powers to tap into the mind of a bystander near Stark Tower, seeing the portal opening in the sky through their eyes. He immediately instructs Beast, Hank, Alert Jean, and the others. The X-Men need to mobilize. At the same time, in a distant corner of the universe, a colossal titan sits on a throne, sensing something. He turns his gaze towards the planet known as Earth. Beside him, the slender ebony maw bows respectfully to the purple-skinned titan, "Lord Thanos, this is the first step in your glorious conquest." Chapter 61. On the top floor of Stark Tower, a portal opened, and Tony Stark stepped out. This time, he was clad in a unique red and gold suit of armor, different from his previous designs. The suit was etched with intricate magical runes, emitting a strong magical aura. During this time, Tony Stark had clearly managed to combine magic with technology effectively. The armor he wore was the newest version of the magical armor, Mark 7. As soon as he stepped out of the portal, Tony Stark immediately saw the strange-looking Captain America, the Hulk, and others, as well as the portal in the sky. Looking at the massive portal forming in the sky, Tony Stark quickly realized what Alex had been doing all this time. He was actually planning to open the portal and attract other cosmic forces to invade Earth. He quickly said to Alex, "Alex, close the portal now. If it's opened, alien forces will invade Earth, and it will be a huge disaster for New York." If the portal opened, while the invading aliens would likely be defeated by Earth's various forces, the aliens that managed to enter would still cause massive destruction in New York. Countless innocent people would be killed or injured. Tony Stark, being inherently good-hearted, couldn't stand the thought of such a catastrophe. Despite Tony's warning, Alex remained unmoved. He merely patted Tony on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Tony, you're the next Sorcerer Supreme. You need to think bigger. By opening this portal, we're not inviting an invasion, we're beginning Earth's domination of the entire universe." Before Tony could fully digest the implications of this statement, Alex stepped forward towards the slowly opening portal. By this time, a large number of Chitauri soldiers had already begun rushing towards the portal. When they saw Alex suddenly appear, they hesitated momentarily, then sneered and said to each other, "A human from Earth? Kill him. Taking over Earth starts with him." Although Alex couldn't understand the Chitauri's language, their excited shouts made it easy for him to guess their intentions. He responded with a smile of his own, and in the next moment, terrifying black and red lightning began to form around him, gathering at the tip of his index finger. Alex pointed his finger towards the massive portal in the sky, and the black and red energy rapidly condensed at his fingertip. In an instant, a black and red singularity the size of a person formed and then shot out with immense force. The resulting sonic boom shattered windows for miles around, and the Chitauri soldiers, just halfway through the portal and not yet fully entering Earth, were obliterated by the terrifying black and red singularity. Their bodies, mounts, and weapons were instantly disintegrated into dust by the singularity. The black and red singularity destroyed everything in its path, annihilating all the approaching Chitauri soldiers. A mist of blood spread through the cosmos, and the first wave of the Chitauri army was completely wiped out with one attack. The red, even after entering the vacuum of space, didn't stop and continued advancing rapidly. On board the Chitauri mothership, the commander saw this and immediately ordered, "Quick, fire. We can't let that strange thing hit the mothership." The Chitauri mothership fired a barrage of energy beams at the black and red singularity. Despite slowing down, the singularity continued to break through layer after layer of their defenses, eventually striking the Chitauri mothership's hull with precision. The commander in the control room only heard a loud crash, followed by the sound of tearing metal. Then, he saw a massive red warning sign appear in the center of the mothership's status projection. A single attack had penetrated their defenses and inflicted significant damage on the mothership. Weren't they told that Earth was a backward planet? How did they possess such advanced technology? At this moment, the deputy commander reported, "Commander, a human from Earth just flew through the portal." The commander quickly looked towards the portal and saw a white-haired, blue-eyed human floating out of it. This Earthling ignored the deadly radiation of space, the expanding air in his lungs, the frigid cold of the cosmos, and the remains of the other Chitauri soldiers floating around him. He just smiled at them with a menacing grin. The sight reminded the commander of a rumor that had been circulating in the universe in recent years: Earth was a terrifying planet, home to many powerful beings. Even the now famous Captain Marvel originated from Earth. At first, he didn't believe the rumor. How could such a weak planet produce a powerhouse like Captain Marvel? But seeing this white-haired Earthling now, he started to believe. Just then, a soldier reported to him, "Commander, we've detected an extremely powerful energy source coming from that Earthling. It seems the earlier attack was launched by him." What? Stepping out of the portal and into the vacuum of space, Alex's level 4 energy absorption ability continued to absorb the surrounding cosmic radiation, further enhancing his body. His reverse curse technique continuously repaired his body, allowing him to survive even without oxygen. Unbeknownst to him, Alex had already reached the point where he could survive in space with his physical body alone. He looked at the Chitauri mothership ahead, pressed the communicator in his ear, and ordered Captain America and the others, "Charge." Boom. 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 As soon as Alex gave the order, a spaceship shot out from behind him, carrying several heroes who were once part of the Avengers. Now bonded with symbiotes, they sped towards the Chitauri mothership. "Hurry, intercept them. Don't let them get near the mothership." The commander issued the order immediately, sensing that if they let that spaceship approach, something catastrophic would happen. A barrage of energy beams was fired at the spaceship. But just when the commander thought they would destroy it, he noticed that all the energy beams were being absorbed by the white-haired Earthling standing on top of the ship, unable to harm them in the slightest. In the next moment, the spaceship crashed into the Chitauri mothership, and several symbiote-bonded heroes emerged from within, tearing through the ship's hull. And behind them was that terrifying white-haired Earthling. Chapter 62. Tony Stark stood dumbfounded as he watched Alex crash into the distant alien mothership with the spaceship. Initially, Tony thought Alex opened the portal just for fun, which aligned with his impression of Alex. However, he didn't expect Alex's fun to be so extreme. He was launching a reverse invasion and attacking an extraterrestrial force. Although Tony Stark was a kind-hearted person, he had no sympathy for invaders from other species. He muttered to himself, "Not bad." Before flying out into space as well. Tony had already learned about the various cosmic forces from Kamartaj, so he had long considered the possibility of fighting in space. His latest Mark 7 suit, now combined with magic, allowed for extended combat in the vacuum of space. By the time Tony arrived at the Chitauri mothership, the battle had reached its peak. After merging with symbiotes, Captain America and others had gained some of the Hulk's strength. They charged at the Chitauri soldiers, who were firing energy weapons at them, tearing each one apart with every attack. The most outstanding performance came from the Hulk. The symbiote fused with him had absorbed the Frost Giant's abilities from Loki, and now each of his attacks carried a frost effect. With the Hulk's physical power combined with Frost Giant abilities, the Hulk had become even more formidable. The Chitauri soldiers fired frantically at the Hulk, but the energy beams only managed to damage the outer layer of the symbiote, without harming the Hulk himself. They could only watch helplessly as the Hulk charged forward, tear them apart. While the Hulk was terrifying enough, the one the Chitauri feared most was the white-haired Earthling at the back. He was clearly the leader of the Earthlings and the most powerful among them. Unlike the Hulk, the energy beams fired at him were not simply absorbed by his body but were instead boosting his power. Moreover, despite being in the midst of a battlefield, not a speck of dust or blood stained his body. All the debris and blood were repelled from him, unable to touch him. Even more terrifying was that he never initiated an attack, but any Chitauri soldier who came within 5 meters of him would be invisibly slashed to pieces, leaving no intact body behind. The 5-meter radius around this Earthling was like an invisible black hole, constantly devouring the lives of all who approached. He instilled far more fear in the Chitauri than the Hulk did. When Tony Stark arrived, he saw this scene. Chitauri soldiers were being massacred by Alex. Although they were the invaders and the hunters, they had now become the prey, with no power to resist. Tony Stark looked at the strange sticky organisms on Captain America and the others and asked Alex, "What are those on Captain America?" They seem to be some sort of biological creatures. Walking casually across the battlefield, as if strolling through a beautiful cherry blossom path, Alex was unfazed and completely at ease. The Chitauri's attacks couldn't harm him in the slightest. Upon hearing Tony Stark's question, he explained, "Symbiotes. They merge with a host, copying their abilities and enhancing their physical strength." "Are they sentient?" Tony Stark observed the symbiotes ahead and immediately noticed they possessed considerable intelligence. "Yes, they are. Want one?" "I've mastered the method of creating symbiotes. Although I can't mass-produce them, I can easily give you a few." Tony Stark curiously looked at the symbiotes ahead and nodded at Alex's offer. "Thanks, I think I can find some inspiration for nanotechnology from them." In the control room of the mothership, the commander stared at the radar projection, showing the Earthlings getting closer, with fear evident on his face. He couldn't understand how a planet that had once been a primitive civilization had suddenly developed to this extent. He turned to one of his soldiers and asked, "Have you identified the white-haired Earthling?" The soldier immediately replied, "We discovered from the Earth's network database that the Earthling's name is Alex. He's an Omega-level mutant with extremely powerful abilities. I even suspect." "Why did you stop?" "Keep talking," the commander demanded. The soldier trembled as he continued, "I even suspect that he might be stronger than Lord Thanos." The commander abruptly turned his head, glaring at the soldier who had just spoken. "What did you just say?" Terrified by the commander's menacing expression, the soldier stammered, "I suspect he's stronger than Thanos. I found in the database of an Earth organization called S.H.I.E.L.D. that a powerful warrior from the Eternals, who is on the same level as Lord Thanos, was crushed by Alex in a one-sided battle." The commander fell silent, finally realizing the kind of monster he was up against. This was a war destined for failure. He immediately ordered the soldier, "Notify Lord Thanos and request reinforcements, quickly." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, on a half-slaughtered planet, the flames of war still burned, but as time passed, even the fiercest flames were close to extinguishing. In a camp, Ebony Maw received a distress signal from the Chitauri, claiming that there was an extremely powerful human on Earth. Upon hearing this, Ebony Maw initially thought the Sorcerer Supreme had intervened, but when the Chitauri sent over the image of the person, he realized this wasn't the Sorcerer Supreme. This relieved him, if the Sorcerer Supreme had intervened, things would be troublesome, as the Sorcerer Supreme and Thanos were on the same level of power. Since it wasn't the Sorcerer Supreme, there was no problem. Still, as a loyal subordinate, he reported the matter to Thanos, who then replied. Send Cull Obsidian, Corvus Glaive, and Proxima Midnight to kill those Earthlings and wipe out the Chitauri. Those useless fools have outlived their worth. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, due to the need to continuously use the reversal technique in the vacuum of space to heal the cells damaged by the lack of oxygen, the technique's experience increased rapidly. Finally, as Captain America and the others were about to break into the Chitauri mothership's control room, a different system prompt sounded. Reversed Cursed Technique Experience +1. Congratulations. Your skill, Reverse Curse Technique, has leveled up. Reversed Curse Technique Level 3, 1/1000 converts cursed energies negative energy into positive energy, with strong healing effects. Can be used on others. Chapter 63. With the RCT upgraded once again, Alex used a space blade to cut a wound on his palm. Under the effects of the level 3 RCT, the wound instantly healed. The healing speed had increased several times compared to level 2, if level 2's healing was similar to Wolverine's, then level 3's speed had completely surpassed it. For him now, keeping both the RCT and Infinity constantly active posed no difficulty whatsoever. Additionally, besides the increased healing speed, the level 3 RCT could now be used on others. Based on Alex's guess, the level 4 RCT would undergo a significant transformation. Under its influence, he might be able to reverse his own state, from immortality to manipulating his body's age, freely adjusting between youth and old age. This power could also be applied to other living beings and even inanimate objects. Once the RCT reached level 4, he should be able to forcibly extract the Reality Stone from Jane Foster's body. Closing the system panel, Alex looked ahead. At this moment, the Hulk, possessing the Frost Giant's physiology, was rampaging through the Chitauri soldiers, tearing them apart. Behind him, Captain America and others continued to eliminate any Chitauri soldiers left in his wake. Along the path to the mothership's control room, no Chitauri soldier survived. The Chitauri soldiers, despite their desperate attempts to block them, couldn't hinder Alex and his team in the slightest. In no time, they arrived at the command room. Boom! With a loud noise, Hulk punched open the metal door of the command room. Alex and the others slowly entered. The Chitauri commander, hiding behind the remaining soldiers, shouted a warning to Alex, who was clearly the leader of the Earthlings. Earthlings, we are the vanguard under the command of the Mad Titan. We have already sent a distress signal. The terrifying Black Order will soon arrive. If you leave now, I will forgive your earlier offense. Alex, seeming not to hear, continued to walk toward the Chitauri commander. Seeing the terrifying Earthling approaching rapidly, the commander's face showed a look of panic. He hastily ordered the soldiers in front of him. Fire! Shoot him down! A barrage of energy beams shot from the high-tech weapons, hitting Alex's body. But these beams couldn't harm him, they merely provided him with a negligible amount of energy. Amid the dense energy beams and the Chitauri's despairing gazes, the soldiers closest to Alex came within 5 meters of him. The leading Chitauri soldier's body was instantly cut in half. Before the upper body could fall, it was slashed again from top to bottom, dividing it into 4 pieces. Subsequently, dense, invisible slashes enveloped the Chitauri soldiers, shredding their bodies into misty clouds of blood that could not approach Alex, remaining 5 meters away from him. By the time Alex reached the Chitauri commander, all the soldiers were dead, leaving the commander alone. Facing the terrifying Earthling before him, overwhelmed by intense fear and despair, the commander's emotions predictably broke down. Stay back, you monster! Reaching for a device resembling an earpiece from a nearby table, he placed it in his ear. With the help of a universal language translator, Alex finally understood the commander's words. With a slight curl of his finger, the Chitauri commander was suspended midair by a twisted gravitational force, his body trembling uncontrollably under the immense pressure, bones cracking audibly. Alex smiled warmly and said to him, "Look at your ugly figure, like a contorted insect. So, the notorious invaders of the universe can shed tears of fear as well?" Just as Alex was about to say more, a coarse voice suddenly boomed within the control room. "Earthling, I order you to release him. Only the Mad Titan has the authority to deal with his subordinates." A tall humanoid figure with gray skin was projected by the control room's equipment. He warned Alex. "Earthling, release him, cease your resistance, and submit to Thanos' judgment. Only then will you have a slight chance of survival." In the deep space in front of the control room, a massive wormhole rapidly formed. A warship several times larger than the Chitauri mothership emerged from the wormhole. In its command center, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, and Cull Obsidian watched the Earthlings who had breached the Chitauri mothership through a projection. While Cull Obsidian issued a notice to the Earthlings, Corvus Glaive was conversing with his wife, Proxima Midnight. The Chitauri are truly worthless, defeated by mere Earthlings. But even so, the Chitauri are still under Lord Thanos' command. Attacking Lord Thanos' subordinates means the cowardly Earthlings must pay the price. Proxima Midnight agreed, we need to show the Earthlings with blood the consequences of provoking Lord Thanos' army. They did not believe that the weak Earthlings could withstand an assault by the Black Order, nor did they think the Earthlings would dare resist. However, while they chatted, Cull Obsidian suddenly roared. No, you wretch! Damned insect! I will tear you apart. Then they heard Cull Obsidian saying. That damned Earthling refused us, killed the Chitauri commander, and even dared to challenge the Great Black Order. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight, upon hearing this, also showed anger. How dare they challenge the Black Order? It seems the foolish Earthlings are unaware of our reputation. But ignorance does not permit disrespect. It is time to teach them the terror of domination. Attack the Chitauri mothership and turn the Earthlings on it into space dust. Under Corvus Glaive's command, the ship's energy cannons quickly charged. After a brief period, they fired a powerful energy beam toward the Chitauri mothership. Watching the energy beam streak through the dark cosmos, heading swiftly for the Chitauri mothership, the faces of the 3 Black Order members lit up with triumphant smiles. Just as they expected the Earthlings to be turned into cosmic dust with the Chitauri mothership in the next moment, they suddenly realized that the terrifying energy beam had stopped right in front of the mothership. Ahead of the energy beam, a white-haired Earthling was blocking the path with a single hand, preventing it from moving forward. Chapter 64. A few minutes earlier, facing the threat from Black Dwarf, Alex suddenly smiled at him before withdrawing his repulsive force, letting the Chitauri commander fall from midair. Black Dwarf observed this with an expected confidence. After all, against the Black Order, any force would capitulate, especially the weak Earthlings. However, what he saw next was the Earthling approaching the Chitauri commander, touching his skin with a finger, and in a flash of light, the Chitauri commander turned to ashes, consumed by an overwhelming energy forced into his body. After doing this, Alex gave Black Dwarf the middle finger, a friendly gesture from his perspective. Nearby, Tony Stark witnessed this scene, pointing toward the distant Black Order spaceship, and said to Alex. Is it really a good idea to provoke them like that? They seem to be angry, maybe we should get out of here. Through the control room's glass, they could clearly see the distant spaceship. After Alex's rude gesture, the communication with the spaceship was cut off, and its main cannon began to charge, clearly preparing to attack the Chitauri mothership. Tony, while checking the Mark VII's diagnostics, continued, their energy output this time is comparable to a nuclear explosion, and it's a continuous energy beam. We can't block it. I suggest we immediately retreat and ask the Sorcerer Supreme for help to fend off the Thanos army. But suddenly, he realized Alex had already opened a portal and stepped through it, appearing directly in front of the oncoming laser beam. Tony immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Come back. Even if you can withstand a nuclear explosion, you can't block the energy beams of a spaceship. Compared to a nuke, these energy beams are far more focused and powerful. Quickly open the portal, and let's return to Earth together. The Sorcerer Supreme can handle everything." Before he could finish, the terrifying energy beam shot from the spaceship's main cannon, instantly crossing the vast distance to the Chitauri mothership. Compared to the thick energy beam, Alex looked like a mere ant, a fool attempting to stop a rolling boulder with his bare hands, destined to be crushed in an instant. Tony opened another portal, trying to pull Alex back and transport him to Earth. Even with the combined might of magic and the Mark armor, it wasn't enough to budge Alex. And just in that moment of stalemate, the energy beam closed in, ready to engulf both Alex and Tony. Tony Stark yelled, "No!" He tried to release another portal, but it was too late. In the next moment, the energy beam hit them. Tony could only hope that his Mark armor and Alex's physical resilience would buy them a few moments of survival. However, when the energy beam touched Alex, it suddenly stopped. Tony Stark stared in shock. What happened? He saw Alex holding out one hand, blocking the energy beam, which was unable to advance even an inch closer. Alex turned back, smiling at Tony. "Calm down. Stay here with Cap and the others. I'll be back soon." With that, Alex began moving against the beam, advancing rapidly toward the distant spaceship. As he moved forward, the system's notifications kept ringing in his ears. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. The energy absorption system kept converting the spaceship's energy beam into energy points. This energy was far less potent than the energy cores of the Eternals, so absorbing it caused Alex no trouble at all. He surged forward, and under immense gravitational pull, he swiftly reached the main cannon. A red formed in his palm, which he hurled, instantly destroying the spaceship's main cannon with terrifying force. The next moment, Alex disappeared from his position and reappeared in front of the control room, charging straight through. The reinforced glass, designed to withstand massive impacts, shattered instantly. Alex's body appeared before Black Dwarf, grabbing his head and slamming it into the ground. Black Dwarf's body was embedded into the metallic floor. He struggled with all his might, but despite his massive frame, he couldn't break free from the grip of the much smaller Earthling. It felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his head, a force he could not resist. The power that had once terrified all the great civilizations of the universe, the might of the Black Order, was utterly ineffective against Alex. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight were only now realizing that this Earthling had deflected the energy beam, destroyed the main cannon, and charged into the control room, instantly subduing Black Dwarf. How is this possible? Could it be that Earth has produced another cosmic-level being aside from the Sorcerer Supreme and Captain Marvel? While these thoughts raced through their minds, they continued their attack, using their weapons against Alex. But they quickly realized that their attacks had no effect. Alex, instead, began to emit black-red lightning from his hands. In the next moment, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight's attacks were halted 5 meters away from Alex. With a burst of black lightning, Alex crushed Black Dwarf's skull with his bare hands, the hands that had withstood the spaceship's energy beam without a scratch. Rising up and using his limitless technique to strip the blood from his hands, Alex looked at the two who were now on high alert. With a gentle smile, he asked, "Do you really think you two can make me surrender?" Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight exchanged glances and immediately separated, attacking Alex from 2 directions. Corvus Glaive moved first, swinging a blade said to be able to split atoms toward Alex. But even though his weapon could slice atoms, it couldn't advance an inch against the infinity. Alex casually extended his hand, and the repulsive force sent Corvus Glaive flying, smashing through the walls and out of the control room. Then Alex turned and faced Proxima Midnight, who was coming at him with a spear, a weapon said to be as fast as light. But even her spear couldn't penetrate his defense. Seeing the bizarre sight before her, Proxima Midnight's eyes finally showed fear. Not even when facing Thanos had she felt such immense pressure. Glaring at the white-haired Earthling, she demanded, "Who the hell are you?" Clearly, Alex had no intention of answering. He vanished from his spot and reappeared right in front of Proxima Midnight, and with a point-blank singularity glowing with black-red light in his hand, he struck her head. In the next instant, her head exploded, splattering blood everywhere. A massive crater appeared in the floor beneath where her head had been. Just then, Corvus Glaive returned to the control room and saw his wife's gruesome fate. "No!" He screamed in grief and rushed at Alex, like a moth to a flame. Chapter 65. Corvus Glaive was overwhelmed with grief, his already ugly face contorted even more, forming a stark contrast to Alex's calm smile. The blade tore through the air, slicing towards Alex with a mighty whoosh. But this attack, which could easily breach the Hulk's defense, came to a halt 5 meters away from Alex. Watching the furious and unintelligible howls of Corvus, Alex's calm smile slowly transformed into a more amused expression. He deliberately reduced the distance of his infinity, creating the illusion that Corvus' attack was breaking through the defense, and he exaggeratedly remarked, "Oh no. You're getting so close. Please don't come any closer." Enraged and filled with hatred, Corvus didn't notice the mockery in Alex's eyes. Seeing himself getting closer to the murderer of his wife, a look of excitement crept onto his face. "I can win. His defense isn't truly invincible." Corvus Glaive swung his blade faster, whipping up a whirlwind in the control room. With every swing, Alex would shrink the range of his infinity, and soon enough, he was right in front of him. Seeing himself finally reach Alex, the excitement on his face became uncontrollable. He shouted, "Die, you lowly Earthling." As the blade sped towards him, Alex pretended to look terrified, raising his palm in apparent panic to block the attack. At this moment, Corvus Glaive imagined his blade slicing through Alex's arm, then cutting him in half. His wife's death was about to be avenged. But in the next moment, the supersonic blade was effortlessly stopped by a slender finger. In Corvus' disbelieving eyes, the blade went from extreme motion to extreme stillness, halting instantly. Then he saw the Earthling in front of him, unable to hold back his smile. The previous panic and despair disappeared, replaced by mockery and amusement. Ha ha ha. Your expression is priceless. Did you really think you could win? Ha 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 ha. Alex clutched his stomach, looking at Corvus' face, which was caught between excitement and bewilderment, and burst into laughter. Finally realizing he had been toyed with, Corvus Glaive lost all composure under Alex's taunts. He roared and swung his blade with all his might, attacking Alex again. But the powerful blade, capable of cutting through atoms, was stopped again by a single finger. Despite his seemingly delicate finger, it withstood the blade without even leaving a mark on the skin. Seeing this absolute disparity, Corvus shouted in despair, "No." Alex casually cleaned his ear and slowly walked toward the extraterrestrial. The infinity gradually extended again. Although Corvus continued to swing his weapon as he had at the beginning, unlike before, the distance between him and Alex steadily increased until it reached the original 5 meters. Alex kept walking forward. Even when Corvus was pinned against the wall and immobilized, he didn't stop. As he got closer, Corvus, embedded in the wall, began to shatter, his skin and bones breaking apart. Of course, the metal wall behind him couldn't have achieved this on its own, but Alex was also applying force to the wall. The general's body was shattering due to 2 opposing forces colliding. Ah! Under immense pressure, Corvus Glaive's body quickly broke apart. Despite his rapid healing ability, even as he was nearly reduced to a pile of flesh, he did not die, and could still vibrate the remaining organs to speak. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. One day, I will kill you. Faced with Corvus' confident taunts, Alex's smile didn't change. He replied with a smile. Yes, that's true. Unless I destroy the weapon that houses your soul, you will keep regenerating. With the help of your blade, you could even revive infinitely. Corvus Glaive's smug smile froze. How do you know my ability? But he quickly regained his arrogance. But so what if you know? My blade is indestructible. Even Lord Thanos couldn't destroy it. What can you do? Is that so? Alex used his powers to draw the blade lying on the ground from afar and grasped it tightly. Accompanied by black and red lightning, even with his technique, he couldn't destroy the weapon. Seeing this, the smile on Corvus' face grew more smug. A mere earthling could never destroy my blade. Don't waste your time dreaming. Alex, unfazed by the taunts, looked at him mockingly. I've come across plenty of so-called indestructible things. The most notable among them is the destroyer armor from Asgard. I wonder if your blade is more durable than Odin's destroyer armor. Corvus' expression stiffened. He was well aware of the destroyer armor's power, a force enough to rival the Celestials. Even with his confidence in his blade, he didn't think it could match the destroyer armor. His once confident demeanor quickly faded, and he anxiously questioned Alex, "What are you going to do?" Alex didn't answer, he'd had enough fun. He gripped Corvus' weapon tighter. This time, his palm emitted a blue glow, followed by a black-red light. The 2 colors collided and merged, forming a terrifying purple sphere in his hand. Purple. Upon contact with this space-tearing sphere, the blade that General Corvus so heavily relied upon began to disintegrate right before his eyes. Wherever the purple sphere touched, there was nothing left behind, not even a fragment. As the blade disintegrated, Glaive let out a desperate, pained scream. His soul, housed in the weapon, was being obliterated along with it. Perhaps due to Alex's sadistic humor, he could have destroyed the blade instantly, but he chose to do it slowly. Finally, after several minutes, the screams of Corvus Glaive ceased, and his flesh, which had been twitching within the force field, attempting to regenerate, went completely still, entering absolute death. The mightiest among Thanos' generals, Corvus Glaive, once considered immortal and undefeatable, was effortlessly slain by Alex. Chapter 66. Alex activated the energy within his body. Under the precise control of his 6 eyes, he channeled it into the corpses of the 3 generals, including Corvus. Under the scorching effect of the energy, their bodies, along with the shattered blood and flesh, turned to ashes. After dealing with the corpses, Alex used his 6 eyes' penetrating vision to discover numerous Black Order soldiers rushing toward him. Even though their leader was dead and they knew they couldn't win, as the most elite force under Thanos, the Black Order soldiers continued to charge at their enemy. Faced with so many enemies, Alex would have previously unleashed his purple to send them all to the afterlife. But now, he had a better idea: subdue the Black Order core without damaging the spaceship. After all, he still needed the spaceship, it couldn't be completely destroyed. As the Black Order soldiers were about to reach him, Alex raised his right hand, held up his index and middle fingers, and wrapped his middle finger around his index finger. Completing this simple hand sign, he calmly said, "Domain expansion, unlimited void." The energy within his body boiled over, rapidly converting into pure cursed energy and then immediately being consumed. Endless amounts of information enveloped the entire spaceship, and every creature within was pulled into the interior of the infinity, forced to repeatedly experience sensations and transmissions, creating an overwhelming amount of useless information. At the moment of the domain expansion, all of the Black Order Corps soldiers stopped moving. Seeing the scene before him, Alex's face lit up with a bright smile, and his body instantly disappeared from its original position, reappearing 5 meters away. He flashed continuously, moving to each Black Order soldier, infusing energy into their bodies. As Alex's figure flickered through the spaceship, beams of light erupted inside. These were the explosions caused by the energy Alex had injected into the soldiers, reducing them to ashes. The amount of energy needed to kill these soldiers was nothing to Alex. Even the energy he had absorbed earlier from the spaceship's energy rays was more than enough to turn all the soldiers into ash. Utilizing his teleportation ability repeatedly, Alex moved like a ghost, traversing all areas of the spaceship in a short amount of time, eventually returning to the control room. Within that short span, he had eliminated all the Black Order Corps soldiers, leaving nothing behind but some residual ash. Inside the control room, Alex paused momentarily, letting his body recover from the strain caused by continuous spatial jumps. Thanks to his reversal technique, he quickly returned to his peak state. After eliminating all enemies, Alex opened a portal to the Chitauri mothership, allowing Tony and the others to board the ship called Sanctuary 2. He asked Tony, who had just entered the Sanctuary 2 and was looking around, "Tony, can you control this ship?" Tony confidently replied, "Of course. You're looking at the greatest inventor here, there's nothing I can't do. But, where is everyone else on this ship? Why haven't I seen anyone? I just dealt with them." "What?" Meanwhile, on Thanos' other ship, Sanctuary I, with the passing time, Thanos grew increasingly agitated. He questioned Ebony Maw. "Why haven't Corvus and the others returned after so long?" Ebony Maw, equally puzzled, replied to Thanos, "I'll inquire about them right away." He tried to contact Corvus and the others on Sanctuary 2, but since the communication device had been damaged by Alex and was being repaired by Tony, his attempts were doomed to fail. Unable to get through, a foreboding feeling gripped Ebony Maw's heart. He muttered, "Could it be?" He immediately pulled up the surveillance footage from inside Sanctuary 2, and both he and Thanos saw. They saw the white-haired Earthling moving against the flow of energy beams, saw the Black Dwarf's head being crushed, saw Proxima Midnight's upper body obliterated by a terrifying repulsion force, and saw Corvus' body repeatedly crushed and regenerated by the same repulsion force until even his supposedly indestructible blade was destroyed by a purple sphere. Ebony Maw fell silent, as did the Mad Titan, who made the entire universe tremble with fear. Thanos' already deeply furrowed face twisted further with anger, but he knew he couldn't go and avenge them now. The power displayed by that white-haired Earthling who had easily destroyed Corvus' weapon was already on par with him, if not greater. Moreover, it was clear that this was just what the Earthling had shown. Corvus and the others had been unable to push him to use his full power. In the dead silence, the anger on Thanos' face gradually faded into calmness. He couldn't rush to avenge his men, he had a greater mission to accomplish. So, he reluctantly said to Ebony Maw, "Focus all efforts on finding the Power Stone. Only after obtaining it can we invade Earth." Faced with this terrifying white-haired Earthling, even the Mad Titan, who made the universe's major factions shudder in fear and committed countless massacres, had no choice but to lie low. Because, simply put, he couldn't win. Thanos admitted defeat, for now that is. Hearing Tony's response, Alex was pleased and asked him to repair the ship's control room and teach Black Widow and the others how to control the ship. The ship would serve as the long-term base of S.H.I.E.L.D. If it was to be used as a base, then the ship needed a new name. Sanctuary 2 was clearly unsuitable. After a moment of thought, Alex finally decided on a new name for the ship, Ark, a vessel of salvation that would bring peace to the various forces across the universe. Leaving Tony and the others on the ship, Alex opened a portal and returned to the top of Stark Tower. He approached the portal generator, and the Mind Stone flew out of his pocket dimension, with vast amounts of energy radiating from it and surrounding Alex's arm. Alex suddenly extended his hand through the almost impenetrable energy shield and grabbed the Tesseract. Sensing the immense spatial energy within, Alex's fingers exerted a slight force, and under a flash of black and red lightning, the tesseract shattered in his hand, revealing the blue space stone hidden within. Under the effect of the infinity technique, the two cosmic gems orbited around Alex, channeling enormous amounts of energy into his body. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. With the continuous sound of system notifications ringing in his ears, Alex's body reached its limit again, having absorbed a massive amount of energy. With the accumulation of this energy, combined with his recent gains, the template fusion degree greatly increased. Template fusion degree, 91%. The template fusion was soon to reach 100%, and the next character template was about to unlock. The corners of Alex's mouth curled up in satisfaction, though he knew there were still things that could make him even happier. He opened a portal to the helicarrier and asked Agent Hill, who was quite technically skilled, "Tell me the current locations of all the generals in the military." Chapter 67. After establishing the Alex shield, Alex ordered Agent Hill to use all available resources to track down the generals who had previously participated in the plan to hunt him down. Alex was not a forgiving person who would let malicious attacks against him go unanswered. The only reason he spared those generals' lives before was that he didn't know their specific locations. Now, with resources originally belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be easy to locate those generals. It didn't take long before Agent Hill handed Alex a tablet, on which a map was dotted with red markers, indicating the current positions of those generals. Seeing these markers, Alex smiled brightly. It was time to return the favor. In a concealed military base, a general in charge of the base was attending a meeting in the conference room. This was the third meeting the military had held specifically about the white-haired mutant. In the past, meetings had focused on major events like conflicts with other countries, but never on a single individual. Yet, they had now convened multiple meetings for the white-haired mutant, something that had never happened before. And what's more important, every plan devised to defeat the white-haired mutant had failed, without causing the slightest harm. Since World War II, the US had never faced such a severe setback. At the meeting, the highest-ranking general asked Colonel Stryker, who was responsible for the Sentinel program. "Colonel Stryker, what is the progress on the Sentinel robots?" Although Colonel Stryker had the lowest rank in this secret meeting, as soon as he began speaking, he commanded everyone's full attention. The Sentinel program he managed was their only hope for the future. Given the ruthless style of the white-haired mutant, there was no chance he would give up on his revenge. If they didn't quickly kill him, and allowed him to continue growing stronger, they would all surely face death. They had reached a point where they could not coexist with the white-haired mutant. In response to the highest general's question, Colonel Stryker confidently said, "With the help of Dr. Samuel Stern and Dr. Ivan Vanko, the Sentinel robots have made rapid progress and are now in the final stages, awaiting combat testing. These new Sentinels not only incorporate Mystique's shape-shifting gene, enabling them to adapt to different mutant abilities, but they also use an arc reactor as their energy core. Supported by vast amounts of energy, they can greatly enhance any copied mutant abilities. According to our calculations, just 10 Sentinel robots would be enough to kill a level 4 mutant, and if 100 were deployed at once, even the white-haired mutant wouldn't be able to withstand them." On the conference room's big screen, a projection of the latest version of the Sentinel robot appeared. While maintaining its original form, it now had a glowing core at its chest, the arc reactor. Furthermore, the materials used for the arc reactor weren't metal but a composite material that was tougher than metal and had excellent regenerative capabilities. Hearing Colonel Stryker's explanation, the generals finally smiled. The anxiety from the threat of death that had plagued them vanished instantly. Surely, such powerful Sentinel robots could succeed in killing the white-haired mutant. At that moment, the general suddenly heard a loud explosion, followed by screams and gunfire. He immediately sensed something was wrong, and soon a soldier arrived to report. "General, the white-haired mutant has discovered the location of the military base and is attacking it. Please evacuate immediately." What? The general was terrified. How did the white-haired mutant discover his location? Only a few covert organizations knew his exact whereabouts, not even the president. Where had the leak come from? After a brief moment of confusion, he was overwhelmed by boundless fear. Given the immense power of the white-haired mutant, even with enough military strength to topple a small country, they couldn't hold him back for long. He thought of something and quickly asked Colonel Stryker. "Colonel Stryker, how many Sentinel robots are ready? Send them to save me immediately. The white-haired mutant has found my location and is invading the military base." "What the hell? All the generals showed fear because they realized that if the white-haired mutant could find one of them, he could find the rest. Regardless of how he located them, they were no longer safe. All the generals immediately pressured Colonel Stryker. Colonel Stryker, deploy all Sentinel robots immediately to rescue General Gordon and kill the white-haired mutant. Yes, generals, rest assured. We have 200 Sentinel robots ready, more than enough to defeat the white-haired mutant. General Gordon, please hold on a moment longer, the Sentinel robots will be there shortly. Flying at supersonic speed, Alex broke the sound barrier, reaching Mach 20. Within minutes, he arrived at the nearest military base. The moment Alex reached the sky above the base, alarms blared throughout the facility. Warning! Warning! Unknown flying object approaching. No, it's not an unknown object, it's the white-haired mutant. As the alarm screeched, Alex suddenly descended from the sky, falling from 1,000 meters like a meteor into the base. Boom! With a massive explosion, an unstoppable shockwave erupted from the point where Alex landed, instantly destroying every building in the base. With just one blow, all the structures on the base's surface were flattened, and even heavy tanks were thrown aside by the tremendous repulsive force. The drivers inside had no chance of survival. After demolishing everything above ground and killing everyone there, Alex didn't leave. He slowly walked towards a corner of the rubble. His limitless curse technique automatically repelled all the dust and smoke, leaving him completely spotless. Upon reaching a specific location, Alex stopped. His energy rapidly concentrated, forming a red in his hand. When the singularity was fully formed, he hurled it downwards. A horrifying force destroyed everything below, creating a massive circular crater in an instant. At a depth of 100 meters underground, a wrecked space became visible, and there, a general mentioned in the intelligence appeared before Alex. Under the precise control of his 6 eyes, the general's legs were completely crushed by the immense force, but his upper body was intact, so he wasn't dead yet, merely writhing and howling on the ground. Using gravity, Alex pulled the general up, ignored his pleas for mercy, and tapped his chest with his finger before turning to leave. That's the first one. Boom! A massive burst of energy exploded from within the general, releasing a terrifying light and heat, annihilating everything around. High in the sky, Alex glanced back at the massive mushroom cloud with an even brighter smile. In the next moment, he broke the sound barrier again and sped toward his next target. Chapter 68. A few minutes later, Alex arrived at the next military base. Hovering above the base, he ignored the high-yield missiles fired at him and the shots from the soldiers below, standing motionless in the sky. Energy surged through his body, rapidly depleting as the black and red singularity in his palm grew larger and larger, stopping only when it reached the size of a person. Cursed Technique Reversal, Red, Experience +1, x5. With the system notifications constantly flashing and the soldiers watching in despair, the black and red singularity transformed into a beam of light, plummeting from the sky and crashing onto the ground. Boom! Once all sound had faded, and the smoke and dust had settled, the military base had completely vanished, leaving behind only a massive, circular crater. After confirming the death of the second general, Alex took another step and flew rapidly toward the nearest military base. This process continued, over and over. Alex's actions quickly caught the attention of major news outlets, and some media had even begun broadcasting live from the ruins of the military bases. One of the most notable reporters was Eddie Brock, a rising star in journalism. Previously, he had been hit head-on by Alex's cursed energy reversal, Red, his body completely crushed by the immense force, but with the relentless healing powers of Venom, he had survived after 2 weeks in bed. However, this ordeal did not deter him from reporting on the white-haired mutant. He could no longer live without the fame, nor without the notoriety that the white-haired mutant had brought him. Standing in front of the camera, Eddie addressed the many viewers. About an hour ago, the white-haired mutant began a sudden assault on our nation's military bases. We believe this is in retaliation for the military's previous attempts to attack him. In just 1 hour, he has destroyed 5 military bases, resulting in tens of thousands of casualties. We do not know if his actions indicate a formal declaration of war against the government, potentially igniting a conflict between mutants and ordinary people. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Professor X watched the news broadcast with a serious expression. His worst fears had come true. The actions of the white-haired mutant were beginning to affect all mutants, seriously damaging the fragile peace between mutants and ordinary humans. Beast, covered in blue fur, approached from a distance and said to Professor X, "Professor, the military has issued us a warning. They demand our cooperation in killing the white-haired mutant, or they will consider this an act of war by mutants against humanity. Beast's words finally made Professor X resolve. He said to Hank, "Prepare for action. We must stop him. But the white-haired mutant is too powerful. We can't defeat him. He even easily repelled an alien force that attempted to invade Earth. Based on his demonstrated combat abilities, his power has increased significantly again. No, Hank, we have no choice but to try. This is for the future of mutants, for our future." Under Professor X's persuasion, Beast finally agreed and sent out messages to the X-Men. Meanwhile, on a plane heading to report on another destroyed military base, Eddie Brock received an official communication. He quickly turned to the camera and addressed the viewers. "Please don't worry, everyone. The X-Men have informed us that the destruction of the military bases was solely the white-haired mutants' own decision and not representative of the intentions of all mutants. There will be no war between mutants and humans. Additionally, the X-Men have stated they will join forces with the military to eliminate the white-haired mutant completely. The military also claims they now have weapons capable of defeating him, and he will not escape this time. He will be eliminated for good." Following Eddie Brock's report, the internet buzzed with a multitude of voices. First were the supporters of the white-haired mutant, most of whom were fearful of retribution in case he took over the world. They were posting online. "I'll always support the white-haired mutant, he'll defeat the incompetent military and government." But privately, they wished for his demise. Beyond this group, there were also the absolute supporters of the white-haired mutant. Aside from a few fanatic civilians, most were mutants who had experienced persecution by the authorities in one way or another. They posted, "The incompetent government will be overthrown by our savior, who will lead us to a world where mutants are no longer persecuted. Yes, the savior will guide us to vengeance. Long live the savior." On the other side, the opponents of the white-haired mutant continuously argued online, claiming that he would soon die under the combined assault of the X-Men and the government. They celebrated, imagining that once he was dead, peace would return to the world, and those wretched mutants would ultimately amount to nothing. In a hidden room somewhere, Polaris and her comrades were also watching the news broadcast. Her companions wanted to help Alex, but Polaris stopped them. When questioned, she could only say, "Your powers are too weak. If you rush in, you won't help the savior, you'll just cause trouble for him." Finally, her comrades heeded her explanation. In another hidden room, Magneto watched Eddie Brock's broadcast and spoke to the Brotherhood. "We must act as well. This is our chance to eradicate humanity. Since Charles wants to stop the white-haired mutant and prevent a war between mutants and humans, we will push for it instead. The future of this world belongs to mutants, we are the rulers of tomorrow." Behind him, the members of the Brotherhood cheered wildly. They had long awaited the future Magneto had described, and now was the closest they had ever been to that reality. Alex, unaware of the chaos unfolding online, would not have cared even if he had known. Whether people supported or opposed him, he would ignore it all. He acted only for himself. Arriving at yet another military base, just as Alex was about to destroy it completely, he suddenly looked off into the distance, his smile growing wider with delight. It seemed the confident military had made its next move. He stretched out his hand, summoning a blue-black void and a black-red singularity that quickly merged into a terrifying purple. He decided to give them a welcoming gift. The horrifying purple sphere tore through space, hurtling towards the 200 Sentinel robots speeding toward him. Chapter 69. After unleashing the powerful, purple, technique, Alex continued to face the onslaught of numerous Sentinel robots. Even as they attempted to evade, dozens of them were still struck down by the technique's overwhelming force. Many of these Sentinel robots were completely annihilated, leaving no trace behind, while others had large portions of their bodies obliterated. With a single casual attack, Alex managed to halt the seemingly unstoppable advance of the Sentinel robots, delivering a heavy blow to the generals observing the battle from afar. Some of the generals immediately questioned Colonel Stryker. "Colonel Stryker, didn't you say the materials of the Sentinel robots had been significantly enhanced? Why do they still crumble so easily under the attack of the white-haired mutant?" Colonel Stryker's expression was grim as he explained. "The strength of the white-haired mutant's purple orb attack is far greater than we anticipated. Even adamantium or vibranium might not withstand such a devastating force. So, despite the improvements in the materials of the Sentinel robots, they are still unable to resist the purple orb. However, rest assured, the white-haired mutant can't continuously unleash such terrifying moves, and his other abilities are unlikely to destroy our upgraded Sentinel robots. He will ultimately be killed by them. Colonel Stryker's explanation seemed to ease the generals, who resumed watching the battle with the same arrogance as before. As expected, the robots that were not completely destroyed by the purple orb began to regenerate rapidly. Unknown non-metallic materials seemed to appear from nowhere, filling in the gaps of their damaged structures. Alex also noticed this phenomenon and observed the Sentinel robots with growing interest. These robots had undergone significant changes from the first generation, now resembling the Sentinels from Days of Future Past. However, unlike the original, these had a glowing arc reactor in the center of their chests. It was clear that modifications by some brilliant minds, such as Ivan Vanko and others, had greatly enhanced these Sentinels. Moreover, under Alex's sharp eyes, he detected additional devices on the robots' bodies, including space-disrupting devices and mutant suppression devices that seemed familiar to him. Oh, how interesting! Growing more excited, Alex didn't evade the oncoming Sentinels. Instead, he charged directly at them. He instantly closed in on the leading robot, throwing a punch. Boom! A black and red lightning bolt enveloped the entire sky, and the robot hit by his black flash was sent flying, shattering along its path and destroying others in its trajectory. After using the black flash, Alex entered the zone state, charging forward. With his limitless technique fully activated, he appeared 5 meters away in a blink. In the next moment, he extended his hand, effortlessly blocking the scorching energy beam emitted from the Sentinel's chest. Placing his palm on the robot's head, a black and red singularity formed and blasted through, shattering the Sentinel's upper half. Even though the Sentinel attempted to regenerate, it was too late. His limitless spatial slashes continuously hit the robot, erasing everything within a 5-meter radius around Alex. The generals, seeing the familiar slaughter scene, once again shot questioning looks at Colonel Stryker, but he was prepared. Confidently, he responded. "Generals, please watch the Sentinel robot's next move." Buzzing. A strange, piercing hum resonated from the robots, vibrating through the surrounding space. This eerie vibration not only disrupted the space but also forcibly disabled Alex's limitless technique, and also temporarily suppressed his mutant ability. Hundreds of Sentinel robots formed a special formation, encaging Alex within a prison-like structure. The effectiveness of the mutant suppression devices and space disruption devices was exponentially enhanced in this formation. If any other mutant were caught in this situation, they wouldn't be able to fight back. Even Alex found his mutant ability suppressed when the suppression devices activated. However, with his enhanced 6 eyes skill at level 4, his precision in controlling energy also experienced an exponential increase. He quickly adapted to the situation. But instead of revealing this, he allowed himself to fall, letting hundreds of Sentinels attack him simultaneously. Not only because these attacks couldn't harm him, but also because he suddenly received a system notification. Technique lapse, blue, experience +1. Congratulations, your skill technique lapse, blue, has leveled up. Technique reversal, blue, LV4, January 1500 generates a powerful gravitational force, reducing the distance between multiple objects to negative infinity, creating a small black hole, with an extreme repulsive force that can compress space. While flying, the experience of technique lapse, blue, continued to accumulate until it leveled up. This upgrade introduced a new transformation, allowing instant teleportation not just as high-speed movement, but actual spatial jumps. Although not absolute control within the range of his limitless technique, it still significantly boosted Alex's speed. The increased gravity made technique lapse, blue, a skill that was becoming obsolete as Alex grew stronger, once again a powerful weapon. Just as the Sentinel robot's sharp limbs were about to pierce him, and as the generals and Colonel Stryker showed extreme delight, thinking that the white-haired mutant would finally be killed, Alex abruptly stopped from extreme motion to complete stillness. He looked up at the hundreds of enhanced Sentinel robots and formed a menacing smile. With a twisted sense of humor, he declared. Blue. Boom. A massive azure vortex appeared before Alex, rapidly drawing everything into it. Not just the Sentinel robots attacking with their sharp limbs, or the scorching energy beams, even the surrounding sunlight from the sun was pulled into the terrifying gravitational field, unable to escape. The azure vortex gradually deepened to dark blue, its color deepening further until it became a black blue, like a real black hole, consuming everything around it. Chapter 70. Under the incredulous gazes of the generals and Colonel Stryker, the ground was torn apart by the immense gravitational force, instantly destroying the military base below. The buildings on the surface, along with the rocks beneath, were all sucked into the terrifying black-blue hole. The Sentinels hovering above Alex were no exception. First, the energy beams arrived, followed by the sentinels closest to him, and then those further away. During this time, the sentinels furthest away noticed the anomaly and immediately tried to flee. However, no matter how much they changed their forms or used various mutant abilities, they could not escape the gravitational pull and were slowly dragged into the terrifying black-blue hole. Moments later, a massive sphere appeared in the sky above the military base. The exposed sentinels struggled desperately, transforming their bodies into ice, fire, or other materials. Yet, despite their constant transformations, they could not break free from the overwhelming gravitational force. Against the force of gravity, one of the universe's 4 fundamental forces, even sentinels empowered by multiple mutant abilities and enhanced by the arc reactor were powerless. Upon witnessing this, the generals observing the battle via satellite could no longer remain calm. Their previous composure vanished, just as it had the first time they attempted to hunt the white-haired mutant. Seeing the white-haired mutant walk out of a nuclear blast, their feelings experienced a similar drastic reversal. The generals immediately began questioning Colonel Stryker, demanding to know if there were any measures in place to handle this situation. But unlike the previous instances, Colonel Stryker stood in front of the screen, his expression grim, unable to utter a word for a long time. Seeing this, the faces of the generals turned pale. The wiser among them disconnected their communications and began evacuating the military base to find safety elsewhere. The third operation against the white-haired mutant ended in absolute failure once again. Massive amounts of material were drawn into the lapse blue and began converging at the center of the black-blue vortex. In an instant, a large sphere composed of various materials formed in the sky, with sentinels trapped inside, submerged beneath a chaotic mix of substances. Even though Alex stopped supplying energy, the massive sphere continued to attract everything around it, shrinking in size while its gravitational force grew stronger. If Alex did not intervene, the extremely dense sphere created by the blue could form a true black hole that might consume the Earth. Through his 6 eyes, Alex observed the sentinels trapped within the sphere, their bodies continuously changing forms yet failing to escape the gravitational pull. Under the immense force, their bodies were breaking apart. A look of curiosity appeared on Alex's face. Indeed, these machines, the collaborative work of 3 geniuses, had surpassed the final form of the sentinels from Days of Future Past. But they were not those sentinels, and he was no longer the mutant he once was. Extending his right hand in a flicking motion, he prepared to release another attack. Even without using preformed hand seals, the power of hollow technique purple might have decreased. However, after his 6 eyes and blue reached level 4, its power was still far greater than when he faced the destroyer armor. Repulsion and gravity intertwined, forming an imaginary mass, purple sphere, now several times larger than before, about the size of several people. Naturally, its power had also increased several-fold. The terrifying sphere shattered the space around it, instantly destroying the high-density sphere that was on the verge of becoming a black hole. It pierced through the desolate wasteland and left Earth's gravitational field, vanishing into the distance. After releasing this powerful purple, a system prompt sounded in Alex's mind. Hollow Technique Purple Experience +1. Congratulations, your skill Hollow Technique Purple has leveled up. Hollow Technique Purple LV2, 1/300 overlap the Lapse Curse Technique Blue and the Curse Technique Reversal Vermilion to form an imaginary mass, releasing an energy wave capable of cutting through space, with more control over the imaginary mass. With the upgrade of Hollow Technique Purple, Alex's mind was flooded with new knowledge. With the help of his 6 eyes, he quickly absorbed all the information, allowing him to release the Hollow Technique Purple once again. 2 small spheres gradually merged in his hand, forming a thumb-sized purple. However, unlike when it was at level 1, Alex felt he could manipulate the purple hypothetical sphere in more ways. The sphere in his hand began to twist and eventually morphed into a slender shape, forming a small dagger that he grasped. Looking at the imaginary dagger in his hand, Alex grew more excited about what higher levels of Hollow Technique Purple might bring. As the power of purple increased at level 2, its control also improved significantly. So what changes would level 3 bring? Controlling the imaginary dagger so it wouldn't harm himself, Alex then threw it down. The dagger instantly broke the sound barrier, plunging hundreds of meters into the ground. During its descent, it hit a general attempting to escape through a secret passage, completely disintegrating his body. Next. After dealing with the general at this military base, Alex swiftly flew to the next location. And because the level of the blue had increased, his speed also improved again, reaching Mach 100. Although this speed might not match those with super speed abilities, it was already faster than most superheroes. Moreover, not only could Alex use the blue to fold space, but he could also manipulate space with the limitless curse technique. Once the portal ability upgraded further, he would be able to reach any corner of the universe. Combined with the incredibly fast reaction speed of his level 4 6 eyes, even speedsters would find it hard to survive against him. With the upgraded blue, the pace of his slaughter increased rapidly. In just a few hours, Alex had killed most of the generals. Upon reaching the last military base, Alex was about to launch his imaginary sphere when a futuristic-looking aircraft appeared in front of him. The plane stopped in front of him, and several mutants in yellow uniforms stepped out. It was the X-Men. Professor X and the others disembarked from the Blackbird and focused their gaze on the floating, godlike figure of the white-haired mutant. Professor X was the first to speak to him. "White-haired mutant, stop. Your actions today will disrupt the balance between mutants and humans. Are you trying to ignite World War III?" Faced with Professor X's question, Alex did not respond. He ignored the professor and instead stared curiously at Jean Grey behind him. Under his 6 eyes, she appeared far more imposing than visible to the naked eye. A massive amount of energy radiated from her, like a giant phoenix perched on the ground. This intrigued Alex. It was clear that Jean had merged with the Phoenix Force and could control its power, which now posed a slight threat to him. But only a slight one. No matter how powerful the Phoenix Force was, what stood before him was just a small fragment of it. Suddenly, he wondered if he could strip the Phoenix Force from Jean Grey and harness that power for himself. Chapter 71. Upon seeing Professor X being ignored, the hot-headed Wolverine charged forward immediately, saying to Professor X, "Professor, what's the point of talking to him? Jean has fully mastered the Phoenix Force now. If we help Jean take him down, everything will be resolved." Wolverine's charge was a signal, and the other X-Men also launched their attacks. Cyclops, Storm, Quicksilver, Shadowcat, and others all moved toward Alex. The only one that caught Alex's attention was Phoenix, who was floating low in the air, facing off against him. A powerful telekinetic force emerged from her body, with scorching energy shooting out, forming fiery wings of a phoenix behind her. In the next moment, under the influence of the Phoenix Force, a powerful telekinetic shield covered all the X-Men, protecting them while not hindering their attacks. Wolverine was the first to reach Alex. Sharp adamantium claws extended from his flesh as he charged at Alex at full speed. At that moment, Alex was contemplating how to strip the Phoenix Force when Wolverine's attack snapped him out of it. Seeing Wolverine constantly attacking within 5 meters of him, Alex smiled, bringing his fingers together and making a cutting motion. A space slash weakened the telekinetic shield, followed by a red forming instantly, shooting toward Wolverine. The singularity pierced the weakened telekinetic shield and struck Wolverine's chest. The terrifying repulsive force shredded his flesh, leaving only his shiny adamantium skeleton to support his body. Wolverine flew back at dozens of times the speed he had come, crashing through the military base and leaving a slash on the ground several hundred meters long. Alex, using the 6 eyes, scanned the military base and was surprised to find that a general had survived. He had intended to kill the general inside the base by using Wolverine's body, but just then, a figure dashed forward, swiftly moving the general aside to prevent him from being hit by Wolverine's body. That figure was Quicksilver, a mutant with super speed. Boom! Storms soared into the sky, unleashing lightning and windstorms toward Alex. Yet, he still made no response to the attack, instead examining his own body, which was disintegrating at an accelerating rate. Compared to their encounter in front of the White House, the rate of disintegration had increased several times over. However, Alex's RCT had also been upgraded, with his level 3 reverse cursed technique countering the Phoenix Force's disintegrating power. His body's disintegration slowed significantly. By his calculation, if Phoenix continued attacking at this rate, he might be in actual danger in about 10 minutes. Impressive. The next moment, he stepped forward. The powerful gravity of the blue technique twisted 2 points in space, bringing Alex instantly into the military base. The general was now right before him. Before Quicksilver could react, an overwhelming repulsive force erupted from Alex's body, sweeping through the entire base. Everything crumbled under the immense repulsive power. Even the general's telekinetic shield, enhanced by Phoenix, shattered instantly under the relentless space slashes and repulsion. As the devastating force faded, Alex suddenly dodged aside. Quicksilver, who also had a telekinetic shield, had escaped the first wave of the repulsive force and returned after everything calmed down, wielding a bizarre-looking energy weapon at Alex. In Alex's energy vision, this weapon also contained a faint trace of the Phoenix Force, so he instinctively avoided it. His decision was proven right. The energy weapon, which looked like a laser sword, had the ability to disintegrate matter. Combined with its vibrating energy, it could even bypass Alex's limitless technique and his energy absorption defense. No doubt, this was another invention of Mr. Fantastic. If he could create a device capable of annihilating a planet in an instant, he could certainly craft a weapon infused with the Phoenix Force fragments, capable of disintegrating matter. Quicksilver used the Phoenix-powered weapon to break through Alex's defenses, leaving a small cut on his cheek. Fresh blood began to flow but was instantly healed by the reverse curse technique. Meanwhile, in a lab filled with high-tech equipment, three figures, the leader, Ivan Vanko, and Mr. Fantastic, stared intensely at the satellite surveillance footage. Their condition was not good. They had been working tirelessly, almost without rest, to develop equipment to fight Whitehair. After extensive research, they had developed two weapons capable of harming him. One was the latest version of the Sentinel robots, which had just been instantly destroyed by Whitehair, proving ineffective. Now, seeing that the energy sword infused with the Phoenix Force could injure Whitehair, they were ecstatic. The white-haired mutant was finally bleeding. This gave them hope that their research was finally catching up with Whitehair's growth rate, and they saw a chance to defeat him. After using the energy sword to wound Whitehair's cheek, Quicksilver's confidence soared. If the energy sword could hurt this guy, then with his speed and the sword, along with the support of others, they might really defeat him. He charged again toward Alex with time and space around him seeming to slow down or even freeze, while he remained in motion. Quicksilver's face lit with excitement, ready to pierce Whitehair's head with the energy sword. But just as he got close to him, he was shocked to see those bright blue eyes tracking him, moving with his every step, clearly locked onto him. He could actually track his movements at super speed and keep up with his pace. Then he saw the mutant suddenly disappear, only to reappear right in front of him. As Quicksilver tried to dodge, he realized he was trapped, unable to move an inch. His super speed was useless. "You seem confident." The whisper of Whitehair came close to his ear. As he tried to say something, the purple imaginary mass shattered the telekinetic shield in front of him and annihilated his head, continuing its destructive path, swallowing everything in its way, including the general he had saved, before vanishing into the distance. Two infinity stones flew out from a pocket dimension, orbiting around Alex as he continuously absorbed their vast energy. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. An immense amount of energy flowed into Alex, which he poured into the template fusion, finally triggering a bright golden glow on the character panel. Template fusion, 100%. Using gravity, Alex pulled the energy sword towards him, gripped it, and gave the X-Men a bright smile, signaling the start of round 2. Chapter 72. After the character template fusion reached 100%, Alex felt a dramatic transformation taking place within himself. A vast amount of energy surged from within, circulating throughout his entire body, strengthening him. This energy allowed him to fully master the powers from the Gojo Satoru character panel. If previously, Gojo Satoru's skills required reliance on the system, with only energy absorption being his innate ability, now all these skills had merged with him completely. Even if the system were to be destroyed now, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Furthermore, the zone state that initially required a black flash to activate had now become his default state, without any cost. More importantly, his mind was flooded with advanced usage techniques for cursed energy from the world of JUJUTSU KAISEN, including curse bindings, barrier techniques, and so on. Seeing the X-Men's fury over Quicksilver's death, Alex's smile grew wider. He intertwined his middle finger around his index finger, forming a preparatory hand sign. Domain expansion, unlimited void. The entire military base and a large surrounding area were drawn into the interior of the domain. Inside the coverage of unlimited void, everyone except Alex was in a state of absolute paralysis. They were forced to experience an endless repetition of perception and conduction just to stay alive, causing their brains to be overwhelmed with complex information, leaving them standing there, aware of everything but unable to do anything. To Alex's surprise, Phoenix and Professor X, who initially froze upon entering unlimited void, quickly broke free and regained their senses. Alex wasn't surprised that Phoenix and Professor X could escape from the domain. One is an Omega-level telepath, and the other was the host of the Phoenix Force. But even with their regained consciousness, what could they do? Alex took a step forward and disappeared from his original position, reappearing near Cyclops. Professor X immediately understood his intention and hurriedly shouted to Phoenix. "Jean, stop him. He's going to kill Scott." Phoenix instantly intervened, her powerful matter disintegration ability enveloping Alex, continuously destroying his body. However, this power was negated by the reverse curse technique, rendering it ineffective against Alex. Her powerful telekinesis crashed toward Alex like a solid object, creating ripples in the void where it clashed with his infinity, but still failed to stop him. Alex extended his finger, touching Cyclops' forehead. A surge of violent energy flowed into Cyclops, causing his body to glow brightly before he was instantly torn apart, turned into dust. No. Seeing her lover killed, Phoenix lost control of her emotions. Crimson veins spread across her skin as the Phoenix force within her was fully unleashed. She and her surroundings were engulfed in a burning fire, spreading fiery wings like a true phoenix in the air. The destructive power of matter disintegration intensified again, with Alex's hand visibly deteriorating in mere seconds. However, Alex felt no fear. Instead, his joy reached its peak. He calmly spoke. "My healing ability, the reverse curse technique, multiplies negative energy to create positive energy, thus repairing the body." Based on his knowledge from the cursed arts, Alex slowly revealed all his abilities. As he explained the principles of the reverse curse technique to Professor X and Phoenix, his body's disintegration stopped and began to visibly recover. He didn't stop and continued. "And the highest skill in cursed techniques, domain expansion, can release a special innate domain, making any technique within it guaranteed to hit." A buzzing sound filled the air. Professor X felt a sharp pain in his brain as the influx of information he barely managed to resist suddenly multiplied, causing his consciousness to blur rapidly. Before losing his senses, he called out to Jean Grey. "Jean, stop him. He's using some unknown method to strengthen himself." Alex glanced at him briefly, ignoring the increasingly powerful disintegration ability. He smiled at Phoenix and said, "Like this." With a slight motion of his fingers, a red line appeared on Professor X's neck. His body was instantly shattered into pieces by countless spatial slashes. Due to the domain expansion's reinforcement, the previously limited range of spatial slashes now became a terrifying technique covering a vast area. No. Seeing Professor X obliterated, along with the deaths of her loved ones, Phoenix finally lost the last of her sanity. She screamed at Alex, overloading the Phoenix force, even as her own body began to disintegrate from the overwhelming power. But everything she did was in vain. After the technique disclosure, Alex's body's recovery speed far exceeded the limits of her disintegration ability. With a wave of Alex's fingers, one by one, the X-Men began to perish: Iceman, Shadowcat, Storm. They could not even resist. Under the effect of unlimited void, they knew everything, but they could do nothing. Leaving a few X-Men alive for his use, Alex looked down on the girl wielding the Phoenix Force, dismissing her. A lucky one, who accidentally acquired ancient power but couldn't handle it, constantly causing tragedies. How ridiculous. No. What do you know? I will kill you. Alex vanished from his position, appearing in front of Phoenix. Because of his taunt, her disintegration power intensified further, pushing his body into a state of constant destruction and regeneration. However, with his 6 eyes, Alex knew that while it appeared that disintegration and regeneration were in balance, in reality, regeneration far outpaced the disintegration. He placed his hand on Phoenix's face and smiled brightly. "Too bad, you're just a fragment after all." Purple lightning burst from Alex's palm, enveloping Phoenix and annihilating her instantly. Jean Grey, the most perfect host of the Phoenix Force, was thus killed, leaving only the eternal Phoenix Force floating in the air. But just as Alex attempted to seize the fragment of the Phoenix Force, it suddenly vanished, crossing infinite dimensions and disappearing from his perception. Alex shook his head in disappointment. As expected, the Phoenix Force was not so easily acquired. But he quickly returned to normal. A fragment of the Phoenix Force was nothing. Once his portal technique reached a level capable of traversing parallel universes, he would have plenty of opportunities to study it. With energy circulating within him, Alex activated the Mind Stone, using it to control the remaining X-Men. Then he opened the system panel, eagerly checking its changes. Template Fusion, 100%. You have fully mastered all the abilities of Gojo Satoru. You have obtained the character template, Accelerator. You have obtained the skill, Vector Manipulation LV1. Chapter 73. Vector Manipulation LV1, 1/100 controls the direction of most vectors, thereby creating fictional vector axes, including force, velocity, acceleration, displacement, impulse, momentum, electric field strength, magnetic induction strength, etc. The initial stages of unlocking this template are relatively easy. As energy was channeled through his body, the template fusion level instantly reached 1%, and Alex thus unlocked a new skill. Seeing the new character template and new skill, Alex was quite satisfied. Although it wasn't the type of character that could destroy the world at the drop of a hat, Accelerator was still incredibly powerful. P.S. Accelerator, normal state. His superpower's essence is vector manipulation, allowing him to control all vectors, and as long as he understands the force, he can reflect it. If he understands divine abilities, he can even slay gods. Additionally, he possesses advanced abilities called the awakening, in the form of wings. The unknown wings have 4 forms: black wings, white wings, colorless wings, and platinum wings, each increasing in power. The unknown wings can fully enhance Accelerator's capabilities, significantly boosting his strength. Even the white wings alone surpass most saints. But the unknown wings are not Accelerator's final form. His ultimate stage is the Abyss state, where he transcends the abyss, connects with the collective consciousness of the magic and the Misaka network, and grasps the power of the third tree. In this Abyss state, he can even unleash a spear that can erase the immortality of even magic gods. It should be noted that in a certain magical index universe, a magic god is akin to a god, omnipotent and immortal, and Accelerator can rival such a being in the Abyss state, demonstrating the immense strength of his power. Therefore, Accelerator's strength far exceeds that of Satoru Gojo, making the difficulty of increasing the fusion rate of his character template significantly higher than that of Gojo's. However, Alex was not worried. With the Infinity Stones at his disposal, he was limited not by energy but by the speed of energy absorption. As long as he continued to absorb energy from the Infinity Stones, he would eventually unlock Accelerator's character template to 100%. He was already looking forward to the next character template. Alex retrieved another symbiote with its consciousness erased from his pocket space and controlled it to cover his body, forming clothing. This specially modified symbiote had none of the weaknesses of an ordinary symbiote. It was resistant to fire and sound waves and granted its host enhanced physical qualities and regenerative capabilities. If an ordinary person were to bond with the symbiote, they would immediately become a Spider-Man-level hero. But even though the symbiote was already quite powerful compared to mortals, during the battle between Alex and Phoenix, it was easily annihilated by the overwhelming power of matter disintegration. The difference between the symbiote and Alex was as vast as the gap between it and a mere mortal, representing absolute suppression. Thinking about Phoenix, Alex felt a bit regretful. The Phoenix force within this universe's Phoenix was noticeably weaker, but even a small fragment could display such power, piquing his curiosity about the Phoenix force. He was also curious about where this fragment of the Phoenix force would end up. Could it be absorbed by another Phoenix in a parallel universe? Mr. Fantastic, the leader, and Ivan Vanko watched the images transmitted by the surveillance satellite, falling silent. Beside them, Colonel Stryker slammed his fist on the table in front of him, knocking over the items on the surface, which rolled onto the ground. He couldn't understand why, despite deploying both Sentinel robots and the X-Men, they still failed to kill the white-haired mutant. He was even more puzzled as to why the white-haired mutant's power was growing so quickly. When they first discovered him, he couldn't even fully absorb the kinetic energy of an ordinary punch. But after a period of growth, he could now defeat 200 Sentinel robots and the X-Men. This rapid growth rate was truly terrifying. Since the discovery of mutants, there had never been such a case. Suppressing his anger, he asked the 3 scientists behind him. "Do any of you have other ways to kill the white-haired mutant?" The 3 remained silent. The white-haired mutant's growth rate had already surpassed their development speed. Just like the recent ambush, the previous version of the white-haired mutant would have been easily killed by Phoenix, but now, with his exponentially increased strength, even Phoenix with the Phoenix Force was powerless against him and was easily defeated. Finally, Mr. Fantastic stepped forward. After some hesitation, he revealed his plan. "I have one last plan, but it carries enormous risks. I would never use it unless absolutely necessary." Mr. Fantastic's words gave Stryker hope, and even the leader and Ivan Vanko were intrigued. Over their period of collaboration, they had come to realize that Mr. Fantastic was the smartest among them. However, even his knowledge was exhausted by the Sentinels and energy swords that could break through the white-haired mutant's defenses. But unexpectedly, Mr. Fantastic still had another backup plan, which was beyond their expectations. Seeing the 3 focus their attention on him, Mr. Fantastic finally decided to reveal his plan. I've been researching a device that allows for parallel universe travel to summon my counterparts from other universes. If I and my counterparts work together to develop technology specifically against the white-haired mutant, we might be able to outpace his growth and kill him. However, this device is almost uncontrollable. The counterpart summoned could be a lawful version of Reed like me or a completely insane Reed. Colonel Stryker fell silent. If the plan succeeded, they might be able to kill the white-haired mutant, but if it failed and summoned a mad scientist version of Mr. Fantastic, the situation would worsen. At this point, the leader proposed a different suggestion. Why not keep Mr. Fantastic's plan as the final contingency? For now, we could try my plan. Your plan? Because gamma radiation created both me and the Hulk, I've had a theory, a plan. It involves combining the energy of cosmic rays with gamma radiation to create a giant stronger than the Hulk. I call it the Red Hulk Project. If you all help me combine the Red Hulk Project with the Sentinel program and use multiple arc reactors to power the Red Hulk with enhanced mutant abilities, along with a mutant suppression device, a spatial disruption device, and Mr. Fantastic's recently developed material disintegration energy sword, we could create a monster strong enough to rival that monster. And since this one is our creation, it will be under our control. Even with the white-haired mutant's growth speed, he will not be able to match the Red Hulk we've jointly developed. Colonel Stryker's face lit up with excitement, and he was about to agree when Ivan Vanko softly remarked. Have you forgotten that the white-haired mutant's growth speed is still accelerating? Chapter 74. With Ivan Vanko's hint, Mr. Fantastic and the others fell silent again. The hope they had just felt was quickly shattered, but they still decided to give it a try. Compared to the uncontrollable idea of summoning a counterpart of Mr. Fantastic from a parallel universe, they were more inclined to attempt the creation of a Red Hulk. Using the Mind Stone to control the remaining X-Men, Alex gently moved his fingers to open a portal and led the X-Men and others back to New York, then returned to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. The school, built upon an ancient castle, glimmered in the midday sun. The dappled sunlight spilled over the castle, casting a golden hue on everything. A large number of young students were active inside the castle. Most of them seemed unaware that the X-Men had been defeated by the white-haired mutant, with many killed, and the few survivors had their wills distorted, becoming the Alex slaves. Looking at the cheerful campus ahead, Alex couldn't help but admire Professor X's educational methods, which had allowed so many mutants, who were otherwise marginalized by society, to overcome their depressive tendencies and live happily at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. He almost didn't want to disrupt this peace. Wait. Alex suddenly noticed something interesting. It seemed like he was being portrayed as a villain in a movie. He quickly shook his head. He wasn't a villain, he was the savior guiding mutants onto the right path. You're the white-haired mutant. Suddenly, a young girl with a strand of white hair on her forehead stared at the white-haired man in front of her in shock, her face filled with disbelief. Realizing something, her expression immediately turned sorrowful. Where's the professor? What about Ms. Jean? What did you do to them? Mr. Hank, Mr. Logan, why are you standing behind the white-haired mutant? Didn't you all go to eliminate him? It seemed that not all the students were unaware of the X-Men's mission. At least Rogue knew about it. Upon hearing Rogue's loud cry, several figures rushed out of the rooms and came to her side. Seeing the scene before them, their faces changed drastically. Clearly, they were aware of what the X-Men had gone to do. Among them, Sunspot, with the most explosive temper, ignited his body, transforming into a being of fire. He charged at Alex and demanded, "Where is the professor? What have you done to Hank and the others?" He immediately sensed something was wrong and realized that Hank and the others were under Alex's control. Seeing Sunspot charging toward him, Alex did not activate his limitless curse technique but instead walked toward the raging flames slowly. When he was 5 meters away from Sunspot, he suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbing his magma-like head. Alex was fundamentally a lover of peace and did not wish to harm any student at Xavier's school. "But why do you have to force me?" Alex sighed helplessly. He sighed again, and black-red lightning flashed in his hand. Sunspot's head was immediately crushed by a terrifying force, and the searing brain matter and blood were repelled away, unable to approach Alex even a little. Sunspot's rapidly cooling body was then flung away by him. As Rogue and the others cried out in grief and anger, a yellow gemstone glowed beside Alex, illuminating Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. The terror on the faces of Rogue and the others quickly vanished, replaced by joy. Rogue approached Alex and smiled, saying, "Professor Alex, you've defeated Professor X and returned. Alex patted Rogue's head, ruffling her hair completely, then smiled and said calmly, "Of course, we've eliminated Professor X." "That's wonderful." Rogue beamed with a bright, sincere smile. Thus, the Shield Bureau gained another significant force. Looking at the numerous mutants gazing at him with admiration, the director felt greatly satisfied. There were 3 surviving X-Men: Beast, Hank, Mystique, and Wolverine. Each of them had a unique role for Alex. Beast's research abilities, though not quite on par with Tony Stark's, were still formidable. As a maintenance technician for the Ark, he was certainly overqualified. Wolverine, whose adamantium had fused with his healing factor, could provide a renewable source of adamantium if his bones were harvested repeatedly. Alex couldn't help but think he was being too merciful, not only sparing his enemies but also finding them new and promising careers. Lastly, there was Mystique, who could transform into anyone. Her ability was what Alex valued most. Of course, his interest in Mystique wasn't for entertainment but because her shape-shifting ability made her a natural-born spy, destined to be a core member of the Shield Bureau. Alex sent Beast to the Ark and dismissed Wolverine before taking Mystique to a new seaside villa he had purchased recently. He ordered Hollywood stars to provide various lessons for Mystique and began training his skills amidst the What a Good Life service. He first trained his reverse curse technique. After constantly countering the Phoenix's matter decomposition abilities, the reverse curse technique had gained significant experience points and was close to leveling up. Judging by the current time, Jane Foster was about to deliver some packages. He didn't want to be unable to retrieve them, especially since killing Jane Foster wouldn't turn the Reality Stone into a solid form. While enjoying the service of Hollywood actresses and the constantly shape-shifting Mystique, Alex continually used his energy to harm the numerous Hollywood stars and then used the reverse curse technique to heal their injuries. System notifications kept sounding in his ear. Energy point +1. Reverse cursed technique experience +1. Reverse cursed technique experience +1. Reverse cursed technique experience +1. Through Alex's relentless efforts, the system finally produced a different notification. Reverse cursed technique experience +1. Congratulations, your skill reverse curse technique has leveled up. Reverse curse technique LV4, January 5000 converts the negative energy of the cursed force itself into positive energy, with an extremely strong healing effect, reversing things to their original state. It can be used on others as well as non-living things. A wealth of information flooded into Alex's mind, and with a sudden shudder, he had fully absorbed all the knowledge. The LV4 reverse curse technique indeed received a significant boost, not only enhancing its healing effect several times over but also fundamentally changing its nature. If the original reverse curse technique was just healing, now it was optimization, capable of transforming matter back to its original state. Consequently, the reverse curse technique could now be used on non-living objects. Additionally, now that the reverse curse technique had reached LV4, Alex had gained full control over his own body, allowing him to switch freely between youth and old age. Digesting all the information, Alex grinned. With the reverse curse technique finally leveled up, all he needed now was Jane Foster's delivery. Chapter 75. While Alex was enjoying the company of Hollywood actresses and Mystique at his seaside villa, a few figures suddenly appeared at the battlefield, which had previously been nothing but a vast expanse of sand. At the front of these figures stood a man with a stern face, wearing a mysterious helmet and manipulating the metal floating around him. This man was none other than Magneto, one of the most powerful mutants alive and the long-wanted leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Magneto surveyed the scene before him, a sight that looked like it had been hit by multiple nuclear explosions, with a complex expression. He had originally come here to prevent Professor X and his team from killing Whitehair, but upon arrival, he found the battle already over. From the remaining blood and flesh on the scene, it was evident that the X-Men had suffered a crushing defeat. This wasn't just a battle, it was a massacre, a slaughter of the X-Men and the Sentinels by Whitehair. From the traces on the scene, it appeared the Sentinels and most of the X-Men hadn't even had the chance to fight back. Perhaps only Jean Grey, wielding the Phoenix Force, could have fought against Whitehair, but she too had been swiftly defeated. Whitehair was far more powerful than he had imagined, stronger even than the fully realized Phoenix Force. There was no doubt that most of the X-Men were now dead, including his old friend, the leader of the X-Men, Professor X. That was the source of his complicated feelings. He and Charles had shared decades of history. From stopping the Hellfire Club's nuclear war to their later falling out, their relationship had been one of both love and hatred. They had parted ways and come together many times, but neither had ever thought of killing the other. To each other, they were like family. And now, Charles was dead, killed while trying to eliminate a fellow mutant. If he had died for another reason, Magneto would have avenged him. But Charles had died while attacking a fellow mutant, leaving Magneto in a quandary. Even so, if Charles had been killed by someone else, another mutant even, Magneto might have killed that person, as he had done to Sebastian Shaw after Shaw killed his mother. But why did it have to be Whitehair? It was clear now that Whitehair's power far exceeded that of any other mutant. He was on an entirely different level. If Magneto sought revenge against Whitehair for Charles, the Brotherhood of Mutants could very well end up like the X-Men had. Sorry, Charles, but I can't risk the entire Brotherhood to avenge you. He had to consider the safety of his companions in the Brotherhood. Meanwhile, Alex enjoyed a relatively peaceful period at his seaside villa, during which his power grew steadily. During this time, his body fully recovered, and he absorbed even more of the Infinity Stone's energy. This massive influx of power significantly advanced the template of the character accelerator, currently reaching template fusion rate, 8%. Based on his memories of accelerator's abilities, Alex believed that once the template fusion reached 10%, a new skill would be unlocked. One day, as Alex was exercising by the outdoor pool at his seaside villa, enjoying the sea breeze and honing his skills, he heard a series of notifications from the system. Energy points +1. 6 eyes experience +1. Portal experience +1. Energy absorption experience +1. A few moments later, a different notification sounded. Portal experience +1. Congratulations, your skill, Portal, has leveled up. Portal LV3, 1/1000 consume magic power to open a portal to any area within the current dimension/universe. Magic power can be substituted with energy. Low-level skills accumulate experience much faster than high-level ones, and they require less experience to level up. So, even though Alex had been focusing on core skills like energy absorption, the LV2 portal skill was the first to advance. After the portal skill reached LV3, a flood of information entered Alex's mind, which he instantly absorbed. The knowledge of the LV3 portal skill was no burden to him now. After fully digesting the information, Alex understood all the capabilities of the LV3 portal skill. Now, he no longer needed hand gestures, he could open portals with mere thought. He could open multiple portals simultaneously, and their maximum size had greatly increased. More importantly, he could travel anywhere within the current universe or dimension without restriction. This made him increasingly interested in the Guardians of the Galaxy. Judging by the current timeline, Star-Lord should soon acquire the Power Stone. Once Jane Foster's delivery arrived with her stone and Alex obtained the Power Stone, he would have 4 Infinity Stones. Only the Time Stone and the Soul Stone would remain to complete the collection, enabling him to snap his fingers. As he pondered how to get the Time Stone from the Sorcerer Supreme and the Soul Stone, which required sacrificing a loved one, his 6 eyes suddenly detected something. Alex smiled, sipping his expensive red wine, calmly waiting. Moments later, a few figures approached his seaside villa and rang the doorbell. It seemed that Hydra had learned from their last encounter and was now being much more polite. Alex commanded the AI Friday, a gift from Tony Stark, to open the villa's gate. A group of well-dressed agents entered the house and made their way to the edge of the outdoor pool. At the forefront was Agent Sitwell, a Hydra operative Alex had once met at the site of Thor's hammer. He was representing Hydra this time. Upon reaching Alex, Sitwell respectfully addressed him. Mr. Alex, this is the obelisk you requested. On behalf of Hydra, I present it to you, hoping that you will refrain from interfering in our plans going forward. Of course, after our plan succeeds, we will have an extra gift for you. With the increasing strength of Whitehair, Hydra no longer dared to demand his assistance or even ask for the Space Stone. At this point, all they hoped for was that Whitehair would not interfere in their upcoming plans. That alone would satisfy them. However, they still hoped the obelisk might kill Whitehair. If that happened, the greatest obstacle to Hydra's world domination would be removed. But they had little hope of this. They didn't believe that a mere obelisk could defeat such a powerful opponent. Alex held the obelisk in his hand and examined it. As soon as he touched it, a strange energy tried to invade his body, but it was instantly absorbed by his LV4 energy absorption. While the obelisk was useless to him, it was still worth studying. It could at least provide some amusement. After a moment of thought, Alex finally shifted his gaze to Sitwell, who was doing his best to remain calm, though his body language betrayed his fear. Alex smirked, "Relax, you knocked this time, so I won't kill you." Just as Sitwell let out a sigh of relief, several agents beside him suddenly exploded into a fine mist of blood, their remains splattering across his face and staining his vision red. Then he heard the low voice of the devil in front of him. Too bad, they didn't knock. Chapter 76. Even after leaving Whitehair's villa and returning to the helicarrier, Sitwell was still terrified. Although he was a top agent with a high level of mental fortitude, the helplessness he felt in the presence of a being far stronger than himself was something he never wanted to experience again. He knocked on the door to Alexander Pierce's office and entered after receiving permission. On the way back to the helicarrier, Sitwell had already briefed Alexander Pierce on the details of the operation. Now, standing before Pierce, he immediately asked, puzzled. "Sir, do you think Whitehair will really keep his promise and not interfere with our plans?" Alexander Pierce turned around, looking at his capable subordinate from in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Since Crossbone's death, Sitwell had become his only right-hand man. With a tired expression, Pierce replied. "Even if he doesn't, there is nothing we can do. The reason we handed the obelisk over to him was just to buy time. According to my sources, the military has a new plan targeting Whitehair, and we need to keep him appeased until that plan is implemented. But the military has never succeeded with any plan against Whitehair." Sitwell instinctively retorted. Alexander Pierce fell silent for a moment before continuing. "Our primary objective remains the Project Insight. If we can execute this plan, Hydra will become the rulers of the world. By then, with control over all the world's power, we will certainly find a way to kill Whitehair. Besides, I can't wait to see the look of horror on Nick Fury's face. I wonder how he will react when he discovers that S.H.I.E.L.D. is actually Hydra." As he spoke, Pierce's frown, caused by worries about Whitehair, finally eased, and a joyful expression returned to his face. Seeing this, Sitwell promptly and respectfully added. "Your plan is bound to succeed, hail Hydra." Alexander Pierce smiled as well. Hail Hydra. Outside the office, two former Hydra agents, now loyal agents of the Alex's organization, heard the commotion inside and exchanged knowing smiles. They were looking forward to this as well. After sending Sitwell away, Alex used his powers to draw his clothes over and put them on. He then lightly stomped the ground, using his six eyes' precise energy manipulation to disperse the energy at his feet, erasing all traces of blood without leaving a single spot. The surrounding environment instantly returned to its pristine state. Alex then used the Mind Stone to calm the emotions of the many Hollywood actresses around him and continued to train his skills. But he hadn't trained for long when his six eyes once again detected two figures flying rapidly towards him. Unlike the impatient agents of Hydra, Alex's eyes lit up with excitement when he saw who it was his delivery. With a mere thought, a portal swiftly opened in front of him, so quickly that Thor, who was flying towards it, couldn't react in time and crashed right into it. Thor's face turned pale when he suddenly saw Alex before him. Being unexpectedly transported, he could not retrieve his beloved hammer, which was about to strike Alex. Although he knew Alex was powerful, he still didn't believe Alex could withstand a direct hit from Mjolnir. After all, this was a weapon blessed by Odin, the All-Father. Unless one had power close to or surpassing Odin's, it was nearly impossible to withstand it head-on. He shouted a warning. "Alex, get out of the way." However, Alex did not move. His focus was entirely on Jane Foster, who Thor was holding in his arms. In the energy vision of his six eyes, he saw a torrent of red energy entwined within her body, an energy more scorching than the sun, more majestic than the galaxy. If this energy erupted all at once, it could easily destroy the entire Milky Way. Yet, despite its terrifying nature, it intertwined with Jane Foster, a mere mortal, in a strange fluid state, slowly draining her life. It was clear that this was the reality stone, the package Alex had been eagerly waiting for. As the hammer was about to hit him, Alex extended a finger and gently tapped Mjolnir. Vector manipulation. The immense force of Mjolnir was immediately reflected back with no loss, rushing towards Thor. Moreover, because Alex was excited, he instinctively released a repulsive force on Mjolnir, causing it to fly back even faster. Boom! A clap of thunder resounded in the sky. Mjolnir hit Thor square in the chest, sending him flying instantly. The terrifying force sent Thor flying out of the seaside villa, crashing into the distant sea and creating a massive wave tens of meters high. Ignoring the airborne Thor, Alex grabbed Jane Foster's hand and immediately used his RCT while sensing the reality stone with his six eyes, gaining confidence. The level 4 RCT could indeed restore the reality stone to its solid state. Holding Jane Foster's hand tightly, Alex spoke to her with deep emotion. "Miss Foster, don't worry, I will save you." Jane Foster pointed to the massive wave about to engulf the seaside villa, just a few dozen meters away. Before she could say anything, Alex remembered Thor. While continuously using his RCT with one hand tightly grasping Jane's, he stretched his other hand behind him. A tremendous repulsive force emanated from his palm, instantly dissipating the massive wave and smoothing the sea surface. Then, a terrifying gravitational force was released from his palm, precisely targeting Thor hundreds of meters below the sea and pulling him over. Under the immense gravity, Thor was rapidly drawn toward Alex, and even Mjolnir in his hand was no exception. It was moving even faster than when he wielded it himself. Having been struck so hard by Mjolnir, Thor, who had not yet awakened his full powers as the god of thunder, was left dazed and only regained his senses after a moment. The moment he saw Alex, he recalled what had just happened, staring at him in shock. Alex, you stopped Mjolnir with just one finger. In Thor's mind, no one had ever been able to block Mjolnir directly except for his father, Odin, let alone with just a finger. If someone could block Mjolnir, that meant they could lift it and wield the power of Thor. It felt like he had been betrayed. However, Alex, in a great mood because he was about to obtain the reality stone, smiled brightly at Thor. It's just a hammer. Why are you so surprised? But your girlfriend is really something. Oh, I mean, the reality stone inside her is really something. I can help you remove it, so just trust me with your girlfriend. A/N, bro sounds like an NTR character. Knowing that Jane would be saved, Thor didn't feel as happy as he had imagined. Instead, he felt an even deeper sense of betrayal. Chapter 77. Jane was invaded by the ether particles in an abandoned warehouse, and right now the ether is constantly eroding her life. If we don't quickly remove the ether from her body, she will soon die. Since you once told us to come to you if Jane fell ill, here we are. Sure enough, you do have the ability to heal Jane. Though he felt a pang of jealousy, Thor still looked gratefully at Alex. Using precise energy manipulation, Alex continued to separate the ether particles from Jane Foster. Perhaps sensing Alex's actions, the ether began to release energy waves, launching an attack on Alex. However, without a conscious wielder, the ether's instinctive defensive response was easily neutralized by Alex. While keeping one hand on Jane Foster, Alex smiled at Thor and said, "You did the right thing by coming to me. Jane's situation is too complex, her body has fused with the ether particles. Even Odin would have difficulty removing them. The only ones who might succeed are the Dark Elves, who have extensive knowledge of the ether. Of course, I can also do it. I can even help restore Jane's body from the damage caused by the ether, preventing her from developing cancer in the future." Cancer? Jane might get cancer? Thor asked nervously. Alex nodded and explained, after all, the ether has extremely high radiation. But instead of worrying about that, I suggest you turn your attention to Asgard. With the appearance of the ether, the 9 realms will soon align, and the Dark Elves will awaken from their slumber. The first thing they will do upon awakening is, of course, attack their old enemy, Asgard. Now, with Odin aged and you away from Asgard, there is no one left to confront the cursed warriors head-on. Asgard might be in danger. Thor's expression changed dramatically. He knew the deep enmity between the Dark Elves and Asgard and realized that Alex's warning could very well be true. He shouted towards the sky, "Heimdall, send me back." But even after shouting several times, there was no response from Heimdall. At this moment, a deep sense of unease grew within Thor. He realized that Alex might be telling the truth and that something must have happened to Heimdall, otherwise, he would have responded by now. Damn it, what should I do? Without the Bifrost, I can't return to Asgard. Thor was frantic. If Asgard were truly overrun by the Dark Elves while he was away, he would be filled with regret forever. As he was panicking and at a loss, Alex placed a firm hand on his shoulder, nearly causing him to fall. It reminded Thor of what he often did to Loki in the past, except now he was the victim. Alex's voice came from beside him, "I can help you return to Asgard and help you repel the Dark Elves. But after it's over, you must give me the Casket of Ancient Winters, the Eternal Flame, and the Infinity Gauntlet as my fee for helping you." Hearing Alex's offer, Thor was overjoyed and quickly agreed, "All right, if you help me defeat the Dark Elves, I will give you these 3 treasures." Hearing Thor agree, Alex grinned. Odin might not be dead yet, and even though he was old and couldn't act easily, that didn't mean he was weak. On the contrary, due to the unique Asgardian physiology where they grow stronger with age, Odin is at his most powerful right before his death. He can't act easily because his body is too frail to contain his immense energy. If Odin fights with all his might, he will surely die, but not before unleashing an immense amount of power, enough that even the Sorcerer Supreme wouldn't be his match. So, if possible, Alex would never rob Asgard outright, he would rather make deals to obtain what he wanted. Thor watched Alex closely, wondering how he would help him return to Asgard. Then he saw Alex lightly touch the space before him, and a portal, sparking with brilliant flames, formed right in front of him. Thor was stunned. He recognized it as the portal that had suddenly appeared before him earlier, and on the other side was the familiar site of the Bifrost. He hadn't expected such a portal to connect over such a vast distance. Judging by Alex's expression, this method was both fast and extremely convenient, a more powerful form of teleportation than even the Bifrost. By opening a portal based on images from movies, Alex didn't need to have visited the location for his level 3 portal to work. He could open a portal to any place with an image. At level 4, he wouldn't even need an image. Knowing what he wanted would be enough to create a portal to his desired destination. He only needed to wait until then to find Stryker's whereabouts and crush that insignificant worm. Opening the portal, Alex stepped through, taking Jane Foster with him back to Asgard. At that moment, Asgard was engulfed in battle. Dark elves with grayish-black skin and pointed ears, along with prisoners released from the dungeon, were wreaking havoc and fighting against Asgardian warriors. Heimdall, who was guarding the Bifrost, was overwhelmed by a dozen dark elves, making it impossible for him to respond to Thor's requests or open the Bifrost to bring Thor back to Asgard. When the portal opened, its dazzling brilliance immediately drew everyone's attention. They all turned nervously toward the portal, unsure whether friend or foe was arriving. They first saw Alex and Jane Foster step out of the portal, and silence fell over the battlefield. They had never seen such a person in the 9 realms. However, when they saw Thor emerge from the portal, the Asgardian warriors erupted in cheers. Thor! 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 In contrast, the Dark Elves and their allies were filled with dread. Thor's reputation had spread across the 9 realms for thousands of years, nearly everyone knew his name. Seeing Thor's return, they were anxious, knowing that Asgard had gained a powerful ally. At this point, a tall dark elf emerged from the ranks, charging directly at Thor. Curse! Faced with the charging dark elf, the hot-headed Thor didn't back down. He charged as well, but as soon as they clashed, Thor, considered invincible by Asgardian warriors, was sent flying with a single punch, clearly at a disadvantage. After knocking Thor away, Curse spat heavily toward Alex and the others, making a throat-slitting gesture, shouting loudly. Just a mere Thor and 2 cowardly mortals from Midgard, nothing to fear. Encouraged by this, the dark elves behind him shouted loudly. Curse! 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 Seeing this, Alex smiled warmly at Curse. In his other free hand, terrifying red and black lightning suddenly burst forth. Chapter 78. The space folded, bringing Alex and Jane Foster across a distance of dozens of meters, instantly appearing in front of the cursed warrior. A black and red singularity quickly formed in Alex's palm, which he then thrust towards Curse's face. Despite his earlier taunts about the weak Midgardians, the cursed warrior hadn't let his guard down since Alex and Jane emerged from the portal. Though he was unsure of their powers, he knew they were not ordinary beings. When he saw them disappear from their spot and reappear right before him, he was caught off guard but quickly reacted by crossing his arms in front of his chest. Feeling a power within himself greater than Thor's, the cursed warrior was confident he could withstand any attack from the Midgardian. After all, how could a Midgardian be stronger than the god of thunder? But as soon as his arms collided with the black and red singularity, his expression changed dramatically. Despite being stronger than an enraged Hulk, the cursed warrior's hardened arms shattered instantly under the crushing force, reduced to mere chunks of flesh. The black and red singularity, barely slowed by the impact, continued speeding toward his head. Danger! The cursed warrior tried to dodge by tilting his head to the side, but even with all his effort, part of his skull was still struck by the singularity, instantly disintegrating his right face in a cloud of dust. Fortunately for him, the attack's force sent him flying, throwing him into the waters below the Rainbow Bridge and away from the terrifying Midgardian. The loud collision between the black and red singularity and the cursed warrior's body caught the attention of everyone on the battlefield. All the Asgardian and Dark Elf soldiers stopped fighting, their eyes turning toward the white-haired Midgardian standing on the Rainbow Bridge. Some were dumbstruck, others in disbelief, and a few even slapped themselves, thinking they were in a dream. Could these really be the weak and primitive Midgardians? How could there be such a powerful being among them? Ah! Only then did Jane Foster, the only ordinary being in this place, realize what had happened. Alex had to keep in contact with her to separate the ether particles from her body, so he had not let go of her. During 5E teleportation, she was also dragged along. Floating in the air, surrounded by the cursed warrior's blood, Jane Foster finally comprehended what had just occurred. As an ordinary human, she screamed in terror. Growing impatient, Alex used vector manipulation to silence her by controlling the vibrations of her vocal cords. He glanced to the side and noticed the cursed warrior had leaped out of the water and was fleeing into the distance. Seeing the cursed warrior several kilometers away, a menacing smile spread across Alex's face. He extended his hand, and a terrifying gravitational force locked onto the dark elf. With a single attack, the cursed warrior understood the vast difference between his strength and Alex's. He had almost been killed in one blow by the terrifying Midgardian. No. He had to report this to Malekith immediately and retreat. Even if Odin could not wield his full power, their plans would fail with such a terrifying Midgardian on the enemy's side. The cursed warrior could cover several hundred meters in a single leap, and in mere seconds, he could reach Malekith and warn him. The Dark Elves could not perish in this generation. But just as he emerged from the ocean and started toward the depths of Asgard, he suddenly felt a massive force pulling him back. Instead of advancing, he was rapidly dragged backward. Turning his head, his face instantly filled with despair. He saw the white-haired Midgardian extending his hand, making a gripping motion. A powerful gravitational force emanated from the Midgardian's palm, pulling him backward. Even as he tore up the ground beneath his feet and scratched deep grooves into the hardened rainbow bridge, he could not stop himself from being pulled back. As the gravitational pull grew stronger, he finally lost his footing and flew backward. Desperate, he gathered all his strength and launched an attack toward the Midgardian. But before he could get close, he saw another black and red singularity forming in Alex's hand and flying toward him. This time, there was no escape. He could only watch as the singularity approached, awaiting his inevitable death. Boom! The terrifying force instantly crushed the cursed warrior's body, spreading destruction behind him. Under Alex's precise control, the black and red sphere destroyed one dark elf after another, then passed through the sea and vanished into the void outside Asgard. Watching Alex instantly defeat the cursed warrior, Thor looked on in shock. It had only been a short while since they last met, so how had Alex become so much stronger? He remembered that while Alex had always been formidable, he had never reached such a level of power. Those who had not encountered Alex before, the other Dark Elves or the Asgardian warriors, were even more incredulous. They had learned of the cursed warrior's strength in earlier battles, he was even stronger than Thor. Yet this seemingly ordinary Midgardian had killed him instantly, without leaving a trace. Ignoring the lesser opponents around him, Alex called out to Thor, who had just gotten back on his feet. "Hurry up and follow me." With that, he grabbed Jane and stepped into the battlefield. The current situation in Asgard was different from what he had anticipated. It seemed the Dark Elves had more than one cursed warrior, just within his six-eyed range, he spotted 5. However, Alex wasn't surprised. He had already known that this universe was just a parallel universe very similar to the movie universe. Given the complexities of the Marvel Multiverse, nothing could surprise him. Since the spell, Blue, had reached level 4, teleportation was no longer a matter of brute force but of truly folding space together. With Alex's protection, Jane Foster could withstand the pressure of space jumping. Like a ghost, Alex moved across the battlefield, teleporting back and forth. He occasionally used the spell, Blue, for long-distance teleportation. Each time he appeared, all Dark Elves within a 5-meter radius were sliced to pieces by invisible spatial slashes. Everyone had their attention fixed on Alex, and after witnessing these terrifying scenes, the Dark Elves could no longer bear their fear. They cried out in despair. "No, he's a demon. We can't possibly defeat him. Run, run quickly, or he'll kill us all." Chapter 79. All the Dark Elves were in a state of absolute panic. They ignored their opponents and frantically fled to the distance. However, their speed was too slow before Alex, they couldn't escape the death that hunted them down. Alex kept teleporting, slaughtering the Dark Elves. In just a few moments, he had killed all the Dark Elves in his line of sight, sending them into the embrace of the goddess of death. At this moment, Thor, who had been using Mjolnir to travel, finally caught up to Alex and arrived at his side. Thor was shocked at the scene before him. The attack that even Asgard struggled to deal with had been easily handled by Alex. Just as he was about to thank Alex, he suddenly heard Alex say, "Stand firm." Then Thor felt the surrounding environment undergo a tremendous change. Under immense gravity, the space around the three of them folded and distorted with a distant area. When Thor came back to his senses, he found himself no longer on the Rainbow Bridge. In front of him was a familiar, luxurious room, and his mother was being strangled by another curse warrior, her face red and gasping for breath. Mother! Seeing this scene, Thor immediately rushed forward, wielding Mjolnir to attack the curse warrior. However, as the mighty Mjolnir approached the curse warrior, it was swatted away with a single slap. Following Mjolnir, Thor himself, charging at the curse warrior with his fists, was also punched away, embedding himself into the hard walls of the palace. This is impossible. Seeing his beloved hammer easily swatted away by the enemy in front of him, Thor's breath halted, his body stiff, unable to believe what he saw. In just one day, his hammer had been blocked twice. This had never happened in his 5,000 years of life. When Alex and the others suddenly appeared, Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, immediately turned his head. Instead of interrogating Frigga, he stared intensely at Jane Foster standing next to Alex. His gaze toward Jane Foster was filled with fascination as he muttered to himself, "Oh, Ether, you have returned to me as I expected. You belong to me." But upon closer inspection, he immediately realized that something was wrong with the current state of the Ether, its energy had become increasingly dormant. This was not what the Dark Elves wanted. They needed the active Ether, the fluid reality stone, so they could wield its power to plunge the 9 realms into absolute darkness. Malekith glanced at Alex, focusing on the joined hands of the two. It was precisely from there that the Ether had begun to show signs of dormancy, even becoming solid. He stared at Alex with a twisted expression and snarled, "Human, whatever you did, let it go." Seeing that Alex ignored him, Malekith furiously pointed at him and commanded, "Kill him for me, crush every bone in his body piece by piece, and then bring that woman to my side." Yes. Of the 5 curse warriors, one charged at Thor, grabbing his leg, throwing him to the ground, and repeatedly punching his face until he was barely conscious. The remaining 4 curse warriors charged at Alex, their eyes bloodthirsty, their armor radiating scorching energy. The Dark Elves did not take Alex seriously. In all of Asgard, the only one they feared was Odin. But Odin had grown old, unable to act easily, and was currently occupied by other invading Dark Elves in different areas, unable to arrive in time. They were already envisioning their victory. Malekith looked at Alex with disdain. Even if this human had some unique powers, he did not consider him a threat. Among humans, only the Sorcerer Supreme from Kamartaj gave him pause. The others were mere weak ants. Frigga, witnessing the scene, immediately shouted to Alex, "Young man, run quickly, inform Odin, and have him come save us." But it was already too late. The closest curse warrior had already reached out toward Alex's neck, intending to subdue him completely and then crush every bone in his body according to their leader's orders. Boom! A sonic boom suddenly erupted as a figure disappeared from everyone's sight, smashing through the magically reinforced walls and vanishing beyond the horizon. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned, halting all movements. They stared, disbelieving, at the seemingly frail human before them. Residual black-red lightning crackled on the ground, leaving deep scratches. After kicking one curse warrior away, Alex ignored the 3 remaining and walked slowly towards Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves. "So you said you wanted to crush my bones piece by piece. That's not a good way to torment someone. I have a better method. Would you like to try it?" Though his tone seemed to ask, everyone could hear the authority in his words. No. It wasn't authority, it was like a judgment. A high and mighty judgment. This human clearly viewed the Dark Elves as nothing. Hearing Alex's lofty words, Malekith finally snapped out of his shock. Though his face was serious, he still didn't panic. The strength of this earthling had clearly exceeded his expectations, surpassing his understanding of earthlings, but only to this extent. In the combined assault of several curse warriors, he did not believe this human could win. Attack! Receiving Malekith's command, several curse warriors charged at Alex together. Boom! A terrifying fist broke the sound barrier, attacking Alex with a deafening sonic boom. The curse warrior who had been beating Thor also turned to attack Alex, giving Thor a moment to catch his breath. He moved to Frigga's side, shielding her and worriedly watching Alex. Each curse warrior was far stronger than him. If 4 curse warriors attacked him, he wouldn't be able to withstand even one round of attacks and would be beaten to death. Even though Alex was more powerful than he was, Thor didn't believe Alex could win this battle. His only hope for Alex was that he could hold out until his father arrived. That was their only chance of winning. However, Thor was just a hammer god who had not yet awakened, he couldn't perceive the gap between Alex and himself. In his understanding, Alex could block Mjolnir, and Curse Warriors could also block Mjolnir. Even if Alex was stronger than the Curse Warriors, the difference was limited, and he couldn't be a match for several Curse Warriors. But in reality, their strengths weren't even on the same level. The Curse Warriors' attack stopped 5 meters away from Alex, unable to advance further. They kept attacking Alex, but they couldn't get any closer to him. Instead, Alex suddenly vanished from his spot, appearing right in front of a Curse Warrior, reaching out with a finger to touch his forehead. With the combined power of vector manipulation and repulsion, the Curse Warrior's incredibly hard head exploded in an instant, shattering like an ordinary watermelon. Chapter 80. The sudden reversal caused all the Cursed Warriors to slow their movements. Why? Why did this Midgardian kill their companion so easily with just a single finger? Instinctively, the Cursed Warriors reduced their speed, but Alex didn't. He stepped forward again, appearing before another Cursed Warrior, grabbing his face with his free hand. The next moment, black and red lightning burst between them, shattering the Cursed Warrior's head. In an instant, another one was dead. The remaining 2 Cursed Warriors immediately realized that the Midgardian before them was not the weak human they had thought, but a terrifying monster. Can they win? No way. Instantly killing a Cursed Warrior signaled an absolute power disparity, meaning they were no match for this Midgardian. With such a horrifying power disparity, they even doubted if Odin himself could achieve such a feat. With their keen battle instincts, they immediately used the best strategy they could think of. One of the Cursed Warriors quickly retreated, dragging Malekith along, smashing through a wall, and rushing towards the distant ship. The other Cursed Warrior stayed behind, tossing a black hole grenade directly at Alex. The black hole grenade was an extreme technological weapon created by the Dark Elves, possessing terrifying destructive power. Upon exploding, it would create a temporary, fearsome black hole at the center of the blast. This black hole would devour everything around it, pulling everything within its gravitational field into it. Its power was so great that even a Cursed Warrior, capable of easily defeating the God of Thunder, could not survive such a terrifying black hole. The black hole grenade was the most powerful weapon of the Dark Elves, aside from the ether. The Cursed Warrior believed that if this black hole grenade exploded near the Midgardian, it might not kill him, but it could at least severely injure him. However, the difficulty lay in getting the grenade to detonate near the Midgardian. After a brief moment of consideration, he gritted his teeth and charged directly at the terrifying Midgardian. Now he could only hope that the special spatial defense the Midgardian used earlier could not be maintained for long, otherwise, even if the grenade exploded 5 meters away, it would only cause him minor injuries. When he got within 5 meters of the Midgardian, the Cursed Warrior tensed up, knowing the success of their mission depended on this moment. In the next instant, he broke through the previously impassable 5-meter barrier, entering the Midgardian's range. The Cursed Warrior showed a crazed joy. As expected, that nearly invincible defense couldn't last. The Cursed Warrior lunged at Alex, stretching out his arm to detonate the black hole grenade in his hand at close range around Alex. The twisted force field erupted violently from the explosion site of the black hole grenade, instantly tearing the Cursed Warrior's arms apart. In the face of death, the Cursed Warrior showed no fear but a frenzied excitement, waiting for the powerful enemy before him to die with him. To sacrifice himself, paving the way for the Dark Elves to conquer the 9 realms, such a sacrifice was the highest honor. Seeing the crazed joy on the face of the Cursed Warrior before him, Alex was weirded out. But he immediately shifted his focus from the Cursed Warrior to the rapidly expanding black hole in front of him. Thanks to the powerful perception granted by his level 4/6 eyes, Alex's sense of time differed from that of an ordinary person. He could adjust his perception of the flow of time at will. Under normal circumstances, his perception of time flow was almost the same as a normal person's, but when faced with danger, objects around him would seem to pause, and his powerful reflexes would make the world around him appear to be at a standstill. This was originally a power exclusive to speedsters, but after upgrading his 6 eyes to level 4, Alex had naturally acquired it as well. This was also why he could easily kill Quicksilver. Now, as the black hole continued to expand in front of him, swallowing the Cursed Warrior's arms, the intense gravitational pull was about to spread further. If he were standing here alone, then even if the black hole's power increased tenfold, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. The terrifying gravity would be cancelled out by repulsive force, turning into nothingness. But now, with Thor and others around him, and even Jane, who was possessed by the ether, they couldn't withstand this force. Not only did he have to protect Thor and the others because he had taken the reward, but also because Jane's death could potentially cause the ether to go berserk. This was a problem. And it was also why Alex had temporarily deactivated Limitless, allowing the cursed warrior to get close. He reached out his hand, manipulating vectors and absorbing energy to counteract the terrifying black hole before him. Level 1 vector manipulation couldn't fully neutralize the enormous energy produced by the black hole, but it made it much easier for energy absorption to absorb the energy bursting from the black hole. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. The black hole visibly shrank. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. To others, it seemed as if Alex merely stretched out his hand, and the terrifying black hole was compressed. The black hole collided with Alex's palm repeatedly, and black and red lightning shot out, shattering the ground around them. Finally, under the stunned gaze of the cursed warrior and the amazed eyes of Thor and the others, accompanied by the continuous flashes of black and red lightning, Alex crushed the terrifying black hole with one hand, rendering it completely ineffective against him. You. The cursed warrior, seeing this, was left speechless from the shock. The black hole grenade not only failed to affect the Midgardian before him, but it was also easily obliterated by him with one hand. This was beyond his comprehension. The six eyes observed that Malekith was nearly at the Dark Elf ship, and if Alex didn't give chase soon, they might truly escape. So Alex smiled brightly at the cursed warrior before him. A black and red singularity formed in an instant, obliterating the cursed warrior. The singularity shot forward at incredible speed, striking the hole in the shattered wall, hitting the first cursed warrior whom Alex had kicked away, killing him just as easily. After dealing with the two cursed warriors, Alex took a step, arriving at the edge of Asgard. The massive Dark Elf warship was slowly cloaking itself, and he grinned, covering Jane's mouth again as she continued to shout while floating in the air. He then began to form a hand seal. Hollow technique purple. A blue-black hole and a black-red singularity quickly formed, merging to create a purple imaginary mass of energy that constantly emitted lightning. He manipulated the illusionary mass to transform into a sword over several hundred meters long. Alex swung the sword with force, and it effortlessly sliced through the Dark Elf warship, cutting it clean in two. This single slash also severed the heads of the two cursed warriors on board, while Malekith, due to his height, remained unscathed. Thus, he could only watch in despair as Alex stepped toward him, smiling warmly and saying, "Let me show you what real torture is." Chapter 81. Malekith tried to resist, but a powerful, distorted force field took control of his body, preventing him from moving. The Mind Stone floated around Alex, glowing with a faint yellow light, and Malekith's perception was instantly amplified thousands of times. Even the friction between his skin and clothing, under this heightened perception, felt like an excruciating torture. Alex lightly touched Malekith, and a surge of immense energy burst from beneath him, gradually disintegrating his body while keeping him fully conscious, unable to slip into unconsciousness. All he could do was despair as he felt his body slowly disappear, experiencing the terrifying pain that cut deep into his soul. He wanted to scream, but under the influence of the Mind Stone, he could not move a muscle, even though his entire body was convulsing with pain, he could not make a sound. Seeing Malekith's twisted and contorted face, Alex smiled faintly. Then, with a slight push of his hand, the terrifying repulsive force instantly destroyed the Dark Elves' warship. The remaining metal debris flew into the void beyond Asgard, falling into the endless cosmic abyss. After dealing with Malekith, Alex suddenly sensed something, and with a look of joy, turned his gaze to Jane Foster. With the reverse curse technique constantly at work, the ether particles finally separated completely from Jane Foster. Alex waved his right hand, and a stream of deep red particles flowed out of Jane's body. Once the ether particles were fully extracted, Jane fell unconscious. Alex touched Jane Foster and immediately healed the damage inside her body. Then, he directed the reverse curse technique at the ether particles. Without a host, the ether particles were easily affected by Alex, their energy becoming less volatile but more concentrated. The ether particles rapidly compressed and gathered at Alex's fingertip. In just a few moments, all the ether particles coalesced into a single, brilliant red gem, the Reality Stone. Apart from possessing infinite energy, the Reality Stone also had the power to alter reality. Although the changes it made were not permanent, they were still formidable. At this point, Alex's body had fully recovered, and he directly absorbed the energy from the Reality Stone. Energy points +1. Energy points +1. Energy points +1. The system's notifications flashed rapidly as the energy points increased quickly. Alex channeled the energy points into the system, which visibly increased. In just a few minutes, the fusion degree surpassed 10% and continued to rise until Alex's body became fatigued again. By then, the fusion degree had reached System Fusion Degree, 13%. Furthermore, upon reaching 10% fusion, Alex unlocked a new skill. System Fusion Degree, 10%. New skill unlocked, Unknown Wings Black. Unknown Wings Black LV1, 1 out of 100 manipulate phase forces in space to form black wings, greatly enhancing the user's power. Black wings suddenly unfolded behind Alex, his strength rapidly increasing as they spread. Simultaneously, Alex felt a significant boost in his computational ability, akin to a precisely engineered computer. Even the power of his vector manipulation saw a substantial enhancement. Not only that, but the powers of Gojo Satoru, which had fully merged with him, also experienced a boost, despite not originally belonging to Accelerator. He extended the black wings in front of him. Unlike Accelerators, Alex's wings were more controllable. Even at level 1, he could deploy them at will without going berserk, as Accelerator did. Moreover, his black wings were more solid, resembling real objects rather than the usual vortex-like forms of Accelerator's wings, which seldom looked like actual wings. Sensing his current state, Alex was quite satisfied. Even at level 1, the black wings provided a considerable enhancement. He wondered what the higher levels of the black wings, or the white wings, colorless wings, and ultimately the platinum wings, and even the final abyss state, would look like. The black wings behind him suddenly expanded to 10 meters in length, and Alex broke the sound barrier in an instant, flying towards the interior of Asgard. Returning to the initial room with Jane Foster, he found Thor and Frigga gathered around an elderly, one-eyed man. To Alex's 6 eyes, this old man was like a blazing sun. The energy inside him was stronger than even the Sorcerer Supreme, so powerful that his aged body could barely contain it and was continuously being harmed by it. Seeing Alex's return, Thor immediately rushed over to embrace Jane Foster, whom Alex was casually holding. Upon confirming that Jane Foster was safe and that the ether particles had been removed from her body, Thor realized this was Alex's doing and gratefully said to him, "Alex, thank you. You not only helped me repel the invading Dark Elves from Asgard, but you also cured Jane. From now on, you will always be Asgard's greatest friend." Alex smiled and replied, "No need to thank me. This was merely a transaction. While we are on good terms, don't expect me to give you any discounts." As Thor was about to say something more, the nearby King Odin, who had been observing Alex closely, suddenly praised, "What an incredible young man. Your power is nearly at my level and continues to grow inexhaustibly. If I didn't know you were a mutant, I might have mistaken you for a lord of some grand dimension." From Odin's perspective, the young man before him seemed to contain endless potential and unlimited power, something he had never seen before. Based on his judgment, as long as Alex did not fall, he could at least become a being of single universe level power. Odin continued, "Soldiers, bring out the 3 treasures." At Odin's command, several soldiers entered the room, each holding a different artifact radiating immense power. There were the ever-burning eternal flame, the frost-radiating casket of ancient winters, and a finely crafted infinity gauntlet. With a gentle expression, Odin addressed Alex, "These are the rewards Thor promised you. The people of Asgard never let down a friend. Even though it was just a deal, you still saved Asgard. Just as Thor said, mighty warrior from Midgard, you will always be Asgard's most valued friend." Alex accepted the 3 treasures without hesitation, storing them in his pocket dimension. Then, looking at the weak but supremely powerful King Odin Borson, he smiled brightly and replied, "Of course." Having resolved matters in Asgard, and after bidding farewell to Thor and the others, Alex returned to his villa on Earth through a portal. But just as he returned, he sensed, through his 6 eyes, several figures radiating intense energy quickly approaching him. A faint smile curled on his lips. It seemed there was more fun ahead. Chapter 82. Alex's seaside villa, which he had purchased, was located at the best spot on the beach, offering the most stunning views of the sunrise. Far off in the distance, at the horizon where the sky met the sea, a radiant sun had just risen from below the ocean's surface, casting a crimson glow across the world. Such a beautiful scene should be enjoyed peacefully, but a rapidly approaching spaceship shattered this tranquility. Alex took a step forward, walking toward the deep sea. He was quite fond of his seaside villa and didn't want the upcoming battle to destroy it. Within the sight of his 6 eyes ability, he saw an unusually shaped spaceship speeding toward him. The ship had a strange exterior. Unlike ordinary spaceships that use aerodynamic designs, it had sharp, angular structures, with the hull covered in dense, intricate runes that seemed to power the ship. Inside the spaceship were all the Eternals on Earth, dressed in their combat armor and preparing to avenge the death of Ikaris. Since Ikaris' death, the Eternals' plan for revenge had never ceased. As the strongest Eternal warrior, Ikaris being killed by a mutant, a descendant of the Deviants, was something the Eternals could not tolerate. However, after their analysis, they realized it would be difficult to kill Alex and that they might even be wiped out themselves. So, they sought to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. But during their contact with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Druig, who had mind control abilities, discovered that the minds of the agents were under the control of a powerful psychic force, one so strong that even as an Eternal, Druig was no match. Uncertain about who wielded this terrifying psychic power, it was clear they couldn't continue cooperating with S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as they were at a loss over their plan for revenge, a green-skinned human with an unusually large head suddenly appeared before them, constantly recounting the crimes of the white hair and offering to help them. After Druig's mental probing, they confirmed that, although this human had many lies in his words, he was indeed hostile toward the white-haired mutant and could provide them with assistance. So they accepted the help of the human known as the leader, leading to the current hunt for the white-haired mutant. With the weapons provided by the leader designed specifically to counter the white-haired mutant and the ultimate mutual destruction measures, they were confident in their mission. At a military base, Colonel Stryker and 3 doctors, including Mr. Fantastic, stood in front of the satellite monitor, observing the upcoming battle. The leader had contacted the Eternals and provided them with equipment to counter the white-haired mutant. These were upgraded versions of devices designed to suppress mutant abilities, disrupt space, and wield matter-dissolving light swords. However, their purpose in assisting the Eternals wasn't to kill the white-haired mutant. Unlike the Eternals, they understood the white-haired mutant better and were more aware of his terrifying power. According to their calculations, even if every Eternal possessed the strength of Ikaris and used their final methods with their help, they might have a chance to kill the white-haired mutant. But now, even using their last resort, they couldn't possibly kill him. Their goal was to collect data on the effectiveness of their upgraded equipment against the white-haired mutant, gather new data, and then use it to enhance the Red Hulk's strength. This was their final plan. In their simulations, the Eternals, to defeat the white-haired mutant, would surely use the final measures they had been given, burning their lives to provide the most precious data. And for them, as super geniuses, data meant power. Knowledge is power, not an empty phrase but a fact for them. Alex continued moving towards the ocean, stopping about 500 kilometers away from the seaside villa. At this distance, the upcoming battle shouldn't affect his villa. Standing on the water's surface, he watched as the peculiar spaceship followed closely behind. The ship went from extreme motion to complete stillness in an instant, ignoring inertia and coming to a stop. A woman wearing green armor was the first to teleport from the spaceship to the surface of the sea. As soon as she touched the water, the surrounding sea area underwent a massive transformation. Starting from her feet, the seawater rapidly turned to stone. In just a few seconds, the surrounding water was completely petrified, forming a brand new island. This Eternal woman was Circe, who had the ability to transform matter. Then, several other Eternals descended from the spaceship onto the island Circe created: Thena, who could transform cosmic energy into weapons; Sprite, who could create illusions; Makari, a speedster; Gilgamesh, possessing immense strength; Kingo, who could shoot cosmic energy from his hands; Phastos, a master craftsman wielding a hammer; Druig, with psychic abilities; and finally, a Jack, who could heal. These were all the Eternals sent to Earth by the Celestials to protect humanity and shepherd the birth of a new Celestial. Each Eternal represented an immense amount of power. Together, they could easily conquer Earth. Even Thanos, if surrounded by several Eternals, would surely die in a short time. For thousands of years, they had fought separately, slaughtering deviants to protect humanity, never attacking a single target together. But now, they stood united against a mere descendant of deviants, a lowly mutant. Yet, compared to them, the mutant seemed more at ease, as if the one surrounded wasn't Alex but all the Eternals themselves. As their leader, a Jack spoke first. "Lowly mutant, you dare to kill a great Eternal. Now it is time to pay for your sins." Hearing a Jack's words, Alex sneered and replied. "Great Eternals? Aren't you just tools of the Celestials, brainwashed repeatedly and sent into endless battles like pitiful puppets? You." A Jack was stunned by Alex's words. Like Ikaris before her, she couldn't understand how a mere mutant could know secrets unknown even to other Eternals. Druig, sensing a Jack's change of expression, immediately realized that what Alex said was true. He looked at a Jack in shock, but she stopped him. "After we kill him, I will explain everything." Jack dared not let Alex speak further. She immediately activated the device given to them by the leader. The spatial disruption device began to activate irregularly in the ship, disrupting the surrounding space to prevent Alex from adapting and countering. The mutant suppression device was also activated. Then, each of them took out a light sword, emitting terrifying energy capable of disintegrating matter. They were determined to kill Alex. Chapter 83. The moment the space disruption device and the mutant suppression device were activated, Alex immediately felt the difference. The frequencies of the space disruption device and the mutant suppression device constantly shifted, preventing him from adapting to the current situation. Even though his 6 eyes allowed him to quickly adjust, the changing frequencies caused his internal energy to become unstable again in the next moment. More importantly, the shifting frequencies were entirely random, with no discernible pattern. This meant that Alex kept oscillating between adaptation and losing control, unable to truly stabilize his internal energy. Noticing this, Alex became even more eager to meet the Mr. Fantastic, who had designed these devices to suppress him. If he could use the Mind Stone to control him, that would surely be fun. At Jack's command, all the Eternals launched an attack on Alex at the same time. Matt Carey, the speedster, charged at Alex first with a lightsaber in hand. Even with the visual prowess of his 6 eyes, her speed was still incredibly fast, far beyond that of Quicksilver. However, as she approached Alex, a terrifying repulsive force instantly sent her flying. Under the force of a black and red singularity, she broke the sound barrier in an instant, crashed through the surface of the ocean, and sank deep into the water. Matt Carey. Seeing her friend get knocked back in an instant, Gilgamesh, with his muscular build, channeled all of his cosmic energy to enhance his strength. A dazzling golden glow enveloped his fist as he charged toward Alex. At the same time, Thena used her cosmic energy to form an extremely sharp spear, joining Gilgamesh in the attack against Alex. With the space disruption device constantly functioning, Alex's limitless technique could not be stabilized. This gave the 2 Eternals, who had thousands of years of combat experience, an opening. The fist and the energy spear both closed in, about to strike Alex's body. However, Alex paid no attention to their attacks. Ignoring the sharp energy spear and the seemingly invincible fist, he extended a finger in 2 different directions, and black and red singularities quickly formed at his fingertips. In the next moment, the attacks of the 2 Eternals struck Alex, but what could have easily broken through Thanos' defenses failed to affect him. The massive energy contained within their attacks was instantly absorbed by Alex. In disbelief, the 2 Eternal Warriors watched as the curse technique reversal red hit their bodies and sent them flying. Jack's face grew solemn as she looked at Alex and questioned. How can you still use your energy absorption ability? The mutant suppression device should have neutralized you. Alex gave her a bright smile and replied. Although the suppression device's ever-changing frequencies have indeed caused me some trouble, if I control it with all my might, I can still maintain complete control for a certain amount of time. Hearing Alex's answer, Jack sent a message to all the Eternals. Try to attack him with the matter-dissolving lightsabers. Matt Carey, the speedster, returned once again, but Alex immediately knocked her back. As he effortlessly dealt with Makari's continuous attacks, Alex chatted casually with Jack. Don't want me to keep talking? Or are you afraid the other Eternals will find out you've been deceiving them? So pitiful, fighting for tens of thousands of years with only a few thousand years worth of memories, and the ones you're battling aren't even true deviants, but low-grade deviants stripped of their intelligence. Enough. Jack immediately cut him off. All the Eternals heard Alex's words. They were not fools, they realized there was something wrong with Jack, otherwise, she wouldn't stop the white-haired mutant from speaking. They ceased their attacks on Alex and questioned Jack. Jack, what exactly have you been hiding from us? So our real mission is not to protect Earth but to protect the birth of a new celestial? The worst situation had materialized. The white-haired mutant's words had made the other Eternals doubt their mission, right in the middle of a battle. If this wasn't handled quickly, the entire team could fall apart. Jack immediately said. Everyone, we'll discuss this later. We need to join forces to kill the white-haired mutant right now. Coexistence with him is impossible. If we don't kill him, he will certainly kill us. Before the other Eternals could respond, a sudden voice rang out. That's right, you should all try your best to kill me. This is your only chance. All the Eternals turned to the source of the voice and saw the white-haired mutant, floating in mid-air, a playful and cruel smile on his face. He made a strange hand sign and declared. Domain expansion, infinite void. Druig. The Eternals shouted in unison as they realized what the white-haired mutant was about to do. The intelligence passed to them by the leader had clearly detailed all of the white-haired mutant's abilities. After forming this particular hand sign, he would unleash a powerful psychic ability that immobilizes every creature within its range and gives all of his abilities an unavoidable effect. But they had a strategy to counter this. All the Eternals immediately spread out, forming a protective circle around Druig. As complex runes spread out, the energies of the other Eternals flowed along the runes, ultimately concentrating in Druig, greatly amplifying his power. Druig, now empowered by the combined forces of the Eternals, was stronger than ever, potentially even surpassing Ikari's. Druig's psychic control ability clashed with Alex's infinite void. Zzz. A crackling sound echoed through the void as if two domains in a spell battle were colliding. Druig's power clashed with Alex's domain, ultimately neutralizing the effects of the infinite void. However, just as they breathed a sigh of relief, they suddenly saw the white-haired mutant vanish from his original position and reappear next to Phastos on the outer edge. A terrifying purple sphere had formed in the white-haired mutant's palm without them noticing, and he suddenly pressed it against Phastos's chest. The armor, as durable as adamantium, was easily destroyed by the horrifying imaginary sphere. Purple pierced through Phastos's defenses in an instant, inflicting a severe wound. Terrifying purple energy continuously spread from the wound on Phastos's chest, corroding his body. Stop! All the Eternals attacked Alex simultaneously, but with a single step, Alex easily evaded their assault. He grabbed Phastos by the head, returned to his original position, and flashed a bright smile at the Eternals. Weren't you feeling pretty smug just now? No. Let him go. You bastard, release Phastos. Seeing one of their own suddenly captured and in grave danger, the Eternals lost their former arrogance and calm, threatening Alex in unison. However, in the face of the furious Eternals, Alex's palms suddenly unleashed black and red lightning far stronger than before. A terrifying repulsive force compressed in his hand, and Phastos's head instantly shattered in his grasp. Amidst the Eternals' curses and cries, a system notification sounded in his ears. Technique reversal, red, experience +1. Congratulations, your technique reversal, red, skill has leveled up. Chapter 84. The power increase of the system's skills is exponential. When the skill was at level 1, its strength was far inferior to that of the original character's version. However, at level 3, it matched the power of the original, and by level 4, it exceeded the original's strength, reaching an even more formidable level. During the previous battle, Alex continuously used the technique reversal, red, repeatedly increasing its experience. Just now, red finally leveled up. A flood of memories surged into Alex's mind, rapidly absorbed by him. Due to the sheer volume of memories, even Alex, with his level 4/6 eyes, couldn't easily process the information. But just by absorbing a portion of these memories, the power of the reversal technique red was greatly enhanced. Even if the red hit directly, the powerful defenses of the Eternals would typically only sustain minor injuries, never fatal ones. Besides the hollow technique, purple, Alex had few abilities that could easily harm the Eternals. However, with the upgrade of the red, everything changed. The skill's power had grown so rapidly that some of it leaked out uncontrollably. Boom! Massive black and red lightning bolts crackled around Alex, expanding outward. The lightning was an intense form of repulsive force. Beneath his feet, the terrifying force erupted, shattering the island created by Circe, sending it sinking into the sea. The immense repulsive force pushed the water back from around Alex, creating a spherical space with a radius of 100 meters beneath him. Each bolt of black and red lightning striking the sea vaporized tens of cubic meters of water in an instant. During this period, Mac Carey tried to approach Alex, hoping to use her matter disintegration light sword to kill him. But before she could get close, the dense black and red lightning repelled her, leaving her body bleeding from where she was struck. Kingo, proficient in energy manipulation, exclaimed, "We have to defeat him quickly. For some reason, his power keeps increasing." Jack immediately thought of the key information about Alex in the files. His strength had no upper limit, he was constantly growing stronger, and the speed of that growth kept accelerating. Could the offspring of the deviants, a mutant, really achieve such heights? Jack looked on in disbelief at the scene before her. The white-haired mutant, engulfed in black and red lightning, radiated energy more powerful than even their strongest warrior, Ikari's. Even more terrifying was that this energy was still increasing. She immediately ordered all the Eternals, attack, before he fully adapts to this power. The speedster Carey charged in again. The first time she tried, she had been repelled by the terrifying black and red lightning. This time, she used all the power within her, increasing her speed several times over. After narrowly avoiding countless lightning strikes, she reversed the repulsive force and reached the white-haired mutant. Just as she was about to thrust her light sword into his body, she realized his gaze had once again locked onto her. Then, an even more powerful repulsive force erupted from his body. Almost as if deliberately released, this terrifying power exploded in every direction, obliterating everything around him. Makari's body, the closest to the explosion, instantly shattered. Even the battle armor she wore, comparable to or tougher than adamantium, showed visible cracks. She was flung back at speeds dozens of times the speed of sound, crashing onto the sprite on her path. The sheer force shattered the sprite's hand. After knocking Carey away, Alex finally adapted to level 4 of red. As his current second most potent attack after the purple, the minimum power of the red was twice that of blue. At level 4, the blue could create black holes, so what would red, which was at least twice as powerful, look like? Lightning continued to crackle around him, but Alex did not deliberately contain it to avoid wasting energy. He wanted to push his limits and see the extent of his current power. 3 infinity stones flew out from his pocket dimension one by one, the yellow, blue, and red stones circled around him, continuously releasing immense energy that Alex absorbed. Staring at the Eternals in front of him, Alex let out a vicious smile, raising his right arm to the sky. Under his deliberate control, the black and red lightning bolts began to gather in an orderly manner, quickly forming above his palm. With the accumulation of the lightning, a black and red singularity swiftly took shape and continued to grow, its color gradually lightening to a faint red and white. Due to the cursed energy, the initial blue appeared bright blue, while the initial red appeared black and red. However, as their power continued to expand, the blue eventually matched the strength of a black hole, turning black. Meanwhile, the red, that seemed comparable to a supernova, gradually turned white. It was as if Alex held a true supernova in his hand. Even without deliberate control, the immense repulsive force expelled all the surrounding seawater for several kilometers, exposing the seabed below. The massive waves formed by this tremendous force spread to all nearby nations, even drawing the attention of the Ancient One, who had to appear personally to prevent the waves from killing millions. The Ancient One, standing in the void, smiled wryly in Alex's direction. I knew this would happen. In faraway Asgard, Odin, who was conversing with Frigga, suddenly turned to face Midgard. He looked deeply conflicted before muttering to himself, "What a terrifying young man." Those monitoring the battle, like Stryker and others, stared dumbfounded at the energy readings, unable to believe what they were seeing. This is impossible. This can't be happening. Before Alex, facing the supernova-like red, Jack urgently told her companions, "Quick, inject the red Hulk serum." Each Eternal took out a vial of glowing red serum, injected it with an adamantium syringe, and their skin visibly turned red. The cosmic energy within their bodies reacted strangely with gamma radiation, continually enhancing their physique, multiplying their already formidable physical attributes. But even so, in the face of the supernova, they were like ants. In the next moment, the supernova shattered through space and rushed toward them at great speed. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Chapter 85. As the technique reversal, red, rapidly descended, thousands of meters of seawater were completely displaced, causing a massive tsunami. If not for the continuous efforts of the Supreme Sorcerer to stabilize the dissipating energy, many nearby cities, and even small countries, would have been destroyed by the aftershocks of Alex's attack. Facing such a terrifying red and white supernova, even the Eternals, whose physical strength was constantly increasing after injecting the red giant serum, could not endure it. They were pinned to the seafloor by the overwhelming force, and the once muddy seabed was compressed by the relentless repulsive force, sinking hundreds of meters and transforming into an extremely hard material. All the Eternals were pinned down by this powerful force, unable to move. Even though they had injected the red giant serum, which had significantly increased their physical strength, they still could not break free from the repulsive force. Every time they struggled, the ground would sink further, forming cracks hundreds of meters deep, but under the terrifying repulsive force, these cracks would quickly heal, forming an even stronger structure. This process repeated over and over, and now, the material of the seabed was no longer what it originally was on Earth. It had become an unknown substance, harder than anything the Eternals could destroy. No. Seeing the supernova about to fall, even Jack, known for her composure, could not remain calm. The immense pressure caused the bodies of all the Eternals to continuously break apart, and even the physically weakest sprite was already on the brink of death, seemingly only moments away from dying. Even though they had taken great risks injecting the red giant serum, they still could not escape the fate of death. Biting her lip, Ajak finally made a decision and shouted desperately to all the Eternal warriors. "Comrades, channel all your power to Circe, or we will all be killed by him. Our only hope now is to place our faith in Circe, to let her defeat him and avenge us." At this moment, Ajak's entire skin had turned red, her face twisted with rage, and her muscles squirmed endlessly, but she could not break free from the terrifying repulsive force, and she continued to bleed. Now she no longer appeared as the strong leader of the Eternals but looked more like a disgusting, wriggling red insect. Upon hearing Ajak's words, all the Eternals immediately understood the situation. They realized they could no longer survive under such a terrifying repulsive force. Their only option was to channel all their power to Circe, allowing her to survive and avenge them. This was the best choice they had. Dazzling patterns began to spread from all the Eternal warriors towards Circe, and a massive amount of energy poured into her body. Realizing what was happening, Circe cried out in despair, "No, don't do this, we can all survive." She had already lost Ikaris and did not want to lose any more comrades. But there was nothing she could do to stop it. As the energy transfer continued, the other Eternals could no longer hold on. The first to collapse was the physically weakest sprite. Her body disintegrated in an instant, staining the terrifying seafloor red. Immediately after, Phastos and Druid were also crushed into irregular masses of flesh. At the same time, the falling supernova finally drew close to them, and the remaining Eternals in the combat group perished one after another. Gilgamesh, Thena, Kingo. The once mighty Eternals were slaughtered with ease, without any chance of resistance. Finally, the supernova descended. In an instant, a terrifying repulsive force erupted from the center of impact and spread outward, extending tens of kilometers, staining the blue expanse with a visible white. All the surrounding seawater was obliterated by the terrifying repulsive force, and even the water molecules could not remain stable, breaking down into more fundamental hydrogen and oxygen atoms. For hundreds of kilometers around, the ground shook violently, an artificially created disaster. The tremors were most intense in coastal cities, the ground trembled continuously, massive cracks appeared out of nowhere, and everyone stared at the bright light from the depths of the ocean, clueless and helpless. They were mere ants, unable to control their own fate, left only to pray to God for protection. Seeing the shock waves intensifying with the explosion of the supernova, the Supreme Sorcerer looked solemnly toward the depths of the ocean, her gaze seemingly piercing through the vast distance to fall upon the white-haired mutant standing in the void. "How long has it been?" she muttered to herself. Then, the Supreme Sorcerer formed a series of intricate hand signs, and a phenomenon of shattering glass rapidly expanded around her, encompassing hundreds of kilometers in an instant. When the shattering effect reached Alex's vicinity, he immediately sensed the spatial change around him. A mirror dimension. Alex was not surprised to see the Supreme Sorcerer casting the mirror dimension. With his current strength, he had already reached the level of an All-Father. If he went all out, he could even destroy the Earth. Even the mere aftershocks of his battle were enough to kill countless ordinary people. A benevolent Supreme Sorcerer would never allow such a situation to occur, so she used the mirror dimension to isolate their battle. Ignoring Circe, whose aura continued to fluctuate between weakness and strength at the center of the red, Alex focused all his energy on analyzing the mirror dimension with his 6 eyes. His aptitude for magic seemed lacking. He had once tried to study the mirror dimension on his own, but he found no clues. Now, with the Supreme Sorcerer casting it right in front of him, this was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. The various energy flows of the mirror dimension appeared before Alex, and as his 6 eyes continued to analyze, his understanding of the mirror dimension deepened. Finally, after several minutes, he heard the system prompt. "You have acquired a new skill, Mirror Dimension. Mirror Dimension LV1, 1/100 creates a temporary spatial dimension isolated from reality, where any events occurring inside will not affect reality." Having finally mastered the skill of the mirror dimension, Alex's face lit up with a bright smile. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the red finally subsided. Under the pressure of the supernova, the Eternals were nearly annihilated, leaving only a single blood-covered figure flying out from the backflowing seawater, glaring at Alex with intense hatred. "Damn mutant, you lowly mongrel of a mutant race, cowardly human of Earth. You not only killed Ikaris but also Sprite, Ajak, Thena. I will kill you. I will obliterate your soul." In extreme hatred, Circe, the once elegant Eternal warrior, had completely lost her sanity and was screaming desperately in the air. At this moment, she had not only absorbed the power of all the other Eternals but had also mutated into a red giant due to the Red Hulk serum. Her whole body turned crimson, and golden cosmic energy crackled around her like lightning, similar to Alex at first, but unlike Alex, she seemed unable to bear this power. Her flesh and blood continuously disintegrated and reformed to maintain balance. However, in this grotesque state, the power she gained was incredibly formidable, able to withstand the supernova to some extent. She was confident she could defeat the white-haired mutant and avenge her comrades. She charged forward, instantly breaking the sound barrier by hundreds of times. Facing Cersei, who was radiating an extremely terrifying energy, Alex disappeared from his spot and appeared right in front of her. White and black swirled in his palm, merging into a light purple sphere, different from the previous violet one. He formed the illusionary black and white sphere in his palm and struck it towards Cersei's head. As Cersei desperately tried to dodge, she was still hit by Alex. In an instant, her head, now harder than adamantium, was shattered. Her despair, her hatred, and her unwillingness vanished like a joke. Meanwhile, as he continued to absorb energy, Alex heard another prompt. Energy absorption experience +1. Congratulations, your skill energy absorption has leveled up. At that moment, Alex underwent a profound transformation. This was his first level 5 skill. Chapter 86. Energy Absorption LV5, January 2000. Able to absorb nearly all forms of energy within a 20-meter radius, with extremely high absorption speed and energy storage limit. Can even manipulate nearly all forms of energy within a 10-meter range. Energy from the void continued to strengthen Alex's body. With this limitless energy reinforcement, every cell in his body underwent transformation, allowing it to accommodate more powerful energy. During this process, Alex's physical strength kept increasing, seemingly without end. Initially, Alex's physical attributes benefited from the Satoru Gojo template and the constant enhancement of energy absorption, and his physical strength saw substantial improvement even without using cursed energy manipulation or energy enhancement. However, compared to the likes of the Hulk or the Eternals, he still wasn't formidable enough. But now, with energy absorption at LV5, even without any methods to enhance his physical attributes, his physical strength could match, if not surpass, the base form of the Hulk. And the rapid enhancement of his physique was only a small part of the overall improvement. A torrent of information flooded into Alex's mind, with such a vast amount of information continually impacting his consciousness that it could even cause some damage to his soul. The amount of information at LV5 energy absorption was several times greater than at LV4. This was a qualitative enhancement. Even with the 6 eyes, he couldn't quickly absorb all this memory, he could only protect himself from the vast information's harm. It was uncertain how much time had passed before Alex fully digested the memory data brought by energy absorption LV5. With a slight mental shift. Buzz. Everything within a 20-meter radius of him stopped moving, as the energy between molecules was absorbed by Alex. The molecular movement immediately slowed and eventually nearly ceased. As a result, the surrounding temperature plummeted rapidly, nearing absolute zero. This was absolute control over energy at the molecular level. Furthermore, because Alex could manipulate energy at the molecular level, he could now directly absorb previously unabsorbable biological energy or magic. At this point, except for extremely special high-dimensional energies like the Phoenix Force, or abilities that directly act on atomic decomposition, no energy could harm Alex. Additionally, he achieved transformation in other areas. 3 Infinity Stones revolved around him, continuously releasing endless energy that Alex rapidly absorbed. Previously, he couldn't handle the Infinity Stones, but now, he could absorb them for an extended period by controlling the absorption speed. With the support of vast amounts of energy, the template fusion rate soared. Template fusion rate, 14%. Template fusion rate, 15%. Template fusion rate, 16%. As time passed, the template fusion rate finally broke through to 20%. Upon reaching 20% template fusion, Alex unlocked a new skill. Template fusion rate, 20%. New skill unlocked, Unknown Wings White. Unknown Wings White LV1, 1 out of 100 manipulate the phase power in space to form perfect white wings, greatly enhancing the user's strength. A new torrent of information surged into Alex's mind, but this time he could easily bear it. Moments later, he fully absorbed this information, and pure white wings spread out behind him, with a glowing halo appearing above his head like an angel's. The enhancement granted by Unknown Wings White was about several times stronger than Unknown Wings Black. But for Alex at his current level, even that was limited. The LV-1 unknown wings provided minimal reinforcement, at least LV-3, reaching the strength of Accelerator, would be necessary for a noticeable boost. However, Alex was highly optimistic about the future of the unknown wings, wondering what level they could achieve beyond Accelerator's capabilities. Just as Alex was continually adapting to the explosive energy within his body using the 6 eyes, a portal suddenly formed before him, and a bald woman emerged from it. The newcomer was the Sorcerer Supreme. Now that energy absorption could disregard most magic, and with his current abilities, Alex had truly entered the realm of the likes of Odin. Even if he wasn't yet the Sorcerer Supreme's equal, he was confident he could escape safely. This newfound confidence in his power made him feel no discomfort when facing the Sorcerer Supreme. They were now equals. Despite the absolute zero temperature, the Sorcerer Supreme remained unharmed, protected by a faint energy shield. Her gaze toward Alex was a mixture of complexity, shock, and bewilderment. Even with the Time Stone, which allowed her to see multiple timelines, she couldn't understand what was happening with Alex. His strength had just received a massive boost, yet after the battle ended, his power increased again, this time by an even more considerable margin. Faced with the newly strengthened Alex, even she had to treat him cautiously. However, centuries of practice allowed her to restrain herself from questioning Alex and instead calmly explain her purpose. Alex, you have killed all the Eternals, which will surely attract the Celestials' attention. Even though your strength has significantly increased to the level of Sky Fathers, I still suggest you leave this planet and even this universe as soon as possible, heading to another dimension. Because even a Sky Father level being is no match for the Celestials. Each Celestial possesses power at least at a single universe level. Once they capture you, they will judge you. If they sentence you to death, you will be powerless to resist their judgment. With a serious expression, the Ancient One spoke the truth. But what worried her more was the prospect of a clash between Alex and the Celestials. After all, there were too many uncertainties surrounding Alex. His power was growing so rapidly that the Ancient One even suspected he might be an incarnation of a multiverse-level dimensional ruler. Even if not, a confrontation between Alex and the Celestials would create too many unknowns, as his timeline was highly unusual. The Ancient One couldn't observe his future, but she was sure that once the two sides interacted, it would cause a multiverse-shaking event. Either the Celestials would subdue and kill Alex. Or Alex would annihilate all the Celestials and, in the near future, massacre all the Celestials across the multiverse. For some reason, the Ancient One instinctively believed the second scenario was more likely. Even though it seemed impossible, her sixth sense, honed over countless experiences, told her that was the direction the future would take. The Celestials, despite their flaws, were crucial for maintaining the universe's stability and couldn't be replaced. Thus, sensing the future where the Celestials of the multiverse were slaughtered, the Ancient One's primary goal, beyond mitigating the battle's aftermath to prevent excessive mortal casualties, was to get rid of this threat quickly. Send this troublemaker to another parallel universe. Let him cause havoc elsewhere, just not here. Chapter 87. Upon hearing the words of the Ancient One, Alex furrowed his brows, contemplating his next destination. The Ancient One had a point. Now that he had killed the Eternals, who were given a mission by the Celestials, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of these powerful beings. Although he had achieved Skyfather-level power, he was still not a match for the Celestials. No one knew when the Celestials would arrive. If he stayed in this universe, his power could potentially grow to the point where he could stand against them, or even defeat them. But that was uncertain. There was a chance they could arrive sooner than expected, and his strength might not be sufficient to oppose them. He could be at their mercy for judgment, and that uncertainty was something Alex could not accept. He turned to the Ancient One and asked, "When will the Celestials come to Earth? How much time do I have?" The time stone on the Ancient One's chest glowed faintly green before she replied, "You're safe for the next month, but after that, they could arrive at any moment. I suggest you leave before then and go to another universe." A month. After calculating, Alex realized a month would be more than enough time to upgrade his portal skill to LV4. If he could get the portal to LV4, he would have the ability to traverse different dimensions. With that, even when facing the Celestials, he would have options, he wouldn't be without an escape route. Suddenly, Alex remembered something. In the comics, there is a universe that connects the DC Multiverse and the Marvel Multiverse. If such a universe truly existed, he might be able to use it to travel to the DC Multiverse. In the DC Multiverse, there were also powerful artifacts filled with immense energy, like the Mother Boxes. If Alex could obtain those, he would have a new source of energy. He had a feeling that if he encountered a powerful enough character template that surpassed the limits of a single universe, reaching the level of a multiversal entity, the energy from the Infinity Stones would become far less useful to him. He would need to seek out energy of a much higher level. Thus, dimensional travel, or even crossing multiverses, would become very important. A multitude of thoughts raced through Alex's mind as he formulated a rough plan for the future. However, these were all things that would happen later. For now, upgrading the portal skill was his top priority. Once the portal reached LV4, he would have nothing to fear from the Celestials. Even if he failed, he could easily escape. He might even teleport directly to Stryker, the vile worm hiding in the shadows, and crush him with a single stomp. Most importantly, Alex didn't want to just leave. Even if he couldn't defeat the Celestials, he intended to give them a parting gift before leaving. A portal capable of interdimensional travel would be his strongest backing. Thanking the Ancient One and bidding her farewell, Alex returned to his seaside villa. Though it was 500 kilometers from the battle zone with the Eternals, the seaside villa had still been affected. Some seawater had flooded into the villa, leaving it damp, but with the help of several Hollywood starlets, the villa was quickly being restored to its former state. Alex began practicing his portal skill in the villa. One portal after another, sparking with bright lights, formed around Alex only to vanish instantly. The system's notification sounded in his ear repeatedly. Portal experience +1. Portal experience +1. Portal experience +1. Since it was all controlled by his mind, Alex could practice creating portals while attending to other matters. This was exceedingly simple for someone like him, who could multitask with ease. He opened a portal, forming a stable doorway in front of him. On the other side, Tony Stark was busy working. Thanks to his genius, Tony had already completed repairs on the Ark and was now back at his seaside villa, using the gift Alex had given him to unlock the secrets of nanotechnology for his suits. On a shelf behind Tony, a fluid-like suit rested, resembling a symbiote but with some differences. It seemed his research had made significant progress. Tony. Startled by the sudden voice from behind, Tony Stark turned around quickly, dropping the tool he was holding. Seeing the portal and Alex's figure, he let out a sigh of relief and complained, "Alex, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Alex shrugged and offered an insincere apology, "Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. I have something you might like." Tony's interest was piqued immediately. Things from Alex were always rare and immensely helpful, making any previous scare trivial by comparison. "What is it?" "Let me see." Taking out the corpses of the Eternals from his pocket dimension, Alex handed them to Tony. "These are the bodies of the Eternals created by the Celestials. Their physical materials are unique, resembling a combination of biological and mechanical properties. The materials making up the Eternals' bodies can easily conduct energy and are extremely durable. I think these bodies could be of great use to you. You might even create incredibly powerful suits from them. What do you think?" "Cool." Tony's face lit up with joy. With these bodies, the potential for his suits would be far greater. Suddenly, his expression froze. Staring at the numerous bodies before him, he realized what had happened. "You killed all the Eternals on Earth?" Tony looked at Alex in disbelief, questioning him. The Eternals, created by the Celestials, were incredibly powerful warriors, each with virtually infinite energy and the ability to survive in a vacuum. Even the weakest of them could easily destroy a small country. Yet, these mighty beings had been killed so effortlessly by Alex. He knew Alex was strong, but this was beyond belief. After trading the bodies of the Eternals for an unlimited supply of Iron Man suits, Alex bid Tony farewell and continued his training. Time passed quickly, with the days and nights blending together. While Alex was sunbathing, a different notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Portal experience +1. Congratulations, your skill portal has leveled up. A vast amount of information flooded into his mind, deepening his understanding of space and energy. Moments later, when all the knowledge had been absorbed, Alex had fully mastered the LV4 portal. Portal LV4, January 1500 consumes mana to open a portal to any location in any dimension/universe. Mana can be substituted with energy. Reading the LV4 portal description, Alex grinned. Stryker, here I come. Chapter 88. After the portal reached level 4, it could already traverse dimensions and travel to parallel universes. At this moment, Alex could sense the existence of other universes, and as long as he opened a portal, he could enter those parallel universes. In addition to crossing dimensions and traveling through them, the level 4 portal unlocked other abilities. Now, Alex could perform spatial teleportation within his current dimension even without coordinates. He could go straight to where Stryker was and kill him at any time. The maximum size of the portal he could open had also expanded dramatically, it could even fit a mountain. More importantly, he could now, by consuming a large amount of energy, create a portal that could be maintained for a long time. Unlike the ordinary portals that required a constant supply of energy to stay open, this new portal consumed energy stored within itself. As long as that energy wasn't depleted or destroyed by external forces, the portal could remain open indefinitely. After absorbing all the knowledge, Alex opened a portal and checked the system panel. Name, Alex. Templates, Gojo Satoru, fully integrated, accelerator. Energy absorption LV5, 56/2000 can absorb almost all forms of energy within a 20-meter radius. Absorption rate and storage capacity are extremely high, allowing near-complete control over all forms of energy within a 10-meter radius. 6 Eyes LV4, 167/5000 provides 360-degree long-distance vision, the ability to see energy flow, extraordinary dynamic vision, and X-ray vision, allowing for extremely precise energy manipulation. Cursed Technique Lapse Blue LV4, 134/5000 creates a powerful attraction force, reducing the distance between multiple objects to negative infinity, generating a small black hole. Reverse Cursed Technique LV4, 781/5000 converts the negative energy of cursed energy into positive energy, providing strong healing capabilities, restoring objects to their original state, usable on both living and non-living things. Cursed Technique Reversal, Red LV4, 124/5000 generates repulsion centered on red. The minimum power is twice that of blue, and its maximum output approaches infinity, akin to a small supernova. Limitless Technique, Infinity LV4, March 5000 interferes at the atomic level, manipulating space, objects slow down the closer they are to the user, becoming unable to touch the user, granting partial control over space. Imaginary Technique Purple LV2, 10/300 combines Cursed Technique Reversal, Red, in Cursed Technique Lapse, Blue, to form imaginary mass, releasing an energy wave capable of cutting through space, allowing limited control over imaginary mass. Unlimited Void LV1, 36/100 pulls the opponent into the inner side of Limitless, forcing their brain to perform countless repetitions of perception and transmission, generating a flood of useless information that renders the brain non-functional, leaving them standing, waiting to die. Only those who have been touched by the host are unaffected. Vector Manipulation LV1, 8/100 controls the direction of most vectors, creating fictional vector axes, including force, velocity, acceleration, displacement, impulse, momentum, electric field intensity, magnetic induction intensity, etc. Unknown Wings, Black LV1, 12/100 manipulates phase power in space, forming black wings that greatly enhance the user's strength. Unknown Wings, White LV1, 14/100 manipulates phase power in space, forming perfect white wings that greatly enhance the user's strength. Portal LV4, 35/5000 consumes magic power to open a portal to any dimension/universe location. Magic power can be substituted with energy. Mirror Dimension LV1, 12/100 creates a temporary spatial dimension isolated from reality, where anything that happens inside does not affect reality. Template Integration, 20%. Energy Points, 888. Alex poured all his energy points into the accelerator template, raising the integration level to 28%. According to Alex's estimation, when the template integration reaches 40%, he will gain a new skill. Looking at the extensive list of skills, Alex felt a strong sense of satisfaction. All of these abilities were hard-earned, achieved through his own efforts. Focusing on Energy Absorption LV5, he realized that reaching this level brought him into an entirely new realm. At the same time, Alex received some information about reaching LV6. Once energy absorption reaches LV6, he would be able to perform mass energy conversion, turning matter into energy or vice versa. This is akin to the ability to create objects out of thin air, almost like the power of a creator god. At that point, he would never lack energy, freely traveling across dimensions without fear of his abilities failing due to world rules. However, reaching energy absorption LV6 would take a long time. Not only because the experience required for leveling up had increased several times, but also because the difficulty of gaining experience had similarly multiplied. Yet, with the system, Alex was confident he could raise energy absorption to LV6 or even higher. Once he had fully adapted, Alex smiled broadly. It was time to have a little talk with dear Colonel Stryker. With a mere thought, a karmic link between Alex and Colonel Stryker manifested, and a portal appeared before him. Alex stepped through. Emerging from the portal, he found himself in a swamp, dense underbrush concealing everything from sight. Even a trained soldier would hardly notice anything amiss. However, any disguise was useless before the 6 eyes. Alex could directly see the massive military base hidden beneath the swamp and a middle-aged, sinister-looking man deep inside the base, Colonel Stryker himself. He sensed the constantly vibrating space around him and the mutant-suppressing devices in operation. These were the things preventing him from entering the base directly, but it didn't matter. All this struggle only delayed Stryker's death. Extending his index finger, a red and white singularity formed at its tip, and terrifying repulsion radiated from it, destroying everything around it. Shrubbery and the swamp were immediately annihilated, revealing the outer walls of the military base. Even though the red and white singularity had yet to be released, the sturdy metal walls were already beginning to crumble. Cursed technique reversal, red. As Alex appeared, alarms blared throughout the military base, warning everyone inside that the demon had arrived. In the deepest part of the base, in the command room, Colonel Stryker turned to Mr. Fantastic and asked, "Dr. Reed, what's going on?" Hearing the alarms, Mr. Fantastic's face changed dramatically, quickly pulling up footage from the external cameras. The scene captured by the cameras was nothing like its initial state. Everything had been destroyed. The hidden military base and all its meticulously arranged camouflage were utterly useless. High in the sky, the white-haired mutant floated in mid-air, a red and white singularity rapidly forming at the tip of his index finger, radiating a terrifying energy and unstoppable repulsion force. Chapter 89. The Mutant. Mr. Fantastic immediately recognized the man standing in the void. It was the very man who had been causing him so much trouble lately. In the past, Mr. Fantastic had always been a confident man. His incredible intelligence had never met a problem he couldn't solve with his wits. Especially after being exposed to cosmic radiation that altered the state of his cells and further enhanced his intellect, he became even more convinced of his brilliance, albeit with a calm demeanor. He believed he was the smartest being in the world. From the past to the present, this belief remained unshaken, until he encountered the white-haired mutant. Initially, S.H.I.E.L.D. sought his help to create a weapon against the white-haired mutant. He analyzed the mutant's abilities and quickly developed a weapon. Mr. Fantastic believed his spatial disruption device would easily distort the space around the white-haired mutant, interfering with his nearly invincible defense. However, after Ikari's battle the white-haired mutant, Mr. Fantastic's spatial disruption device was rendered ineffective, unable to cause any harm. Later, he created a matter-dissolving lightsaber, thinking that, wielded by a speedster, it would easily defeat the white-haired mutant. But he didn't anticipate that the mutant's reflexes could match the speedster's, allowing him to kill the speedster effortlessly. At this point, he realized the mutant's strength was growing at an alarming rate, much like his own, seemingly without limit. To counter the mutant's ever-increasing power, they developed the Red Hulk serum. The serum-enhanced Eternals, with the help of the mutant suppression device and the spatial disruption device, were expected to defeat the white-haired mutant. But again, they failed. The white-haired mutant's growth rate was far beyond Mr. Fantastic's expectations. This was the first time he felt so ignorant. Colonel Stryker, standing nearby, saw Mr. Fantastic frozen in thought and nervously asked, "Dr. Reed, what should we do now? Should we run?" "No." Mr. Fantastic shook his head, then turned to the 3 people behind him and said seriously, "First, we must release the Red Hulk to buy us some time, then use my parallel world warp device to travel to another parallel universe. Otherwise, that mutant will catch up and kill us very soon." Ivan Vanko hesitated, "But neither the Red Hulk we've created nor the parallel world warp device has been tested. There's a high chance of malfunction, and any fault in either device could be fatal for us." "No," argued the leader, whose intelligence had increased 100-fold after his mutation from gamma radiation exposure, making his brain as powerful as a supercomputer. Based on the white-haired mutant's displayed strength and the base's defenses, he calculated precisely that escaping from the mutant without obstruction was impossible. So, they had to take a chance, hoping that both the Red Hulk and the parallel world warp device would function flawlessly so they could escape. Thus, the leader and Mr. Fantastic began organizing the papers on the table. "I agree with Dr. Reed's plan. We only have a chance to escape using the parallel world warp device if the Red Hulk can hold off the white-haired mutant. And given the combat power the Red Hulk has shown so far, there is even a chance he might seriously injure the white-haired mutant. With other means, there is a possibility we could kill him." Seeing that both the leader and Mr. Fantastic were so certain, Colonel Stryker hesitated for a moment before making up his mind and forcefully pressing a button on the control panel. In the depths of the base, a terrifying figure awoke from slumber, and the intense cosmic energy and gamma rays immediately melted the steel that imprisoned him. After releasing the Red Hulk, Mr. Fantastic and the others quickly used the emergency teleportation passage to reach the deepest part of the base, where a strange spiral-shaped gate stood, connected to a parallel universe. They intended to use the parallel world warp device to escape the white-haired mutants' pursuit. As long as they successfully entered the parallel universe, they would be safe. Even the white-haired mutant, no matter how powerful, would be unable to chase them into another universe. Outside the military base, an irresistible repulsive force spread from a red-white singularity, destroying everything around it. With a mere flick of Alex's fingers, a small supernova-like attack hurtled downward, destroying everything in its path. The military base's reinforced metal walls could not resist the red-white singularity in the slightest and were instantly obliterated, turning to nothingness. Even the small amounts of adamantium within were twisted and deformed by the enormous repulsive force. The level for curse technique reversal, red, already had a portion of the potential of the imaginary technique, purple. It was a power that could destroy space. Boom! The intense shockwave spread outward from the red-white singularity's point of impact, destroying everything in its path. Shrubs and swamps for miles around disappeared, reduced to a desolate wasteland. At the center, a massive crater several hundred meters in diameter stood out like a scar on the land, an eyesore to all. Anyone who came here unaware might assume that this crater was left by some massive meteorite, but it was merely the result of a casual strike from Alex. Within the crater, the military base was gone. The soldiers stationed inside the base were annihilated by the terrifying repulsive force before they could even fight back. No trace of flesh or blood remained. Mere mortals, facing a god, are powerless. Now, Alex appeared to them as nothing short of a god. At the very center of the crater, not everything was obliterated, a single room remained. A protective shield emitting spatial waves had blocked Alex's attack, preserving the room. Yet, even though this protective shield was the combined effort of Mr. Fantastic, the leader, and Ivan Vanko, and though it hadn't taken the brunt of the red-white singularity, it was still severely damaged. Inside the room, Mr. Fantastic stared in shock at the dozens of extinguished arc reactors, exclaiming in disbelief. What kind of power is this? It's already on par with a small supernova explosion. We must hurry, even the Red Hulk can't hold him off for long. Apart from the room, which had been meticulously reinforced by Mr. Fantastic and the others, one other being survived, a Red Hulk. Hit directly by the red-white singularity, his skin had shattered, and a large portion of his body had disappeared under the intense repulsive force, but he was still alive, and his skin was regenerating visibly. This red figure stood over 5 meters tall, his body covered in glowing arc reactors, continuously supplying him with energy. In Alex's perception, these arc reactors had fully integrated with the giant, fusing with his regenerative factors, and could regenerate as well. He was the ultimate weapon created by the combined genius of Mr. Fantastic and his team. The ultimate Red Hulk. Faced with such a formidable foe, Alex's grin grew even more defiant. Interesting. Chapter 90. After being released, an endless fury engulfed the Red Hulk. The immense torment experienced during his transformation had turned him into a pure killing machine, ready to rip apart everything in his path. Naturally, due to the programming of the chip implanted in his brain, his primary target was the floating figure in the sky, the white hair. The arc reactors within the Red Hulk began to tremble violently, emitting an immense amount of energy. Dozens of reactors unleashed their combined power, fusing with cosmic rays and gamma radiation to enhance the Red Hulk's physical capabilities. With his leg muscles tightening, the Red Hulk launched himself at Alex with tremendous force. As he charged towards Alex, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. Endless flames erupted from within, amplified by the vast energy inside him, turning him into a flaming god of war. This was the mutation ability of Sunspot, but after being enhanced by the arc reactors, cosmic energy, and gamma rays, its energy output increased by several orders of magnitude. Faced with the oncoming Red Hulk, Alex was eager to test his own power now that his energy absorption had reached level 5. In the next moment, the two collided violently in midair. Boom! 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 Piercing thunderclaps exploded in the sky, with black and red lightning intertwining with crimson lightning, destroying everything within several kilometers. The shockwaves from their clash blasted outward, causing the already devastated wasteland to sink several meters further, disturbing the air currents and creating a hurricane that affected the surrounding environment for dozens of kilometers. In the nearby town, the residents could clearly see the black, red and crimson lightning bursting on the horizon, as if two gods were fighting among mortals. At the center of their clash, a red figure was hurled from the chaotic energy, crashing violently into the ground and creating a crater dozens of meters wide. With just a single blow, the Red Hulk had been sent flying. The arm he had used to strike Alex had shattered completely, scattering gold, radiation-laden blood across the area. However, with a healing factor no less potent than Wolverine's, the Red Hulk's shattered body rapidly began to regenerate, and he charged at Alex once more. After a brief exchange, Alex used his 6 eyes to analyze the Red Hulk's abilities completely. First, the Red Hulk possessed strength surpassing that of the standard Hulk. He could absorb various forms of energy to continually enhance his physical attributes, and he could create energy flames around his body to burn any target nearby. Second, he had the powers of a sentinel, equipped with multiple mutant abilities that allowed him to adapt and change according to his opponents and surroundings. Finally, strengthened by the dozens of arc reactors implanted in his body, he could burn through all their energy in a short time to grant himself a massive power boost, amplifying all his abilities to a superhuman level. Moreover, Alex detected that there were eternal constructs within him, items likely obtained by Colonel Stryker from the Eternals during their collaboration, now fully integrated into the Red Hulk's adamantium skeleton, making it indestructible. This was an artificially created monster, stronger than both the Hulk and the Eternals. Upon realizing the full extent of the Red Hulk's abilities, Alex felt no fear, only greater exhilaration. This kind of powerful opponent would allow him to showcase his level 5 energy absorption capabilities to their fullest extent. White wings spread open behind Alex, and as red-black energy currents surged over his body, he appeared both divine and demonic. In his white-winged state, his physical abilities were enhanced further. As the Red Hulk charged at him, Alex was enveloped in red-black lightning. He swung his fist at the Red Hulk's head. Even though the Red Hulk quickly transformed into a metallic state, his head was still easily shattered by Alex's blow. Despite his body's near-indestructible steel form, it was brutally destroyed. After obliterating the head, Alex did not stop. He placed his hand on the Red Hulk's chest, and a red-white singularity struck directly against the giant's torso. The next moment, the Red Hulk was sent flying at hundreds of times the speed of sound, crashing into the ground and rolling across the earth, carving a trench dozens of kilometers long. Alex's excitement grew. What an excellent punching bag, he was really enjoying this. Ignoring Stryker and his team's attempt to escape, Alex, with his mastery of teleportation at level 4, knew that no matter which parallel universe they fled to, they could not escape his pursuit. With a single step, he teleported, twisting space to warp himself to the Red Hulk's crash site instantly. At this point, the Red Hulk's chest had completely caved in. Even with his reinforced skeleton, he could not withstand the red-white singularity's attack, it was effortlessly destroyed. While the wound on the Red Hulk's chest was still regenerating, Alex reached out his arm. His body, already surpassing mortal limits, further strengthened by energy, had become something beyond human comprehension. He forcefully plunged his hand into the monster's chest and tore it open. An adamantium bone, fused with eternal technology, was forcibly ripped out. Hot, golden blood splattered on Alex's chest, only to be absorbed instantly by the swirling black-red energy around him, reduced to ash in an instant. After discarding the adamantium bone, Alex continued dismantling the Red Hulk's body. He stepped on the Red Hulk's chest. Despite the giant's frantic struggle, which devastated the surrounding area for several kilometers, he could not break free from the seemingly frail white-haired man's grip. Alex's other foot pressed down slightly, crushing the Red Hulk's leg, while his hand tugged violently. With a loud crack, Alex tore the Red Hulk's leg off at the root. The bones regenerated, only to be immediately destroyed again, in a continuous loop. Under the dual torment of excruciating pain and mental breakdown, even the Red Hulk, whose consciousness had been worn down by experiments, began to feel fear. He struggled desperately to escape, but he could not break free from Alex's hold. Through repeated experimentation, Alex had confirmed his power, his physical strength alone could now crush even Thanos. Finally, Alex decided to test one last ability. He lifted his foot, releasing the Red Hulk from his restraint. Sensing this, the Red Hulk tried to flee immediately, his newly regenerated legs smashing through the rocks below as he leaped away, reaching speeds of several times the speed of sound in an instant. But just as he attempted to escape, not yet 20 meters from Alex, a vast amount of energy condensed around him, forming countless chains that bound him tightly. The Red Hulk, indestructible in body, could not even break a single chain and was held fast. And, more terrifyingly, the seemingly limitless energy within him began to drain rapidly, being swallowed by an unknown vortex. Chapter 91. Alex continued to absorb energy from his surroundings, becoming a terrifying vortex that turned the area within a 20-meter radius into a vacuum devoid of energy. Even molecular motion nearly came to a halt, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, approaching absolute zero. Everything around them began to shatter from the extreme cold, yet two figures remained standing amidst the freezing environment. One of them was Alex, the creator of this chaos. He could now control energy flow, even defying the laws of physics by forcing energy to move from low to high concentrations, leaving him unaffected. The other figure was the Red Hulk. Unlike Alex, the Red Hulk barely held on, relying on the vast energy within his body. However, as time passed, the energy drained rapidly, and the dozens of arc reactors embedded in his body began to dim. System notifications kept ringing in Alex's mind. Energy points +1. Energy points +1. Energy points +1. Meanwhile, the Red Hulk's muscles began to wither, and the seemingly limitless energy within him quickly depleted. In just a matter of seconds, his energy reserves were completely exhausted. His body, once ablaze with flames, now cooled down, matching the absolute zero temperature of the environment. Satisfied with the immense power of his energy absorption, Alex smiled. He took a step and appeared in the sky above a military base. Behind him, the Red Hulk's body disintegrated into dust, blown away by the wind over the ruins. Hovering above the military base, Alex used his enhanced perception to locate Stryker and his team. Through his heightened senses, Alex saw Stryker and his men entering a vortex-like portal. From the portal, Alex could sense a familiar presence, an alternate universe, one he had only become aware of after reaching level 4 with his teleportation ability. Clearly, Stryker was attempting to flee to a parallel universe to escape Alex's wrath. In the past, this might have worked, but now Alex could travel across parallel universes. No matter where Stryker ran, not even another universe could save him from his fate. With a flicker of his white wings, Alex arrived at a space-shielded room. A flash of purple light appeared in his hand as he formed a small, imaginary dagger. With a few swift movements, he shattered the room's energy shield effortlessly, destroying the adamantium walls behind it as well. The destruction of the adamantium walls caught the attention of the Fantastic Four, but they remained calm, confident that the interior shield would protect them. Unlike the previous one, this shield operated on the same principle as a molecular disintegration laser, capable of disintegrating anything that came near it. Although the energy consumption was immense, requiring an arc reactor every 3 seconds, they believed it was a worthy cost to buy time for their escape. At this moment, Alex finally stood face to face with the man who had been hunting him since his arrival in this world, Colonel Stryker. Stryker stared at the white-haired mutant with burning hatred. Because of this man, all of Stryker's efforts to suppress mutants had been undone. The government, fearing Alex's power, had been forced to enact laws that liberated mutants, wiping out everything Stryker had worked for. And because of Alex, Stryker's influence in the government had diminished. His repeated failures had eroded the trust of his superiors, and if not for the funding from a mysterious organization, his research would have been shut down long ago. Stryker gritted his teeth and said, "Cursed mutant, just wait. The next time we meet will be the day you die." Alex responded with a light chuckle and ignored him. Mr. Fantastic looked at Alex with a serious expression and said, "Alex, you're an unstable force. Your power has no limit, and you pose a threat to the multiverse. The next time we meet, I will erase you." Alex showed no reaction to Mr. Fantastic's declaration. Instead, he asked curiously, "Are you sure you can escape?" Mr. Fantastic smiled confidently. "With your current abilities, crossing between parallel universes is impossible. Even if you eventually gain that power, how will you find us in the vast multiverse?" His confidence stemmed from his vast intelligence, which restored the self-assurance that Alex had once shattered. Mr. Fantastic added, "We will meet again." With that, he and Stryker's team stepped into the device that would transport them to another universe, disappearing from sight. At the same moment, the external energy shield vanished. Watching them vanish, Alex remained calm. He used his power to obliterate everything within a kilometer radius, destroying the few remaining devices designed to interfere with space. Then, he opened a portal of his own. Smiling at the disbelieving Mr. Fantastic, Alex said, "Dr. Reed Richards, we meet again." "You?" Mr. Fantastic was stunned. With all his intelligence, he couldn't understand how Alex had crossed into this universe so easily or how he tracked them down. Though confused, Reed knew there were more pressing matters. He shouted to his teammates, who were waiting for him in the distance, "Run! The three figures were the remaining members of the Fantastic Four. Reed had foreseen his potential defeat and sent them to another universe, hoping to keep them safe from Alex. But to his horror, as soon as he warned them, Reed realized they had already disappeared. Trembling, he turned to see Alex standing there with his three teammates in tow. They were frantically trying to use their powers to escape from the twisted energy field surrounding them, but their abilities, so formidable against ordinary foes, were insignificant against Alex. Alex grabbed the invisible woman by the throat and lifted her effortlessly, ignoring the shouts of anger from the Human Torch and the Thing. He smiled warmly at Reed Richards and said, "I believe, Dr. Richards, that the Fantastic Four pose a threat to the multiverse as well. Therefore, I sentence you all to death." Massive energy surged into the invisible woman's body, spreading like veins from her neck to her entire form. "No!" Reed screamed in despair, watching as the invisible woman exploded like a bomb, flames engulfing the Human Torch and the Thing. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Reed, having lost his girlfriend and closest friends, completely lost control. He knew Alex wouldn't have died in the blast. Sure enough, moments later, Alex stepped out of the raging flames, completely unscathed. He looked at the broken Reed Richards and sneered, "You won't get the chance." Countless spatial slashes engulfed Reed, and his elastic body, immune to most physical attacks, was torn apart, reduced to a mass of twisted, string-like remains. After dealing with Mr. Fantastic, Alex turned his gaze towards Stryker and his remaining men hiding in the distance. He smiled and said, "Colonel Stryker, we meet again. Are you ready?" Chapter 92. Facing the gentle smile of Alex, Stryker felt as though all the blood in his body had frozen. The world around him suddenly seemed to lose its color, everything appearing as unreal as a dream. How was it possible that this mutant could travel through parallel universes? Mr. Fantastic and the others had made it clear that it was impossible for him to cross parallel universes, let alone find them in the vast expanse of alternate realities. What was happening now? This must be a dream. Yes, this is definitely a dream. The overwhelming pressure from white hair and the fear of imminent death twisted and intertwined in Stryker's mind, eventually shattering his sanity, driving him into madness. Seeing this, Alex wasn't pleased. "Stryker, don't worry, I'll heal you." He was so kind-hearted that he couldn't bear to see Stryker's will crumble. That would be too boring, wouldn't it? So, Alex slowly approached Stryker, preparing to use reverse cursed technique to heal him. At level 4, the reverse curse technique could heal any illness, returning its target to their original state. It could even work on non-living objects, so healing Stryker's broken mind was no trouble at all. As Alex moved towards Stryker, two of Stryker's henchmen quietly started to back away. Seeing Alex turn his gaze towards them, one of the henchmen, Leader, twisted his already grotesque face into an even more disgusting grin and nervously said to Alex, "Alex, could you spare me? I could be of use to you." "Yes, I can serve you too," Ivan Vanko quickly added. Alex thought for a moment and then nodded. "Indeed, you're both quite clever. Having you under my command would be quite beneficial." Leader and Ivan lit up with hope. But suddenly, a terrifying repulsive force enveloped Leader. Green blood splattered everywhere, covering Ivan Vanko and blinding his sight. Trembling, Ivan wiped the blood from his face, looking at the lifeless, mutilated body of Leader, only to hear the low whisper of the mutant. "Too bad, you're too ugly for my liking." Ivan Vanko quickly smoothed his hair and wiped off the sticky green blood on his face, forcing a nervous smile at Alex. "Alex, I'm not ugly. I'm not ugly." Alex gave him a quick once-over, and as Vanko's heart raced wildly, Alex said slowly, "A little ugly." Ivan Vanko tensed up. But still somewhat human. Finally, Ivan relaxed, wagging his metaphorical tail like a dog in front of Alex. "Yes, yes. I will serve you with my life." But before he could finish his sentence, the twisted force field swallowed him, blending the red and green blood on the ground into an indistinguishable mess. The mutant's voice echoed once more. "Too bad, you were the first to lift your left foot. That's a big no-no for me, so you had to die." Ignoring the mixture of red and green blood, Alex approached Stryker and used the reverse curse technique to restore his sanity. Then, with a bright smile on his face, Alex said to the now conscious Stryker, "We have plenty of time. Let's take it slow." The screams and sound of bones breaking continued for hours before finally stopping. Opening a portal and returning to his original universe, Alex felt refreshed and invigorated. It was as if the thorn that had been stuck in his throat since crossing into this world had finally been pulled out. Returning to his seaside villa, Alex did nothing but lie on his bed and fall into a deep sleep. At this point, all of his enemies on Earth had been eliminated. No one could threaten him anymore. Alex's restless spirit had finally calmed down for the first time in a long while. For the next few days, aside from training his skills, Alex did nothing else. He finally allowed himself to rest for a while. During this time, Alex focused on training his skills in vector manipulation and the wings of the unknown. As he trained, he discovered that the white wing and the black wing were somehow connected. While training the white wing, he noticed that his experience in the black wing increased as well. After some thought, Alex understood why. In the original lore, the white wing was a perfected version of the black wing. The two were always connected, with one being the superior version of the other. Therefore, training the white wing would naturally improve the black wing as well. After 10 days, the three skills had significantly improved. Vector manipulation plus 1 experience point. Congratulations! Your skill, vector manipulation, has leveled up. Vector manipulation LV3, January 3000. You can control the direction of any understood vector, creating imaginary vector axes, including forces, velocities, accelerations, displacements, impulses, momenta, electric field intensities, magnetic flux densities, etc. You can also analyze the nature of observed phenomena. Black wing of the unknown plus 1 experience point. Congratulations! Your skill, Black Wing of the Unknown, has leveled up. Black Wing of the Unknown LV2, 1/300 manipulate phase forces in space to form black wings, greatly enhancing the user's strength. White Wing of the Unknown plus 1 experience point. Congratulations! Your skill, White Wing of the Unknown, has leveled up. White Wing of the Unknown LV2, 1/300 manipulate phase forces in space to form white wings, greatly enhancing the user's strength. After reaching level 5 in energy absorption, Alex's precision in energy control had improved drastically, which also sped up the accumulation of skill experience. During these 10 days, Alex focused mainly on training vector manipulation. Now at level 3, he could reflect any understood vector and analyze observed objects. Once he fully understood the nature of something, he could reflect its forces. Unlike others, Alex not only had a brain capable of calculations rivaling an insane computer, but he also possessed the 6 eyes. The 6 eyes allowed Alex to clearly see the energy pathways and help him analyze the essence of those energies. Combined with his computational brain, Alex could analyze energy much faster than others could. Though his template fusion was currently only at 36%, giving him access to only 36% of the computational power, Alex knew that as his fusion increased, he would eventually surpass the limits. Controlling 3 infinity stones orbiting around him, Alex absorbed large amounts of energy, increasing his template fusion rate. He drew a circle and found himself at a seaside volcano. As he stood atop the volcano, Alex used the 6 eyes to peer deep into the magma below. In just a few days, the Celestials would arrive on Earth, and he needed to prepare a gift for them. And the Celestial about to be born on Earth would be the perfect vessels for this gift. Chapter 93. Based on the final battle scene of the Eternals, it's judged that the Celestial slumbering in the core of the Earth will soon awaken. This must be the closest point to where he will emerge. Within the range of his 6 eyes vision, Alex couldn't detect any high-energy life forms. So, he directly leaped into the magma, diving deeper toward the Earth's core. The 1000-degree heat of the magma did no harm to Alex. His energy absorption isolated all surrounding heat, not even damaging his clothing in the slightest. As he descended deeper, the pressure around him grew more intense, but Alex's speed didn't falter. He maintained his original pace. With time, he passed through the magma's deepest point, reaching the solid rock below. Still moving swiftly, a violet illusory sphere materialized in front of him, erasing the rock in his path and clearing a road for him to continue downward. Suddenly, Alex stopped. Through his 6 eyes, he saw a massive humanoid form radiating tremendous energy, like a titan from myth, slumbering deep beneath the earth. Hot energy continuously flowed from the core into the gigantic celestial, being absorbed and nourishing its growth. This was a celestial. They grew within a planet's core, continuously absorbing its nutrients. And when they fully matured, it would signal the planet's destruction. Gazing at the infant celestial before him, Alex smiled mysteriously, then moved to its head. Placing his palm on its forehead, yellow energy lines spread from the infant celestial's brow. Even a fully grown celestial, only at the single universe level, couldn't completely resist the energy of the Mind Stone, let alone an unborn infant celestial. Under the influence of the Mind Stone, the Celestial's mind was altered, gradually shaped by Alex's will. Once the yellow energy had fully enveloped the Celestial's body, Alex smiled with satisfaction, opened a portal, and returned to his seaside villa. Everything was ready now, just waiting for the imminent arrival of the Celestials. Days passed, and Alex didn't encounter any of the Celestial members. Instead, Tony Stark came looking for him. At that moment, Tony didn't seem in great shape, his body bore multiple scrapes, and there was even a burn mark on his chest. Activating his reverse technique, Alex healed Tony's body, and with curiosity, he asked, "What did you do to get injured?" By now, Tony had mastered both magic and technology. He even possessed a symbiote, and his research on nano-armor was nearly complete. His strength had grown many times over compared to the original timeline, even surpassing the Hulk. Moreover, the Sorcerer Supreme had declared that once Alex left this universe, she would pass the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme to Tony, entrusting him with Earth's protection until Doctor Strange could assume the role. This meant the Sorcerer Supreme acknowledged Tony's current power. He was, at least, capable of defending Earth for a few years. So why was Tony hurt, despite his significant enhancement? Tony sighed. "I was resting in a villa a few days ago when suddenly, dozens of people with glowing red skin ambushed me. Even after activating my nano-armor and using magic to defeat them, I still couldn't avoid injury. Your ability is really useful. My injuries were healed in just seconds, and I even had a broken bone." At Tony's praise, Alex merely smiled. "I suppose those people were superhumans injected with the Extremis virus?" Tony was surprised, he hadn't told Alex the details. But then, he remembered Alex had demonstrated predictive abilities before. He likely knew about the Extremis virus long ago. Somewhat resentfully, Tony added, "You knew but didn't tell me. I wouldn't have gotten hurt otherwise. But you're unharmed and gained combat experience, didn't you?" "That's true. By the way, because of the symbiote and Eternal's body you gave me, I've finally developed a new type of nano-armor." Tony tossed Alex a sleek, futuristic bracelet and continued. "This bracelet compresses a large number of nanobots. The first time you wear it, they'll bind to your mind, and after that, you can activate them with just a thought. They're as durable as the Eternal's armor and possess the symbiote's regenerative abilities. The only downside is that they require a lot of energy, but I'm sure that won't be an issue for you." Alex fastened the bracelet to his wrist and, with a mere thought, the liquid-like nanobot spread from his wrist, covering his entire body. Once fully equipped, Alex noticed that even without using significant energy, his physical strength had clearly increased. Plus, the nanobots could alter their appearance based on his desires, changing into various styles of clothing. Alex was quite satisfied with them. After seeing Tony Stark off, Alex began researching his pocket dimension. As his strength continued to grow, even though the limitless technique remained at level 4, its power had significantly improved. His pocket dimension now spans several thousand cubic meters. Based on his theory, once the power of his template surpassed the single universe limit and reached the multiverse level, infinity stones and lesser energies would no longer enhance his template fusion. After careful consideration, Alex devised his future advancement plan. Create a universe. Starting with his pocket dimension, he would build a true universe from scratch. Plunging his consciousness into the pocket dimension, Alex first activated the eternal flame, allowing it to float in the dimension's sky. The blazing, undying flame burned intensely like a sun, illuminating the pocket dimension. The energy it emitted flowed according to complex patterns under Alex's fine-tuned control, utilizing the barrier technique from the world of JUJUTSU KAISEN. With the enhanced energy, the technique became more powerful, stabilizing and expanding the pocket dimension. Next, Alex activated the casket of ancient winters. From the bottom of the pocket dimension, extreme cold formed a layer of solid ice, creating land. Manipulating the casket's energy, the growth rate of the pocket dimension accelerated. The two opposing energies represented positive and negative, yin and yang or balance, merging to form the world's foundation. With Alex's focused efforts, the pocket dimension, though still imperfect, eventually stabilized. The combined energies of the eternal flame and the casket of ancient winters continued to expand the space until it reached the size of a small town. As the energies intermingled, they formed a higher quality energy, one with more potential for future growth, though still weaker than the infinity stones for now. But this was only the union of the eternal flame and the casket of ancient winters. What if it were the Phoenix Force combined with other higher dimensional energies? That would create an energy surpassing the level of the infinity stones. In time, Alex was sure he could achieve this. According to his instincts, his current energy absorption and six eyes were capable of controlling a small fragment of the Phoenix Force. When these abilities reached level 8 or 9, he could fully control all fragments of this energy and shape his pocket dimension into a true infinite multiverse, making him a power beyond comprehension. Using the barrier technique to stabilize the pocket dimension, Alex reflected and set out a 5-year development plan. 1. Search across multiverses and worlds for more treasures containing infinite energy, continually enhancing his pocket dimension until it evolved into a universal-level space, and eventually in multiverse. 2. Find vast sources of energy to unlock new character panels. 3. Constantly train and refine his abilities, increasing their levels. With the floating energy dissipating, Alex was about to head to a party Tony was hosting when he sensed something and looked toward the sky. A towering giant appeared in the distance, larger than anything humans have seen with their own eyes personally and radiating terrifying energy. His massive form dwarfed the earth, emitting a wild and overwhelming power visible even to the naked eye. This was Arishem the Judge, the leader of the Celestials. At Kamartaj, the moment Arishem appeared, the Ancient One looked toward his direction. Her gaze seemed to pierce through infinite time and space, focusing on the towering giant beyond the earth. In the next moment, she shifted her gaze to another direction, where the white-haired man also watched Arishem from afar. Faced with the celestial leader, an ancient single-universe level being who had existed for countless ages, his eyes held not a trace of fear. However, the Ancient One knew that the gap in power was not something that could be bridged by courage alone. Though she didn't understand why Alex hadn't left earlier, now that Arishem had descended, he was doomed to be trapped. The difference in strength was too great, like an ant trying to stop an elephant, utterly futile. The Ancient One sighed softly, her gaze complex, unsure of what to think. In Asgard, within the Grand Palace at the center, Odin awakened from his slumber, sensing the terrifying disturbance in the flow of energy. His gaze pierced through endless time and space, focusing on the celestial that had descended upon Earth. Immediately, Odin understood the reason for the celestial's arrival. It was the white-haired human he'd seen. Realizing this, Odin sighed as well. He did not inform Thor, fearing that his son might recklessly rush to aid their benefactor, Alex. Although Alex had done Asgard a great favor in the past, they couldn't risk the entire realm to support him. Odin had to prioritize the safety of the countless citizens of Asgard. This was the burden of a king, as well as the helplessness that came with the title. In his younger days, Odin had once donned the destroyer armor in an attempt to challenge the Celestials, yet even then, he was utterly defeated. Now, with the destroyer armor destroyed and his body aged, the situation was far more dire. He could only hope that the judge would declare Alex innocent. That was Odin's only prayer to his ancestors. Unlike Odin and the Ancient One, Alex stared at the towering giant on the horizon with unconcealed excitement. He brushed back his hair, slicking it into a sharp style. 30-meter-long white wings unfurled from his back, amplifying him in all aspects. 3 infinity stones flew out of his pocket dimension, revolving around him and emitting searing energy, which he absorbed without hesitation. With his energy absorption at level 5, his body disregarded the usual limits and operated at full capacity. Vectors swirled around Alex, space quaking from the intensity. Through the fine control granted by his 6 eyes, Alex adjusted himself to peak condition. Come, Celestial, come and receive your gift. Chapter 94. Arishem arrived on Earth, his body almost as large as the planet itself. From Earth, he appeared like a vast canopy hanging over the sky. The moment he arrived, Arishem detected the disappearance of the Eternals and quickly gleaned the details of what had occurred from the information on Earth. The facts surprised him. The Eternals he had dispatched to Earth had been killed by a single human, specifically, a mutant descended from the Deviants. The Eternals' mission was to exterminate the remaining Deviants on Earth and protect humanity, ensuring the survival of the nascent Celestial. For them to be killed by the descendants of their own prey was a dramatic twist of fate. Curiosity, rare for him, arose. He wanted to learn more about this mutant named Alex, and he would judge him accordingly. With Arishem's abilities, he instantly pinpointed Alex's location. Subtle waves of energy rippled through the air as several rings suddenly materialized around Alex, binding his body and attempting to pull him toward Arishem. Black and red energy currents surged around Alex, spreading out from his body. Then, with the force comparable to a small supernova, a repulsive force erupted from within him, obliterating everything around him. Even the energy rings binding him showed signs of damage. This piqued Arishem's interest, and he immediately increased the number of rings. Dozens of energy rings now bound Alex, and even his level 4 technique reversal, red, could not affect them. However, as purple electricity crackled around Alex, the rings, which could withstand the force of a supernova, instantly shattered, destroyed by the annihilation of apparent mass. This display finally caused Arishem to regard him seriously. Manipulating extreme repulsive and gravitational forces to distort space, creating apparent mass, this is the nascent form of material creation. I'm curious, how did you acquire such power? Arishem's voice resonated across every corner of Earth. Initially, he had intended to communicate telepathically with Alex, but found he couldn't enter his mind, forcing him to communicate through spoken words. Alex, unaware of this, stepped into the depths of space after annihilating the energy rings that had bound him. He now faced Arishem in the dark, vast expanse of the universe. In response to the Celestial's question, Alex replied calmly, "I earned it through my talent and hard work." Arishem. Although he didn't understand how Alex had acquired this power, Arishem knew that such abilities could never be gained through talent and hard work alone. Who did he think he was, Franklin Richards? As the Celestial remained silent, Alex asked, "So, how do you plan to judge me? Life or death?" Faced with this mortal's defiance, Arishem remained silent, scanning Alex with subtle energy waves before his majestic voice responded. "The unknown mutant ability you possess is valuable, so you deserve to live. However, because you killed the Eternals I dispatched to Earth, interfering with the birth of the new Celestial, you must be punished. You will be transformed into a new Eternal, all your memories erased, and you will take their place in guarding the nascent Celestial's birth. But as punishment, you will have no allies and will endure a lonely existence for eternity." Hearing Arishem's lofty judgment, Alex didn't get angry. Instead, he calmly asked, "What gives you the right to judge me?" Arishem replied, "The Celestials maintain the order of the universe. We are its creators and protectors. Mortal, you can question us, but you can never defy us." Arishem's voice echoed across every corner of Earth, making everyone aware of what was happening. Different reactions arose from human society. Due to Alex's overwhelming presence, the majority of people outwardly supported him, hoping to avoid the inevitable cleansing that would come after he dominated the world. On social platforms, they wrote, "Go, brother. You're the best. That dumb Celestial doesn't stand a chance. Keep going, we'll always support you. White-haired mutant is unbeatable." On the other hand, a small group of die-hard opponents of the white-haired mutant raged online. "Damn that white-haired mutant, even this so-called Celestial have come to judge him. His end is near. The white-haired mutant will die. Humanity won't be defeated by a lowly mutant. The true rulers of this world are humans. No matter how triumphant a mutant is now, they'll ultimately be crushed." Then there was the mutant population, a group wholly different from the previous two. For them, the white-haired mutant was their absolute champion, especially after he slaughtered the military and destroyed the White House. His support among mutants had reached its peak. "All hail the savior. Destroy that arrogant Celestial. You're invincible. There's no way you can fail. You'll lead mutants to rule the world." But unlike these ignorant mortals, those who understood the might of the Celestials, be they superhumans or those like Odin and the Sorcerer Supreme who had been observing from afar, were far less optimistic. They watched Alex with deep concern, unsure of how he would face the invincible Celestial before him. Alex, unaware of what was happening on the internet and even if he knew, wouldn't care, focused all his attention on the Celestial in front of him. His gift was ready to be delivered. With a smile, Alex asked Arishem, "What if I resist? You will face even harsher punishment." Arishem calmly replied. Alex stopped bantering. The 3 infinity stones orbiting his body shone with blinding brilliance, and he absorbed their infinite energy, pushing his power to the limit. Alex extended his index finger, forming a red and white singularity before him, which expanded into a 10-meter-wide supernova. Technique reversal, red. The supernova shot toward Arishem, twisting time and space with its terrifying repulsive force, creating ripples visible to the naked eye. But to Arishem, who could easily crush the Eternals, this attack was nothing. With a mere thought, he casually folded space, and the supernova was instantly annihilated. Faced with this feeble resistance, Arishem remained unperturbed, saying coldly, "Futile resistance." He extended his colossal hand, larger than mountains, toward Alex. Around Alex, time and space were distorted. If not for his immunity to psychic abilities granted by the system, his mind would have been invaded, stripping him of any will to resist. Odin and the Sorcerer Supreme, unable to watch any longer, knew Alex would soon be effortlessly subdued by Arishem, transformed into a new Eternal, and have all his secrets laid bare. But at that moment, a mountain-sized portal opened in front of Alex, and a similarly massive arm emerged, intercepting Arisham's attack. Under the gaze of everyone, the portal expanded, and a giant as large as mountains stepped out of the magma to stand beside Alex, facing Arisham. For the first time in millennia, Arisham's tone shifted, demanding, "Mortal. You interrupted the birth of a new celestial and now control him." Alex sneered, "What did you expect? Should I just sit back and watch him drain all of Earth's energy, turning it into a dead planet? Helping the celestial's birth and dying for it is your honor." Arisham replied, his towering presence now tinged with fury. Alex, smiling, responded, "To hell with your honor. My fate is mine to decide, and no one else's." "I retract my earlier judgment," Arisham said, his anger now clear. "You deserve death." Unfazed by Arisham's fury, Alex simply controlled the 3 infinity stones, sending them toward the infant celestial and embedding them into its forehead. "You!" Arisham instantly realized what Alex was doing and tried to fire energy beams to stop him, but it was too late. With the power of the 3 infinity stones, the weak life force of the infant celestial surged, and vast energy poured into it, igniting its life force to burn brighter and hotter. Where the infant celestial was once child-sized compared to Arisham, it now rapidly grew to match his size, standing in opposition like 2 primordial creators locked in battle. However, unlike Arisham, the energy fueling the infant celestial's growth was drawn from the infinity stones, burning its life away. In time, it would exhaust its life force and return to Earth as nourishment. Arisham knew what had happened, and his voice, filled with unmasked rage, roared, "You damned mortal! You've defiled the celestial, using the Mind Stone to control its consciousness and turning it into your puppet for battle. You deserve to die." Alex didn't reply. Instead, he coldly asked Arisham, "Celestial, do you bleed?" Under the shocked gaze of the Sorcerer Supreme, Odin, and the fearful eyes of every human on Earth, the 3 infinity stones unleashed boundless light and heat. Alex entered the infant celestial's skull, gaining full control over its body. Then, a moon-sized supernova formed in the infant celestial's right hand and was slammed into Arisham's face. At that moment, Arisham could no longer remain calm and was forced to retreat to avoid the attack. Such a powerful strike was something even he couldn't ignore. Energy swirled around Arisham's arm as he collided head-on with the newborn celestial controlled by Alex. The terrifying shockwaves instantly spread in all directions, destroying everything in their path. The Sorcerer Supreme's face changed drastically as she teleported to Asgard, where Odin immediately synchronized with her, sending her energy. With Odin and the Time Stone's help, the mirror dimension erupted into being, not to drag Alex and Arisham into it, but to envelop the entire solar system. She couldn't influence either celestial in the slightest. All she could do was hide the solar system to shield it from the catastrophic battle and prevent its destruction. The shockwave traveled quickly, passing by a planet and completely tearing apart its surface, as if the planet would disintegrate at any moment. This force kept spreading, moving at supersonic speed, and hit a woman rushing toward Earth, sending her flying and making her cough up blood. Captain Marvel looked in shock toward Earth. What on earth was happening there? At the same time, after being directly struck by a supernova the size of the moon, the celestial finally bled. Chapter 95. Arisham's arm showed obvious damage, and massive amounts of energy leaked from the wound, immediately absorbed by the newborn celestial controlled by Alex. Now, the newborn celestial, under Alex's control, acted like an amplifier, boosting Alex's abilities. With the massive energy absorption magnified, the blood flowing from Arisham's wounds was absorbed by the newborn celestial, turning into fuel to enhance its strength. The 2 giants fought madly, with endless energy spilling into the universe, destroying everything around them. The surrounding space was folded by Arisham, forming blades that slashed toward Alex. However, with limitless technique at his disposal, Alex could also manipulate space. He teleported next to Arisham and thrust an illusionary dagger, thousands of kilometers long, toward Arisham's back. But with Arisham's heightened senses, he naturally wouldn't fall victim to Alex's sneak attack. He controlled energy to strengthen his body and punched with a fist comparable to a small planet, hitting Alex directly. Yet, the terrifying force that bloomed on the surface of the newborn celestial still couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Alex's vector manipulation controlled all vectors, forming a vector axis in front of him, concentrating all the force and striking back at Arisham. The terrifying vectors ignored Arisham's defenses, piercing directly through his chest, creating mountain-sized wounds. Scorching energy flowed from the wounds, distorting the surrounding space. Arishem was injured. The great celestial had been wounded by a mortal. Although his wounds healed rapidly, Arishem still felt endless anger. This was blasphemy, an insult. As the lofty judge, the leader of the great celestials, when had he ever been treated like this? You deserve to die. Arishem declared. This time, it was no longer an impartial judgment but a personal grudge, with his tone barely hiding his fury. He no longer treated Alex as beneath him but saw him as an equal, someone he could no longer ignore. A terrifying energy wave burst from the judge Arishem, an energy capable of instantly destroying the entire solar system and beyond. Time and space around him were manipulated by Arishem, immediately enveloping Alex's power. Under the force of this immense energy, the newborn celestial's body rapidly disintegrated. Moreover, a massive energy beam formed before Arishem, containing energy comparable to a star, surging toward Alex. Earlier, Arishem had looked down on Alex from a position of superiority, judging him without using his full power. But now, after being wounded, he could no longer maintain his calm and unleashed a portion of his strength to attack Alex. Faced with such a terrifying energy beam, Alex controlled the newborn celestial, tearing open the space before him. A portal larger than a planet appeared, and Arishem's energy attack passed through it, striking him from behind. However, without the effect of vector manipulation, Arishem's armor, with its incredible defense, showed its power. The energy, enough to destroy several solar systems, couldn't harm Arishem in the slightest. Seeing the newborn celestial's body gradually disintegrate, Arishem angrily said to Alex. I will seal you in the abyss of the universe, continuously burning your soul, making you spend endless years in pain and torment. This is the price for defying a celestial. That sounds terrifying. I really don't want that though. Alex muttered to himself. You have no choice. Arishem responded. Under his immense energy, the newborn celestial's body quickly collapsed, and even with the aid of 3 infinity stones, Alex still wasn't a match for Arishem. Without the newborn celestial's help, and without the boost from the 3 infinity stones and various powerful abilities, Alex could never have hurt Arishem, and he knew that well. The previous battle was merely to buy time, for this moment. As the newborn celestial's body was about to be completely disintegrated, Alex grinned at Arishem. Oh great judge, I'm leaving first. The next time we meet, it won't be this small skirmish, I will be slaying gods. Before I go, I'll leave you a gift. I hope you like it. Arishem felt a sense of foreboding. Don't you dare escape. But it was already too late. Far more powerful energy than before began to erupt from the newborn celestial's body. The 3 infinity stones flashed brilliantly. Within the newborn celestial's head, Alex opened a portal, taking a step through and passing across layers of multiverses, entering a special universe. Then, with another step, he completely vanished from the Marvel multiverse, entering another equally magnificent multiverse. Arishem had completely lost track of Alex's presence. After countless ages, he finally understood what it felt like to be truly furious. But before he could rage for long, the immense energy stored inside the newborn celestial's body erupted. It was a massive purple imaginary mass, created with the power of the 3 infinity stones, amplified by the newborn celestial's abilities and enhanced by various other skills. Alex had sealed a planet-sized imaginary mass inside the newborn celestial, which exploded as soon as he left. The power, enough to tear through space, annihilated the surrounding void and even opened a portal to another parallel universe. The terrifying shockwave spread rapidly, about to strike the great celestial. Arishem tried to use space jumps to escape the devastating attack, but the surrounding space had already been disrupted. He couldn't escape. In the next moment, the purple energy struck Arishem completely, and his armor, harder than adamantium by tens or even hundreds of times, shattered, revealing the energy entity inside. Mortal! Arishem's cry of rage, carried by the energy, spread across the entire universe, heard by almost all civilizations. The Skrull Empire, the Kree Empire, the Shi'ar Empire, and many other cosmic civilizations heard the Celestials roar from the distant void, plunging their entire civilizations into chaos. Who in the world could have caused such fury in the great Celestial? They all remembered the name Alex and immediately began investigating, trying to discover the origin of this name. The Kree Empire was the first to learn what the name Alex represented. Due to Captain Marvel, they already had connections with Earth, and their leader, the Supreme Intelligence, was a supercomputer capable of easily searching most information in the universe. Naturally, Alex, who had recently made a name for himself on Earth, was quickly identified by the Supreme Intelligence. What? Just an earthling. How is that possible? Even if his abilities seem slightly remarkable, there's no way he could have angered a celestial to such an extent. Has his power increased 1,000-fold during this time? Is he now capable of threatening a celestial, and that's why they're focused on him? What could this earthling, Alex, have done to provoke such wrath from a celestial? They couldn't have known that Alex had taken control of a newborn celestial's body. They would never believe that an earthling had attacked a celestial, let alone gravely injured one. At the original coordinates of Earth, several massive figures appeared from the void, their bodies towering as they looked at the Judge Arishem, whose armor had already been restored. The infinite energy around them resonated with their emotions, shaking the surrounding void. Even though Arishem's appearance hadn't changed much, they didn't rely on appearances to perceive things but on the essence of energy. In their perception, Arishem's energy had clearly diminished, even if only slightly, but it was undeniable that he had been injured. What had happened? Why was their leader, the great judge, injured? Could the cosmic entities have attacked? Or was it another wielder of a major Phoenix Force fragment? They didn't even consider Odin. Even in his peak state, clad in the destroyer armor, Odin couldn't harm them and could be easily defeated. The gap between Skyfather-level beings and universe-class entities was like that between ants and humans. Arishem spoke to the other Celestials. An anomaly has appeared on Earth. A unique being with no multiversal counterparts controlled a newborn celestial that was emerging from Earth and, with the help of 3 infinity stones, attacked me. I was careless and got wounded by a mass formed from the interaction of repulsive and gravitational forces, an imaginary mass. An imaginary mass? That's the embryonic form of matter creation. Could it be that this human can create matter? Asked one of the Celestials. Arishem replied, he can't create matter yet, but this human has immense potential. He might even become the next Scarlet Witch or Franklin Richards. The other Celestials fell silent. They knew that for their judge to say such a thing, he was certain of it. But what kind of people were the Scarlet Witch and Franklin Richards? The Scarlet Witch, one of the most powerful beings in the multiverse, could rewrite reality on a massive scale, even more powerful than the Celestials themselves. And Franklin Richards, who was born with the ability to create pocket universes, was so powerful that even the Celestials weren't his match. For the judge to declare that a human named Alex could one day reach Franklin Richards' level shocked even the Celestials. Arishem concluded. He's an unstable element, highly likely to threaten the balance of the multiverse and the order we've painstakingly established. Find him. Kill him. Then, all the Celestials disappeared, their destinations unknown. Ancient One and Odin were in Asgard, observing the activity at the original location of Earth, until all the Celestials had disappeared, and they finally relaxed. With Odin's help, Ancient One removed the solar system from the mirror dimension and returned it to its original position. The 2 powerful god-level beings then fell into silence. What the hell just happened? Odin muttered. Everything that had just happened left them in shock. Even they had never witnessed something so absurd. Alex had actually injured a celestial and escaped completely unscathed. It was unbelievable. Chapter 96. On Earth, the sudden disappearance of the colossal celestial in outer space and the abrupt appearance of the distortion from the mirror dimension left all of humanity in confusion. What had just happened? Had Whitehair won or lost? Where had the celestial gone? Once again, the internet was in an uproar. Different factions of people flooded the web with their theories. Some believed Whitehair had triumphed, defeating the celestial and achieving the remarkable feat of god-slaying. Others thought Whitehair had been killed by the celestial and had fallen into hell. Still, others speculated that both Whitehair and the celestial had perished together, neither surviving the encounter. The vast majority of ordinary humans were like ants, unable to comprehend what had truly occurred. They didn't even know what the celestials were or where they had come from. They could only follow the crowd, lost and bewildered. Alex's disappearance brought significant changes to Earth. One of those changes was the end of the Mind Stone's influence, as those under its control returned to normal. Mystique huddled in despair in the corner of a soft bed, her body trembling uncontrollably. The other Hollywood actresses around her stared blankly at her, unsure why this woman, who could shift into many forms and had been highly favored by powerful men, was suddenly acting so crazily. As the Mind Stone's influence completely vanished, Mystique's mind gradually recovered, and she was horrified to realize that during this time, she had been serving her enemy, the one who had killed Charles and secretly manipulated Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Her soul trembled, and even her mutant powers spun out of control, causing her to change forms continuously. On the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, many agents woke from their trance. Nick Fury, sitting in his office, exchanged a grim look with Coulson. "Coulson, do you think Whitehair is still alive?" Fury asked. The moment his mind cleared, he had issued several commands to stabilize S.H.I.E.L.'s operations. He could hardly fathom what had transpired during this period. S.H.I.E.L.D. had fallen completely under Whitehair's control, and if Whitehair had harbored intentions of world domination, the Mind Stone's power alone would have made it easy for him to conquer the planet. Coulson thought for a moment and replied, "Even Whitehair should be dead after facing that. Celestial. But we can't be sure, so we need to prepare in case Whitehair returns. Besides," Coulson added, "there's another important task we need to address beyond Whitehair's disappearance, taking full control of the Ark spaceship." Nick Fury nodded. Whitehair taking over S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't all bad, at least they now had the means to create a symbiote army. More importantly, they had learned of the threat posed by the Mad Titan from deep space and gained access to the Ark, a spaceship with technology centuries ahead of Earth's. In Stark Tower, Tony Stark clutched his head and gazed at the sky with a complicated expression. It was clear he had been affected as well. Otherwise, with his personality, he would never have aligned himself with someone like Whitehair, who slaughtered civilians at will. Yet Whitehair had also helped him in many ways. His current nanotech armor, the magic powers he now wielded, and even the truth behind his parents' deaths were all gifts from Whitehair. This left Tony with incredibly mixed feelings. Elsewhere, Xavier's school for gifted youngsters was in chaos, the military was celebrating, and society was in a frenzy, all because of Whitehair's departure. Without anyone realizing it, the entire Earth had fallen under Whitehair's shadow. But unlike the chaos on Earth, Alex had used a cosmic junction to travel to another multiverse. And this multiverse's name was DC. Gotham, a city steeped in darkness and crime, exuded an eerie and mysterious atmosphere under the night sky. Smog had long cloaked this sickly city, blocking out any sunlight that might shine upon Gotham, ensuring it remained forever decayed and dangerous. As usual, crime and murder thrived in the city's dark corners, growing like maggots in the shadows of the towering skyscrapers. But today was different. An unexpected visitor had traversed countless dimensions and parallel worlds, arriving in this den of evil. If an ordinary person had stumbled into Gotham, it would have been their bad luck. But this visitor was no ordinary person. If anyone was bound to have bad luck, it wouldn't be him, it would be Gotham. Selina Kyle crouched, walking along the rooftops with the grace and agility of a cat. Every little ledge could serve as her landing spot, and because of her cat-like abilities, she was the world's greatest thief, capable of stealing anything. Tonight, her target was the vault of a small-time gang leader. This gang wasn't prominent in Gotham, but they dealt in jewelry, and their leader had amassed quite a collection. It was the perfect score, enough loot with minimal risk of retaliation. The heist went smoothly. Using her expert skills, she snatched a jewel she fancied and slipped away without anyone noticing. But just as she was heading back to her hideout, something unexpected happened. Zzz. The sound of sparks crackling suddenly erupted in front of her. To Selina's shock, a portal appeared out of thin air, and a young man with white hair stepped through, his eyes locking onto her. What's going on? Is he a sorcerer? After her brush with death, Selina had come to know that mysterious powers existed in the world, but she hadn't expected to encounter one so directly. Her traumatic childhood had left her with a deep-seated lack of trust. The moment the white-haired man appeared, she became as tense as a cat, baring her teeth. Who are you? Why are you here? And how did you do that just now? A series of questions tumbled from her mouth, finally drawing Alex's attention. What is this place? Alex asked, sizing up the beautiful woman before him. Using his 6 eyes, he had already gathered some clues about this universe, but he needed confirmation. This is Gotham, a city of crime and despair. If you've come here by accident, I suggest you leave immediately. This place isn't safe. Gotham. Seems like I've come to the right place, Alex mused, ignoring her warning. How dangerous could Gotham be compared to a celestial? He smiled at the young woman in front of him. I don't think that's possible. I was just battling a giant the size of a planet, I'm pretty sure he's more dangerous than Gotham. Seeing the doubt in Selina's eyes, Alex smiled but didn't explain. Instead, he asked, have you heard of Iron Man or Captain America? Selina stared blankly at the boastful man in front of her. Battling a planet-sized giant? Who did he think he was fooling? Though she mentally labeled him as unreliable, Selina still found his entrance too mysterious to ignore. She didn't want trouble, so she decided to answer honestly. Aren't those from Marvel Comics? Marvel Comics, huh? Looks like I've landed in the DC universe. Now the question is whether this is the comic version or the movie version. My instincts lean toward the movies, so even if it's not, it should be close. After a brief moment of thought, Alex glanced at the woman trying to sneak away and said warmly, "Miss, I'm new here and unfamiliar with everything. Could you let me stay with you for a while? I'll pay you a handsome reward, of course." A/N, he is the handsome reward, lol. Selina was about to refuse outright, everything about this mysterious sorcerer screamed trouble. But the sight of the priceless jewels and gold that suddenly appeared in the man's hand made her freeze. She couldn't help but stare at the treasure, nodding repeatedly as if on autopilot. Sure, you can stay at my place as long as you want." After a brief exchange with the young woman, Alex couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. The first person he encountered in the DC universe was Catwoman herself. Clearly, she was still young and inexperienced, having only recently gained her abilities and without her iconic leather suit, explaining why he hadn't recognized her at first. Thanks to the hefty sum of jewels, Selina handed over her room to Alex and opted to sleep on the couch. Surrounded by the faint scent of the young woman, Alex began to assess his current condition. Opening his system panel, he saw a flood of new notifications. Energy points, +1. Energy points, +1. Energy points, +1. Template fusion, 47%. New skill unlocked, unknown wings, colorless. Unknown wings, colorless LV1, 1 out of 100 manipulate phase energy to form an advanced version of the colorless wings, greatly enhancing the user's power. During his battle with Erishem, Alex continuously absorbed the immense energy from the Celestial, as well as the energy from the 3 Infinity Stones. He gained a large amount of energy points, and after investing these points into template fusion, the fusion level increased significantly, now reaching 47%. Additionally, because the fusion level surpassed 40%, Alex unlocked a new skill, Unknown Wings, colorless. In addition, throughout the battle, he constantly used various skills, causing their experience points to increase substantially, and one critical skill leveled up again. Imaginary Technique, purple, experience +1. Congratulations, your skill Imaginary Technique, purple, has leveled up. Imaginary Technique, purple, LV3, 1/1000 combines the Lapse Technique, blue, and Technique Reversal, red, to form an imaginary mass, releasing an energy wave capable of cutting through space, with fine control over the imaginary mass. Chapter 97. After upgrading Imaginary Technique, purple, to LV3, its power not only increased significantly, but Alex found it much easier to manipulate the imaginary mass. He could now use Technique, purple, to perform more precise operations. At LV2, Alex could only perform rough transformations, such as changing a spherical shape into a strip, forming a crude sword-like shape. It was more like a long bar than a sword. At LV3, however, Alex could now transform purple completely into a sword, even carving intricate patterns on it to make it more refined. He could even turn it into thin wires at a millimeter scale, allowing him to cut targets with great subtlety. Moreover, he could control the power of purple. Initially, it always operated at full power, but now Alex could make it touch other objects without causing any damage. The improvement in purple gave Alex a noticeable boost, and it could be said that each time a skill surpassed LV3, Alex would undergo a significant transformation. Still, despite the strength that skills could bring him, Alex needed to increase the template fusion percentage as quickly as possible. Compared to skills, the template was his foundation. From it, he could obtain more abilities, and once the fusion rate reached 100%, he would fully master the skills from the template, no longer limited by the system. What's more, if the next template was something like a scion, capable of blowing up stars, his power would undergo a qualitative leap. That was much simpler than painstakingly leveling up skills. While Alex was deep in thought, a figure draped in a bath towel walked into the room. She, as usual, intended to change into her pajamas in the bedroom, but today was different. She forgot there was now an extra guest in her small cat house. The two locked eyes in the bedroom. Alex shamelessly took in the stunning view before him, openly staring at the alluring sight. There was no denying it, Catwoman was indeed impressive. Being stared at by a strange man she had just met, even Catwoman felt uncomfortable. If the man in front of her wasn't her benefactor, with a mysterious background, she might have knocked him out cold. But cautious as ever, Catwoman refrained from acting rashly since she didn't know the full extent of the man's identity. She looked uncannily like Anne Hathaway, and instead of screaming like an ordinary girl might, she just glared. After all, in Gotham, there were no ordinary girls, especially not Catwoman. Selina shot Alex a sharp look and instinctively pulled her towel up higher, warning him. "Mister, have you stared long enough?" Any ordinary person would have averted their gaze and apologized for their rudeness, but Alex was different. He was a man who acted on his whims, in other words, shameless. Instead of apologizing, Alex continued to stare at the beautiful sight before him, replying, "Of course not. Beautiful scenery is always hard to look away from. A/N, hole up, Rizzlant." Seeing that Catwoman didn't react violently, Alex knew the jewels he had brought from the Marvel Universe were working their magic. Greedy cats could never resist shiny things. "You." Catwoman started to say something but was cut off by Alex, who said, "I just arrived in this universe and I'm in need of a capable subordinate. How about becoming my secretary?" Catwoman rejected the offer without hesitation. "Impossible. I'm free, and I won't serve anyone." But her eyes were drawn to the precious jewels in Alex's hand. The words of rejection stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Seeing the cat's sparkling eyes, Alex smiled devilishly, taking out even more jewels. In the light, the treasures shone brightly. "Are you sure? These jewels are just 1 month's salary. Besides these material trinkets, I can offer you power. In Gotham, or anywhere in this world, you won't survive without power." Symbiote tendrils writhed behind Alex, as if ready to entangle and devour Catwoman. In the end, Catwoman accepted Alex's proposal and the symbiote's power, making a wise choice. After all, Alex wasn't one of those righteous men, he had no qualms about forcing her if necessary. After all, who wouldn't want a gorgeous, curvaceous secretary? A secretary to handle business and pleasure, this was the life Alex had always dreamed of in his past life. As for the saying, "Forced fruit is not sweet," well, it still quenches thirst. In the following days, Alex didn't take immediate action. He needed to confirm the current timeline. The newly hired secretary was highly capable, not only was she beautiful, but also quite competent. Whether it was helping Alex relax or gathering intel, Catwoman proved invaluable during this period. Among the useful information she gathered was the current timeline. What Catwoman found differed slightly from the movie universe Alex was familiar with, but not by much. This universe appeared to be a parallel one, closely resembling the film universe. At the moment, Batman was active in Gotham, fighting crime. The bat signal struck fear into the hearts of criminals everywhere. Villains like the Joker and Penguin were beginning to show themselves, becoming Batman's nemeses. Superheroes from other cities were also starting to emerge: Aquaman, living in a coastal town, the Flash in Central City, and Wonder Woman, once active on battlefields. However, what caught Alex's attention was the lack of information on Superman. There had been no Black Zero event, meaning Superman had yet to reveal himself. General Zod had not yet invaded Earth, making Alex excited. After all, Kryptonians could absorb immense power from a yellow sun. Capturing a few Kryptonians would provide a continuous energy source. But that was Alex's backup plan. Kryptonians weren't easy to manage, and their resistance could be a problem. Although Alex's power now surpassed that of a Kryptonian, he didn't want to be constantly suppressing these superhumans. So, for now, his main goal was the 3 mother boxes on Earth. These devices, made from Element X, possessed numerous abilities, including energy transfer, which could provide him with a continuous source of power. Although not as limitless as the Infinity Stones, the energy they provided was still formidable and would be Alex's primary energy source in the DC universe. Currently, the 3 mother boxes were separated, each guarded by a different race. One was with humans, another with Atlantis, and the third with the Amazons on Themyscira. Because he had crossed different multiverses, Alex's portal ability was somewhat restricted. He needed to absorb and adapt to the energy of the DC multiverse, which meant he couldn't open portals to the mother box's locations directly. It's worth noting that aside from the portal ability, many of Alex's other powers had changed slightly. However, with time, these powers were quickly adapting, and his combat prowess remained unaffected. During this period, Catwoman, now enhanced by the symbiote, wandered through various cities. Her abilities had greatly improved, and while she couldn't match Superman head-on, she could now go toe-to-toe with Aquaman. As for Batman, unless it was a direct confrontation, even Catwoman could easily overpower him. But in a fair fight? Even Alex admitted he wouldn't stand a chance. A/N, LOL. Everyone knows Batman never loses a fair fight, it's practically a law of the universe. As Catwoman continued gathering intel, Alex finally got some leads. Snuggling up to Alex like a cat, her face flushed, Catwoman gave her report in a soft voice. I found Lois Lane. She'll be heading to the countryside near Metropolis in a few days to interview Clark. But I haven't found any trace of Cyborg, nor any clues about Themyscira. However, I did confirm that a man who lives in Eris, Sicily, can survive underwater. Locals call him Aquaman, and I believe he's the one you're looking for. Well done. Alex pondered his next steps. Lois Lane was about to interview Clark, meaning the Superman storyline was about to unfold. This was his only chance to capture Kryptonians. As for not finding Cyborg, Alex wasn't surprised. He might not have become Cyborg yet, or he could be hiding from the world. In any case, finding him would be difficult. If he wanted the mother boxes, Atlantis and Themyscira were the best places to start. Of these, Atlantis was Alex's first choice, as its location was easier to pinpoint. As for resistance from the Atlanteans, the White Devil doesn't care about that. Chapter 98. Several days later, NASA's emergency rescue satellite detected an anomaly. Upon further investigation, the team found strange signals originating from Ellesmere, and soldiers were dispatched to explore. Upon arriving in the Arctic, the soldiers discovered a peculiar alien spacecraft. It was a vast, cold, and desolate world, covered in ice and snow year-round. This was an extremely inhospitable place for humans. Even with proper heating equipment, there was always a risk of freezing to death. However, today, something buried deep beneath this icy wasteland had caught the attention of the outside world. Soldiers from the U.S. set up camp nearby to investigate the enormous object under the glacier. Inside one of the tents, even though the heating equipment was running continuously, it couldn't completely fend off the cold. Nevertheless, the group remained huddled together, curious about what lay beneath the glacier. Their intense curiosity made them ignore the freezing temperatures as they excitedly discussed the possibilities. At that moment, the future female lead, Lois Lane, a woman strong enough to keep up with Superman, arrived at the camp to negotiate with the soldiers. True to her reputation as a woman who could hold her own against Superman, Lois stood her ground even when facing a colonel, causing Colonel Hardy, who was in charge of the area, to yield to her. Lois entered the lab, where she, Dr. Emil Hamilton, and Colonel Hardy listened to a briefing from one of the staff members. The ice shelf is seriously interfering with our probes, but there's definitely something down there, and the ice around it is nearly 20,000 years old. The people present were visibly shocked. Humanity was primitive and ignorant during that time, unable to survive in such conditions, let alone create something so massive. Could it be the remnants of aliens or the ruins of an ancient civilization? The light in Lois Lane's eyes brightened. She believed this was a monumental discovery. As night fell, the environment grew even colder. Although the soldiers tried to stop her from wandering around, but Lois wasn't going to listen. Braving the cold, she ventured out with her camera, hoping to capture something. Instead, she saw a humanoid figure walking in the distance. Curiosity got the better of her, and she followed the figure, only to be knocked back by a robot. Then, a strange man appeared and destroyed the robot. This man was extraordinary. In the frigid temperature of -40 degrees Celsius, he wore nothing but a torn white hoodie, yet he showed no signs of discomfort. Louise felt a wave of fear, realizing that deep underground, there was no one to help her. If the man before her turned violent, no one would hear their struggle. After a brief struggle, the man, Clark, took responsibility. Not only did he stop Lois bleeding, but he also safely escorted her back to the surface. The spacecraft took off and disappeared, while Lois Lane, rescued by Superman, lay in the ice field until a helicopter spotted and rescued her. It seemed like everything had come to an end. However, what they didn't know was that a terrifying alien force had detected Earth's existence through the ship's signal. A bloody invasion from the cosmos was about to begin. In Gotham, Alex's top priority was to upgrade his 6 eyes. As its level increased, Alex would gain more refined energy control and analytical capabilities, helping him adapt faster to different worlds and eventually regain the ability to open portals to any location. The system notifications continued to refresh. 6 eyes EXP +1. 6 eyes EXP +1. 6 eyes EXP +1. Then, it appeared. Congratulations, your skill 6 eyes has leveled up. 6 eyes LV 5, 1/20th 000 grants 360-degree vision, the ability to see energy flows, enhanced dynamic vision, and X-ray vision. The user can perform incredibly precise energy manipulation, ignoring the laws of conservation of energy and reducing energy consumption. A vast amount of information flooded into Alex's mind, and he absorbed it all. Moments later, he realized the changes within him. The visual range of 6 eyes had expanded tenfold. While LV-4 granted precise vision up to 10 kilometers and blurry vision up to 100 kilometers, LV-5 extended precise vision to 100 kilometers and blurry vision to 1000 kilometers. Moreover, 6 eyes had gained a new ability. In the world of JUJUTSU KAISEN, 6 eyes allowed the user to release cursed techniques with minimal energy loss, vastly increasing their stamina. This was why Satoru Gojo could repeatedly deploy his domain expansion without running out of cursed energy after a full day. However, since Alex's energy reserves were far greater than Gojo's, LV-3 6 eyes could not achieve the same effect. Only LV-4 could reduce energy waste to nearly zero. With LV-5, 6 eyes had undergone a qualitative change. It not only allowed Alex to use energy without any waste but also reduced the original energy requirements for his skills. At first glance, it didn't seem like much, but in reality, it had reached the level of causality. This meant that Alex could permanently reduce the energy cost of his abilities without sacrificing their power. This defied the laws of energy conservation. Alex had high expectations for this new ability. If 6 eyes had such terrifying traits at LV-5, what kind of powers would it gain at higher levels? Would he eventually be able to use abilities without consuming any energy at all? While holding Selena, who was diligently cleaning, Alex noticed a humanoid creature flying at high speed within his vastly expanded field of vision. He infused his 6 eyes with energy, and the creature's appearance became clear. Massive amounts of sunlight from the yellow sun interacted with his body, constantly strengthening his muscles and senses, endlessly empowering him. And that flying man disturbing Alex's peace was none other than Superman, Clark. It seemed Clark had just learned to fly using his biofield and was visibly excited. Seeing Alex deep in thought, seemingly ignoring her, Selena grew irritated. She tried to draw her boss's attention, hoping for more pleasure. "Boss, what are you thinking about?" Selena whispered sweetly into Alex's ear, her voice dripping with allure. But her efforts were in vain. Alex's recent discovery had killed the mood, and he regained his composure. Superman had already obtained his suit and learned how to fly. Alex now knew the current timeline. General Zod and his forces would soon arrive. The Black Zero event was about to begin, and Alex's batteries were on their way. Alex gently pinched Selena's cute cheek, about to kiss her, but stopped himself at the sight of her lips. Instead, he kissed her on the forehead. "Selena, I'll reward you later. We have work to do." Selena pouted, clearly unsatisfied, but she knew she couldn't change Alex's mind. Curiously, she asked, "What kind of work?" "We're going to catch some aliens to use as batteries. These are famous throughout the universe, Kryptonian batteries. Everyone swears by them." "Selena." Several days after Alex discovered Superman, a spaceship descended from the sky, invading the global network. Every screen connected to the internet was filled with static, and a man's silhouette flickered through the distortion, calling out the name Kal-El and threatening to destroy Earth if he wasn't handed over. To protect Earth, Clark cooperated with the military and went to the Kryptonian ship, where he discovered General Zod's plan, to terraform Earth, altering its ecosystem to suit Kryptonian life. But if that happened, all humans would perish because they couldn't survive in the new environment. This was something Clark could not tolerate. He and Lois Lane fled back to Earth, but as soon as they returned, Clark found that his mother had been kidnapped by Kryptonians. He immediately flew into the sky, rushing to her rescue. After battling General Zod, Clark shattered his helmet, causing Zod to lose his ability to fight as his enhanced senses overwhelmed him. Zod was forced to retreat. However, several Kryptonians remained, including Zod's second-in-command, Farah. The US military arrived by this time, but their pride in their weapons quickly turned to despair as machine guns and missiles proved useless against the Kryptonians. Only Superman could fight them. But even Superman was overwhelmed by their numbers. The general overseeing the battle grew increasingly hopeless as he watched the front lines, wondering if humanity was truly doomed. Then, he noticed 2 figures casually walking toward the battlefield, unaffected by explosions or stray bullets. "Soldier, zoom in on them. Who are they?" Alex strolled toward the battlefield, his nanotech symbiote constantly shifting, forming his favorite white dress polo. He placed the nanotech sunglasses on his face and glanced at the distance, where the Kryptonians were wreaking havoc. Selena, also dressed in a nanotech symbiote, was by his side, gazing nervously at the battle. "Boss, can we really capture these Kryptonians? They're monsters. Alex, his eyes filled with greed as he stared at the Kryptonians, wiped imaginary drool from his lips and replied. Selina, be confident. The nanotech symbiote on you contains a portion of my power. With it, you can defeat an average Kryptonian. He tapped Selina on the chest, and a terrifying surge of energy flowed from his finger into the symbiote, fully activating it. You've got 20 minutes. That should be more than enough. Go get them, Catwoman. Selina moaned softly as the power surged through her body. She clenched her fist, sensing the massive increase in strength. Her power had multiplied dozens. She flexed her hands, feeling her newfound strength. The once swift Kryptonians suddenly appeared to move in slow motion to her. The power she had previously thought terrifying was now nothing in comparison. She kissed her boss, then vanished from her spot, instantly reappearing in front of Farah and delivering a powerful punch that sent her flying. Wow, that's so cool! She exclaimed excitedly, looking at her delicate fist. Chapter 99. Despite Catwoman's incredible speed, the surveillance satellite still captured the moment she sent Farah flying. Seeing that even the Kryptonians, who had been unfazed by missiles, were knocked down by the suddenly appearing woman, the general asked the soldiers around him, "Who is this woman?" Trained soldiers quickly identified Catwoman based on her appearance and reported, "Sir, she is Catwoman, a morally ambiguous superhuman who recently emerged in Gotham. However, her data shows that aside from her cat-like agility, her strength was not much greater than that of an average human. We don't know why she has become so powerful now." Suddenly become this powerful, the general muttered, then focused his gaze on the man who was walking step by step toward another Kryptonian. Could it be him? The soldier's next words confirmed his suspicion. "Sir, we haven't found any data on that man, not even similar records. It's as if he isn't human." Clark was fighting against the Kryptonians. He had never encountered enemies with a physique similar to his own before. His battles had always relied on overwhelming numerical superiority. This lack of experience meant he had to rely on instinctive, clumsy fighting. At this moment, the poor Clark found himself besieged by two Kryptonians, who ruthlessly targeted his weaknesses. The unfortunate young Clark was hit multiple times, perhaps because the male Kryptonian felt jealous of his larger physique and kept attacking his weak points. After numerous blows, even from outside his armor, it was clear that Clark was genuinely swollen. However, perhaps seeing the incredible young Clark, Farah instinctively squeezed her legs together, even weakening her attacks. She is young, and if it weren't for her intelligence, she might have been charmed and swayed by this handsome young man. Just as Clark was being beaten, a figure suddenly appeared and sent Farah flying with a punch, moving even faster than she had. Fiona was struck in the chest so hard that her already modest chest flattened into a valley, looking utterly pitiful. The depth of this valley was so profound that even the Kryptonians' rapid recovery couldn't restore it quickly. She looked at the woman wrapped in two bombs joyfully dancing around and felt like she might explode with anger. Even her chest valley seemed to return to normal, growing larger, marking a qualitative breakthrough from nothing to something. Jealousy welled up as she gazed at the human woman before her. Did those bombs weigh her down? Would she be a burden in battle? Truly, she had no combat talent whatsoever. With a fierce glare, she said to Catwoman, "It seems this planet does have powerful beings, at least you are one. But you're still too weak, you're no match for me." From their very first encounter, Farah realized that the Earth woman was also almost devoid of combat experience. While her speed and strength were perhaps even greater than Fiona's, she could still use her battle experience to secure victory. In response to Fiona's taunts, Catwoman puffed out her chest and contemptuously glanced at Fiona's desolate chest. It was clear who was superior. After a period of development with Alex, Catwoman's already formidable strength had reached terrifying levels. She was now a Justice League level individual. "Is that all you've got?" Catwoman scoffed. After being enhanced by her boss, she felt incredibly confident. "You bitch. I'll tear your mouth apart and chop your useless breasts to pieces." Farah immediately lost her composure. This had been her lifelong pain. Now that Catwoman had brought it up, she was filled with rage and charged at her. However, upon contact, Farah was sent flying. "Why is your physique so strong? Who are you?" Fiona exclaimed in disbelief. Under the refined control of the six eyes and energy absorption, no symbiote could absorb the abilities within Alex's body. However, if he actively stored some abilities within the symbiote, it could use them. But due to his overwhelming power, the symbiote could only handle a small amount of information and could store only a fraction of one skill. Yet, under Alex's energy enhancement, the symbiote could temporarily unleash most of his power. At that moment, the ability shared with Catwoman was LV5 energy absorption. Even if the symbiote couldn't unleash all its LV5 power, it was more than enough to crush these newly arrived Kryptonians. Surrounding energy was being absorbed by Catwoman, whether sunlight or shockwaves. Farah's attacks caused her no harm, while her own power could easily break through Farah's defenses. Poor girl was outmatched in both physique and strength. Meanwhile, Clark was still battling another Kryptonian warrior. Without Farah to back him up, the other Kryptonian gradually became no match for Clark. In a moment of carelessness, Clark was punched away by the Kryptonian warrior, rolling along the ground and creating a long and deep trail before finally stopping right in front of Alex. He quickly stood up and urged Alex, "Get out of here, it's dangerous." After saying that, he prepared to face the Kryptonian warrior's attack, but before he could counter, he noticed the warrior suddenly flew away, crashing through dozens of buildings and being buried under the rubble without a sound. Clark quickly dodged to the side and turned to look behind him, immediately sensing something was wrong. His X-ray vision couldn't penetrate the man before him, as if the man's body were made entirely of lead. "Are you human?" Clark asked uncertainly. At some point, Alex's attire had changed into that of Batman, and in a deep tone, he addressed Superman, "You are the one who brought these Kryptonian invaders here." Faced with this sudden accusation, Superman fell silent. After all, what the man said was the truth. "Who are you?" Under the effect of energy absorption, the sunlight around Alex dimmed, casting him in darkness, like a ghost of the night, absorbing the sunlight and stripping the Kryptonians of their power source. He exuded an aura of mystery and authority, calm and restrained, like a cold-blooded bat, predator of the night. His tone grew even deeper. "I am the Dark Knight who guards the world. I am Batman. Clark Kent, I know you, you are the one who brought the invaders here. I hope there won't be a next time." Clark stared in shock at the Batman before him. He knew Batman, a superhero active in Gotham, and held great respect for this hero, who adhered to a no-kill policy, as it was similar to his own philosophy. However, in his understanding, Batman was merely a strong ordinary man, possibly possessing some high-tech gadgets, but he couldn't have the superhuman qualities of Superman. Perhaps sensing Clark's thoughts, the man in the Batman costume spoke in a profound tone, "Your perspective is too narrow. There are many ways to gain power in this world. One such method involves a special kryptonite known as platinum kryptonite. It can transform ordinary people into Kryptonians. I merely utilize technological power. I drank a super soldier serum with the power of 1,000,000 stars, allowing me to wield the strength of 1,000,000 stars." Clark was dumbfounded. The strength of Kryptonians came only from exposure to yellow sunlight, so how powerful would a person with the strength of 1,000,000 stars be? Ignoring Superman, Alex strode towards the struggling Kryptonian warrior. "Clark, I can help you clean up this mess this time, but I don't want to see you next time." As he finished speaking, Alex's body vanished from his spot, appearing in front of the Kryptonian warrior. His terrifying speed was beyond what even Clark could track. Alex smiled at the Kryptonian warrior attempting to rise and suddenly stomped down. Hundreds of meters of cracks spread rapidly from the Kryptonian warrior, with the ground sinking several meters around him. The warrior, attacked by Alex, felt his eyes nearly pop out, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Alex was dissatisfied with the effect of his kick. He increased the power of his energy enhancement and stomped down again. The sounds of bones cracking and the ground shattering echoed relentlessly, and the Kryptonian warrior, who had been entangled with Clark, fell into unconsciousness, seemingly on the brink of death. Alex nodded in satisfaction and pulled the Kryptonian warrior along as he slowly walked out. At that moment, Catwoman had just defeated Farah and was walking over to join Alex. Seeing Alex, Catwoman was filled with excitement. She had suddenly fallen in love with this feeling of hitting someone hard. Of course, she knew who had given her this power, so she approached Alex and kissed his fake chin. "Boss, how did I do?" "Very well. I'll reward you when we get back." Catwoman's face flushed slightly. Finally, Alex glanced at Clark and left behind a comment before opening a portal and vanishing from the town. Clark stared dumbfounded at the suddenly appearing portal and the two Kryptonian warriors who had been swiftly defeated. So this is the power of 1,000,000 stars. Terrifying. The events in Smallville were broadcast live across the internet, and the brief repulsion of the Kryptonians made everyone cheer, especially the appearances of Batman and Catwoman, which attracted a massive fan following. "Oh, Batman is so cool. I've never admired someone so much before." "Yes, Catwoman has a great figure." Look how that alien woman is nearly going insane with jealousy. I never expected Batman to be so powerful, I always thought he was just an ordinary person. I thought so too, but the facts are right in front of us. We have to believe that Batman is the true god among men. On a tree-shaded hillside, a luxurious manor is enveloped by lush trees. This is the residence of Gotham's wealthiest, as well as Batman's home, Wayne Manor. In the kitchen of the manor, Bruce Wayne holds a spoon, frozen in place. He has maintained this posture for several minutes. The butler beside him is the same, both are staring blankly at the report on the television. At this moment, Bruce Wayne can only think one thing: you are Batman, so who am I? Alfred retracts his gaze, looking at Bruce with a strange expression. After a moment of hesitation, he uncertainly says, "Sir, I'm not an insider, you can tell me anything." Bruce Wayne swallows hard, nearly choking on the food he's eating. He looks at his butler in disbelief and retorts, "Alfred, you know I've been in Gotham and haven't gone anywhere. That's not me, someone is impersonating me." Chapter 100. In Gotham, in a remote corner, a dimly lit room seems to be perpetually shrouded in shadows, as if light itself cannot penetrate it. The Joker stares intently at the television screen before him, watching the man he has been obsessing over fighting another man, looking extremely close. One cannot help but say the Joker is feeling jealous. "Batman, the one you love most should be me, how could you betray me?" The Joker's lips curl into a manic grin, his smile growing wider until it becomes a maniacal laugh. He knows he must take action to reclaim Batman from Superman. Opening a portal, Alex returns to the seaside villa. This seaside villa is located in a coastal area and was purchased by Selina not long ago. Although Selina's little nest is decent, the lingering scent of DNA over time is hard to shake off, so having a comfortable, well-ventilated villa is still necessary. Several people walk out of the portal. Alex takes out two symbiotes and merges them with two Kryptonians, trying to replicate their ability to grow stronger under sunlight using the symbiotes. The Kryptonians' abilities are highly unscientific. Just exposure to sunlight allows them to grow to the point of moving planets, something even his current level 5 energy absorption cannot achieve. Using a distorted force field, he binds the two Kryptonians, making them float like kites in the sky, exposed to the rays of the yellow sun, while Alex and Catwoman lie on sun loungers soaking up the rays, with a continuous flow of energy generated within the Kryptonians and then absorbed by Alex. The energy within him finally begins to stabilize and increase. Farah stares intently at the Earthling before her. Logically, her physical prowess should be growing stronger under the sunlight, but she feels increasingly weak instead, the energy that had just formed within her suddenly vanishes without a trace. Farah knows this is because all the energy generated within her has been absorbed by the man before her. She tries to probe for some information about her enemy. The current foe is too powerful, and she has even lost confidence against General Zod, who is invincible in battle. I never expected such a being to exist on Earth. Alex takes a sip of expensive red wine, then casually says. Of course, besides me, there are other powerful beings, like Martian Manhunter or Shazam. They are all extremely strong warriors. Farah absorbs the information from Alex's words and then looks at the black goo writhing over her body. This goo is very unruly, making her feel itchy. What is this black goo you placed on us? Alex doesn't hide it, yawning and speaking casually. Your Kryptonian abilities are quite interesting. I'm trying to replicate them, so Kryptonian batteries will no longer be necessary. Kryptonian batteries? Farah's forehead veins pop out in anger. This man actually sees the supreme Kryptonians as batteries. Though she feels furious inside, Farah suppresses it. She is not the enemy's opponent to begin with, let alone in her weakened state now. Alex swallows a cherry that Catwoman fed him, then continues. That's a symbiote. It can replicate the host's abilities, though there is an upper limit. However, I believe I can replicate the abilities of ordinary Kryptonians. He makes Farah float before him and tightly pinches her face, looking into her terrified eyes. I forgot to mention, I can produce symbiotes almost infinitely. Soon, there will be a large group of superheroes with Kryptonian abilities on Earth. Don't you think that's interesting? Farah. No, she has to find a way to convey this message to General Zod. Earth is so dangerous, they should invade other planets instead. Meanwhile, aboard a distant spaceship, General Zod realizes his officer Farah has disappeared and looks at his subordinates with a questioning expression. One subordinate immediately responds. General, two powerful warriors have suddenly appeared on Earth and captured the deputy commander alive. General Zod falls silent. The emergence of other warriors who can resist Kryptonians on Earth surprises him, but it is merely a surprise. Faura and the others have only been exposed to the yellow sun for a few hours, their powers are far from their limits. Defeating the current Fiora is not a big deal. General Zod gives the order, after a few days of exposure to the yellow sun, we will invade Earth. Days later, the Kryptonian ship splits, with one part heading towards the Indian Ocean and the other landing in Metropolis. With General Zod's command, the world engine activates. This scene also catches Alex's attention at the seaside villa. He turns to look at Metropolis, grinning. The Kryptonians have indeed not disappointed him, new energy is emerging. Beside him, Faura grows increasingly anxious as she sees the Earthling's devilish smile, constantly praying to Rao for General Zod. The American laboratory also discovers the world engine and formulates a plan with the arriving Superman to destroy it. Kryptonian double agent Clark is sent to handle the ship in the Indian Ocean, while the Americans prepare to collide the ship that carried Clark to Earth with Zod's ship, creating a black hole, drawing all Kryptonians on the ship into it. Thus, the double agent rushes straight towards the Indian Ocean, battling the defenses of the world engine. Even at the risk of being entangled and toyed with by nanotentacles, he must destroy Krypton's hope. To protect humanity, Clark continuously fights against the nanotentacles. After great hardship, he finally shakes off the tentacles that have been entangling him and reaches the underside of the world engine. The environment below the world engine is already very close to Kryptonian conditions. Superman's strength is somewhat weakened here, but even so, he uses all his power to charge up, trying to destroy the world engine. Whoosh! Amidst the powerful energy beams, Clark finally rushes up. Seeing victory in sight, Clark reveals an excited expression, Earth is finally saved. But just as Clark is about to destroy the engine, a figure suddenly appears before him, ignoring the far more terrifying energy surrounding him and the energy beams above capable of reshaping planets, standing steady in the void. Facing Clark, who is rushing towards him at high speed, the figure looks at him with eyes as deep and calm as a still sea, extending a finger towards him. In the next moment, Clark's fist collides with that seemingly delicate finger. Clark had thought he would injure this figure, but to his utter disbelief, his strong body cannot suppress its halt against a single finger, and then a terrifying repulsive force emanates from that fingertip, acting upon him and sending him flying away at dozens of times the speed of sound. Boom! A massive explosion resonates for tens of kilometers around as Clark slides across the sea surface, the powerful force acting on him making it nearly impossible for him to resist. Eventually, his body flies for over 10 kilometers before stopping, and at that moment, he finally sees the figure's true appearance. The Dark Knight, Batman, who had helped him a few days ago. Why? Clark questions, bewildered. Batman is obviously an Earthling, and he had once helped him, so why is he now stopping him from destroying the world engine? Indeed, the person before Superman is Alex, disguised as Batman. He waited for days without capturing more Kryptonian batteries just for the energy from the world engine at this moment. This is one of the few chances to gain energy before obtaining the mother box. How could he let Superman destroy it? Facing the questioning Superman, Alex shows a kind smile. You cannot destroy the world engine, it is useful to me. But Superman obviously ignores Alex's goodwill, angrily replying. No matter what use you have for it, it should be destroyed immediately, because people are dying every moment because of the world engine. Alex laughs lightly and casually says. Don't worry, I will stop it. As long as Alex starts using energy absorption to continuously absorb the world engine's energy, they will not be able to continue transforming Earth, but Superman clearly no longer trusts Alex. No, I must destroy it myself. Being continuously rejected makes Alex a bit displeased. If this Superman before him were the Silver Superman or the Golden Superman, he would leave immediately, agreeing to whatever they said. But you are just a small movie version of Superman. Facing Superman rushing towards him, Alex grins and manipulates the surrounding vectors, a terrifying red and white singularity forming on his fist, emanating infinite repulsion. Using energy absorption to enhance his body to its limit. In an instant, the two clash, the sound of bones shattering echoing like thunder. Ah! Under Clark's incredulous gaze, the bones in his arm are instantly shattered by the terrifying impact. His body is thrown back, colliding with the sea surface at hundreds of times the speed of sound, creating towering waves from his impact point, and his figure is submerged by the seawater. Alex is not surprised by this outcome. Under the current Kryptonian environment, Superman's strength is significantly weakened, and he masters vector manipulation skills, which inherently counters Superman. Hitting Superman with a single punch is not a difficult feat. Ignoring the silent Clark submerged in the water, Alex shifts his gaze to the world engine in the sky. The world engine in the sky continuously emitted intense light and heat as Alex fully activated his energy absorption. The immense energy twisted around his body and then entered his being. The system prompts kept ringing. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. Energy point +1. The energy capable of transforming planets visibly dimmed, and within just a few minutes, it was completely devoured by Alex. At this moment, the template fusion degree had reached 57%. Using the limitless technique, he opened the door of his pocket space and stuffed the world engine inside. The already small pocket space was immediately filled with the world engine. After resolving everything, Alex wore a wicked smile and said to Clark, who had fully recovered from his injuries underwater, "Hurry up, or that girl named Lois will be killed." With that, he opened a portal and stepped through, returning to Metropolis. Chapter 101. Metropolis, the Kryptonian ship continuously released powerful energy beams, piercing through the Earth's core and interacting with the world engine on the other side, steadily increasing the Earth's density. With the increase in density, gravity also intensified. The area closest to the Kryptonian ship experienced the greatest increase, and vehicles caught in the gravity waves were instantly crushed. The U.S. fighter jets fired missiles at the Kryptonian ship, but because of the immense gravity, they couldn't get close. Just as they were at a loss, they suddenly noticed the Kryptonian ship stopped functioning, its energy beams disappearing, and the surrounding gravity quickly returned to normal. Seeing this, Colonel Hardy was overjoyed. He immediately piloted a C-17 aircraft towards the Kryptonian ship, intending to destroy it completely. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly erupted behind the C-17. It was General Zod, piloting another Kryptonian ship, shooting down the other fighter jets trailing the C-17. Zod had now locked onto the C-17, which carried another Kryptonian ship. At that moment, Superman arrived, striking the Kryptonian ship and causing its laser to misfire. Inside the ship, despite General Zod's warnings, Superman, the traitor, resolutely destroyed the ship carrying Krypton's last reproduction system. Elsewhere, several Kryptonians invaded the plane where Lois was. However, thanks to the efforts of many humans, they not only activated the ship that brought Clark to Earth but also piloted the C-17 to crash into the massive Kryptonian ship, hoping to use the Phantom Zone projector on both ships to create a black hole that would swallow all the Kryptonians. Just as Colonel Hardy planned to sacrifice himself and his crew to take the Kryptonians down with them, a figure appeared in front of the C-17. This figure spoke slowly in front of him, "This won't do. That ship is my property." Alex had already arrived in Metropolis. He had infiltrated the Kryptonian ship and had just taken down all the Kryptonians inside, only to notice a plane speeding toward his ship. How could he let that happen? That was his hard-earned prize. With space distorted by gravity, Alex instantly appeared in front of the C-17, lightly touching it with his index finger. With vector manipulation, he immediately reflected the C-17's kinetic energy, sending it flying back in the direction it came from at its original speed. After protecting his ship, Alex once again flashed into the C-17, delivering a punch to the head of the Kryptonian inside, who was there to stop the C-17 from hitting the Kryptonian ship. With black and red lightning, the Kryptonian fell unconscious. He then tossed the Kryptonian into his pocket dimension, suddenly pulling Colonel Hardy toward him and questioning, "Do you realize you almost destroyed my ship?" Colonel Hardy was completely dumbfounded. He stammered. "Isn't that the Kryptonian ship?" "Not anymore. It's mine. It's my prize." "Then, sorry." After tossing Colonel Hardy aside, Alex glanced at Clark, who had just arrived and was eyeing him warily. Alex flashed a bright smile. "I'm not your enemy. General Zod is. And he's not dead." Clark, still wary, asked, "Who are you?" "I know Batman is in Metropolis, but you're not Batman." At first, the naive Clark had believed Alex's lie, thinking he was Batman, but on his way back from the Indian Ocean to Metropolis, he had seen the real Batman rescuing people in the Batmobile. Compared to this unpredictable stranger, Clark trusted the Batman who was consistently saving lives. Knowing that Batman had come to Metropolis in full gear, Alex realized that his impersonation had caused a butterfly effect. At this point, Batman must have come to investigate the fake Batman's identity. Alex stroked the beard on his chin, coughed, and lowered his voice, speaking gravely to Superman. "Ahem, you found me out. But I am Batman, just not from this universe. For certain reasons, I wander through parallel universes. You can call me the World Traveler, the cosmic wanderer, or the homeless stranger. As Alex spoke, he precisely controlled every muscle in his body, putting on a masterful performance of absolute sorrow. In that moment, he embodied a tragedy, a story that anyone could easily empathize with. Seeing Alex in such a state, the simple-minded Clark immediately felt a wave of guilt. He fumbled, apologizing, sorry. Parallel universes really exist. Professor Emil Hamilton, who had emerged from the back of the plane, asked excitedly. These scholars, in their pursuit of truth, often became overly passionate. Luckily, DC wasn't a Lovecraftian world, or such intense curiosity might have driven Emil Hamilton mad. Of course. The multiverse is real. I've traveled through countless universes and faced many dangers. Your universe is relatively peaceful, still, alive. Many universes have lost all signs of life, like the zombie universe where every living being has become a flesh-eating monster, or the dark universe where all the superheroes have been slaughtered, plunging the world into chaos. I once encountered my counterpart in one universe, a Batman who had been driven mad by the Joker's schemes. He, along with other counterparts, destroyed universe after universe. But they aren't the only dangers. I've also been to a unique universe that merged with another, linking two multiverses. From there, I traveled to the Marvel Multiverse, where I witnessed even more incredible beings. Alex's words stunned everyone around him as they processed the overwhelming information. Weren't they supposed to be fending off the Kryptonian invasion? How did this conversation suddenly jump to the multiverse? Lois, the reporter, was the first to snap out of it. It made sense, she was a strong woman capable of keeping Superman in check. She quickly set aside her thoughts. The multiverse, no matter how dangerous, seemed far away. Right now, they needed to focus on the task at hand. Compared to Clark, who was kind-hearted and easily trusting, Lois was harder to fool. She questioned. If you're Batman, then why did you stop us from destroying the Kryptonian ship? The Batman I know wouldn't do that. Alex shrugged and replied helplessly. I need a large amount of energy to travel between parallel universes, to perform dimensional jumps. I still want to return to the universe where I was born and raised, so I need the energy source from the Kryptonian ship to make the next dimensional jump. Alex's explanation was airtight, leaving no room for doubt. Colonel Hardy also asked. And what about the Kryptonians? Why didn't you kill them? Alex looked at Clark, who, for some reason, felt a chill down his spine as Alex stared at him, sensing a thick malice. Alex smiled and answered. After all, under the radiation of a yellow sun, Kryptonians generate a massive amount of energy. They're like natural, harmless superbatteries. Under Clark's stiff expression and the frozen gazes of the others, Alex gave a thumbs up, flashing his teeth. Kryptonian batteries, everyone says they're great. Everyone. No, we can't let you have the Kryptonian ship or their bodies, Colonel Hardy said seriously. This hero, who had sacrificed himself in the movie to take down the Kryptonians with him, thought carefully and decided this wasn't right. Everything you're saying is just your word. There's no guarantee it's true. For all we know, you could ally with the Kryptonians and conquer Earth together. It's not impossible. Hearing this, Alex smiled. After his experience in the Marvel world, Alex had learned his lesson and planned to keep a low profile. But that didn't mean he was a saint, like Clark, who never fought back when bullied. Using gravity, Alex pulled Colonel Hardy towards him, grabbing him by the neck with a kind smile. Do you think having Superman nearby gives you courage, or do you think I'm a pushover like him? Do you really think Superman can stop me? Let me make this clear, what I say is mine, is mine. This isn't up for negotiation. Colonel Hardy suddenly realized that the Batman before him wasn't this world's Batman. He didn't have a no-kill rule. He was a mysterious being who could traverse the multiverse, a traveler who had endured countless terrifying trials and survived, a being even more powerful than Superman. Superman stood speechless nearby. Why was he suddenly dragged into this? But what Alex said was true. Superman was a pushover, and he might not be a match for this Batman, something he had realized from their previous fight. At that moment, a figure suddenly crashed through the ship, sending Superman flying. It was none other than General Zod. Even though Alex had protected the Kryptonian ship, the ship carrying the last reproduction system had been destroyed by Clark. No matter what, Krypton could never be rebuilt. Krypton was gone forever. General Zod pushed Clark through one building after another, relentlessly punching his face. Amid the sonic booms and thunderous impacts, he cried out in anguish. You chose humanity over us. You destroyed my soul. You took away my purpose. The humans you saved, I will kill them one by one in front of you. Watching Clark fall into a disadvantage, continuously pummeled by Zod's enraged fists, Lois anxiously turned to Alex. Batman, please help Clark. It looks like he can't handle Zod. However, her plea fell on deaf ears. She saw Alex's face, full of smiles, but his eyes were indifferent. With a casual tone, he said. I've seen too many worlds destroyed and too many Supermen die, some of whom died in my hands. Why should I intervene in your Superman's affairs? Supermen aren't unique, they're everywhere.